Chapter 691 Snapshot. Sorry. I shouldn't have let you act alone. Zhang Heng apologized. I always thought they were mainly targeting me. So they should have attacked me first. And we should have had some time. But I didn't expect them to act so quickly. And they attacked both sides at the same time. They attacked you too? Bai Qing was still a little shocked. In school? Well, the thing I saw in the basement of warehouse number 3 last night should have hatched. But it should have taken some time to learn before it could replace me in human society. But those things seem to be impatient. So they attacked me early this morning. They called me to the Dean of Academic Affairs. But the Dean of Academic Affairs was not there. And the room was full of their people. Fortunately, these things are not much higher than ordinary people in terms of combat power. And they don't have any special means of attack. Although Zhang Heng said it lightly, Bai Qing could hear the danger in it. No wonder. She then said, Director Gao of the Children's Palace told me that this matter was all your lies from beginning to end. If I hadn't seen you build a CT machine with Lego bricks with my own eyes, I might have believed her. But she should have seen that I didn't really believe her. So she asked someone to follow me. And then, that thing appeared, disguised as you and saved me. At first, I really thought it was you. But he didn't tell the secret code between us. Bai Qing started crying again. I was so scared at the time that I could only pretend that I didn't recognize it. I kept looking for opportunities along the way. But I couldn't escape. They seemed to be everywhere. They brought me here. I thought you had been caught. It's okay. It's all right now, Zhang Heng said. Just in case. I secretly put a tracker in your pocket before we separated this morning. After solving the problem over there, I called you and found that your phone was turned off. And your location was also away from the Children's Palace. So I rushed here as soon as possible. I just sent that thing out to buy bayberries. I don't know when it will come back. Bai Qing seemed to have thought of something and panicked again. And the fat boss downstairs should also be one of them. Did you come up from downstairs? When that thing comes back, they will know you are here. Relax. Relax. I already understand the current situation. Zhang Heng comforted Bai Qing. Don't worry. That thing won't come back. It's lying in my trunk now. Bai Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. His nerves, which had been tense for a long time, finally relaxed a little. Bai Qing organized his words in his mind, and then spoke again. We failed. The Children's Palace has been controlled by those things. In addition to Director Gao, there is another male teacher who is probably one of them. If the 3 children really left something there, it is estimated that it has fallen into their hands. Yeah. Zhang Heng was calm. After discovering that there was something wrong with Bai Qing's position, he actually guessed that the Children's Palace had been preempted by those things. But he did not think that those things had already obtained the item they wanted. Otherwise they should not be so anxious. Attacking him in the school in broad daylight is a big risk for them. Besides, the fake is only a semi-finished product. It can't even fool Bai Qing. If it meets Grandpa, it will probably be exposed. The thing is not in the Children's Palace. Zhang Heng thought for a while and said, Otherwise, there is no reason why they can't find it. Maybe we have made the whole thing complicated from the beginning. If there is really something that can deal with the life form under warehouse number 3, the 3 children should not hide it. This is the question I have been thinking about. If the object really exists and is so important, why did those things kill the 3 children before finding the object? They could have imprisoned the children first and tortured them to find out the whereabouts of the object. Even if they have received professional training, it would be difficult to withstand high-intensity torture. Not to mention that they are just 3 children. You confuse me. Are you trying to say that the object does not exist at all? Bai Qing asked. No. Judging from their current reaction of being as if facing a great enemy, the object must exist. But it cannot be destroyed or retrieved. So those things can only use this method to avoid more people's attention. What cannot be destroyed or retrieved? As Bai Qing spoke, her eyes fell on the computer beside her. Then she thought of something and said with wide eyes, Internet? You don't think those 3 kids posted the method to kill that thing on the internet? Do you? Isn't this the most reasonable explanation? Zhang Heng said. If you want to spread some news, the internet must be the best choice. Every word you send out will be read and recorded by someone. Even if you delete the original post later, you still can't stop what has happened. You can only kill the source of the spread to prevent more people from knowing. They have been misleading me from the beginning, making me think they are looking for something real. The college students before must have been deceived by them. Whether it is the river beach or the Children's Palace, There are no useful clues there. On the contrary, it can help them quickly identify who is investigating this matter. But now the original post is probably deleted. How do we know who has seen these contents, and how can we contact them? It doesn't matter. John Hung opened one of the computers. As long as something is posted on the internet, there will always be some traces left. Do you know Baidu snapshots? In layman's terms, Baidu has been sending out Baidu spiders in the process of obtaining data. Baidu Spider is an automatic program that accesses and collects various data on the internet, and then builds an index library. In this process, when Baidu Spider reaches a new website or single page through a link, it will download and store the homepage and corresponding pages of the website. After the user searches, Baidu can extract the cache data indexed in the database server, which is Baidu Snapshot. Using Baidu's snapshot function, we can quickly locate keywords and view old versions of web pages. If we are lucky, we may also be able to see those deleted posts and some posts that we do not have permission to view. John Hung finished speaking and found that Bai Qing opened his mouth wide, with a blank look on his face. After a long while, Bai Qing came back to his senses and said in surprise, When did your computer skills become so advanced? Chapter 692 Voyager 1. These are just basic knowledge. You can learn them by yourself. John Hung said as he entered keywords. He used the combination of aliens plus Cretaceous at first, but the results were all street news that came out of nowhere. Such as the shocking truth, dinosaurs were killed by aliens. But this time, the shock department might have been lucky enough to get lucky. After so many lies, it finally came true. In addition, there is evidence that aliens have visited Earth long ago, and Xia people are the ancestors of aliens. 11 pieces of solid evidence. These are inexplicable things that make people confused. So John Hung recalled Lin Cece's weekly diary again, changed a group of keywords, and used aliens plus disasters plus blocking to search. At the same time, in order to prevent someone from directly deleting information in the database, he also set up a ladder to climb over the wall. Although Google has withdrawn from the mainland, the Google search crawler is still tirelessly crawling information from Chinese websites, which can complement Baidu snapshots. This time, he did find some posts worth reading. John Hung simply turned on 2 computers and spent 10 minutes with Bai Qing to read all the posts. However, the only post that matched the content was a short horror science fiction story conceived by a novelist. The post was not deleted, but he posted it online with great interest. There were only a few responses, and the only few comments were mostly criticisms. I don't think it's good. It can't be said that the author himself may have been replaced by aliens, so it's so bad. It makes sense, so everything can be explained. Bai Qing couldn't bear to read it anymore, so he replied, Actually, the idea is pretty good, and it will be even better if you revise it. Come on! But the original author was probably too shocked. And the login time was still 3 weeks ago, and he didn't seem to have come to the forum again. But John Hung noticed the last message, which was a day ago, and the ID was called Voyager 1, which was just a random sentence. Are you the Fermi Paradox? So the previous stuff was only used to write science fiction novels? John Hung glanced at the ID and found that the other party was online. So he sent a private message to the other party. Can you tell me about the Fermi Paradox? Voyager 1 replied with a sentence. Wait a minute. About 2 minutes later, he sent a second message. My boss was walking around outside just now. I can't let him find out that I was slacking off at work. If you want to know about the Fermi Paradox, can't you just search it on Baidu? No. There was a science fiction novel before, and you left a message below. Oh, you are talking about that. I think you got the wrong person. That guy is not from this forum, but an ID in a Dubon group in the same city. He is a very mysterious guy who only logs in between 5:30 and 6 o'clock every day. You will never see him before 5:30 or after 6 o'clock. He is as punctual as a robot. John Hung was silent. If this ID is really Lin Cece, this situation probably occurred because Lin Cece's parents restricted her time online. Many families with young children have similar regulations. Unexpectedly, this made the Fermi Paradox become extremely mysterious in the group. Do you know her? John Hung asked. She? Is Fermi Paradox a girl? Speaking of which, she seems to have never said whether she is a man or a woman. I don't know her very well. After all, her activity time is just when most people get off work. And she is very serious. Sometimes she will keep arguing with you over a small issue until you surrender, or she will log off at a certain time. However, her level is quite good. Some people have suspected before whether she is a teacher in a research institute or school. Oh, by the way, the group organized an offline stargazing activity before. Fermi Paradox asked a lot of questions and said that he and 2 friends would come, but later said that his family didn't agree and he couldn't come. Yes, that's when we speculated that he was a man and should be married, and his wife was very strict. Zhang Heng and Bai Qing exchanged glances. It seems that they have found the right person this time. Zhang Heng continued typing. What is that thing you mentioned before? Oh, didn't the 3-body problem win an award last year? So the topic of communicating with aliens has been very popular recently. Then I remember about 3 weeks ago, Fermi Paradox also posted a post saying that she had deciphered a radio radiation from space. Voyager 1 was very patient. Or maybe just because they were free. And explained it in passing. Radio waves are actually a type of electromagnetic radiation. But they can penetrate interstellar matter and bring information about galaxies at greater distances. Scientists use radio telescopes to observe and study radio waves. Previously, the world's largest radio telescope was in Puerto Rico, called the Arecibo Radio Telescope, with a diameter of 350 meters. However, this year, our country's 500-meter diameter fast radio telescope should be completed in the second half of this year. And by then, it should be the world's largest radio telescope. Voyager 1 said proudly. I know what a radio telescope is, Zhang Heng said. In fact, I want to know more about how Fermi Paradox deciphered radio radiation. Wait a minute. Enthusiastic Voyager 1 immediately logged on to Dubon. But 2 minutes later, he said, why did that post disappear? What's the title? Zhang Heng asked. It's called I Deciphered a Radio Radiation. Fermi Paradox said that she found that a radio radiation contained important information. But no one in the group believed it at the time. Because radio radiation is generally emitted by celestial bodies and has no practical significance. Of course, its essence is a kind of electromagnetic radiation, which can be used to store information in theory. But it is hard to imagine that alien life can transform a pulsar into a radio transmitter or something like that. So everyone thought she was joking or something. And this time she didn't refute it for the first time. So the matter just passed. Zhang Heng searched the title of the post, but found that the information downloaded by Baidu Spider and Google Crawler was also deleted. Zhang Heng remembered the guy who could modify the surveillance video before. Obviously, there were computer experts among those people. What should I do now? Bai Qing asked. This feeling was terrible. He had found the right direction and was only 1 step away from the final answer. But he was stuck at this final link. Before Zhang Heng could speak, he saw another message from Voyager 1 on the other side. Well, it doesn't matter. It's gone. Anyway, I have learned her decryption method. But it seems to be only useful for the radio radiation she sent. After that, I checked all the radio radiation records I could find on the internet. But there was no record of hers. It seems that she made it up. Chapter 693 Blue-Green Algae. Zhang Heng and Bai Qing originally thought that there would be a lot of information in the radio radiation. Unexpectedly, they only got a single word in the end. It should be that Lin Cece had already deleted it, and only took out a paragraph representing the final answer. Blue-green algae. Is this blue-green algae? Bai Qing searched the vocabulary in his head and found the answer. I know why the 3 children agreed to go to the river at night. Zhang Heng sighed. They are collecting blue algae from the river. Blue algae are very common in life. You can basically see those green things on the water surface. Some blue algae will cause eutrophic seawater red tides and lake blooms after being polluted by nitrogen, phosphorus and other elements, which will cause serious harm to fisheries and aquaculture. However, few people know that blue algae have a history of 3.5 billion years and are the oldest organisms on Earth. Didn't you say that even a rocket launcher can't deal with the thing under warehouse number 3? So what's the use of blue algae? I don't know either, Zhang Heng said, thinking for a moment and then added. My initial guess is that this is probably related to the replication function of that thing. We now know that the thing under warehouse number 3 can breed 2 different cicada pupae. The small cicada pupae are used to produce the shadows in the 4th brain, while the large cicada pupae are used to produce replacement targets. However, these targets should not be bred casually. Samples must be collected first, which may be hair or blood. It can replicate dinosaurs in the Cretaceous era and humans in modern times. But what about ancient and special prokaryotes like cyanobacteria? Unfortunately, we don't have time to verify this conjecture. Let's give it a try. Since those things have already attacked us, they will not stop until we are eliminated as a threat. But this may also be our chance. Bai Qing didn't understand what Zhang Heng meant by the opportunity. They have always liked to disguise themselves as us and sneak into human society. This time, maybe it's our turn to switch roles, Zhang Heng said. Bai Qing didn't understand the meaning of Zhang Heng's last sentence at first. She was stunned for half a second until she thought of something. Then she opened her mouth and said stupidly, You don't want to pretend to be your own copy, do you? Why not? Zhang Heng said. I dealt with the 4 guys in the academic affairs office, found the phone of one of them, and told the person in charge that the mission had been completed. Now the guy who disguised me is lying in the trunk. And you are in my hands again. Until they realize it, I can borrow the identity of the clone. Bai Qing blushed when he heard that you were in my hands again, but quickly said, This is too risky. It's like we have a code agreement. What if those things also have some special way to identify each other? There is definitely danger. But at this point it's a fight to the death. There must be a fight between me and those things. Fortunately, at least we are still in the initiative now. And we still have a key card in our hands, Zhang Heng said. 2 minutes later, Zhang Heng walked out of the internet cafe with the crying Bai Qing under the suspicious eyes of the fat boss. The bad boy named Xiao Fei outside the door couldn't help spitting on the ground when he saw the scene, and cursed. The good cabbage is being eaten by pigs. Zhang Heng led Bai Qing out of the sight of the group of people, came to the van, opened the door, and got in together. When the door closed behind him, Bai Qing immediately stopped crying, and then asked in a low voice, How was my performance just now? Not bad. It should be wondering what happened, but it should notify others soon. Zhang Heng said that he actually thought about the possibility of taking down the internet cafe owner, but considering that there was a group of young people at the door, if he took action, those bad boys would definitely join. Zhang Heng was not afraid of those little ghosts, but if he did so, the situation would get worse and worse, which would be detrimental to his future plans. After saying that, he lifted the blanket in the back of the car, revealing another self underneath. Although he was mentally prepared, Bai Qing was still frightened and took 2 steps back after seeing the other Zhang Heng. Especially when the 2 Zhang Hengs were together, the scene looked even more weird. The Zhang Heng in the back of the car was tied up tightly. His mouth was blocked, and only a pair of eyeballs could move. How about a deal? Zhang Heng sat down in front of it and took out the stuff that was stuffing its mouth. It's incredible that you're safe and sound, based on the power comparison of humans. For adults in a small room should be able to easily subdue a minor. Another Zhang Heng spoke, and there was no fear on his face, but a hint of curiosity. Zhang Heng didn't continue to follow its words, but pointed at Bai Qing and said, Let me guess. You should be the thing that disguised itself as her mother before. I know you have a strong learning ability, but it doesn't make sense that you can understand all the rules of human society and learn all kinds of expressions in one night, unless you have been in human society before. You are very smart. Another Zhang Heng smiled. Far beyond your age and the people around you. But this doesn't make sense. We checked your resume. Before this, you were just an ordinary high school student. Your parents worked abroad, leaving you and your grandfather to live. Why do you have such amazing skills and investigative abilities? More importantly, when ordinary people encounter such things, they will first doubt whether their judgment is wrong. But you seem to have recognized our existence from the beginning. I don't remember us having contact with you before? This question also aroused the curiosity of Bai Qing. She actually noticed that Zhang Heng in the past few weeks seemed a little different from what she remembered, but she couldn't tell exactly where the difference was. However, Zhang Heng did not answer this question, but said, I am asking you, not you. What's the difference? The other Zhang Heng said firmly. You 2 can't escape. You killed 2 teachers and 2 staff members in your own school. Even if we don't replace you, the police will find you. As for you, my daughter, the other Zhang Heng eyes then fell on Bai Qing, and he grinned at the girl. You know very well that one person cannot resist us. If you don't want to be on the run with your boyfriend, you'd better listen to us. You don't need to worry about our future. Zhang Heng was unusually calm when he heard this. Let's talk about the problems between you and your people first. Chapter 694 You'd better not be sure. The other Zhang Heng looked at the knife inserted into his thigh curiously. But his face did not show any pain. He just said slowly, "It seems that I have to take back what I said before. You are not much smarter than your kind. Since you already know my identity, you should know that this level of pain has no effect on me. If you want to use this method to torture me, I advise you not to waste your energy. No, don't get me wrong. I did this purely because I wanted to do it. There is no other purpose." Zhang Heng paused. "Okay, let's get to the point. Let's start with a small warm-up question." "What question?" The other Zhang Heng rolled his eyes. "I want to know if there is any special means of communication between you and your people." "What is a special means of communication?" The other Zhang Heng rubbed his shoulder with his chin. "Something like the sound waves of a bat." "Oh, you're worried that I've passed the news of your capture to other people, right?" The other Zhang Heng grinned. "But you already know the answer to this question, don't you? You captured me on purpose and went around the internet cafe again. In addition to saving your girlfriend, you also wanted to see if my companions in the internet cafe noticed it. You're very smart. Although it's useless, you do have some time to escape. But the ending that awaits you will not change." "Really?" Zhang Heng did not comment and asked the second question, which was also the most important question. "Where did you keep those who were replaced?" "Interesting. Why do you think those people are still alive?" "You'd better answer my question directly," Zhang Heng emphasized. "Otherwise?" Another Zhang Heng laughed when he heard it. "Admit it. You have no means to threaten me. The reason why I am willing to chat with you is just because the time between now and when you are desperate is a bit boring for me." "You'd better not be so sure," Zhang Heng said, as he opened the school bag beside him and took out a tempered glass jar. There were 4 extremely ugly creatures in the jar, which looked like a combination of 3-eyed dinosaur shrimps and lampreys. They were crawling along the glass wall to the bottle mouth, trying to push open the lid. However, Zhang Heng had sealed it tightly with tape. Bai Qing almost vomited her breakfast after just one look. She didn't know how Zhang Heng could hold the glass jar in his hand without changing his expression. "Come, say hello to your companions," Zhang Heng said. This is what he took out after he killed the 4 people from the Academic Affairs office and opened their heads. Although the other Zhang Heng expression was well controlled and did not change, it can be seen from his mouth that this incident had a great impact on him. "Excuse me. You are much weaker than I thought," Zhang Heng said. "I just used a little strength, and one of them even broke his calf." Higher-level creatures always focus more on the development of intelligence. The other Zhang Heng finally spoke again, coldly. "We don't need to have a strong body to stand at the top of the food chain. The creatures you call dinosaurs have extremely developed body functions, but they are just our prey. This is hard to refute," Zhang Heng said. "But when you are put into a glass bottle, I don't know if you can still say such words with confidence. If you want to use them to threaten me, you'd better forget it. We don't value the relationship with our companions as much as you humans do." The other Zhang Heng seemed to have sorted out his emotions and said lightly, "Really? Then why did your companion take you away from the corpse before?" Zhang Heng turned his head to Bai Qing and said, "Help me get the portable liquefied gas." The latter covered his mouth and took out a can of portable liquefied gas from the package beside him, plugged in the gas valve of the stove, and handed it to Zhang Heng. This thing is usually used by hikers to cook when camping in the wild, and can provide a continuous source of fire even without a kitchen. Zhang Heng placed the tempered glass jar on top and lit the liquefied gas with a lighter. Soon, the rapidly rising temperature made the 4 ugly creatures in the glass bottle irritable, and they hit the bottle mouth more violently. However, as they said, perhaps their evolutionary attribute points were all in intelligence, and their physical fitness was not so good. Their bodies were not as hard as tempered glass. Soon, they stopped moving and fell to the bottom of the bottle one by one, curling up their limbs like roasted cockroaches. However, Zhang Heng didn't think these things would die so easily, judging from the corpses that were put into the refrigerator before. Once the temperature exceeded their adaptation range, they should enter a state similar to hibernation or suspended animation. That's enough. At this time, another Zhang Heng suddenly spoke up, and for the first time, an expression similar to anger appeared on his face. "Warning someone, it will not do you any good to anger us. It depends on your attitude of cooperation. Tell us the whereabouts of those you replaced, and I will turn off the liquefier." The other Zhang Heng lowered his head and thought for a while, as if weighing the pros and cons, and then said, Okay. And your plan to deal with me this time, John Hung added. And just as he finished this sentence, the phone on the other John Hung rang. It should be the owner of the internet cafe calling, asking him about taking Bai Qing out before. John Hung put the phone to his other self's ear. You know what to say. 10 minutes later, John Hung not only got the whereabouts of the replaced person, but also got a general understanding of the organizational structure of those things and some basic knowledge. But most of them were irrelevant. John Hung knew that the thing would not reveal the secrets under workshop number 3 to him, because this was the foundation for their survival and reproduction. Even if John Hung killed it, and the 4 companions in its bottle, it would not let go. John Hung was very clear about this. In fact, if it knew that John Hung had been to workshop number 3, it would probably not even talk about these unimportant things. However, John Hung never mentioned the glass factory and the blue algae from beginning to end, which also confused it to a certain extent, making it think that the two had not touched the core secret. In this case, it was willing to sacrifice some intelligence in exchange for the chance of survival for itself and its companions. Chapter 695 Disguise. The most important question facing John Hung and Bai Qing now is whether to destroy the thing under workshop number 3 first, or to rescue people first. From the information John Hung got, the two places are quite far away. For Bai Qing, emotionally, when she learned that her mother was still alive, she certainly wanted to run there immediately to rescue the latter. However, on the other hand, she also knew that once they did so, the glass factory would definitely be alert. In terms of importance, the glass factory is obviously more important, and there are more people arranged there. Once the other party is prepared, even John Hung will not be able to deal with so many people at once. If we call the police and ask them to take action, the same old problem will still exist. No one knows whether there are any accomplices among the police. Once the snake is alerted, it is very likely that neither side will be able to get anything. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Bai Qing said, "Let's act separately. You go to the glass factory, and I go to my mother's place. This is probably the only feasible solution at this stage." John Hung nodded and said nothing nonsense. He just said, "I will give you the locator and camera. You just need to keep an eye on that place. I will rush over immediately after I finish dealing with the matter at the glass factory. Remember, don't contact them before I arrive." "Yes." Bai Qing took the bag that John Hung handed over. After going through so many things, she was no longer the ordinary high school girl before. Even before the final battle, she would not cry easily. After John Hung finished speaking, he thought for a while and said, "Turn around." Bai Qing turned her back obediently, and John Hung took out the Lego blocks, assembled a chainsaw, and then inserted the infinite blocks to materialize the chainsaw, blocked its mouth again in the eyes of the other self, who was shocked and angry, and then used the chainsaw to saw open the other's skull. The thing in the 4th ventricle wanted to escape, but John Hung directly put it in another plastic box and put it in a glass jar. After that, John Hung simply cleaned up the blood on the ground, covered his body with a blanket, and handed the glass jar with blood inside to Bai Qing. "If they want to do something to you, use this thing to make a deal with them." Bai Qing turned around and was shocked by the things in the jar, especially now that it was stained with some messy things. Bai Qing couldn't bear it anymore, took the trash can handed by John Hung, and vomited in it. "Sorry." Bai Qing apologized while vomiting. "It's okay. There's still some time, but you have to get used to getting along with them before you leave," John Hung said. He also explained other things to pay attention to Bai Qing, and helped the latter change her makeup. And then the two parted ways. Bai Qing went to find her mother. John Hung first drove to the river, collected a bottle of blue algae with a mineral water bottle, and then returned to the glass factory. It was less than 3 hours since those things attacked him at school. John Hung walked towards the main gate of the glass factory with his handbag. This was his second time here, unlike the last time when he climbed over the wall. This time he went straight through the main gate and nodded to the guard on duty. The guard, who had half stood up, sat back down and watched John Hung walk into the factory. Along the way, John Hung ran into many workers working in the factory. John Hung recalled the scene he saw the night before, and walked straight past them as if he hadn't seen them. And they really didn't seem to see John Hung, each doing their own work. If the bosses of other factories saw this scene, they would probably cry. This is probably the worker that all capitalists dream of. John Hung didn't run into trouble until he walked to warehouse number 3. Compared with last night, the security here was tighter. There were even more sentries. A team of security guards stood there and patrolled every 5 minutes. Basically, even a bird couldn't fly in. The leader saw Zhang Heng coming over and said, "Stop. Why did you come back? Didn't I tell you that your duty is to stay with that girl and not leave her?" Zhang Heng said, "I underestimated her. I don't know what went wrong. She seemed to recognize that I was not that person. But she pretended not to doubt my identity and escaped when I was not paying attention." "She escaped? Does number 2 know about this?" "I called number 2 to tell him. But fortunately I have her hair in my hand," Zhang Heng said. "Number 2 told me that I can start the plan to copy her." Here Zhang Heng took a gamble. He knew that number 2 was the person in charge of coordinating this operation. But in a previous conversation with another self, the thing under the number 3 workshop was never mentioned. Zhang Heng guessed that the thing needed hair and blood to copy. But he was not sure what it was. However, he hadn't had blood drawn recently, so he could drain the blood first. Of course, it could also be a pitfall of the stratum corneum. If that was the case, Zhang Heng could only turn around and run. I don't know if the lucky rabbit's foot on his body worked, but it seemed that he guessed right this time. The security guard in charge didn't say anything after hearing this. Not only did he get out of his way, he also took out the remote control and opened the shutter door of workshop number 3. Zhang Heng nodded to the other party and was about to walk in. But the next moment, the other party reached out to stop him again, saying only one word. "Wait." Zhang Heng's heart was lifted up. He was most worried that these people would go to number 2 to confirm, so that his lie would be exposed immediately. Fortunately, after waiting for a while, 2 security guards came over with a rabbit in their hands. The leading security guard withdrew his hand, and Zhang Heng and the security guards who came over walked into workshop number 3 with the rabbit. A security guard had already moved the can washing machine before them, revealing the dark hole underneath. Zhang Heng knew that if he went down, if his identity was exposed, the other party would just move the tank washer back to the cave entrance, and he would be completely trapped inside. However, he could no longer retreat at this point. Zhang Heng followed the 2 security guards in front of him without any pause. It was still the familiar strange fragrance, and the ferns from the Cretaceous period were still around. As the steps continued to descend, the door wrapped in ugly vines was at the end. One of the security guards walked up and placed the rabbit as a sacrifice in front of the vines. Then the next second, the vines began to stir, and the flow speed became faster and faster. Finally, the tumors on the branches exploded together, and countless tiny branches stretched out from them, like mosquito antennae, and quickly pierced into the rabbit's body. The other security guard took advantage of the vines enjoying the sacrifice, and opened the door. Chapter 696 Opening. A strange thumping sound came from the center of the hall, and at the same time, tiny ashes were floating everywhere in the air. Fortunately, this was Zhang Heng's second time here, and he didn't look surprised when he saw the scene. The 2 security guards beside him also didn't show any expression, and after opening the door, they didn't stop, standing on his left and right sides, and walked in with him, looking like they were going to complete the replication ceremony with him. The 3 of them walked all the way to the attack range of those ugly vines before they stopped. Then Zhang Heng saw his 2 companions crawling on the ground, with their foreheads against the floor, legs apart, in a toad-like posture, and their bodies began to tremble regularly. The frequency of their trembling just matched the dong-dong-dong sound. Zhang Heng didn't know if this was their way of communicating with the strange banyan tree-like plant in the center of the hall. However, regardless of whether the banyan tree-like thing still remembered what happened last night and was telling on him, Zhang Heng didn't plan to wait any longer. This was almost his limit. When he took out the bottle of blue algae, he couldn't expect the 2 buddies around him to be blind. Therefore, when the 2 security guards were still performing their strange ritual, Zhang Heng had quietly opened the briefcase. The other party obviously noticed something unusual at this time. One of them raised his head, but what was waiting for him was a small wrench. Zhang Heng's blow directly flattened his forehead, making him lie on the ground and unable to move. These things were hidden in the 4th ventricle when they were disguised as humans. The safety was relatively high, but the bodies they controlled were almost the same as humans in structure. Zhang Heng's blow directly destroyed the brain. Even if they were not injured, they could no longer control this body. However, the 2nd security guard reacted quickly. After witnessing the tragic situation of his companion, He rolled to avoid John Hung's next attack and turned on the intercom on his body. John Hung was not in a hurry, but just blocked the other party's escape route from the gate. The thing also reacted soon after turning on the intercom. The signal could not be transmitted in it. It stared at John Hung and said, "Who are you?" "Good question. I have been looking for the answer to this question," John Hung replied. He walked towards the second security guard while holding the wrench. The latter took another step back, and this step made it retreat into the attack range of those ugly vines. Those vines immediately started to move like sharks smelling blood. The second security guard knew that he had no way to retreat. He turned his head and looked at John Hung, saying in a grim tone, "Now that you know our secret, others will not let you go." "You didn't intend to let me go anyway," John Hung said lightly, facing the security guard who rushed over. He swung the wrench in his hand again, this time hitting the other party's cheek, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Ordinary people would have been lying on the ground with such serious injuries. However, compared with the first target, John Hung's attack did not hit the other party's brain or spine. So the security guard was still able to move, and he stretched out his hand to grab John Hung's neck. But John Hung's other hand also grabbed its collar, and at the same time, the second blow accurately hit its eye socket, directly bursting its right eye, and blood splattered on John Hung's t-shirt. John Hung could clearly feel that the strength of the other party's hand that was pinching his neck had become much weaker. But he did not stop. The third blow. The fourth blow. When John Hung let go of the wrench, the thing's head had been deformed, and the strength in his hand had completely disappeared. John Hung wiped the blood off his face. With this level of attack, the shadow hidden in the fourth ventricle was probably crushed. John Hung finally got his system prompt. Successfully found and killed an alien. Agent War score +5. You can check the relevant information on the character panel. After so much effort, John Hung finally opened a business in this copy. But he did not immediately go to finish off another enemy who had lost his ability to move. Instead, he returned to the place where the package was and took out the bottle of green algae hidden at the bottom. John Hung divided the blue algae into 4 parts. He threw one part onto the ugly vines, one part onto the banyan tree in the center of the hall, one part directly into the place where the thing spewed ash, and one part was kept for backup, depending on the situation. The result was more obvious than he imagined. When he threw the third part of the blue algae into the tree cavity of the thing, the latter immediately began to change. The frequency of spewing ash increased by at least 10 times. John Hung had to cover his mouth and nose with clothes. If the air was just turbid before, it was almost suffocating now. At the same time, its bark began to peel off. Not the self-healing peeling before, but as if it had some skin disease, falling off in large areas. John Hung killed the incapacitated security guard in the shortest time and got another 5 points. After that, the ashes and falling bark had already covered his ankles. His vision was almost completely blocked, and even the filter lens could not cope with this situation. John Hung almost relied on his memory to touch the door and rushed out. The vines on the door also became extremely violent at this time, and began to flow up along the steps, as if they also wanted to escape from the basement. However, they all grew on the banyan-like plant and could not leave it. After extending to a certain distance, they could not go up anymore. John Hung jumped between those tumors, dodged 2 attacks against him, and escaped from their attack range after the last attack failed, and successfully escaped back to the ground. However, for him, the battle had just begun. The security guards outside had already noticed something unusual when they saw that he was the only one coming up, not to mention that he was covered in blood. So they said nothing and rushed up in tacit understanding. John Hung pulled out a Lego miniature submachine gun from the package in his right hand. The leader frowned, wondering why the other party took out a toy at this time. But the next moment, he saw John Hung insert the infinite building blocks into the last vacant position of the miniature submachine gun. Bullets poured out, and the people running in the front could not escape this wave of bullets. However, the system prompt from his ear told John Hung that he only got 5 points, which means that he only killed 1 alien in this shooting, although he had aimed at the head as much as possible. The fourth ventricle was not large, and the positions of those things inside were not fixed. Unless there were enough bullets, it would be difficult to hit them. Chapter 697 Fear. Those creatures obviously didn't expect their companions to suddenly betray them, so they were caught off guard when John Hung rushed over. Of course, they were even more caught off guard by the submachine gun in John Hung's hand. In today's extremely strict gun control, it is undoubtedly very difficult for ordinary people to get a hot weapon. Not to mention that John Hung is just a high school student. In addition, his accurate shooting skills make it difficult for people to associate him with a high school student. The security team outside Workshop 3 was completely stunned by John Hung's first wave of attacks. If they were ordinary people, they would have basically all died here. Fortunately, for these aliens, the human body is just like clothes. As long as the body is not fatally injured, it will not die, and the clothes can be worn even if they are torn. In fact, among the 10 people who rushed up together, there was a lucky person who was only shot in the chest and legs and finally rushed in front of John Hung. John Hung did not shoot again, even though the opponent's head was less than 20 centimeters away from his gun muzzle. He could not miss at this distance. However, considering that there were still many enemies behind him, John Hung decided to save some bullets. After all, the submachine gun in his hand was made of Lego blocks and had only one magazine. Therefore, John Hung used the submachine gun to block the other party's outstretched hand. But before the guy had time to be happy, the next moment John Hung's other hand flashed with cold light, and a knife had already pierced his temple. John Hung drew the knife, bringing out a string of blood beads, watching the figure in front of him fall in front of him. But unfortunately, he did not receive the system message, and there was a guy who crawled over at his feet. Obviously, his cheek was pierced by a bullet, but it didn't seem to affect his actions too much. He reached out and grabbed John Hung's trouser leg. John Hung could only use another bullet to calm him down. Not long after he knocked down the group of security guards at the door, he walked out of the workshop door and saw people rushing towards him from the direction of the office building and other workshops. No matter men, women, young or old, everyone was like Lu Xiang, and they were fearless. John Hung didn't expect that he would be able to experience the joy of fighting zombies one day. These things can block pain, except for a few weak points in the head and spine. They are not afraid of bullets. They are more like zombies, and they are the zombies in World War Z, not the slow guys in The Walking Dead. John Hung used up half of the bullets in the magazine and only stopped them slightly, but the people on the right had already rushed over. Fortunately, unlike other gunmen, John Hung is good at close combat. After several previous battles, John Hung has found the trick to deal with them. Breaking their necks is the fastest way to make them lose their mobility. Of course, there are also disadvantages. That is, it is impossible to kill the main body in the fourth ventricle. However, with the protection of the skull, even John Hung finds it difficult to attack inside. However, his current goal is to escape from here first, rather than to pick off hundreds of enemies in the glass factory alone. So John Hung still chooses to settle for the second best and make them lose their mobility first. At this time, a wrench is much more useful than a knife. John Hung broke the necks of 2 people in less than 3 seconds, but it was only a short delay. The people behind him also arrived, so John Hung could only fire more than a dozen bullets, with 2 system prompts in between. Then John Hung took advantage of this gap to turn over and climb onto the roof of workshop number 3. At this time, you can see how well everyone controls their bodies. Some guys who came out of the cicada pupa earlier have better control over their bodies and climbed up with John Hung, while others who are not so coordinated climbed slower or simply couldn't get up. After John Hung climbed to the roof, he did not run immediately. Instead, he waited for a while and kicked the 3 fastest guys down. Then he scanned the factory area and found that there were enemies in almost every direction. Apparently, his action of sneaking into Workshop 3 had completely angered those things. But if they knew what he did in the underground room, they would probably be even more angry. And as if to confirm this sentence, no matter what those things were doing next, they suddenly stopped their actions, as if the power was cut off collectively. At that moment, John Hung seemed to be in a huge wax museum, and at the same time, he also received another system prompt in his ear. Even in this tense moment, John Hung could hardly ignore the content of the system prompt. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. Successfully found and destroyed the tree pupa. Cut off the alien race's reproduction path. Agent War score plus 100. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. John Hung estimated that the tree pupa was the thing under workshop number 3. It was related to the reproduction and survival of this alien race. The importance of the tree pupa was self-evident. It was not surprising that there was a reward of 100 points. In addition, In many movie games, after the mother nest was killed, the other bugs would explode together. However, the scene that happened next proved that movies are always movies. Although it is unknown how those things learned the news of the tree pupa's death, when they woke up from the power-off mode, they immediately fell into a frenzy. They raised their heads together and looked at Zhang Heng on the roof with their eyes. Although no one spoke, Zhang Heng still clearly felt that they were probably not very happy now. In fact, the next moment, Zhang Heng saw those things start to climb to the roof as if they were desperate. In addition, someone set up a fire ladder, and more than 100 people surrounded workshop number 3. From now on, they have only one goal, which is to kill the person who destroyed the tree pupa. Zhang Heng finally understood what it meant to stir up a hornet's nest. It seemed that he would not be able to rest in this copy. God knows how many accomplices these things have in the city. Even if they lose the tree pupa, they can no longer reproduce, and the remaining people chasing him will keep him busy. However, these are things for the future. Zhang Heng's current plan is to leave the glass factory first and meet up with Bai Qing to rescue the replaced person. Seeing more and more people climbing onto the roof, Zhang Heng did not stop. He smashed the head of a guy who rushed over with a golf-style posture, and then rushed towards the wall. He did not save ammunition along the way, and directly fired all the remaining bullets in the magazine, and shot a gap. But he did not expect that the other side filled the gap faster, and actually blocked the gap before he rushed in front of him. At the same time, more and more people came from the other 3 directions. Just as they were about to encircle Zhang Heng on the roof, a strange throbbing suddenly emerged in Zhang Heng's heart. Zhang Heng himself didn't know why he made the next move. He just stopped, stretched out a hand, faced the enemy in front of him, and then closed his eyes. The world seemed to pause at this point. And then those guys who rushed over recklessly suddenly softened and fell to the ground like puppets with broken strings. At the same time, those who were still climbing also fell to the ground like dumplings, and everyone's face was filled with indescribable fear. Zhang Heng himself seemed to have experienced a nightmare. When he opened his eyes again, his whole body was soaked with sweat. He felt that his body and head were empty, but he knew that it was not time to rest yet. So he barely supported the last bit of strength and jumped towards the wall. Chapter 698. Do you know? After escaping from the glass factory, Zhang Heng stumbled across the road and was almost hit by a moving truck. The driver hurriedly stepped on the brakes and then stuck his head out cursing. However, when he saw someone holding a submachine gun, he immediately became polite. The passers-by looked at Zhang Heng with fear at this time. After all, the man covered in blood and holding a gun looked more like a monster than those things in the glass factory. Some people even secretly took out their mobile phones to call the police. Zhang Heng couldn't care less. Not long after he landed, he heard the sound of something hitting the wall from behind. It should be the pursuers behind him who jumped down with him. But they didn't have as good control of strength as him and failed to jump over the wall. But this also sounded a wake-up call for Zhang Heng. Although he was already very tired, it was not time to rest yet. Zhang Heng looked around and it took him half a second to remember where he parked the car, which was rare. By the time he got there, the pursuers had already rushed out of the glass factory gate. Zhang Heng started the car as fast as he could, then switched to reverse gear, knocked away the 2 guys who had already caught up with him, and drove the van away from the scene of the accident amid the screams of passers-by. With his driving skills, once he got on the road, it would be difficult for those guys to catch up with him in a short time. Zhang Heng glanced at the crowd gradually going away in the rearview mirror, then took out his mobile phone and called Bai Qing. Bai Qing answered the call almost immediately. Her voice sounded a little nervous. What happened? Why do they look so angry now? I may have just wiped them out, Zhang Heng said truthfully on the other end of the phone. Bai Qing was silent for a moment, as if digesting the news, and then asked, How long will it take you to get here? About 45 minutes. Zhang Heng glanced at the map. I don't think the people here can wait that long, Bai Qing said. I saw those things start to pack up. It seems that they are planning to evacuate from this base. But I don't know what they are going to do with the people here before they leave. I have a bad feeling. Hurry up. Wait for me there, Zhang Heng said. However, this time Bai Qing did not answer immediately, and the other end of the phone fell into silence. Zhang Heng could hear Bai Qing's breathing becoming rapid. After a while, the girl said, You said that the bodies of those things were very fragile. When you stuffed them into the bottle, You accidentally broke the leg of one of them. Yes, Zhang Heng said, pausing. I know what you are thinking now. But you better not do this. It's too dangerous. I gave you the jar so that you can use it when you are in danger. Not for you to take it and risk your life. But you can't get here right now. I'm the only one who can delay them, Bai Qing said. Before in the car, you threatened one of them with the contents of the bottle. And it worked. Yes, that's right. But I hadn't raided their nest yet, Zhang Heng said. They are different now than before. I've never seen them so angry. Their behavior patterns in this state are unpredictable. I won't be surprised by anything they do. But my mom is in there. I can't just sit here and watch, Bai Qing said. I promise you I will rush over as fast as I can. Zhang Heng was interrupted by Bai Qing halfway through his words. You know? When I asked it that question, for a moment, I was actually quite happy. I think this may be the only time I hear you say that sentence. Although that sentence is not the correct answer. Bai Qing hung up the phone after saying that. When Zhang Heng called again, he found that the other party had turned off the phone. He had no choice but to step on the accelerator. Zhang Heng no longer cared about traffic regulations. After all, he had already taken a submachine gun to the street, and was seen to have knocked down 2 people. Of course, deducting 12 points would not matter, and he would not have much time left. The police should find him soon. He had to solve the matter with Bai Qing before that. However, the biggest problem now was not from the police or those things. Zhang Heng still could not understand and explain what happened on the roof of warehouse number 3 before. He didn't know why he made such a move at that time, and why those things fell one after another. What's worse is that the fatigue didn't recover as time went by. It was only then that Zhang Heng realized that this fatigue was not only physical, but also mental. Or more precisely, it came from the depths of his soul. Zhang Heng now just wanted to find a place, think about nothing, close his eyes, and have a good sleep. But unfortunately, the current situation forced him to force himself to be alert. Zhang Heng threw a handful of chewing gum into his mouth, trying to suppress the increasingly strong sleepiness. 40 minutes later, he arrived at where Bai Qing was. This was a half-stopped construction site in the new district. But just as Bai Qing said, even the gatekeeper was gone. Zhang Heng parked the car, opened the door, and almost lost his balance when he landed. He leaned against the door and shook his head, then took the plague bone bow and arrow of Paris on the passenger seat and walked into the construction site. In this state, his archery skills would of course be affected to a certain extent. But this was when the arrow of Paris came into play. Zhang Heng was most worried that those things had already killed Bai Qing and the prisoners and left. If so, he would be too late. With his physical and mental condition, it would be difficult for him to complete another round of pursuit. Moreover, although he changed cars halfway, the police would soon come to his door. Zhang Heng drew his bow and carefully bypassed the small earthen hill in the middle of the construction site, and then walked towards the concrete building in front of him. This building should have been built only 2/3 of the way, and the roof had not yet been sealed, and the external supports had not been removed. When Zhang Heng walked to the simple elevator, a warning suddenly rose in his heart. He saw the shadow at his feet, and without thinking too much, he immediately rolled sideways and avoided the ash bucket truck that fell from the sky. The ash bucket truck fell from the 11th floor and landed right where he was standing before. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been smashed into a pulp. Before Zhang Heng could stand up, 2 black shadows rushed out from behind the building and stabbed him with iron pipes in their hands. Chapter 699, The Final Battle. Zhang Heng dodged the first iron pipe, and then used the plague bone bow in his hand to block the second iron pipe. Although this bow was made of bone, it was at least a B-level prop. When it intersected with the iron pipe, it made a creepy creaking sound, just like bones rubbing against each other. But there were no scratches on it. Of course, its original owner probably didn't expect that someone would use it to rub against the iron pipe. From the ash bucket truck that fell from the sky before to the 2 ambushed attackers, Zhang Heng realized that those things were obviously premeditated and were waiting for his arrival to avenge the tree pupa under workshop number 3. If he was in full condition, he really didn't take these guys seriously. But at this moment, his mental and physical condition had basically reached the limit. When another iron pipe came, he couldn't even avoid it completely, and a long cut was made on his arm. Zhang Heng felt like he was stuck in a quagmire, and his movements and reaction frequency were half a beat slower than usual. Fortunately, After so many copies of the baptism, he had a lot of combat experience. Even if his combat power was weakened, he was only slightly at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 2, and dealing with 2 opponents who had almost no sense of pain. However, their shrimp-like attack method also made Zhang Heng a little annoyed. The 2 iron pipes were more than 1.5 meters long. Ordinary people might find them too heavy to carry in their hands, but they didn't seem to have this problem. Such a length allowed them to attack from a little further away. Whether Zhang Heng used a knife or a wrench, it was difficult to attack them after losing flexibility. He couldn't find a chance to use a bow and arrow. They seemed to have made up their minds to wear down Zhang Heng bit by bit in this way. On the other side, Zhang Heng seemed to have no chance to counterattack, so he could only struggle hard. After struggling for a while, he was injured not only on his arms, but also on his chest and waist. Fortunately, it was just a scratch, and he was not seriously injured for the time being. However, Zhang Heng's breathing became heavier after blocking the new round of attacks. On the other hand, his 2 opponents seemed to be completely tireless, and there were other enemies above his head. Watching closely, Zhang Heng had to be careful of falling objects above his head while dealing with the opponent in front of him. In addition, he also noticed that the 2 people in front of him seemed to be deliberately forcing him into a corner. Once his range of action was restricted, he could easily predict what would happen next. However, although Zhang Heng was aware of the other party's intention, he fell into the trap step by step, perhaps because he was powerless, and was about to retreat to the wall. However, the next moment, the time he had been counting in his mind finally came to an end. Zhang Heng suddenly threw away the plague bone bow in his hand, and pulled out the submachine gun that had no bullets from his back. At the moment when the submachine gun turned back into a Lego body, he quickly disassembled and assembled the infinite building blocks. After that, Zhang Heng raised his hand and blew up the head of a guy in front of him. The latter had just raised the iron pipe and wanted to stab Zhang Heng's chest, and his companion on the other side also failed to escape Zhang Heng's shooting. Although Zhang Heng's shooting skills were somewhat compromised, he didn't need to aim much at such a close distance, and no one could be faster than the bullet. Zhang Heng's submachine gun had run out of ammunition when he broke out of the glass factory before, but after an hour, he could get a weapon with full ammunition by reassembling it into building blocks. Of course, if he wasn't extremely tired now, he wouldn't have needed to use this method to end the battle. Zhang Heng heard 2 system prompts, but he didn't have time to calculate his current score. He then rushed upstairs. Since those things were still there, it meant that Bai Qing and the captured people were likely still alive. Zhang Heng chose to take a simple elevator to go upstairs, which was the fastest, but he knew that those things would not let him get upstairs so easily. Sure enough, when the elevator reached the 6th floor, a sack filled with cement fell from the sky, hitting the elevator and stopping directly in midair. Not long after that, another truck of bricks fell from the sky, and at the same time, the steel rope broke, and the anti-fall device had been removed by humans long before. In the end, nothing could stop the elevator box from falling freely downward. The box body touched the ground, accompanied by a loud bang. The huge impact deformed the entire box door, and the condition of the people inside could be imagined. However, when the people on the 11th floor were trying to see the situation on the ground in the dust, Zhang Heng had already climbed up along the wall on the other side. It must be admitted that Zhang Heng took a considerable risk by choosing this path to go upstairs, mainly because of his physical condition. The climbing that was originally easy for him became no longer as comfortable as before, especially considering his current height from the ground. If he fails, the consequences will be disastrous. But Zhang Heng knew that whether he went up from the elevator or from the inside, he would definitely encounter the other party's long-range personnel. Only from the side could he disrupt the other party's deployment. Another good news is that there didn't seem to be many people left at the construction site. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been only 2 people ambushing him downstairs. Although his hand slipped twice on the way, Zhang Heng finally climbed up to the 11th floor smoothly and climbed in from the concrete windowsill. After that, Zhang Heng tried to slow down his steps and move forward while observing the surrounding environment. After walking about 20 steps, Zhang Heng bypassed a load-bearing wall and saw a guy lying on the stairs, holding a modified nail gun in his hand. This should be the most lethal weapon they can get. A nail gun used for decoration can be turned into a very lethal earth gun with a little modification. However, Zhang Heng did not rush to shoot, seeing that the other party did not find him. Zhang Heng just silently memorized the target's position, and then continued to walk forward along the wall. He walked forward another 10 meters, and finally saw the people who were replaced. They all looked quite haggard. Obviously, they had been frightened a lot during this period. Zhang Heng found the college students among them, as well as Bai Qing and her mother. Seeing that they were safe and sound, Zhang Heng was relieved. However, they were all in a coma without exception. There was also a person who was responsible for guarding them, holding a lighter in his hand, and 4 empty barrels of gasoline at his feet. When it saw Zhang Heng appear, its expression was obviously a little surprised. Zhang Heng did not give the other party a chance to ignite the fire. The bullets accurately poured into the head of the unlucky guy. When he pulled the trigger, the person who was waiting to ambush him on the other side also heard the movement here and rushed over. Zhang Heng did not find a shelter, just half knelt on the ground and gave it the remaining 20 bullets. When the battle finally ended, he was almost exhausted and didn't even want to move a little finger. However, listening to the sirens coming from the original side, Zhang Heng knew that he couldn't rest yet. Chapter 700 Superman. Bai Qing, lend me your math workbook. I have 2 wrong questions to correct. Oh, okay. When Bai Qing heard Qi Jia's voice, he put down the gel pen in his hand and took out the workbook from his school bag. But he didn't let go of her hand immediately when she handed it to him. Sorry. I was a little distracted just now. Bai Qing apologized and finally let go of her hand. Are you thinking about him again? Qi Jia took the workbook and raised her eyebrows. Yeah. Bai Qing habitually glanced at the seat next to her, but that was now occupied by another girl. 3 months had passed since the battle at the construction site, and that was the last time she saw that figure. When she opened her eyes again, she had come to the police station with other survivors. However, no one believed the story they told. The 4 bodies found at the construction site were mysteriously stolen that afternoon, and when the police followed her words and led a team to rush into the glass factory, they found that it was empty, and there was nothing under workshop number 3. But the good news is that her mother's body and other clones also disappeared. In the end, due to the lack of key evidence, the deceased reappeared and the public security organs withdrew the criminal case against her father. Everything that happened before was really like a nightmare, which magically disappeared after opening her eyes. However, Zhang Heng illegal possession of firearms and ammunition, driving without a license, hitting people on the street, and suspected murder were difficult to clear. He seemed to be very clear about this. After making a phone call to his grandfather, he disappeared. The police didn't take it seriously at first. After all, it was easy to catch a high school student who had no social experience. In addition, there were cameras everywhere in modern society, so ordinary suspects had nowhere to hide. However, the subsequent development of the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. Zhang Heng's escape was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, disappearing completely. The police tried various investigative methods, but still had no results to date. That guy, is he really as powerful as you say? Qi Jia said. Yeah. Sometimes I wonder if he is also from another place. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why he can fight those things on his own. Like Superman from Krypton? Qi Jia curled his lips. You don't want to be Lois Lane, do you? Bai Qing blushed. I just don't know how he is now. If he is really as powerful as you say, you don't need to worry about him at all, Qi Jia said. Maybe he just took a spaceship back to his planet Krypton. Seeing Bai Qing's expression, Qi Jia paused, and a narrow smile appeared on his face. Oh, you are not really worried about his safety. You are just wondering why he has not contacted you after such a long time. This should be called spring thinking. You are the one who is thinking about spring. It's so ugly. Bai Qing picked up the book and pretended to slap Qi Jia. In the end, the latter turned around and ran away. Qi Jia slipped back to her seat and picked up her school bag. My sister and I have an appointment to get a manicure together in the evening, so I will leave first. You can continue to think about your Mr. Superman. When almost everyone in the classroom had left, Bai Qing packed up her books, took a last look at the unrecognizable seat next to her, and walked down the teaching building. After leaving the school gate, she walked towards the bus stop with her school bag on her back. However, for some reason, she felt uneasy along the way. Bai Qing remembered that she was followed by someone at the Children's Palace before. After more than 3 months, this feeling came back to her mind. Bai Qing looked behind her, but it was the peak time for school and get off work. and there were many people on the street. So she couldn't tell who was wrong. So she could only comfort herself that she was overthinking. Perhaps it was the sequelae of the previous incident that made her a little paranoid. Later, Bai Qing came to the bus station as usual, where she saw a man wearing a mask and a hood. The other party did not face her directly, but Bai Qing always felt that the other party looked familiar, but she could not remember where she had seen him. At this time, the bus she was waiting for arrived at the station. Bai Qing swiped the card and got on the bus with other passengers. When the door was about to close at the last moment, the man in the mask also flashed in. Bai Qing couldn't help but stare at him for a few more times. The familiar feeling always lingered in her mind and could not be shaken off. But just a little bit. Just a little bit. Bai Qing still couldn't remember who the other person was. She subconsciously moved a few steps to the back car, distanced herself from the man in the mask, and then looked out the window, trying to calm herself down. And her approach did work. Her mood improved in the following time, until she saw a law firm on the street, and finally woke up suddenly, remembering where the familiar feeling of the masked man came from. The other party had been her father, defense lawyer, and the two sides had met before, but she didn't feel good about him, especially those emotionless eyes, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. After experiencing a series of events before, Bai Qing didn't think that the other party's appearance here today was just a coincidence to take the same bus with her. So when the bus stopped at the next stop, Bai Qing also squeezed to the door and almost ran off the bus like escaping. However, this was an area she was not familiar with, and Bai Qing didn't know where she was. She could only try to find a place that was convenient for hiding. She plunged into a shopping mall, passed through a layer of cosmetics and jewelry counters, came to the door of the fire escape, pushed open the hinged door, and there was an open-air parking lot outside. Bai Qing was looking for an exit, but the next moment she saw the masked man at the exit again. This time, the other party did not hide and walked straight towards her. Bai Qing turned around and ran into the mall again, but then she found that the door she came from could not be opened. Bai Qing shook the door lock vigorously, hoping to attract the attention of people in the mall. But even the counter closest to the fire escape was a distance away from here. Seeing that the other party was less than 20 meters away from her, Bai Qing could only give up here and run to the back of the parking lot. The masked man silently took out a knife from his briefcase and followed. He spoke in a hoarse voice. It's time to make him pay the price. Chapter 701, Respecting Friendship and Memories. It's not enough that he destroyed our tribe. He has been hunting down the remaining people for the past few months, the masked man said hatefully. Thanks to him, the number of my people has been decreasing. Without the tree pupa, we have already been unable to reproduce. However, he still refuses to give up. He doesn't even give us the opportunity to hide in human society and spend the rest of our time in peace. In this case, let's just fight to the death. We will also kill all those who are related to him and let him live the rest of his life alone. Bai Qing had retreated to the back of the parking lot, with no way to retreat. She looked around and finally pulled out an old light bulb from the trash can. If it was her in the past, she would probably be trembling with fear at this time. However, after experiencing the baptism of the incident 3 months ago, although she was still very scared, at least her calves were no longer trembling, and she could still find a way to protect herself. Although she didn't know how much use the light bulb in her hand could be. Seeing the masked man on the opposite side approaching step by step, Bai Qing could only hold the only light bulb she could rely on. The masked man seemed a little dissatisfied with Bai Qing's reaction. In his opinion, Bai Qing should be trembling and trying to distance himself from Zhang Heng, but the latter seemed to accept the other party's reason for seeking revenge on her. The masked man didn't want to waste any more time. Although there was no one in the parking lot now, it didn't mean that there wouldn't be cars coming in later. After all, this was a public place. He quickened his pace and rushed over here, ready to fight quickly. The battle ended as quickly as he expected. He ran less than 5 steps, and a string of blood beads burst out from the back of his head. A bullet shot from nowhere penetrated his head and just passed through the shadow in the 4th ventricle. The masked man's pupils were filled with reluctance and surprise, and at the same time, there was a hint of fear. However, the next second, he could no longer control his body, and he fell forward and fell at Bai Qing's feet. Seeing the blood hole behind his head and the mixture of brain and blood flowing out of it, Bai Qing did not scream in fear, but showed a hint of joy, threw away the light tube in his hand, and looked around. It's you. You are here, right? No one answered in the parking lot. So you plan to never come to see me again for the rest of your life? Bai Qing said loudly. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will ask you that question? Am I scarier to you than those things? After a while, a voice finally came from the roof of the next building. Zhang Heng said helplessly. Let's talk about it later. This guy has an accomplice in the mall. He can't chase you and close the door of the fire escape at the same time. Please help me move the body to the car first, and I will deal with the other guy. Zhang Heng threw down a car key from above. Okay. Bai Qing took it and said happily. After a pause, as if she was worried that Zhang Heng would leave without saying goodbye again, she added, during this period, I missed you very much. I know. After saying this, Zhang Heng disappeared from the roof. A quarter of an hour later, the two met again in the parking lot. Bai Qing wanted to rush up, but at this time a Ford Mondeo just drove in from outside and blocked her way. Bai Qing had to wait for the Mondeo to pass before rushing up. At this time, she no longer cared about her modesty and jumped directly onto Zhang Heng, tightly wrapping around the ladder like a koala. The ladder had to reach out and hold her to prevent her from falling off. I knew you hadn't left yet, Bai Qing said. The Mondeo found a parking space and parked in. Then the family of three got out of the car. Seeing this scene, the father quickly covered his son's eyes, and the mother shook her head again and again. Young people nowadays really don't pay attention in public places. Bai Qing would probably blush when she heard this. But now she only had the joy of reunion in her heart. She didn't even get off Zhang Heng's body when she was told this. She even boldly reached out and touched Zhang Heng's cheek. Am I dreaming? Are you really back? Yes, I'm back, but I can't stay for long. Because you know, and there's a body waiting for me to deal with in the women's bathroom. Zhang Heng replied. Sometimes, I do wonder if you will return to Krypton after saving the Earth, Bai Qing said with red eyes. When I finish the remaining things. Yes, I'm afraid I will be away for quite a long time. How long is quite long? Will it always be that long? About the same. So the question before wasn't just a code, right? Sorry. Zhang Heng apologized. No, you don't need to say those two words to me. You saved me in my life. You are my hero. Even if I am the only one who knows it in this world, Bai Qing said. And then she attacked someone at the fastest speed. Their lips briefly touched and then quickly separated, as softly as a dragonfly flying over a summer pond. Bai Qing's face finally turned red this time, and he murmured, So this is what kissing feels like. In the booth of the bar lounge, Zhang Heng woke up from the proxy war copy. Unlike before, this time he checked his body first, but found nothing different. In fact, after he made that action that did not exist in any memory on the roof of workshop number 3, he had been studying what happened to him. But he tried several more times afterwards, but failed to replicate the previous effect. In addition, Zhang Heng also checked the props on his body again to confirm that none of them were related to the incident on the roof. If we add the previous weird dream, the damp and dark seaside town, and the strange-looking old man, then what happened to him might be more noteworthy than the dungeon trip itself. You look good, said the bartender. Why? Did you see an old friend over there? I guess so, Zhang Heng said. You look happy today. Too. Why? Oh, maybe it's because I have an old friend coming, and I've been waiting for him for a long time. The bartender's eyes flashed with some inexplicable light, and then she quickly mixed 2 cocktails, pushed one of them in front of Zhang Heng, and raised her glass, saying, To friendship and memories, the 2 most beautiful things in the world. Shouldn't you keep this wine for your old friend? It doesn't matter. It's the same with you. Anyway, he doesn't like to drink much. The bartender drank her own cocktail in one gulp, then frowned slightly. Is it a little too bitter? Did I squeeze too much lemon juice? Chapter 702 Alien Races. This must be fake. Am I blind? What happened to the score of the person ranked first on the official website? Spokesperson, Madrid is incredible. 1,475 points. My God. Is this a system error? The second place only has 360 points. Although this is only the first day of the proxy war, the bosses of the 3 major guilds may not have finished. But isn't this score a bit too exaggerated? Spokesperson, can your sister introduce me to it? It is said that the difficulty of the proxy war dungeon is much higher than that of the ordinary dungeon. As far as I know, There are many people who got 0 points in the first dungeon. Of course, they are not that strong agents. But according to the existing data, the average score is around 70. 1475. Who is this Simon? Spokesperson, Fruit Tart. Simon is a new player. We met at the auction at the end of last year. At that time, he didn't even know the basic concept of team games. Spokesperson, Professor. Are you kidding me? How can a new player become so strong in less than half a year? This is not growth. This is nuclear fission. Spokesperson, Carousel. I want to know too. Spokesperson, Professor. It may just be a duplicate name. I have seen 3 people named Xiaoji before. Anyway, everyone just randomly chooses code names. Spokesperson, Pikachu. After the proxy war started, most of the forums were devoted to discussing this matter. Simon, who ranked first on the official rankings, became the focus of all discussions. The main reason was that the score displayed behind him was a bit too exaggerated. Some people even suspected that he had cleared 3 rounds of dungeons in one day. Because the dungeon mechanism of the proxy war is different from the daily dungeon. It requires players to clear 3 dungeons within 45 days, and there is no natural month interval in between. Therefore, in theory, as long as you don't need to recover your spirit and rest buffer, you can clear all 3 dungeons in one go. But even if this score is distributed among 3 copies, it is still frighteningly high, and it is even more terrifying if it is obtained in 1 copy. Which means that this guy named Simon does not even need to participate in the next 2 copies to ensure that he can stably qualify for the next round. However, less than a day later, a second ID with a score of 1000 appeared, named Beta. And this time someone happened to be brushing the list, which proved that just a few minutes ago, the score of this guy named Beta was still 0. Which means that he or she only passed 1 copy of the proxy war and got more than 1000 points. Currently, he ranks second on the list with a score of 1007. The ID ranked third is not as mysterious as the first 2. Tianma is the current president of Silver Wing and the owner of 3 B-level items. With the super elite team created by Silver Wing, he scored 872 points in the first copy. If it weren't for the mysterious Simon in Beta, he should be at the top of the list now. However, from this list, it can be seen that the strength gap between the agents may be greater than many people imagine. In the same difficulty copy, the top few people and the others are not in the same dimension. Zhang Heng was not too concerned about his ranking. Instead, Rabbit soon sent him a WeChat message out of curiosity, asking him if Simon on the list was him. After Zhang Heng admitted it, she unexpectedly did not ask any further questions for the first time. Perhaps it was because Zhang Heng's performance in the Sphinx time was amazing, and he had saved her before, which made Zhang Heng's image in her heart infinitely elevated. Even when she saw Zhang Heng get more than 1000 points, she was not surprised. She just went to do her homework with satisfaction after getting the answer. In addition, Zhang Heng also met Shen Sisi at school. The latter should have confirmed his identity from Rabbit, and congratulated him when they met. But Shen Sisi herself had not had time to go to the dungeon. Seeing Zhang Heng asked, she hesitated for a moment and said, "Do you still remember 1810 and the others?" "Yes. 1810 is the code name of the flat-headed man. He and his player team participated in the previous Sphinx incident, and took away the stunned Sphinx at the end as agreed. Their team had an accident on the way back." Shen Sisi sighed. "What do you mean by accident?" "They were attacked." "Who attacked them?" Shen Sisi's face showed a strange look. "Dumbledore." "Who?" Zhang Heng suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. "Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts in Harry Potter." "I know who Dumbledore is," Zhang Heng said. "The question is why Dumbledore didn't stay in Hogwarts and came to attack them. Preliminary estimates suggest it's the same as the Sphinx." 1810 said that when they were fighting, Dumbledore only used 1 move to make him faint. "Huh. The spell from Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire." Zhang Heng still had some impression of it. "So they were unconscious or immobilized after being hit?" 1810 said that the feeling was more like the electrical coma after being electrocuted. After being hit by the stunner, even those who are not unconscious will become confused and lose their ability to move. They can only watch Dumbledore rescue the Sphinx in the trunk. "That's not bad," Zhang Heng said. "It's just that the Sphinx was lost. Even if it has props, they are only of F or E grade quality. That's what it was." But Dumbledore saved the Sphinx and turned around and walked a few steps before stopping and turning back. Did he forget to bring his wallet when he went to the market to buy vegetables? That would be great if that's the case. He then carried the unconscious Yogurt. Oh! Yogurt is one of the two girls in their team. The smaller one. She gave herself this code name because she likes to drink yogurt. She was kidnapped by Dumbledore? Yes. This incident made the 1810 team very angry. Especially when they were all electrocuted and could only watch the other party leave. In the past week, they have been looking for the whereabouts of that Dumbledore and the Sphinx. But they have not appeared since then. This experience is really magical. John Hung shrugged after listening. I know that your previous meeting was not pleasant, Shinsisi said. 1810 is willing to sincerely apologize for the previous impolite behavior. And they hope to seek your help. Why me? They saw your strength at night. And your score in this proxy war is ridiculously high. They are independent players. And their strength is good. But they are just ordinary people. And they rarely come into contact with large guilds. I do know a few masters. But they are busy with proxy wars recently. You may be the only one who is free. By the way, they will not ask you to help for free. If you can help them find a yogurt, they are willing to pay points and game props. Chapter 703 Quarrel. In the private room of Donlishan. Except for the yogurt that was taken away. 1810 and the rest of his team were all present and sat at the table together. But everyone's face was full of solemnity and fatigue. And 1810's eyes were full of bloodshot. The table was clearly filled with colorful dishes. But whether it was lamb, fish balls, shrimp balls, or tripe, none of them could arouse the appetite of the people sitting there. 1810 kept staring at the copper pot in the middle, as if a flower would bloom on it. On the other side, Black Swan was also very upset, and subconsciously took out a pack of Jinling 12 beauties from her arms. However, when she took out a lighter to light the cigarette, 1810 snatched it away before she could take a puff. 1810 directly extinguished the cigarette with his thumb and index finger, and then returned the cigarette to Black Swan. The latter rolled his eyes, took the cigarette butt, and threw it into the trash can beside him with disgust. It's already 7 o'clock. Is he coming or not? Wonder Woman said he'd promised to come to see us. 1810 said. Didn't the hospital say anything? You haven't been to work for such a long time. Black Swan said. The theater has been calling me. It's okay for the old play. But the new play will premiere tomorrow night. I asked for bereavement leave from the hospital. 1810 said coldly. Whose? My mother's. Is it your mother still alive? Let's get through this period first. And we have to find yogurt. Huh. Don't blame me for not reminding you. She has been missing for more than a week. Black Swan said. We don't even know if she's still alive. What if she's already dead? Is it worth spending so much for a corpse? It means that our 6 months of hard work have been in vain. 1810 finally moved his eyes away from the copper pot and moved them to Black Swan's face, saying word by word, if it was you who was kidnapped, we would do the same. That's so thoughtful. But if I'm already dead, then whatever you do has nothing to do with me. Black Swan opened the cigarette box again while speaking. But this time 1810 directly held her hand. I said, don't smoke tonight. Black Swan looked into 1810's eyes and smiled after a moment. Of course. You are the boss. You have the final say. After that, she took back the cigarette. 1810 frowned. I thought we had reached a consensus on this matter. Everyone voted together to save yogurt at all costs. I remember you also voted in favor at that time. Voting is meaningless. You are the captain. You have already stated that you will not give up any member. Of course, others will vote according to your wishes. Black Swan said. If you are not satisfied with my leadership style, you can quit the team. 1810 said solemnly. In this way, you don't have to pay the points to save yogurt. See, this is why everyone voted in favor. Black Swan sneered, seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense. Little Yellow Duck came out to smooth things over and poured a glass of orange juice for each of them. Swan sister, it's not like that. The captain can stick to the principles. This is why we all follow the captain. Points can be earned again. But yogurt is our companion. And he was kidnapped in front of us. This matter can't just be let go. And the captain also said that if it were the rest of us, he would also take action. Black Swan smiled when he heard this. Little Yellow Duck, I know what you are thinking. You must think that I am not very righteous. And I can't compare with the righteous captain. There is a saying that goes, beat the man is ruthless, and the actor is righteous. It happens that I have both of these. No. 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 That's not the case. Little Yellow Duck waved his hands quickly. Sister. You will always be my sister in my heart. Okay. For what you said, I will also give you a piece of advice. When you get out into the society, you will know that what you see and hear may not be true. There are only two kinds of people in this world. One is a successful person, and the other is a person who helps others succeed. The former can always use some righteous and passionate principles to inspire the latter's enthusiasm, package their own ideals as everyone's ideals, and let the latter willingly work for him and become a stepping stone for him to achieve his goals, while the latter foolishly speaks well of the former until they are sold out. If you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. 1810 said coldly. You don't really think we are all the second type of people, do you? Black Swan turned around. Yogurt was the last to join the team. Her ability is the worst among us, and her joining is also suspicious. 2 months ago, you said you needed to find a careful person to handle the team's logistics problems. But in fact, what we lacked more at that time was a tough guy. Oh, I see. You are still angry because I rejected the person you recommended to join the team. Actually, not really, Black Swan said. You have been trying to convince everyone that you are a fair, responsible, and just team leader. But when you stand with Wonder Woman, you are two completely different creatures. Black Swan paused. Are you going to do it yourself? Or do you want me to reveal your little secret? If you like Wonder Woman so much, why don't you just join her team? 1810 asked back. I admire people with an overflowing sense of justice, because they are rarer than diamonds in this society. Human nature is selfish. But I don't want to pay for extra justice, Black Swan said. So I accepted your invitation. Because we are the same kind of people. Admit it. The reason you are so anxious to rescue Yogurt is not because she is your team member. Why else? I am old enough to be her father. 1810 laughed in anger. Yes, she is your daughter. Black Swan took a sip of orange juice and said leisurely. But you and your first love secretly gave birth to her. Later, you married the daughter of the former dean for your own future and formed your current family. Deep in your heart, you were full of guilt for abandoning them before. By chance, you found out that your illegitimate daughter was also a player. So you recruited her into your team. You investigated me privately. 1810's face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip out. Like I said, there are more than just the second type of people in your team, Black Swan said. Just when the atmosphere was tense and everyone's nerves were tense, the door of the box was pushed open. Zhang Heng and Shinsisi walked in from outside. Sorry. I have class in the afternoon, and it just ended, Zhang Heng said as he quickly glanced around the room, taking in the expressions on everyone's faces. Should I go out first and give you some time to prepare? Chapter 704 Remuneration. Welcome. 1810 stood up first and tried to force a smile on his gloomy face. There may be some unpleasantness between us when we met last time, because there were 2 more operations to be done later, and I was in a hurry at the time, so my attitude may not be very good. It's okay. As a surgeon, it's understandable. And we didn't know each other before. Zhang Heng shook hands with 1810 generously. To be honest, there was no big conflict between the two sides. It was just that when they first met, 1810 said that Zhang Heng was arrogant because he waited a little too long. If Shinsisi hadn't mentioned this matter again, Zhang Heng would have long forgotten the time he had gone through a dungeon. Afterwards, Black Swan and the others stood up and greeted Zhang Heng with a smile. Except for the little yellow duck, who still looked a little unnatural. The expressions of veterans, like 1810 and Black Swan, had returned to normal. It was hard to tell that they had just quarreled and were about to overturn the table. No matter what kind of conflict there was between the two, they were in the same team after all. At this time, they still had to face the outside world together and solve the yogurt issue first. Black Swan also helped Zhang Heng pull out the stool, and the latter thanked him and sat down with Shinsisi. 1810 breathed a sigh of relief. He was most worried that Zhang Heng was the kind of young and hot-tempered person who would take revenge for any slight. As long as he suffered a little grievance, he would keep it in his heart and try to repay it twice as much. Then tonight's event would definitely fail. However, based on Shinsisi's description of Zhang Heng and the brief contact between the two parties before, 1810 felt that Zhang Heng was still a relatively easygoing and easy-to-communicate type. This kind of person would not take it too seriously as long as you did not touch his bottom line or have any conflicts of interest. But on the other hand, this also meant that he would not be as easily stimulated and guided by words as ordinary young people. Facing such a person, being open and honest may be the best choice. 1810 did not sit down with the others, but called the waiter in to help open the 2 bottles of Fakian Matai he brought with him, and sorted out his thoughts by the way. However, Zhang Heng spoke first. Since you are so anxious about your companions, let's talk about business first. Besides, I drove here tonight and cannot drink. 1810 nodded and waved to let the waiter leave the private room. It's embarrassing to say that you did the most to deal with the mechanical sphinx that night, but the final spoils belong to us. Oh, this? Since you have already discussed it with Shinsisi, you should distribute it according to the agreement. I just went to help, Zhang Heng said truthfully. Although he was short of points because of a certain crappy knife, he really didn't care much about an F or E level item. In the end, we couldn't keep it, 1810 said with a wry smile. Wonder Woman told you. We were attacked on the way. I heard that it was Dumbledore who did it. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. I used to be his fan. I bought a set of his books and movies. The little yellow duck interrupted and complained. It's not reasonable that he knocked us out. But he also came back and took away yogurt. The black swan on the other side obviously saw it more thoroughly and added. The behavior logic of mechanical creations generally does not have the situation where they didn't do it before, but decided to come back and do it again after thinking about it. So do you think it came back after receiving some instructions at that time? Yes. Black Swan nodded. The Sphinx we dealt with before, which forced us to guess riddles, had a typical machine behavior pattern. It was set to 3 chances. No matter what we said, as long as it was not the correct answer, it would waste 1 chance. If we answered correctly, it would leave. And if we answered incorrectly, it would be punished. There was no middle ground. And then we met Dumbledore. At first, his goal was obviously just to rescue the Sphinx we caught. But then, there was obviously someone behind that action. That was the last time you saw Dumbledore. Right? Yes, 1810 said. His appearance is actually quite recognizable, especially the big beard. If he walked on the street, he would definitely be noticed. Unless he really knew some invisibility spell that could make himself disappear instantly. We thought he would always leave some traces. So in order to find the yogurt, we have been checking the nearby surveillance for a week. As a result, although Dumbledore's whereabouts have not been found, we have made new discoveries. 1810 hesitated for a moment. We saw the Ninja Turtles and Master Yoda. Huh? Master Yoda is the Master Yoda in Star Wars? Yes. Exactly like in the movie. With green skin and a pair of pointed ears, looking like a long-haired goblin. And the Ninja Turtles. For at a time, we also realized at that time that we might not be able to handle this matter with the strength of our team. 1810 said. It was no wonder that he was worried. It was not easy for them to deal with a single Sphinx before. And the remaining ones were even more powerful. Basically, in the original movie or novel, they were either the protagonist or the protagonist's master, even if their abilities were not completely preserved. As long as each of them had the strength of a Sphinx, they would have no way to deal with them all. They were not facing just a single mechanical creature, but most likely a small mechanical army. With their own strength alone, the possibility of saving Yogurt was too small. So they wanted to ask for help from a master. 1810 said. Of course, we won't let you work in vain. In terms of points, we can pay 400 points, plus 2 game props. But the props are only E level and F level. These things may not be a big deal for a big guild. But considering that 1810 is just an independent player team, they should have gritted their teeth to come up with it. Which is quite sincere. 1810 really didn't play any tricks with Zhang Heng, and directly revealed his bottom line. 400 points plus an E level and F level prop. It should be a total of 500 points of compensation. As if worried that Zhang Heng was still not satisfied, 1810 added. We now have 2 E level props and 3 F level props. You can choose from them. As he spoke, he took out a lighter and a bottle cap from his arms. Black Swan frowned when he heard this, but finally took off the choker around his neck and put it on the table. On the other side, Little Yellow Duck and Mole took out a fish hook and another took out something that looked like a bird's foot. Zhang Heng's eyes were almost immediately attracted by the last thing. Chapter 705 Shadowfoot. The mole saw Zhang Heng looking at the bird foot-like thing and took the initiative to speak. This is the Shadowfoot. F quality. Function. Actually, it's pretty useless. It can summon a shadow to descend. The area of the shadow is about 10 meters by 10 meters. But it's just an ordinary shadow. It can't attack and has no special effects. At most, it can scare people. It's not very useful in real battles. And there's a limit on the number of times it can be used. Only once left. This should be the least valuable of these props. 1810 also said, "You can look at other things." Since he had decided to let Zhang Heng choose, 1810 decided to make it clear, so that Zhang Heng would not feel uncomfortable after choosing this one, and then find that other ones were better. After all, these were just E-level and F-level props. Even if there was a certain difference in value, it was very limited. There was no need to be unhappy over this little price difference. No, I just need this little thing. So I take the F-level prop. Zhang Heng said after hearing this. Ever since he learned that the shadow set could be combined, Zhang Heng had been keeping an eye on the remaining item. He had previously asked Fulu to find out the whereabouts of the item, but there had been no news. Unexpectedly, he encountered it by chance this time. The name of the shadow set was easy to recognize, and its function was similar to the shadow moment and shadow key he had before. Even without the 400 points, Zhang Heng's trip was worthwhile just for this item. After that, Zhang Heng listened to 1810's introduction of the two E-level props, and finally chose the bottle cap. This thing is called marble soda, and its effect is very interesting. No matter what liquid, as long as it is put into the bottle and covered with this bottle cap, it will become marble soda with random flavors. Although it looks magical, it seems that it is not very useful except saving some soda money. In fact, this thing is not as versatile as the choker on the neck of the Black Swan. But Zhang Heng can see that the Black Swan does not want to take out the choker. Since Zhang Heng has already obtained the Shadow Foot, he does not want to steal someone's love for an E-level prop. Of course, the main reason is that he is a grown man, and it looks too weird to go out with a collar. As for the remaining 400 points, Shinsisi will be the fair judge, and Zhang Heng will pay it after he finds the yogurt. Seeing that Zhang Heng agreed to take action, 1810 also breathed a sigh of relief and began to invite everyone to eat. By the way, he also wanted to confirm the next action plan with Zhang Heng during the meal, but he didn't expect that it was different from the time when he dealt with Sphinx. This time, the latter said that he wanted to investigate alone. Black Swan and 1810 did not change their expressions after hearing this, but the embarrassment on the face of the little yellow duck could not be hidden. Zhang Heng explained, "Don't get me wrong. I'm just used to acting alone. If there are any problems, I will contact you by phone." Black Swan lowered his head and drank orange juice silently, clearly intending to stay out of the matter. 1810 considered his words and said politely, "After all, the opponent's strength is not weak. If you are alone, what if you encounter any danger?" Shinsisi knew that 1810 was still a little worried. After all, this was only the second time they had contact with Zhang Heng. Although they knew that the opponent was temporarily ranked first in the first round of the proxy war, they were still not fully aware of their specific strength. In addition, they were also worried that the opponent would not take this matter seriously even though he agreed verbally. So he said, "How about this? I will investigate with him." "How about it? Is it okay?" Shinsisi's last question was to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng nodded. Okay. He still had a lot of secrets that he didn't want to be known by outsiders. It was difficult for him to show his full strength when there were other people present. However, Shinsisi's words at least did not have any trust issues. And after finding the specific location, he could wait until midnight before taking action on his own. Then Zhang Heng asked 1810 in detail about the results of their investigation during this period, wrote down some of the more noteworthy points, and solved dinner by the way. The banquet didn't last long, and it ended in less than an hour. After the meal, Black Swan took the initiative to find Zhang Heng to exchange phone numbers, and took out 2 tickets from her bag and handed them to him. "This is the musical I starred in. If you are interested, you can come and watch it with your friends. Sorry, I have to deal with things here first. I know, I didn't give you the tickets for the premiere tomorrow night, but the one a week later." Black Swan smiled, then leaned close to Zhang Heng's ear and whispered, "Thank you for showing mercy on the choker matter. Maybe when you are free later, we can discuss how I can repay you." "You're welcome. I just don't need it." Black Swan winked at Zhang Heng and got into his car. At this time, Shinsisi, who stayed behind, came over after talking to 1810 and asked curiously, "What did she say to you just now?" "She gave me 2 concert tickets," Jong Hung said. Ocean Cece stretched out the sound, with a playful look on her face. "You performed so well in the first round of the proxy war copy. It's normal for girls to notice you," Shin Cece said. And then she sighed. Black Swan is actually not easy. Women like her will inevitably attract the attention of nearby men. It is said that she did not get along well with the original team. And then she was forced to play 2 rounds of single-player games before joining the 1810 team. "Really?" Jong Hung said, paused and asked. "What about you?" "I'm lucky. I met some good people when I was in the novice group," Shin Cece said. "But unfortunately, some of them didn't make it to today." Although Shin Cece said it lightly, Jong Hung knew that her early game experience was probably not very pleasant. In fact, it was the same for most players. Jong Hung was also quite embarrassed in the previous few rounds of dungeons, especially the novice dungeons where he stayed on a deserted island for more than a year, almost becoming Robinson Crusoe. He opened the door of the Polo, and Shin Cece sat in the co-pilot seat naturally as when she came. After thinking about it, she decided to say it. "Do you know why 1810 wants to find Yogurt so much?" "I know. Yogurt is his daughter." Jong Hung nodded. "Huh? When did he tell you?" Shin Cece was stunned. "I can see it. It's actually quite obvious. There are many details," Jong Hung said. "They probably quarreled about this matter before we came." Chapter 706 Emperor. "You can tell they had argued before?" Shin Cece raised her eyebrows. "Well, I spent some time with Holmes in a previous copy," Jong Hung explained as he started the car. "How long will it take?" 2 months. "For you to learn his signature deductive reasoning?" Shin Cece said. "Actually, a little longer than 2 months." "That's pretty impressive," Shin Cece praised. "It seems 1810 has found the right person this time." "I do my best," Jong Hung said, driving out of the parking lot. And then said, "There's still some time now. Do you want to go back to school?" "No need." Shin Cece shook her head and said, "I don't have much to do if I go back. Yogurt has been missing for more than a week. The sooner we find her, the better." "What about you? Great detective? Do you have any clues?" "Yes," Jong Hung said. "If we want to find the guy hiding behind the scenes, we must first accept his rules of the game. Remember the Sphinx before?" "Of course. Although it is a fake, its action mode has been imitating the Sphinx in Greek mythology. In the surveillance video that 1810 showed me before, the 4 Ninja Turtles also went into the sewer after crossing the intersection. Except for Dumbledore's unreasonable behavior later, the other characters basically tried to do things that were exactly like the prototype. This shows that no matter who created them, they tried to imitate the prototype in the programming they wrote for them." "Huh. Indeed." Shin Cece thought for a moment and said, "We can use this to find them. To be precise, let them come to us," Jong Hung said. "Although their whereabouts have always been erratic, we know the area where they often appear and their behavioral logic, so we may be able to lure them out." "So, are we going to drill into the sewer next?" "No. I mean we can pretend to be the Emperor." "Who?" Sheev Palpatine, the former Speaker of the Galactic Republic, later launched the Clone Wars, declared the Jedi Order treason, and established the Galactic Empire. He is considered the #1 enemy of the Jedi Order. Jong Hung briefly explained the identity of the Emperor. "If Master Yoda sees the Emperor, he will definitely show up." "Okay. I roughly understand your plan. So where should we start next?" "We need to find a set of clothes first. Can you get the Emperor's costume?" Jong Hung could actually get it, but it would be more troublesome. So he decided to ask Shin Cece next to him first. "Well, let me think about it." The latter raised his eyebrows. "We need to ask Tuzzy for this matter. She is an anime fan, and has joined a cosplay organization. She should be able to find a way to borrow it. Then I have to trouble her. It'd be better if she buys it, because I can't guarantee that it won't be damaged," Jong Hung said. An hour later, the two of them arrived at the downstairs of a residential area. A boy wearing glasses was waiting for them at the entrance of the residential area. There was a box at his feet, which contained a full set of equipment for cosplaying as an emperor. Jong Hung took a quick look and found that it was quite realistic. Although it was far from the level of the Sphinx, it was still quite realistic at night if you didn't look closely. "Are you really willing to spend 2,000 yuan to buy the set?" The boy hesitated. The price of cosplay costumes fluctuates greatly, ranging from hundreds to tens of thousands. The workmanship of the boy's Emperor cosplay costume is quite fine, but the cost is estimated to be around 500 yuan. He is a little tired of cosplaying as the Emperor at comic exhibitions recently, and wants to change his image. When he heard that someone was willing to pay a high price for it, he immediately agreed. Yes. Zhang Heng took out an envelope from the storage compartment under the car door and handed it to the boy. You count it. The latter took the envelope, opened it, looked at it, and felt its thickness, and said with a smile, No. You are introduced by Tuzi. You must be trustworthy. Then he looked at Shinsisi again. Brother, I still have a set of island-style cosplay clothes. Would you like to take it? It is definitely my treasure. I originally planned to let my future girlfriend wear it for me, but now it seems that there is no hope. I can sell it to you at a low price. Thank you for your enthusiasm, but I think it is better not to give up hope completely, Zhang Heng said. After all, who can predict what will happen tomorrow? The boy with glasses smiled bitterly. Tomorrow I might go up on my own. But before he finished, Shinsisi on the other side suddenly asked, Do you have Voldemort's cosplay costume? No, Voldemort. He's not very popular recently. But I have a set of Hermione's clothes in my collection. Do you want them? The boy with glasses' eyes lit up. How much? He hesitated. It's free. Just put it on, and take a picture for me. As if he was afraid that Shinsisi would regret it. The boy with glasses immediately rushed back home. Wait for me. Less than 5 minutes later, he rushed down from upstairs, sweating profusely, holding another box in his arms. Gryffindor school uniform. Tie, cloak, skirt, magic hat, scarf, and wand are all in it. You are quite well prepared, Shinsisi said. That's right. Everyone in the cosplay circle knows how serious I am. I cosplayed Bulbasaur before, and lay on the ground for a whole day, the boy with glasses said. But after he handed the box to Shinsisi, he immediately shouted, Oh, by the way, I have something else to do, so I go back first. I wish you all have fun later. Shinsisi frowned and waited for the boy with glasses to slip away. She opened the box. The equipment in the box was really the same as the guy said before. Very complete, and all the styles in the movie. However, when Shinsisi saw the size of the shirt and skirt, a hint of anger appeared on her face and eyes. But then the anger quickly disappeared, and it became a bit funny. That guy asked for my photo, but he didn't even add my WeChat. Forget it. Just think of it as an extra set of clothes, Shinsisi said helplessly. On the other side, Zhang Heng had changed into the Emperor's cosplay costume, compared with some more complicated images. The Emperor's cosplay was quite simple. His whole body was wrapped in a black robe, and his face was wearing a special skin mask. In addition, the boy with glasses was not bragging. The details were indeed well controlled, and the wrinkled hands were also made into a pair of gloves. After Zhang Heng was dressed, he had transformed into a villain in Star Wars. It feels like going to a Halloween party, Shinsisi commented after taking a look. Chapter 707 Nosy People. Because we are going to go fishing next, we need to find a place where fish are found first. Zhang Heng drove the car back to the place where the surveillance video accidentally captured those things. This area is actually quite large, and for the two of them, they can only take a chance. It doesn't matter where they start. Zhang Heng found a parking lot and parked the Polo there, turned off the engine and got out of the car, opened the trunk, and took the props and equipment he would use at night. You forgot your weapon. Shinsisi also got out of the car, stretched, and threw the lightsaber that came with her cosplay costume. It was obvious that she seemed to be in a good mood tonight. In fact, even she herself couldn't explain why. She just felt very relaxed when she was with Zhang Heng. And she could also be lazy. As a team leader, she must always keep her brain clear and maintain accurate judgment. After the establishment of the Union, she had more things to think about and deal with. She was also confused before. At the beginning, she established the Union simply to unite the power of players to protect ordinary people from the threat of supernatural forces. But when the Union was really established, things started to get complicated. Whether it was the conflicts between the internal groups or the frictions between the external guilds, they kept snowballing. As a result, most of her energy every day was used to deal with these things that had nothing to do with the original intention. Therefore, when the Union was really disbanded, She was not as sad as others imagined. Instead, she felt relieved and could do what she wanted to do again. Shinsisi found that she seemed to be distracted, and turned back to ask Zhang Heng, "Don't you want to open it and take a look?" "Yeah." Since this stage would come sooner or later, there was no point in procrastinating. So Zhang Heng didn't hesitate and pressed the switch at the bottom. The next moment, the blade in his hand lit up and emitted a red light, just like in the movie, accompanied by cool sound effects, and hit 20 feet. Wow, this is what a villain should look like. Shinsisi took a half step back and admired. "Excuse me, can I take a photo as a souvenir?" "Whatever. You can't tell it's me anyway," Zhang Heng behind the mask said helplessly. Shinsisi took out her phone, stood beside Zhang Heng, tilted her upper body slightly, and then pressed the shutter to quickly take a photo. "If I remember correctly, this should be our first photo together," Shinsisi said while checking the photo. "It seems so. The good news is that your lightsaber is quite photogenic." "Okay, let's get to work." It's called work, but in fact it's just hanging around, waiting for Master Yoda, who represents the light side, to jump out and punish the Dark Emperor. I have to admit that this plan sounds a bit like a fantasy, but considering that the Ninja Turtles have recently left the sewers and wandered on the streets, it seems that nothing is impossible. The two walked and talked along the river beside the parking lot. Of course, most of the content was still about this incident. Shinsisi stepped on the stone bricks in the grass and lifted her hair. "I also watched the previous few videos. I agree with you. No matter who is behind the scenes, he is a guy who looks quite childish. And I am more inclined to believe that this is the behavior of the player. With the strength shown by the Sphinx when we chased it that night, it actually has the ability to kill people who answered the puzzle incorrectly like in the myth. But it did not do so. Instead, it changed to a relatively lighter punishment method, making the whole thing look more like a prank. Whether he did it because he did not want to be noticed by the police, or because his nature is not bad, or because he has been abiding by social rules for a long time and has developed a habit, his social harm is not that strong." "Yeah." Zhang Heng adjusted the mask on his face. "But Dumbledore lost control that time," Shinsisi said. "Based on 1810's description, I think he also went through a struggle in his heart at that time. But in the end, he still let Dumbledore come back and took away the yogurt. This is what I am most worried about. I have been dealing with supernatural events before. Some of them were caused by monsters, such as the thing that can control the wall that we dealt with together. But more supernatural events are actually caused by players. I don't know how the organizing committee selected the players, but there is one thing that is beyond doubt. That is, the composition of the players is very complicated." "That's true." Zhang Heng recalled the players he had met before and nodded. "Whether it's game props or the gifts given to agents, they are all forces beyond the rules of nature. Many people don't have enough self-control like you and me to control this kind of power. From the incidents I have come across, many of them started as pranks at the beginning. But gradually, when they get some kind of pleasure from it, or a sense of satisfaction that transcends everything, things will start to deteriorate. Are you worried that the Dumbledore incident will make the guy behind the scenes realize that he can do more with these mechanical figures? Not just create a few beloved characters to bring a little fun to his boring life at night?" "Yes," Shinsisi said. "I want to find the guy as soon as possible, not only to rescue Yogurt, but also to see if I can guide him back on track before things become irreversible," Shinsisi said and looked at Zhang Heng again. "Do you think I am a bit nosy? Many people have said this to me." "No." Zhang Heng shook his head. "It's a good thing to have faith. Just do what you think you should do, and don't care about other people's opinions." "What about you? What is your faith?" Shinsisi asked curiously. "You are calm and meticulous, clear-headed, and have strong strength. But I have never known what your position is. I am even a little curious about who you are the agent of." "Is this a compliment?" Zhang Heng asked. Shinsisi seemed to have made up her mind. Before someone finished speaking, she quickly said, "It was you that night." On the night of the battle between the Union and the Light Arc, the mysterious sniper appeared. I have always had a hunch that that person is you. I don't remember showing any marksmanship in front of you. It's just my guess. I don't have any evidence to prove it. So if you don't want to admit it, I can't do anything about it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I owe you a lot of favors. So this one is not a big deal." Shinsisi stopped and looked at Zhang Heng's eyes behind the mask. "Hey, You know, someone reminded me to be wary of you. John Hung snorted. What do you mean? What do you think? If one day you are really lost in the darkness, no matter how far you are lost, no matter what evil you have committed, I will never give up and find you back, Shinsisi said seriously under the night sky. Because I am such a nosy person. Chapter 708 Yellow Bird. John Hung and Shinsisi walked along the river and fed a lot of mosquitoes. But they did not attract Master Yoda as they wished. Maybe someone else is going out tonight. Or I should try Hermione's clothes to see if I can attract Dumbledore out, Shinsisi said. Are you sure? John Hung also saw the clothes in the box later, and he could understand why the latter was so angry at that time. He had to admit that there was a reason why the boy with glasses called the cosplay costume a treasure. Although there is nothing wrong with the style, and the workmanship is quite fine. The size of the shirt and skirt is too small. Almost like children's clothing. If worn on Shinsisi, it would only barely cover the vital parts. Or, Shinsisi took a breath. Let's just be more direct. How direct? Whether it's the Ninja Turtles, Master Yoda, Dumbledore or anything else. They are basically positive characters. And their actions are just. That's right. Maybe we can directly simulate a crime scene. No matter who comes out tonight, there is a high probability that we can lead them out. Have you ever thought that the person who is led here may also be a policeman? John Hung said. We can try to find a place where there are not many people, Shinsisi said. This is simply a stage tailor-made for the appearance of superheroes. If you have no objection, then there is no problem on my side, John Hung said. But we'd better put on some makeup and change clothes to avoid being discovered that we were around here before. Since he had decided to put on a show, John Hung could only try to perfect the details. Yeah, Shinsisi nodded. Dark night. Remote street. The drunk young woman walked into the alley with a staggering step. When she walked to the trash can, she couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited on it for half a minute. However, her condition did not improve after vomiting. Instead, because of the intoxication, she simply sat next to the trash can, leaning against the wall behind her, and fell asleep with her head tilted. Her chest rose and fell slightly under her suspenders, and she looked defenseless, with a silly smile on her lips, as if she had seen her Prince Charming in her dream. However, she seemed to have forgotten that this was a chaotic and dangerous world. So the next moment, the bad guy appeared. A dark shadow passed by the alley, and saw this rare scene. He immediately looked around, and saw that there was no one else around. So he took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket, and took more than a dozen heartwarming photos from various angles. Seeing that the target had no reaction, and was still immersed in his dream, he became bolder, and moved closer. He also pushed the target's shoulder with his hand, and pretended to call. Miss, do you need help? As a result, the young girl just continued to dream her beautiful dream, and knew nothing about what was happening outside. Then the shadow's mind became more active. He took 2 deep breaths. Perhaps it was because the dark street gave him courage, or the scene in front of him was too irresistible for him. So he finally stretched out his evil hands, picked up the girl from the ground, and carried her on his shoulders. Just as he was about to leave the alley with his loot, another figure quietly landed behind him like a yellow bird. The figure raised his hand, and a ball of something flew out from his wrist, attacking the bad guy not far away. But what surprised him a little was that the bad guy seemed to have eyes on his back and dodged his sudden attack. And Zhang Hung saw the white spider silk on the wall and knew who was coming tonight. Spider-Man? Zhang Hung turned around and raised his eyebrows, although the other party did not answer. The red and blue uniform that wrapped him tightly had obviously confirmed his identity. The one who came tonight was neither the Ninja Turtles nor Master Yoda. Although the new version of Spider-Man has always played the role of a talkative mascot in the Marvel Universe, and the image of the little spider next door has gradually become popular. If Zhang Hung was asked to choose an opponent in the Avengers, he would definitely not choose Spider-Man. The reason is simple. Because Spider-Man's ability may not be the strongest, but compared to Thor and Scarlet Witch's big moves with full CG special effects, his ability is indeed the easiest to restore. Superman's endurance, reaction, speed, and impact resistance can all be achieved through numerical adjustment for mechanical replicas. Not to mention that he also has the annoying ability to spit spider silk with his hands. Shinsisi, who has been playing the victim on Zhang Hung back, immediately started to. Bad guy. Worried. She still didn't open her eyes. Her lips didn't move, and she said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "What should we do? You continue to pretend to be drunk. I test his strength first." John Hung put Shinsisi down again while speaking, and then reached out and took out a sword from behind the trash can. The ordinary sword that made him lose so much money is still being recast by the new blacksmith. And the one John Hung has now is an ordinary weapon bought outside. Spider-Man watched John Hung draw the sword from the scabbard, neither stopping him nor running away. Because of justice. Fear nothing. Heh. It looks like there will be some excitement tonight. Just as John Hung made a start, Spider-Man started to move. He didn't even use much strength, but he jumped onto the wall. He lightly tapped the wall with his foot and flew into the air, just as light as a spider. And then it fired 2 more spider silks at John Hung. Considering the stickiness of the mass, John Hung rationally chose to dodge. But when he raised his head again, Spider-Man's flying kick was already in front of him. John Hung didn't panic, but raised the sword in his hand. As a result, Spider-Man's reaction was simply cheating. He directly used a spider silk to change his moving trajectory in the air, and appear behind John Hung the next second. John Hung wrist turned, and the sword moved as he wished, blocking Spider-Man's attack route again. But then the opponent also used spider silk to disappear again. In the first round of the confrontation, the two sides were temporarily evenly matched. However, after only 2 short moves, John Hung deeply felt the difficulty of his opponent. The movement path of this thing was so weird that Newton's coffin lid could hardly hold it down. In just 1 second, he could change several directions, and was completely unaffected by being in the air. On the other side, John Hung not only had to guard against fists and flying kicks that came out of nowhere, but also had to be careful of the opponent's spider silk sneak attack. Perhaps the only thing that made him feel a little relieved was that it was not just because of manufacturing defects, but also intentional. Except for the Sphinx, who would force people to guess riddles. Other characters, from Dumbledore to the Ninja Turtles, never spoke. So John Hung didn't have to endure Spider-Man's chatterbox attack. Chapter 709, Second Advance. 2 figures were fighting in the dim alley. One of the figures was agile and swift, beyond the physical limits of humans, and could often make incredible moves at critical moments. In contrast, the other person's movements were obviously half a beat slower, but the sword in his hand was always able to protect it without leaks. Just like a reef on the shore, no matter how the wind and waves hit it, it could remain motionless. Shinsisi leaned against the wall and quietly opened her eyes. She was also the only witness of this battle tonight. I have to admit that she was quite surprised when she learned that Simon ranked first in the proxy war. John Hung had always given her the impression of being calm and reliable, but he had never shown his skills in front of her. During the death dream, the two of them acted separately from beginning to end, and during the Sphinx incident, John Hung just drove well and arrived in time to save the rabbit. So tonight was the first time she saw John Hung fight with someone, and she finally understood why John Hung could get a high score of more than 1,400 points in the first copy. His speed, strength, reaction and balance are all very good. Although he is not as good as Spider-Man on the other side, he is definitely much better than ordinary people. It is obvious that he has been trained regularly for a long time. However, what really surprised Shinsisi was John Hung's swordsmanship and combat experience. As a player, Shinsisi naturally has a certain understanding of skills. However, generally speaking, most players' skills are LV0 and LV1. LV2 is relatively rare. They are considered semi-experts in related fields. As for LV3, they are even rarer. And what can we say about players with LV3 skills? Most of them are people with serious bias in their subjects. Many of them play the role of countermeasures in a team. However, the big guilds have always been very favorable to talent with LV3 skills. Basically, as long as you have a LV3 skill, the 3 major guilds will offer generous benefits to recruit you. Shinsisi estimated that John Hung now has a LV2 car driving skill, a reasoning skill of unknown level, a LV2 shooting skill, and a makeup skill. For ordinary players, this is basically the limit. The rest are at most some LV0 miscellaneous skills, because everyone's energy is limited. However, the swordsmanship John Hung showed tonight was conservatively estimated to have reached the level of level 3. Shinsisi even suspected that someone's swordsmanship was not just level 3. However, she herself had not seen level 4 skills, and did not know what level 4 skills were like. So it was difficult to draw a conclusion. However, John Hung was able to fight Spider-Man, who already had extraordinary power, with just swordsmanship. This was definitely not something that an ordinary level 3 could do. In addition, what Shin-Sisi found most difficult to understand was John Hung's combat experience. Combat experience was something that could not be faked or acquired quickly. It could only be accumulated through battle after battle. With the combat experience John Hung showed now, Shin-Sisi even suspected that John Hung had been fighting continuously since he was born. Even if the time spent in the dungeon was counted, it was difficult for anyone to have such rich combat experience as him. While Shin-Sisi was lost in thought, John Hung and Spider-Man, after the first phase of testing, had a basic understanding of each other's strength. Both sides knew that John Hung had no way to defeat Spider-Man with only the non-prop sword in his hand. Even if he could hit the opponent, the damage would be limited. This was because Spider-Man had been trying to act like a human being, pretending to avoid vital points in the battle. But in fact, if his body structure was similar to that of the previous Sphinx, he would have almost no physiological weaknesses. In addition, the move John Hung used to deal with Sphinx before was probably no longer usable, because the opponent seemed to have learned his lesson. The suit on Spider-Man looked like some kind of insulating material, and it was difficult for the electric shock to have any effect and destroy the components inside. Fortunately, John Hung was well prepared for such a situation. The two fought again. John Hung changed his defensive posture and took the initiative to launch a quick attack. One knife was faster than the other, forcing Spider-Man back to the wall. However, at the last moment, John Hung suddenly put away his knife and jumped back, and then threw away the sword in his hand. Spider-Man tilted his head, seeming a little puzzled by the other party's actions. But then he noticed that there was no one at the place where Shin-Sisi had been lying. Shin-Sisi woke up at some point, returned to the trash can, fished out a large travel bag from it, and dragged the anti-material rifle inside to John Hung. This was probably the first time that the righteous little spider had encountered a situation where the victim and the criminal joined forces, and he was a little stunned for a while. And John Hung did not waste this precious opportunity. He lay on the ground and aimed his anti-material rifle directly at Spider-Man not far away. The previous battle with the Sphinx showed that ordinary bullets were useless against these things, but the high-explosive bullets in the anti-material rifles were equipped with high explosives and steel cores inside the bullets, which could explode when the bullets hit objects, generating two thrusts and easily penetrate armor. Spider-Man realized that something was wrong and wanted to run away, but he had just raised his hand and had not had time to spray spider silk when his wrist was hit. If an ordinary person was hit by this shot, the whole hand would probably be gone. But as a mechanical body, Spider-Man's ability to withstand beatings is probably better than the original version. However, this shot still destroyed his internal spider silk launcher, making it impossible for him to spit silk freely. Then John Hung fired a second shot, hitting the spider mark on Spider-Man's chest, causing him to fly out and lie there motionless. "Did you kill it?" Shin-Sisi asked. "It looks like it." John Hung put away his gun and replied. Then the two walked to Spider-Man's body and began to examine it. However, just as John Hung turned the body over, Spider-Man's eyes suddenly opened again, and then kicked John Hung in the chest. When the latter retreated to avoid the kick, Spider-Man on the ground had already jumped back to the wall, and then jumped into the darkness behind the wall without stopping. But John Hung was not in a hurry. His previous shot was deliberately off target because his target was not Spider-Man or Master Yoda, but the person who was manipulating everything behind the scenes. After the injured Spider-Man ran away for a while, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket. "Is the tracker installed? Well, let's go back to the car. Next, we have to see where he will take us." Chapter 710, Scam. John Hung drove his Polo and followed the target from a distance. It is said that injured wild animals will try to return to their nests to lick their wounds, so the injured little spider should also try to return to its owner. But what surprised John Hung was that the last place the tracker stopped was in an ordinary community. It was neither an evil manufacturing station nor a mysterious laboratory, but a normal residential community. John Hung and Shin-Sisi got out of the car and looked around. This community looks a bit old, and the outer walls of some stairs are beginning to peel off. But the location is still good. The main reason is that when the community was first built, the land price in this area had not risen yet. So sometimes the accumulation of personal wealth is not only related to struggle, but also inseparable from the background of the times. John Hung then glanced at the screen. They were less than 100 meters away from the target. It should be here. This place looks quite quiet. Shinsisi frowned. John Hung knew what Shinsisi meant. This place might be suitable for living. But it was not a good place to imprison people. Especially considering that Yogurt had been missing for more than a week. If she had been here for such a long time, it would be difficult for her to not be noticed by the neighbors around her. In other words, the risk of Yogurt being killed was also increasing. We see what happens. John Hung could only say. The next moment, he noticed that the signal of the tracker on his phone suddenly disappeared. It should be that the tracker attached to Spider-Man was noticed by someone. Which also meant that the other party might know that they were here. Do you need any weapons? Considering that there might be another battle next. John Hung asked Shinsisi beside him. No. I have my equipment. Shinsisi said, as she took out a small scale from her backpack. This was also the first time John Hung saw Shinsisi's weapon. It was obviously a game prop. It looked slightly smaller than the ordinary scale, and could be easily carried in the hand. I don't know what material it was made of. It looked very ancient and majestic. Just looking at it made people feel that all the evil in the world could not hide. John Hung suspected that this small scale was the one in the hands of Justitia in ancient Roman mythology, which indirectly proved that the one who fought with him that night was indeed the goddess of justice herself. This is a gift from an elder. Shinsisi took the initiative to explain when she saw John Hung's eyes fall on the scale in her hand. John Hung hummed, and did not intend to further pry into Shinsisi's secrets. Then he said, "We now know which building the other party lives in, but we are not sure which floor it is. How about this? You stay downstairs, and I will go upstairs to take a look." Go up, how to see? Shinsisi was a little puzzled. However, John Hung pointed to the window not far away and said, "I go up from the outside." Perhaps after seeing John Hung's various skills, Shinsisi had become immune to them. When someone said that he could climb walls and fly over rooftops, Shinsisi was a little numb. She didn't feel as surprised as before, and just told John Hung to be careful. After that, John Hung began to climb along the air conditioner rack outside the wall. His main target was the two families with lights on. At this time, most people should have gone to bed. Those who hadn't turned off the lights were either night owls, or the real people he was looking for. As soon as John Hung climbed to the third floor, he found that one of the families had also turned off the lights. He contacted the tracker that had just lost the signal. The other party's behavior was undoubtedly full of suspicion. So the next moment John Hung climbed directly to the window where the lights were turned off. And the window, there was still open. John Hung jumped in from the window without much hesitation. The other party had just discovered that someone was chasing him. And even if there was a trap, it would not be possible to set it in a hurry. But then something attacked him from behind his neck. John Hung dodged the attack by leaning sideways. He turned around and saw his old acquaintance, Spider-Man, who had fought with him for a while before. The latter should have stayed behind to delay time. At the same time, the door on the other side was hurriedly opened, and a female voice whispered, "Go!" John Hung soon paid the price for his distraction. He was punched in the stomach, and his back hit the cabinet beside him. So the things in the cabinet were spilled. John Hung looked at his feet and found that there were all figures, including the Harry Potter series, the Ninja Turtle series, the Star Wars series, and Cardcaptor Sakura. Among them, there was no Spider-Man figure in the Marvel series, and the latter was probably busy fighting with him at the moment. In addition, John Hung also saw various game and movie discs on the lower layer of the cabinet. It seems that the owner of this room should be a peripheral enthusiast. Before John Hung could take a closer look, Spider-Man on the other side rushed up again. The opponent's current situation did not look too good. After being shot twice by him, he could no longer spit spider silk. There was also a small hole in his chest, and even the circuit components inside could be seen. The movement was obviously much slower. But John Hung was also in trouble, because the room was too small. John Hung didn't bring his sword. The anti-weapon rifle assembled from Lego was also placed in the trunk. But fortunately, he still had infinite building blocks with him. In addition, John Hung was lucky enough to find a Lego car under the bed. John Hung grabbed the car and used the gap between the battles to quickly assemble an electric shock device. Then he aimed at the small hole on Spider-Man's chest and pressed the switch. The next moment, a blue arc of light jumped in the latter's chest, and Spider-Man's movements were suddenly frozen there. Just like the Sphinx before. John Hung took a breath, then walked out of the bedroom and took out his phone to call Shinsisi. "How is your situation?" Zhang Heng asked. That guy ran away. And he also held Yogurt hostage. Shin Sisi on the other end of the phone said helplessly. This is impossible. Since he kidnapped Yogurt, there is no reason for him to pass my evil assessment. Her balance is a special type of game props, with a threshold set by herself, which can only work when it exceeds the threshold. Then have you ever thought he might not have kidnapped Yogurt? Zhang Heng said as he quickly scanned the living room and saw two women's novels on the sofa, potato chips and popcorn, and women's slippers on the shoe rack. This is probably a scam. Zhang Heng thought back to the female voice he heard at the door before, and confirmed that it was indeed Yogurt's voice. Are you saying that 1810 fabricated this to deceive us? Why? Didn't he lose 400 points and 2 props in vain? Not 1810. I personally tend to think that Yogurt directed and acted in this kidnapping. Zhang Heng walked into the bathroom, turned on the light, and saw a large area of skincare products on the shelf. Chapter 711 Abnormal. Zhang Heng opened the door downstairs, and then Shin Sisi also came up and looked at the messy living room. Did you have a fight here just now? No. I had a fight in the bedroom. The living room just faithfully reproduced the original living environment of contemporary young men and women. Shin Sisi thought for a while. Are you talking about the fact that no one cleans the house? Then she squatted down and used the disposable chopsticks on the table to rummage through the trash can next to her, and picked out 2 facial masks from it. It seems that the person we want to rescue has been living quite well during this period. She threw away her chopsticks. What do you think? This is just a story of a young couple eloping? I don't think the relationship between the two of them can be called a couple, Zhang Heng said. Maybe the man really likes the woman. Otherwise he wouldn't cooperate with her to do such a thing. But the woman probably doesn't have that kind of idea about the man for the time being. Why do you say that? Before you came up, I searched the house briefly and found that the most common thing for couples was missing. Shin Sisi raised her eyebrows. You mean, a man and a woman have lived together under the same roof for more than a week? It seems that they have hardly left the house. If they have feelings for each other, it is difficult to control their desire to go further. That's right. Then why did Yogurt fake his disappearance? I'm afraid you have to ask 1810 this question, Zhang Heng said. 40 minutes later, 1810 also arrived at the community. Although it was almost 12 o'clock when he received the call, he did not go to bed at that time. It seems that he is still worried about Yogurt. He drove over immediately after hearing the results of the investigation. On the other side, Spider-Man, who was knocked out by Zhang Heng in the master bedroom half an hour ago, has turned back into a figurine. But there is a small hole on his chest. Zhang Heng is playing with it in front of the bookcase. 1810 on the way. He had heard Shin Sisi tell him everything that happened tonight. There was no expression on his face. After a long silence, he asked Shin Sisi, You said you saw that guy downstairs called Shin Dongqing, Zhang Heng said. His name is on the courier box. You saw that guy named Shin Dongqing holding Yogurt. Doesn't this prove that Yogurt has nothing to do with this matter and is a pure victim? But Simon heard Yogurt's voice in the bedroom before, calling Shin Dongqing to run away. Shin Sisi said. In addition, as long as you have seen the situation in the room, you should know that Yogurt is definitely not imprisoned here. The voice can be faked, and not being imprisoned does not mean anything. He may have other ways to prevent Yogurt from leaving. According to what you said, that guy is also a player, and he may have some strange props. 1810 said. It is possible. Before Shin Sisi opened her mouth to say anything, she saw Zhang Heng nod on the other side and put down the Spider-Man figure in his hand. So you want us to continue investigating until we find Yogurt? Yes. Isn't that what we agreed on at the beginning? If you find the person, I will pay you the remaining balance, 1810 said. His attitude was still very good. After speaking, he stood up and shook hands with Zhang Heng and said, Your ability is indeed beyond my imagination. It took less than one night to make so much progress. I hope you can keep up the good work and rescue Yogurt as soon as possible. Shin Sisi frowned upon hearing this and wanted to say something, but 1810 had already stood up. I'm sorry. I sneaked out of the house tonight and can't stay outside for too long. Otherwise my wife will think too much. Please look here to see if you can find more useful clues. Shin Sisi stood in front of the windowsill and watched 1810's figure hurriedly walk out of the community and return to his own car. What do you think? His attitude tonight is too strange. This is obvious. Yogurt was not kidnapped. The situation here is enough to prove this. But he made up his mind and insisted on his previous guess. Moreover, since he cared so much about yogurt, he didn't want to stay here for a second longer. And he didn't even take a good look at the scene here. I agree with you. And I have to add one more thing. He smells heavily of cigarettes. If I remember correctly, he has a child. He probably doesn't smoke at home. So the smell of cigarettes is from the way he drove. He smoked at least 7 or 8 cigarettes during this period, Zhang Heng said. He is very anxious. Why? We are obviously very close to finding his daughter. I can guess a little about this question, but I need to confirm it again, Zhang Heng said. Wait a minute. I make a phone call. Half a minute later, Zhang Heng hung up the phone. We have another guest tonight. Do you mind? Who? Black Swan. Black Swan happened to live nearby, and she arrived very quickly. It took her less than a quarter of an hour to get to the door. Zhang Heng opened the door and found that she was still wearing pajamas. She seemed to have come here as soon as she got up from the bed. However, Shen Sisi, who is also a woman, noticed that Black Swan's hair was tied up and not messy, and she had light makeup on her face. Logically, she shouldn't have had time to change clothes. But Shen Sisi didn't point it out. This is the situation. Black Swan spent 3 minutes briefly describing the seemingly insignificant conflict that occurred at the dinner table before Zhang Heng and Shen Sisi arrived. But with Shen Sisi's intelligence, she quickly realized the relationship between this incident and 1810's reaction before. She was just not as observant as Zhang Heng. But she was not stupid. Otherwise she would not have become the leader of the consortium. Because of your revelations, 1810's prestige in the team has suffered a major blow. The reason why everyone still obeys him is just because of his habit as the captain before. If the matter is found out, and it is finally planned by Yogurt, then the other team members will definitely not let the father and daughter go. Yes. Black Swan took out a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her pajamas pocket and took one out. Do you mind? Shen Sisi shook her head. Black Swan lit the cigarette, took a puff, and then leaned back on the sofa. However, the clothes on her chest were inadvertently opened a little more. She continued as if she didn't notice it. 500 points is not a small number. And it was collected by everyone. Yogurt joined the team the latest. And she only got along with others SOSO. There is no deep relationship. We treat her as a little sister for the sake of 1810. She is missing. From the perspective of a team, we may be able to reluctantly accept the price of paying 500 points to find her back. But if she is just playing hide-and-seek with us, Chapter 712 Calculation. This can explain 1810's abnormal behavior before. After receiving our news, he actually accepted the results of the investigation. But he knew very well what the consequences would be if the matter was made public. The other team members will definitely ask him to give up the 500 points. Black Swan exhaled a puff of cigarette. But even if he doesn't admit it, what can he do? Shen Sisi said. We have found this place and got the name, photo, and bank card number of Yogurt's friend. It's only a matter of time to find him. Perhaps because he didn't expect someone to come to his house. Shen Dongxing didn't have any corresponding countermeasures. This is a normal living environment for a person. Basically everything is there. Although he and Swan Rose successfully escaped tonight, they left in a hurry and didn't take anything. Zhang Heng even found Shen Dongxing's ID card in the drawer. It depends on how far a father is willing to go for his daughter, Zhang Heng said lightly. Didn't you send all of Shen Dongxing's information to 1810 before? That's right. Shen Sisi immediately thought of something. Did he pretend not to remember Shen Dongxing's name to confuse us? And he was in such a hurry when he left at the end, and asked us to continue collecting information here. Did he want to find Suan Yo first to save the balance? Black Swan shook his head. You have found out here. And it's actually over. If Suan Yo really directed and acted in this disappearance, 1810 would not dare to withhold the balance from you. After all, you are now ranked first in the proxy war. Black Swan said the last sentence to Zhang Heng. So he wants to collude with Yogurt and make this a kidnapping? Shen Sisi frowned. This is the only way for him not to bear 500 points alone. Black Swan nodded. But from what I know about him, he won't do that. Why? Because he knows very well that this trick won't work. Even if you get the balance and don't care about the matter. With his relationship with Yogurt, the other members of the team will definitely continue to investigate. We will definitely find Shen Dongxing later. And then we will also find a way to make him talk. Then he is desperate? No. He has another choice. To kill Shin Dongxing before you. If Shin Dongxing dies without evidence, then he is free to explain this to us. Black Swan said. Will he do this? Just for 500 points? Shin Sisi asked. Black Swan thought for a moment this time. And then said, normally, he won't. He has a decent job and a family that is at least happy on the surface. He won't take risks unless he has no other choice. 500 points is not a small number. Even if our team is good among the players. 1810 certainly doesn't have so many points. But I know he has a C-level item on him. His total value should be around 1,300 points. As long as he sells that C-level item, he can plug this hole. Will he be reluctant to part with that C-level item? Black Swan spread his hands. I don't know about that. But from your description, he is indeed ready to attack Shin Dongxing. Then we'd better find Shin Dongxing and Yogurt before he does it. Shin Sisi said seriously. Shin Dongxing and Yogurt ran in a hurry. And it was definitely impossible to leave no traces. But it was not easy to find them quickly. And while looking for them, Shin Sisi had another doubt. 1810 did act a little earlier than us. And also got Shin Dongxing's name and photo. But why was he so sure that he would find Shin Dongxing and Yogurt before us? Black Swan's expression became serious after hearing this. Although 1810 has his own little thoughts. To be fair, if Yogurt hadn't joined, he would have done a pretty good job as the captain. And it might be related to his profession. He would plan everything carefully before doing anything. If he decided to kill Shin Dongxing, he would definitely find a way to find Shin Dongxing before us. I'm afraid the guy is in danger. On the other side, in a 24-hour McDonald's, Yogurt returned to the table with the fries and drinks he had just ordered. I said to a boy who looked a little thin across from me, "Do you want Fanta or Coke? It's already this time. Does it matter what you drink?" The boy smiled bitterly. What should I do? My ID card and wallet are still at home. We can't even stay in a hotel. And I don't know where your dad got this guy from. He's so skilled that even Spider-Man can't beat him. Is he still a human being? It's obviously the guy who is despicable and shameless. He actually teamed up with the victim to plot against us. And he also hid that thing. Anti-material rifle. Yes, anti-material rifle. That's what injured your Spider-Man. Shin Dongxing didn't seem to think so. He watched the whole battle through Spider-Man's eyes. The knife skills of the guy on the opposite side were so terrible. Almost like those legends in anime. Shin Dongxing hesitated. Or, you should go back. Yogurt threw the tray on the table and his face fell. Shin Dongxing. What do you mean? Are you trying to drive me away? No. I didn't chase you away. It's just, we agreed to take revenge on your father. But I don't know when this matter will end. Shin Dongxing said cautiously. We have already tricked him into getting a C-level item. Do you think? It's okay. Okay? Yogurt snorted. It's still too early. He abandoned my mother, and it's not so easy to pay it back. My mother got pregnant before graduating from college and went back to her hometown alone. He was in love with the dean's daughter and got promoted step by step. My mother was looked down upon everywhere. Her family didn't look at her well, and she encountered obstacles everywhere when looking for a job. In the end, she could only work in a factory and married the foreman. That bastard went crazy when he drank, and my mother was beaten a lot. Her whole life was ruined. Can a C-level item offset it? No. I'm going to ruin his life. This is called tit for tat, Yogurt said as he opened a pack of ketchup. But I think your dad treats you well. He took out the props when we threatened him. He still cares about you. He doesn't care about me. He just wants to make himself feel better by doing me a favor, thinking that this method can make up for the debt he owed in the past. I won't let him succeed so easily, Yogurt sneered. I finally got into his team just for this day. Chapter 713, Is it delicious? Yogurt saw that Shin Dongxing seemed a little worried, so he slowed down his tone again. I don't know why you are always so timid. Show some courage like a man. You are also an agent, and an agent with powerful abilities. You can mechanize all the figures. I have never seen an agent more powerful than you. But I need a computer, and I have to carry the figures with me. And besides, I can only mechanize for 1 hour a day. Shin Dongxing smiled bitterly. I'd just be a helpless otaku for the rest of the time. Don't worry. I protect you for the rest of the time. Swanyo patted his chest, then picked up a French fry and said gently, Open your mouth. Shin Dongxing was a little flattered. He and Suanyo have lived together for such a long time. But she has always kept a certain distance from him. The two of them have never held hands, let alone clapping like normal couples. This is the first time that Suanyo has taken the initiative to feed him. And the action itself is very intimate. Shin Dongxing's ears suddenly turned red. He closed his eyes excitedly, put his mouth close to the fries in Yogurt's hand, and carefully ate Yogurt's fries. At the end, his lips even touched Yogurt's fingers. A flash of disgust flashed in the latter's eyes. But it was gone in a flash. Shin Dongxing was also frightened by his uncontrollable bold behavior. After opening his eyes, he quickly apologized. But Yogurt didn't get angry at all. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Is it delicious?" Shin Dongxing nodded repeatedly. "It's delicious." Then he thought of something and quickly explained. I was talking about French fries. I didn't ask you anything else." Suanyo retracted his hand, rubbed it on the inner wall of the French fry box calmly, and then picked up another French fry. "Don't worry about your identity being leaked. When this matter is over, I will find a big guild with you to join, so that my father will not dare to find someone to deal with you again." "Okay." Shin Dongxing agreed immediately, ate the fries, looked at Yogurt and said, "I listen to you. I do whatever you tell me to do." "Good boy." Yogurt smiled. At this moment, her phone vibrated, reminding her that there was a new email. Being hijacked that night was just the first step in her plan. After that, she could use herself to threaten 1810. Because Yogurt's hidden identity was 1810's illegitimate daughter, an identity that 1810 did not want other members of the team to know. So when the other party used this to threaten 1810, if 1810 didn't want to collect his daughter's body, he had to pay obediently. The two used this method to extort the C-level item from 1810. But Yogurt was obviously not satisfied, and then asked 1810 for another 300 points. Yes, Yogurt clearly wanted to squeeze 1810 dry. And not only squeeze 1810 dry, but also force 1810 to tear off his fatherly disguise in the end. When the stakes were raised to a certain extent, 1810 was overwhelmed, and Yogurt didn't believe that he would not give up rescuing himself. After all, he was not his only offspring in flesh and blood. He also had a legitimate wife and children and a normal life. Yogurt always believed that 1810's feelings for her were only out of guilt for his mother, which was normal. The two had just met, and had never lived together before. 1810's repayment was not out of fatherly love, but to make himself feel better when he was able to take care of his illegitimate daughter. In the final analysis, this was still a kind of selfishness, and she wanted to expose this selfishness deep in 1810's heart and tell him that he could abandon his first love girlfriend back then. And now he could also abandon his illegitimate daughter. Yogurt may not have any problem in analyzing the relationship between the two and the nature of 1810. But she did make several mistakes. The first was that she did not expect that another member of the team, Black Swan, would investigate the relationship between her and 1810, and then reveal the relationship in front of other members of the team. Second, she did not expect that 1810 would go to great lengths and spend 500 points to find Zhang Heng to take action, which also made things uncontrollable, directly leading to Shin Dongxing and her hiding place being found by Zhang Heng. Of course, the most serious mistake she made was to underestimate the danger of 1810. Suoran looked at his phone, and it turned out that the email was from 1810. The latter changed its previous depressed image in the email, and said in harsh words that it already knew all of Shin Dongxing's information, including but not limited to his name, appearance, ID number, and even his social networking site account. It was only a matter of time before he was caught. However, 1810 also said at the end of the email that it was willing to give Shin Dongxing one last chance. If Shin Dongxing was willing to deliver Suoran to the designated location now, then there might be room for negotiation on this matter. What should we do now? Shin Dongxing was only handsome for 3 seconds. He just listened to Suoran's words. However, he panicked when he saw this ultimatum email. They know everything. We really can't hide for long. And I didn't bring my wallet when I escaped. How much money is in your bag? Where are we staying tonight? We can't stay in McDonald's all night. Hey, calm down. Can't you see that he is just threatening us? Suoran said helplessly. Since he sent us such an email, it just proves that he can't find us for a while. But what he said is true, Shin Dongxing said. How many days can we stay out in this situation? They will catch us sooner or later. Shin Dongxing paused here, and then mustered up the courage to say, or, let's go to the big guild now. Just go to Guanghu. They just killed the Federation not long ago. And now they are the most popular. As long as we join Guanghu, your father people will not dare to touch us. No, Yogurt said firmly after hearing this, but then probably realized that his tone was a bit heavy, and added, at least not now. My revenge has only been less than halfway done. This level can't hit him at all. But we are about to collapse, Shin Dongxing said weakly. Yogurt gritted his teeth. Then let's speed up the final plan. Ask for 1,000 points plus one of his hands. And tell him that if he doesn't see me before dawn, he will definitely receive my body. Ah? Shin Dongxing was dumbfounded. But he is about to find us. Will he agree to such harsh conditions? It is because he is about to find us that you are more likely to fight to the death. Even rabbits will bite when they are anxious. Let alone you, Yogurt said. Chapter 714 Hallucination. A rabbit will bite when it gets angry. But Shin Dongxing didn't know what he would do when he got angry. He didn't seem to have fought with others since he was a child. Even after he got the superpowers that everyone dreams of. He only let his figurine sneak out for a walk at night. On the contrary, what Yogurt did later almost scared him to death. After coming out of McDonald's, Yogurt turned directly into a 24-hour convenience store and bought a paper cutter. Then the two came to the unoccupied parking lot next to it. Yogurt opened the paper cutter and handed it to Shin Dongxing. Then she rolled up her sleeves and said, Come on. Come. What? Shin Dongxing took the paper cutter. A little confused. To torture me. Yogurt blinked. You don't think that my dad will think you be desperate if you don't do anything. Right? They've been to your house. Maybe they've already started to suspect that you and I are in the same group. We have to give him some proof. How do we prove it? Shin Dongxing said tremblingly. Do you know how to torture people? Oh, forget it. I do it myself. While talking, Yogurt snatched the paper cutter from Shin Dongxing's hand and cut her arm. She used a lot of strength. Not only cutting the epidermis, but also cutting the muscles. And blood immediately gushed out from inside. Shin Dongxing was shocked when he saw this. You are crazy. While talking, he quickly took off his t-shirt, pressed the wound on Yogurt's arm with heartache, and then hurriedly said, Wait, I buy you gauze and iodine. As he was talking, he was about to run to the convenience store. But he stopped after 2 steps and said a little embarrassedly, Can you lend me some money? I just remembered that I don't have a wallet. Forget it. Just stay here. Swanyu rolled her eyes. She didn't use Shin Dongxing's t-shirt to stop the bleeding. Instead, she deliberately moved a little away, letting the blood remain on the t-shirt, staining the t-shirt red, and then threw the t-shirt back to Shin Dongxing. Come on. Try it on. Ah? Don't make me say it again, Yogurt said impatiently. Seeing Yogurt's sullen face, Shin Dongxing quickly put the blood-stained t-shirt back on. But Yogurt didn't seem very satisfied. She frowned and said, You are too weak. You don't have the ruthlessness to do anything in a desperate situation. Then Yogurt took some of his own blood and smeared it on Shin Dongxing's face and neck. The latter finally looked a little more ferocious. Yeah. Yogurt took 2 steps back, tilted her head to admire it, and was basically satisfied. Then she cut her arm twice without changing her expression. We can actually use post-processing. I know a friend who does a great job in post-processing. Shin Dongxing's forehead was sweating. Don't be silly, Yogurt sneered. My dad is just bad. Not stupid. If you don't come, you can't hide it from him. Then you can't hurt yourself. Shin Dongxing was almost crying. Yogurt, however, remained calm. In just a short while, she had already cut herself 4 more times. She was the type who really had the heart to do it. At the same time, she said calmly, compared to the suffering my mother has endured over the years, this is nothing. And don't worry. I will get back the debt from that guy with interest. Yogurt cut herself 16 times in total. Fortunately, the last 10 cuts were not as deep as the first ones. But she looked really scary now. She was covered in blood and cuts. Anyone who saw her would doubt that someone had tortured her cruelly. Then Su ran through the phone to Shin Dongxing and said simply, Record. The first part is about 10 seconds. Shin Dongxing almost pressed the record button with trembling hands. And then saw Su crawling on the ground in fear, crying and begging for mercy. And the blood dyed the grass in the parking lot red. The scene made people cry. After that, Shin Dongxing also recorded 4 seconds of the chase and took a few photos. Okay. Go buy gauze and iodine bar, Suoran said, taking out 50 yuan from his wallet. Seeing Shin Dongxing, who was exhausted and had lifeless eyes, subconsciously took a step and walked towards the convenience store. Yogurt quickly stopped him again. Hey. 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 What are you doing? Do you want the convenience store to call the police? Take off your t-shirt and wash the blood off your face and hands. Oh. Shin Dongxing finally woke up from his dream. When he came back 5 minutes later, Yogurt had already sent an email to 1810. She sat on the flower bed in the parking lot and watched Shin Dongxing half kneeling beside her, frantically wrapping gauze around her. In the dark night, there were only the two people's breathing sounds. After a while, Swan Yu suddenly said, "Why don't you speak? Did my action just now scare you?" Shin Dongxing shook his head like a drum, but tears flowed down uncontrollably. Really? A boy? Crying all the time? I scratched myself. Not you. I didn't cry. Why are you crying? Swan Yu said unhappily. Shin Dongxing wiped his tears, but didn't refute anything. Sometimes I'm really curious. What do you like about me? I have a bad temper. I can't cook or do housework. I treat you badly. And I'm obsessed with revenge. We've been together for such a long time. But I didn't even let you hold my hand. You said you were poor before. But now you're an agent. With your ability. Even if you work for the 3 major guilds, there should be a lot of girls vying for you. And there will be even more girls who are prettier than me. Do you have a pig brain? Why do you have to hang yourself on a tree? Shin Dongxing was exhausted after working so hard for a long time. After bandaging Suoran's wound, he sat down on the ground. He didn't answer the question immediately, but asked, "Do you remember what happened when we first met?" "I remember. You were blocked in the carport and beaten by several senior students because you didn't steal enough money from home that day." Suoran nodded. Everyone pretended not to see it and walked past me quickly. Until now, I still remember the helpless feeling that morning, as if the whole world was gray. Until you stopped. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Swan Yu laughed at himself. But I remember you kept crying that day, and I was upset. I thought, how could a boy be so weak? Damn. It's just a trivial matter. But you keep crying. I have had so many bad things and never cried. What reason do you have to complain about yourself? I probably fell in love with you at that time. And I have been in love with you until now. Shin Dongxing admitted. I didn't expect to meet you again after moving and transferring to another school. I was especially happy when I knew you were also a player. We have known each other for so long. And you have always taken care of me. I didn't expect that I could help you once. So when you came to me, I never thought of refusing. Yogurt fell silent after hearing this. After a while, she said, "You actually know in your heart that I am just using you." "Well, not only that, I also know that you actually like girls," Shin Dongxing said. "I sneaked upstairs during the break to find you. But I saw you and a girl from the next class touching each other in the classroom. I cried for an afternoon. And you kept asking me who bullied me again. I know that you will never go to the 3 major guilds with me. You are just lying to me. But I am still very happy to hear you say that. Before, you fed me French fries at McDonald's. And every cell in my body was so happy that it exploded. Do you know Fitzgerald?" "I know. The guy who wrote The Great Gatsby. He used that book to perfectly predict his own tragic fate. He clearly saw the root of all the pain and tragedy. But in the end, he plunged into the illusion without hesitation and burned his life for it. When I was a child, I never understood his choice. But now I understand. Maybe it's because the illusion was too beautiful," Shin Dongxing said. Chapter 7:15 Farewell. "I'm sorry," Yogurt whispered. "I have always hated my father because he failed my mother and ruined her life. Before I found him, I was thinking about how to take revenge on him, and I would do anything to achieve it. But when I look back, I found that I seem to have become another him. You don't need to apologize. This is my own choice," Shin Dongxing said. Then he hesitated. "I think your mother may not really hate your father that much at the beginning. Otherwise she would not have chosen to give birth to you." "It doesn't matter," said Yogurt. "It's wrong. It's wrong. Since it has come to this, I must make my dad pay the price. As for our problems, let's talk about it after this is over. I will find a way to compensate you." Shin Dongxing seemed to want to say something else. But in the end, he moved his lips and couldn't say anything. I contacted my father and sent him the video and photos. He agreed to our request, but asked to see me first to confirm that I was still alive. He can't really agree to such conditions. Yogurt sneered. He just wants to take this opportunity to ambush you. And he will probably bring the guy who can deal with Spider-Man. Ah. Then why did you ask him to meet? Shin Dongxing was dumbfounded. What are you afraid of? Yogurt said. It's past midnight now. And your ability has been refreshed. If he dares to turn against us, then we can also turn against you. And this time you don't have to be on the scene. So it's foolproof. But how can I help you if I don't go? Your figurines are enough. You can pick one to dress up as you. Swanyo said. Then I choose a place near you. If there's danger, I can send another figurine there at the first opportunity. My limit is to mechanize 7 figurines at a time. But the duration will be reduced by half. Shin Dongxing told Swanyo everything that should have been an absolute secret without reservation. Whatever. Yogurt said. You just need to hide well. The two made some preparations afterwards. And Yogurt chose a place with few people as the meeting place. It was a shopping mall that had already closed. Yogurt secretly opened the door lock, and then used some unknown props to charm the security guard on duty there. And Shin Dongxing opened a private room in an internet cafe not far away. He hurriedly logged into the computer, and then selected Captain America from a set of Avengers figures he borrowed. The latter always appeared as a guardian, and using him to protect Yogurt would also make Shin Dongxing feel a little more at ease. Of course, his outfit was a bit too cool even in the United States in the 1920s. Shin Dongxing asked him to pick out a few clothes in the mall and put them on his head. The vibranium shield and the clothes he took off were temporarily put on a plastic mannequin. Yogurt stood in front of the French window on the 3rd floor of the mall and watched 1810 park the car on the street downstairs. 1810 got out of the car. His expression looked full of vigilance, and he kept looking around. He came alone as agreed. There was no one else in the car, but not seeing him doesn't mean he doesn't exist. Yogurt has studied 1810 for a long time and knows that he never fights a battle without confidence. But Yogurt doesn't care, because there is only one winner tonight. While there is still some time, Yogurt looks back at Captain America beside him. The latter stood quietly in the dark, and his silence seemed full of security. Yogurt said, I have wanted to tell you these words for a long time, but I don't want you to really hear them. So it's best to say them now. I hope you can learn something from this incident. You are not young anymore. Don't always trust others so easily, and invest all your feelings casually. Being infatuated is stupid for both men and women. Since you have the ability that others dream of, you should learn to protect yourself. Otherwise, do you always expect someone to stop for you? Yogurt paused here and continued. The C-level item is your compensation. I wanted to help you cheat more game points, but now it seems impossible. So let it go. I hope you can find a girl who is truly worthy of your love in the future, and she will never let you down. Well, that's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. After she finished speaking, she moved her head to the other side and looked in the direction of the elevator. On the other side, Shin Dongxing in the internet cafe box was completely dumbfounded. He could see what Captain America saw through the computer, but he couldn't receive any sound and couldn't speak. So he could only see Yogurt's mouth opening and closing. But he didn't know what the other party said. However, Shin Dongxing's intuition told him that something bad might happen tonight. But he couldn't get Captain America to speak. And at this time 1810 had already arrived. And he couldn't rush out of the internet cafe to find Yogurt. So now, he could only sit on the chair and worry. Yogurt had never told Shin Dongxing all her plans. And almost every time she took one step at a time. Just like squeezing toothpaste. Shin Dongxing was not completely stupid. He just subconsciously gave up thinking when facing Yogurt. And now when he was alone, he could finally find some of his lost IQ. Now thinking back, he found that what happened tonight actually revealed a lot of weirdness. Why did Yogurt have to meet 1810 when she knew she couldn't get anything tonight? Even if she defeated 1810 and the people he was looking for, what good would it do? Her plan had always been revenge. But not physical revenge. Otherwise it would not be her, but 1810, who was captured by Dumbledore that night. Her ultimate goal had never changed, which was to force 1810 to tear off his hypocritical mask and all the beautified memories. To admit that he was a complete bastard, a scumbag in the love field, and an irresponsible father, and to continue living with this guilt that would never be forgiven. So how can she do this? Shin Dongxing felt like he had grasped something important. But when he thought about it carefully, he had no clue. Now the appearance of 1810 reminded him of the guy who had challenged Spider-Man not long ago. So he became nervous again. He had to stop thinking about this problem and focus on Captain America again. In addition, Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, Iron Man and Hawkeye were placed on his desk. Their presence made him feel a little relieved. No matter who came tonight, no one could hurt Yogurt during the time when his ability was effective. Shin Dongxing now has this confidence. Chapter 716 Accidental Death. After entering the mall, 1810 was not in a hurry to reach the agreed floor. He could become the captain of a team and lead the team through various difficulties. Of course, he would not be a reckless person, since he already knew that the other party had the ability to mechanize the figures. He would definitely be on guard. So he took a defensive posture after entering the door, walking very slowly, almost step by step. It took almost 10 minutes to get from the first floor to the third floor, but he didn't encounter any danger along the way. Then he saw Yogurt. She was tied up, lying in a window, looking as miserable as in the photo, with horrible wounds all over her arms. But judging from the rise and fall of her chest, she should still be alive, which made 1810 feel a little relieved. But then he noticed the unknown yellow liquid on Yogurt. The yellow liquid extended all the way from behind the window to the front of the store. 1810 sniffed. His expression changed, and said to the tightly wrapped figure in front of the door, "Gasoline?" Although Shin Dongxing in the internet cafe was full of anxiety, he still asked Captain America to take out the lighter according to the previous agreement with Yogurt. Seeing this, 1810 became nervous and said in a deep voice, "Don't mess around. We can discuss the reward." At this time, Yogurt behind the window also woke up. When she saw 1810, she showed an excited look on her face and hit the glass of the window with her head, as if asking 1810 to redeem her quickly. 1810 comforted her. "Don't worry. You will be safe soon." Then he turned to Captain America and said, "You are not Shin Dongxing? Where is Shin Dongxing?" Although Captain America had wrapped himself up like a mummy, the size difference between him and Shin Dongxing was too big, and 1810 could not convince himself that it was Shin Dongxing who was standing in front of him. The tall figure on the other side still did not speak, until 1810 took a step forward. Captain America also lit the lighter in his hand. 1810 knew that this was the other party warning him not to move forward, so the situation temporarily fell into a stalemate. 1810 did not give up communicating with the other party. He said that he would give out 1,000 points. But he could not get so many points in a short time. He hoped that the other party could extend the time limit and put the Yogurt first. However, Shin Dongxing was also scratching his head in front of the computer. He could not hear what 1810 said in the internet cafe. He could only order Captain America to protect the Yogurt and continue to threaten 1810 with a lighter. The two of them were talking at cross purposes. From the actions, it seemed that 1810 was trying to calm Captain America down. This is also in line with his position as a father. But the next moment, an unexpected accident happened. A bullet shot from nowhere shattered the French window of the mall, and then hit the target accurately. Shin Dongxing was shocked. At first, he thought that Captain America was shot, but there was no bullet hole in the latter's body. At the same time, the Yogurt in the window was safe and sound. Only 1810's body tilted back violently, with a bloody hole on his head, and his body flipped over the guardrail on the third floor and fell down, all the way to the marble floor on the first floor. And as luck would have it, his head hit the ground first, and the scene suddenly became bloody, which made it meaningless for him to be rescued. What the hell is this? Shin Dongxing in front of the computer widened his eyes, completely stunned by the scene in front of him. The Yogurt in the window was also stunned. She thought she had taken into account all the possibilities of tonight, and no matter how 1810 or Shin Dongxing reacted, they could not change the outcome of tonight. But she didn't expect that 1810 would be killed before. This turn was so unexpected that Yogurt didn't know how to proceed. If your target of revenge is dead during the revenge, what's the point of your preparation? The death of 1810 disrupted all of Yogurt's previous arrangements, and even made her stunned for a few seconds, until the gunshot sounded again, directly shattering the window in front of her. It seemed that the other party did not intend to stop after killing 1810, and moved the target again. Fortunately, Captain America had arrived at this time. He took off the shield on the model and stood in front of Yogurt, while his other hand was helping Yogurt untie the ropes tied around his feet. Wait. Something is not quite right, Yogurt said. As a player, 1810 must have encountered team battles. In addition, hunting monsters in the real world is also a matter that easily leads to conflicts with other players. Therefore, it is not surprising that 1810 has enemies. But the timing of his enemy's appearance is a bit too strange. He chose to attack when he came to see Shindongxing tonight. And the scene just now happened too quickly. Yogurt did see 1810 being shot and falling. But he did not have time to check his body. After blurting out wait, Yogurt realized that it was useless. Because Shindongxing, who was far away in the internet cafe, couldn't hear what she was saying. Instead, Captain America untied the ropes on her feet, and then untied the ropes on her hands, and then pulled her away. On the other side, a few young people who were concentrating on playing League of Legends in the internet cafe saw the most magical scene in their lives the next moment. They saw Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Hulk from the Avengers rushing out from behind a box door one after another. Just when they were so excited that they couldn't even say I go, something even weirder happened. The last Iron Man broke through the window and ascended to heaven, dealing the ultimate blow to their rationality. The boss who was helping a customer get Coke at the cashier was so scared that he sat on the ground. He never thought that his small internet cafe, which had been open for 5 years, could become the temporary office of the Avengers. Did he infiltrate the enemy? No. It should be that the enemy infiltrated him. While the boss was still busy thinking about who I had hacked into, and who had hacked into my philosophical question, the remaining members of the Avengers were also rushing towards the mall. Iron Man was the first to go to the 3rd floor because he could fly. And when Yogurt saw Iron Man, his head seemed to be hit by something. She finally understood what 1810 wanted to do. Yogurt yelled at Iron Man, "Go back!" At the same time, she kept waving her hands. But Iron Man obviously didn't understand what she meant by this action, and made a reassuring gesture to Yogurt. At this time, the problem of poor communication between the two was highlighted. Yogurt didn't even bring a mobile phone with her. And the reason she did this was actually that she had already outlined what was going to happen next, and didn't want Shindongxing to get in the way. But she didn't expect that now she was pitting the latter. Chapter 717, In the Name of Justice. Considering the dangers of the player industry, many capable people will choose to keep a hand. 1810 is no exception. His trump card is a C-level item called Death Illusion. Yes, 1810 has 2 C-level items on him. This is a secret that even his team members don't know. It is 1810's real trump card. Death Illusion. The function is very simple. It forges an illusion that is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. The illusion lasts for a quarter of an hour and cannot be touched during this period. Otherwise it will become invalid. Before, 1810 walked very slowly from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. He was not only looking for an ambush where Shindongxing might hide, but also looking for a place that would be convenient for him to create an illusion. Neither Ruoxing nor Shindongxing knew that when 1810's illusion appeared in front of them, he had already sneaked out of the mall again. Since 1810 already knew that the kidnapping incident was directed by Ruoxing from beginning to end, he certainly would not worry about Ruoxing's safety. Therefore, 1810 had only one purpose for the appointment tonight, which was to kill Shindongxing. 1810 was a little surprised that the latter was not in the mall, but he didn't believe that Shindongxing would not be nearby. Unlike his previous perfunctory and indifferent attitude, he actually read the information Shinsisi gave him very carefully. And of course, he knew the relationship between Shindongxing and Ruo. Ruo obviously didn't have any feelings between men and women for Shindongxing. But Shindongxing was obsessed with Ruo. 1810 himself is a man, and he was young once. So of course, he knew what boys of this age were thinking. When the girl he likes is in danger, no matter how strong or weak he is, he can't just stand aside and watch. So the sudden shot was not fired by someone else, but by 1810 himself. He killed his own illusion in order to create chaos and disrupt Yogurt's previous arrangement. In particular, after killing the illusion, he turned the gun to attack Yogurt. First, to prevent her and the guy next to her from going downstairs immediately to check the illusion. And second, because 1810 knew very well that Shindongxing would definitely be restless after seeing this scene. The result was just as he expected. Shindongxing was even more impatient than he thought. He let the remaining heroes of the Avengers rush out of the internet cafe without even trying to cover up, which naturally exposed his position. This is probably the tuition fee that young people have to pay. Of course, the tuition fee that Shindongxing has to pay this time may be a bit expensive. 1810 knew that the prey had been hooked. So he did not go into the internet cafe, because what he was going to do tonight was illegal, and he still had a normal family and life, and did not want to be seen by others. So he quietly went around to the other side of the internet cafe, from where he could just see what was going on in the private room. 1810 found Shin Dongxing without much effort. The latter was sitting in front of the computer and looked very anxious. He kept looking through the window towards the mall, unaware that he had been targeted without knowing it. You can only blame your bad luck. 1810 was about to pull the trigger, but the next moment a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Are you really determined to take this step? Shinsisi walked out of the convenience store on the corner and looked at 1810 with a serious expression. 1810 was also very surprised to see Shinsisi. He didn't expect to see her here at all. How did you find this place? But before the other party answered, 1810 said in a deep voice, what happened tonight has nothing to do with you. You'd better not get involved. I will pay your friend the remaining 400 points. What is the price? A young innocent life? I don't mind him being young, but he's not innocent. If he wasn't meddling in other people's business, I wouldn't have to do anything to him. 1810 said, and there was a hint of threat in his last words. Rationally speaking, 1810 didn't want to be an enemy of Shinsisi. Although Shinsisi had never shown any fighting ability, he was someone he couldn't see through. Moreover, he had many friends among the players because he acted upright and had a sense of justice. Although everyone might not fully agree with Shinsisi's philosophy, it was undeniable that it was good to have such a person as a friend. Therefore, the impact of killing Shinsisi and killing an insignificant otaku like Shin Dongxing is completely different. But it is difficult for him to stop at this point. And now 1810 has a new worry. Even if he kills Shin Dongxing, he can't get himself out of it with Shinsisi as an eyewitness. Thinking of this, it seems that he has only one way left, which is to kill Shinsisi as well. Fortunately, 1810's worries did not last too long. A figure walked out of the internet cafe where Shin Dongxing was at a leisurely pace. 1810 subconsciously turned the muzzle of the gun, but he didn't expect that the other party's action was faster than him. He took out a pistol from his arms. He didn't see how the man aimed, but just raised his hand casually, and then the bullet ejected from the gun chamber accurately hit the weapon in his hand. It's a precious thing to meet someone who can reason with you, John Hung said lightly, because other people may not intend to reason with you. 1810 changed color. The person he feared the most was of course John Hung. When the two sides first met, John Hung hardly showed his true colors. But 1810 had to admit afterwards that without John Hung help, the preparations they made that night would not be enough to capture Sphinx. And the other party was the first person on the current Proxy War dungeon rankings, considering his monster score. 1810 knew that he was no match for the other party. So he wisely did not make any extra moves and raised his hand to indicate that he had given up tonight. Of course, another reason was that he knew that although his behavior tonight was excessive, he had not crossed the last line. Shinsisi would not kill him, and might not even have any way to punish him. At most, she would ask him to pay off the money he owed John Hung and give him a verbal warning. John Hung glanced at Shinsisi, who also looked a little hesitant. After a moment of hesitation, she took out the small scale and said to 1810, I am not a judicial institution and have no right to judge you. Since it happened between players, we can't hand you over to the police. But you attempted murder after all, and I can't let you go without doing anything. In this case, I can only let the balance of justice judge you. John Hung noticed that although Shinsisi said so, she didn't seem to want to use the small scale in her hand. However, it seemed that she couldn't find any other way. So she finally walked towards 1810 with the scale. 1810's expression became nervous. As a player, he certainly knew how incredible the effects of game props were. For example, the death illusion on him. The small scale in Shinsisi's hand looked unusual and exuded a sense of majesty. But what 1810 didn't expect was that he was already trying to be on guard. But when he looked at the scale, he became more and more guilty. In the end, his knees softened, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Shinsisi stood in front of him, sighed, and still held the scale in one hand, and put one hand on 1810's head, and said seriously, in the name of justice, I will judge your past evil. Chapter 7:18. This was also the first time Zhang Hung saw Shinsisi using the thing in her hand. At that moment, she seemed to have transformed into an ancient stone statue, exuding a majestic aura. Others might not see anything, But Zhang Heng didn't know if it was his illusion. But he could vaguely see a beating heart in the darkness, with black unknown substances wrapped around the heart. But the area of the black substances was not large, and they slowly gathered together and fell into the tray. It was these black substances that caused the tray to slowly sink. At the same time, 1810 felt a strong sense of suffocation. Although there was nothing wrong with his body, he felt like he couldn't breathe. His forehead was covered with sweat. His mind began to involuntarily recall the vows he made with his first love. Those sweet memories that had been forgotten came back to his mind, as well as the guilt he felt when he finally informed her that he was going to marry the dean's daughter. He would never forget the look in her eyes when she looked at him. 1810 hoped that the girl across from him could make noise and roar. But in the end, she didn't say a word and just turned around and left his life. Then the scene of the memory changed. With the help of the dean's father-in-law, 1810 rose rapidly and soon became famous in the industry. Later, someone found him and asked him to help promote new medical devices and use his expert status to help endorse them. However, 1810 knew with his professional qualities that this medical device was not as good as the manufacturer boasted. It might be better in some operations, but this requires the surgeon to have considerable operating experience. It also has some defects that traditional operations do not have, but they are often not mentioned in the publicity. In addition, many operations do not require the use of such high-end medical equipment. At the same time, this medical device also has a certain possibility of being abused. At that time, 1810 still had some feelings in his heart. He was responsible for the patients and did not want to be completely manipulated by the manufacturer. So he hesitated to agree. But then his father-in-law, who had retired from the position of dean, found him and hinted that this involved several large medical equipment procurement plans. He had better not stand in the way. Otherwise it might be detrimental to his future development. On the contrary, he would be rewarded at a specific time. So after 2 nights of hesitation, 1810 still stood on the side of the manufacturer and helped promote this new type of equipment. It was also at that time that his smoking addiction became more and more serious. The scene changed again, and 1810 found himself sitting on a plane. It was only half a minute, but 1810 felt like he had spent a long century. He recalled almost all the sinful moments in his life, until he planned to kill Shen Dongxing for 500 points, and to keep the yogurt. Shen Cici's voice sounded again, as if it came from some extremely distant place. Her hand passed through 1810's body without any hindrance and entered the latter's body, and there was no pain on 1810's face. After a while, Shen Cici withdrew her hand and regained her balance, and 1810 also woke up from the nightmare-like state. He checked his body and found nothing abnormal, as if nothing had happened. But 1810 knew that the punishment had taken effect. He turned his head and looked at Shen Cici in front of him. "What did you do to me? I took away your satisfaction. From now on, you will never be satisfied, no matter what food you taste, what kind of beautiful scenery you see, or who makes your heart beat. You will not be able to get even a little joy from it," Shen Cici said. "But this is not permanent. You can still find your satisfaction. How to do it? Aren't you a surgeon? Save 300 people, and you will be back to normal." 1810 was silent after hearing this. 300 people may not seem like a lot. After all, some surgeons have to perform more than a dozen operations a day, but they are basically small operations like cutting the appendix, which obviously cannot be considered as saving. In terms of cancer, removing tumors is indeed saving lives. But what if the cancer cells spread again after the tumor is removed? How long is the survival period considered as rescue? The difficulty of this matter depends entirely on the definition of rescue. 1810 looked at Shen Cici again, but the latter obviously had no intention of explaining this matter. After this period of time, Swan Ro had already run downstairs, and even if Shen Dongxing was slow, he had already noticed Zhang Heng and 1810 and others not far away. He was scared half to death and immediately shrank his head back. After looking around, he could not find any handy weapons, and finally could only hide under the table reluctantly. Then he saw a woman with a choker on her neck walk in from outside, sitting on the sofa, looking at him with a smile. Shen Dongxing recognized the woman as a member of the 1810 team, and his face turned pale. "I wanted to settle the score with you for knocking me out last time. To be honest, this is the first time I have been knocked out by a man since I was a child." Black Swan paused. "Literally, Shin Dongxing smiled. But you are lucky. I happen to be in a good mood tonight. I don't want to pursue the previous things anymore. Black Swan dragged his chin and said. Really? Shin Dongxing was overjoyed. Not true. I was just thinking about how to trick you out from under the table and kill you. Black Swan blinked. Shin Dongxing's face turned worse when he heard that. You really are easier to fool than anyone else. No wonder you are fooled by girls. Black Swan sighed. Yogurt didn't fool me. Shin Dongxing whispered in defense. Black Swan snorted, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he thought, forget it. Young people should do some stupid things that only young people would do. Self-protection is something that only older people would think about. In a series of failed relationships, you should learn to save your strength and calculate the gains and losses, so that you will not be easily hurt again. However, after each relationship, you will have less and less to give to the next person. I don't know whether this is a good thing or not. After speaking, Black Swan glanced at Yogurt, who was walking out of the mall gate on the other side, walked to the table where Shin Dongxing was hiding, and stretched out his hand to knock on the table. Go. At least let that little sister stop playing with suicide. Chapter 719, Exploring the Secret of the Suit. Everyone has secrets. Zhang Heng did not ask Shin Sisi how she got the small scale, or what kind of agreement she reached with the goddess of justice Justitia that night. And Shin Sisi also tacitly did not ask Zhang Heng how he knew where Yogurt and 1810 would meet. She and Black Swan both followed Zhang Heng here, so they could appear at the critical moment and prevent one. No. 2 tragedies. Now Zhang Heng has 2 B-level props, second only to the absolute top leaders of some large guilds. But his biggest secret is the extra 24 hours. In Shin Sisi's opinion, Zhang Heng was investigating Yogurt's kidnapping with her all night. But in fact Zhang Heng left Shin Dongxing's apartment after midnight, and used the tracking skills learned in the deductive method copy to find the 2 people in about 4 hours. After that, Zhang Heng did not rush to kidnap people, but quietly implanted a Trojan program for monitoring and positioning on Yogurt and Shin Dongxing's mobile phones. If 1810 came and admitted the results, then the investigation of this matter would end here. If 1810 did not admit it, Zhang Heng could also find Swanru and Shin Dongxing quickly. In any case, the matter was finally resolved satisfactorily. But the price was that 1810's original team was disbanded. When they broke up, Black Swan hinted to Zhang Heng that if Zhang Heng was willing to play games with her, something might happen between the 2 of them. But Zhang Heng declined. Zhang Heng had never thought of forming a team since the beginning of the game. Although the difficulty of the proxy war dungeon has increased, he can handle it alone for now. In addition, Zhang Heng also asked 1810 for the balance. The latter did not have enough points to pay, and the death illusion had been exposed. So they finally decided to give this C-level item with 1 use left to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng thought about it and agreed to the deal. Death illusion. This item is quite special. It is not bad as a trump card, but it also has certain limitations. Once the characteristics are known to others, it is basically completely invalid. However, Zhang Heng doesn't care. As long as the dungeon can be used, he doesn't expect to get out of it by faking his death in reality. In this way, he got 3 props in just 1 night, especially the last prop of the Shadow series. After Zhang Heng said goodbye to Black Swan and Shin Sisi, he didn't go anywhere else. He went directly to the game point and found the bartender. "Huh. You actually put together this set of things. It's quite efficient," the bartender said after seeing the 4 props on the table. "You said that when I find them all, I can inherit some of the power of the original owner," Zhang Heng said. "Yes, that's right. But I also told you that you still need to go through some form of test." The bartender picked up the shadow key while speaking. "You still have 1 use left for this thing. And the new thing you got. Once you decide to inherit the power of it, whether you succeed or not, they can no longer be used." "I know. But it doesn't matter. Shadow Key and Shadow Foot are both E and F level items, with limited value, and they have been used. And Shadow Key only has 1 use left." Zhang Heng considered it, but decided not to wait. After all, he already has a lot of messy items on him. But he only has 1 pair of hands. In contrast, game props are already overflowing. Every time you go to a dungeon, you have to think about what to bring. It's as painful as thinking about what to eat and what to wear every morning. Instead of doing this, it's better to switch to a supernatural power similar to an agent. Since you have no objection, The bartender Xiao Wenyan shrugged. Then when do you plan to take the test? Is there any pre-ceremonial ceremony required? Of course a ceremony is required. But it's very simple. If you want, you can do it now. Then let's start now, Zhang Heng said. It took less than a quarter of an hour for the bartender to complete all the preparations. Zhang Heng watched from the side and felt that she was no different from usual when mixing drinks. Except that she replaced the ingredients used for mixing drinks with some strange materials, including lizard tails, mouse skulls and other things, which she put in the wall breaker and smashed together. After that, the bartender wrapped some suspicious tobacco and rolled it into a homemade cigar. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. Yes, I know this looks a bit traditional, but there is no way. Those ancient guys just like this. As early as BC, the Mayans and Indians smoked tobacco. They believed that these things could allow them to communicate with the gods. This recipe was also left by the Mayans. The bartender said, Don't underestimate this thing. It is not easy to gather the raw materials in modern society. So whether you succeed or not, you have to pay me 50 game points. What should I do? Zhang Heng took the cigar. Just carry the 4 props with you, preferably in contact with your body, and then light the cigar. By the way, do you have any other props? Leave them with me first. Otherwise it may interfere with communication. Especially the props left by some powerful beings. The original owner of this set of Shadow series should have been out of fashion for a while. And there is not much power left. You'd better not have too much expectation. The bartender thought about it and decided to explain. Similar props. If the original owner is still alive, it is almost impossible to get a full set. After all, if there is no special reason, no one wants to share part of their power, because sharing part of the power means accelerating their decline. As an agent, you should also know this. So the set you got should belong to a very ancient existence. Zhang Heng nodded. And as the bartender said, he temporarily deposited all the props on his body at the game point, then sat cross-legged on the booth, placed the 4 props on his legs, close to his skin, and after everything that happened last night, he lit the cigar and took a deep breath. The taste was not as disgusting and strange as he imagined, and there was even a strange mixed aroma. It seems that the Mayan sacrifice is not a job that is too difficult to accept. Zhang Heng first took a small puff, and then took 2 big puffs. White smoke rose in front of his eyes. But the strange thing was that it did not seem to spread everywhere, but hovered around him, and became more and more dense. And Zhang Heng also fell into a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. He had forgotten the time and where he was. And when the cigar was finished, the smoke dissipated by itself. Zhang Heng looked at the scene in front of him, but frowned. Chapter 720 Unexpected Situation. Before lighting the cigar, Zhang Heng had already made sufficient mental preparations. With his current strength, he basically didn't need to worry about such tests. Moreover, according to the bartender, the original owner of the prop had died some time ago, and there was not much power left. This certainly hinted that Zhang Heng might not get much, but it also meant that he would not be in too much danger on this trip. After all, he had ganked even the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, and a mere ancient god that had been submerged in history was unlikely to cause him too much trouble. When the smoke cleared, Zhang Heng saw a gloomy and dilapidated scene, which matched the prefix of the Shadow series. However, when Zhang Heng saw the building in front of him clearly, he was stunned, because this was the seaside town he had visited in his dream in the alien instance not long ago. Zhang Heng's first reaction was that what happened to him later was caused by the Shadow series props. But when he calmed down, he found that this guess was not very likely. In the alien instance, the last prop Shadow Foot had not been obtained, and the shadow set on him only had Shadow Key. It was hard to believe that a mere E-grade game prop could cause so many problems. And strictly speaking, the real abnormality of his body can be traced back to when he was dealing with the death dream problem. He was touched by the plague without knowing it. The situation was very dangerous at the time, and he was sent directly to the emergency room. However, the doctor could do nothing to help him. His heart did stop beating in a short period of time. Zhang Heng could even clearly feel the coming of death, but he lost his memory of the few seconds after that. When he opened his eyes again, the plagues on his body that even modern medicine could not cure had magically disappeared, and his heart started beating again, even stronger than before. Han Lu later told Zhang Heng that she felt a brief and inexplicable fear when she saw Director Kwang. She always thought that the fear was brought by Director Kwong. But in fact, the time was exactly the few seconds when Zhang Heng lost his memory, especially after what happened on the rooftop. Zhang Heng also realized that the fear Han Lu felt might not come from the plague, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, but from him. So perhaps we can think about his current situation from another angle. What is certain is that he has some secrets hidden in him. And the bartender said that the tobacco recipe she prepared came from the Mayans, and was used to communicate with the gods. Zhang Heng had taken off the other props on his body, leaving only 4 shadow suits. It stands to reason that when he inhaled the smoke, the one who communicated with him should be the original owner of the 4 shadow suits. But the fact is that the tobacco did not allow him to get in touch with the original owner of the shadow suit. Instead, it seemed to have accidentally helped him open a seal on his body, allowing him to return to the strange dream that he had not had time to explore before. Zhang Heng did not know what caused this accident. Perhaps the power left by the original owner of the shadow suit was too weak compared to the secret in him. Or perhaps after the incident on the roof, his body had undergone some changes that could not be observed from the outside. Or some other unknown reasons. In short, things have come to this point. And for him, this result is not too bad. After all, compared to inheriting a small part of the power of the shadow suit, finding out the secret in him is obviously a higher priority. The former can be tried later, but the latter does not appear in any regular pattern. Zhang Heng also noticed that although he returned to this strange dream, the shadow suit on him was still there this time, and did not disappear with other props. So to be honest, Zhang Heng was a little confused whether he was in the shadow suit assessment or in the previous dream. It only took half a minute to sort out his situation. Zhang Heng decided to make the best of it, and continue what he had not completed before to explore this town full of haze and ominousness. Because this place is likely related to his life experience. He walked down the street. The air was full of disgusting fishy smell. Large areas of dilapidated houses stood on both sides of the street. Some of them had even collapsed. Everything here looked dilapidated and decayed. But Zhang Heng noticed that unlike the last time, there were obviously more people on the street this time. Although there were still few houses compared to here. At least it was no longer a mile away without seeing a single person. But it was hard to say whether the appearance of these residents made the situation better or worse. Although some residents did look no different from ordinary people. They were only a minority, and most of them were young people. The older people seemed to have been hit by some unknown horrible curse, making them look extremely deformed and ugly. Just like the old man Zhang Heng met before, with a strange narrow forehead, flat nose, bulging eyes, scabby skin and wrinkles, and giving people a sticky and weird feeling, as if they were the monsters born from the mating of a frog and a fish. However, their gloomy and terrifying faces now had a rare smile on them. They ran out from the ruins, some wiping the signs, some busy sending the caught fish to the fish shop for processing, and some even laid carpets on the ground, looking like there was a party in the evening. In addition, some suspicious sounds were heard from the tightly sealed buildings nearby, like something walking on the wooden floor, or a low and hoarse hiss. Zhang Heng walked for a while, and saw the Gothic stone church in front of him. Its history was obviously older than other buildings in the town. The piercing bells rang out from inside, telling the people in the town that it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The setting sun was about to sink into the sea, and the only light in the town was about to disappear. Zhang Heng was about to walk into the church to take a look, when a voice suddenly came from behind him. "It's already late. Don't you want to find a place to stay first?" Zhang Heng turned his head, and recognized that the person who spoke was the old man he saw when he first came here. The latter walked from the other end of the street. Although he walked slowly, and tried his best to imitate the slowness and inconvenience of the elderly, Zhang Heng could still see at a glance that his body was much better than he showed. "Do you know what's going on here?" Zhang Heng asked. However, the old man did not answer his question, but just repeated his previous words. "It's late. Don't you find a place to stay first?" Chapter 721 Gilman Inn. "Do you have any recommendations?" Zhang Heng did not dwell on the previous question, and followed the old man's question. "Gilman Inn. There are delicious food and soft beds," the old man replied. "I can take you there." He turned around and walked away, as if telling Zhang Heng to follow him. Zhang Heng looked at the church in front of him again. It was obviously not a proper church station. Instead, it faintly revealed a sense of madness and evil, just like the town itself. A black figure wearing a golden crown and wrapped in a strange robe flashed through the huge pillared hall. John Hung could not tell what the guy under the robe looked like. During this time, the old man had walked a short distance. He stopped and turned back to stare at John Hung with his bulging eyes. Like a toad. John Hung thought about it, and decided to follow the old man. Because the latter was the only person in the town who took the initiative to talk to him. Although he was not willing to answer all questions. "Do you know me?" John Hung asked again after catching up with the old man. "What time is it now?" "July 15th, 1927. The old man finally answered another question. This was similar to the time John Hung estimated when he first came here. John Hung subconsciously glanced at the watch on his right hand. But this time he found that the starfish that always accompanied him was not on his wrist. Perhaps because he was used to the constant companionship of the watch. John Hung even forgot to count the watch when he first came here to check the props. But John Hung was not panicked. First of all, today's midnight has passed. And there is still a considerable time before the arrival of the next midnight. It is highly likely that his extra 24 hours will not be used. Secondly, he is no longer the ordinary person he was when he first entered the dungeon. The long list of high-level skills on his body has become a part of his body. Even without relying on props. He has enough self-protection power. In addition, it cannot be said that he has no props at all. At least the 4 shadow sets are still there. And even the moment of shadow that has been used up seems to have regained its vitality in this strange place. But John Hung has no time to check it for the time being. As he continued to move forward with the old man, he was still trying to collect some information. "I see you are preparing for a celebration. What are you celebrating?" "Oh, it's just an ordinary traditional sacrifice. Don't take it seriously." "Really? Then do you know how to leave here?" The old man paused. "The train stopped a long time ago. It takes a long time to walk. And this area is not safe. If you want to leave, you can take a bus. The bus leaves at 8 o'clock every night." But what? "But not tonight. Because the driver is also preparing for the celebration. So there is no bus tonight." "What about the horse?" "There are no horses in the town." The old man replied in a hoarse voice. "Someone raised horses earlier. But those animals didn't seem to like this place. And they became restless at night. So we had no choice but to sell them again." Then he turned around. "Do you want to leave?" "Leave? No. I'm just asking casually," John Hung said. He didn't lie. John Hung could of course see that for whatever reason, the old man really wanted him to stay in the Gilman Inn tonight. And coincidentally, he also wanted to see what would happen if he stayed in that inn. John Hung had been planning to investigate this place. And even if the only bus that connected to the outside world left tonight, he would not leave. Of course, he was not a fool, considering what the old man said to him when they first met. "You are finally here?" John Hung could see that this so-called traditional sacrifice would probably be related to him. So tonight would probably be very interesting. John Hung continued to chat with the old man, trying to see if he could get more useful information. The old man still answered his questions selectively as before, and it could be seen that he was carefully avoiding the core secrets here, especially those related to the evening celebration. However, John Hung did get something. For example, 100 years ago, those abandoned and collapsed houses were once full of people. In addition, the economy was still prosperous at that time. So this place was once very lively, and could even be called a city. Ships would dock at the port. Sailors would go ashore for fun. And trains would also come here, bringing goods and immigrants from other cities, and taking the fish, shrimp and food caught by the townspeople to other places. In addition, there was a gold refinery in the town, which was a profitable business. But after the Civil War, things started to get worse. Business started to decline. The economic situation continued to deteriorate, and people could not see the future. Not long after that, people started to disappear. At first, there were only a few, but then more and more. At the same time, as a group of newborns grew up, some people began to change their appearance, and the old man was one of them. When he said this, he seemed to be secretly observing the changes on John Hung's face with his cloudy eyes. However, to his disappointment, the latter did not react at all. He was neither surprised, nor afraid, nor happy. He just signaled him to continue. However, the old man stopped and said, "This is it." John Hung looked up and saw a dome building. Like other houses here, this dome building also could not escape the fate of decay. The 3 words Gilman on the signboard were worn away a lot, At the same time, the wall paint was also seriously peeling, and there were moss and mold on the wall. A similar hostel in any town would probably not attract many tourists. However, according to the old man, this was the only place in the town where outsiders could rest. However, when John Hung stepped into the rather shabby hall, he had to doubt the two selling points of delicious food and soft beds mentioned by the old man before. Fortunately, the male waiter at the front desk looked relatively normal, except for being a little surly and aloof. Room 427. $1. He put down the dirty old newspaper in his hand. It's quite lively today. There are actually 2 guests. Is there anyone else staying here tonight? The old man was a little surprised. Yeah. Something happened in the town before. He suddenly stopped talking halfway and looked at John Hung on the other side. The latter turned over all his pockets and looked up. Sorry. I may not have any money on me. The old man and the male waiter looked at each other. Chapter 722. Another traveler. The waiter and the old man had never expected this. $1 for a room was not expensive. Of course, considering the dirty and depressing environment here, even if it was half the price, no one would be willing to stay. However, the only means of transportation in the town that connected with the outside world was suspended tonight. If John Hung didn't stay here, he had nowhere else to stay. From this point of view, he had to pay the $1. But no one expected that he didn't have a single coin in his pocket. After a moment of silence, the old man said, "Forget it. I pay for his room. Since it's a celebration, we can't just be happy by ourselves. It's rare to have guests here, so we should still show some host spirit." He had finally brought John Hung here, so he couldn't give up all his efforts for $1. "Since you are willing to pay for him, I have no objection," the male waiter said, while helping John Hung check in. And John Hung also signed his name in the guest book. The old man quietly left at some point, as if he appeared just to lead John Hung into this hostel. John Hung was about to follow another waiter upstairs, but at this moment, another figure walked in from outside. He looked a little anxious, angry, and a little flustered. He opened his mouth to say something, but swallowed it back when it came to his lips, and just said, "Give me a room. $1. The waiter repeated the price expressionlessly. John Hung knew that this was the other guest of the Gilman and mentioned by the waiter. This was quite obvious, not only because the other person looked normal, but also because he did not have the damp and dark feeling that the residents of the small town had. Since everyone was from outside the area, maybe we could communicate a little? John Hung stopped, but before he could speak, he saw the other party cast a vigilant look at him. John Hung had hunted before, so he could understand this kind of look. This was the look of prey when they were running away. At this time, they would not trust anyone or anything. Room 428. The male waiter said to the new guest. After that, the 2 new guests of Gilman Hostel followed another waiter to the top floor of the hostel. The waiter opened the door for John Hung. This was a single room facing the street. It continued the usual style of the town. It was dark and shabby, with 2 windows and some cheap furniture. From the appearance, no one had used them for a long time. There was a steel bed, which was obviously not soft at all. This also made John Hung give up the promise of delicious food. But since it was already time for dinner, John Hung still asked the waiter, "What food is there in the hostel?" "We don't provide meals," the latter said coldly, but then probably remembered his identity as a waiter and added stiffly, "There is a restaurant in town, right next to the hostel." "Thank you." John Hung said that he didn't give the other party a tip. But fortunately, the waiter didn't care much, and turned and left after saying that. So only John Hung and another guest were left on the top floor. The latter's room 428 was diagonally opposite John Hung, but he immediately closed the door vigilantly after entering the room, clearly not wanting to see anyone again. And John Hung was not in a hurry to disturb his temporary neighbor. He took some time to check his own room first. The faucet was broken, and the waiter had already told him this when they went upstairs. In other words, this was a magical hostel that provided neither food nor running water. This could explain why there were no other guests here except the 2 of them. The wooden board of the wardrobe was cracked, and it made a creaking sound when the door was opened and closed. A thin layer of dust accumulated on the table, and the dirty quilt on the bed also had a damp feeling of the rainy season. To be honest, if it could not block the wind and rain, sleeping here would be no different from sleeping on the street. And the bad things didn't end there. John Hung noticed that there was no bolt inside the door, which meant that even if the door was locked, People outside could open it with a key. And judging from the marks on it, the bolt had obviously been removed not long ago. Interesting. Fortunately, there is some good news. At least the old-fashioned electric light above my head can still be used. Although the bulb head has turned black and the orange light it emits seems a little dim. But this is already good news before the night comes. Of course, all signs indicate that something will happen tonight. When the power is turned off, even if the bulb is still intact, it will still be useless. John Hung approached the window, pulled up the curtains a little, and looked at the street below. There seemed to be more people on the street, and there were some people from the cult mixed in. They were really preparing for the evening celebration. Everyone wore some kind of gold jewelry. But John Hung didn't see what food they prepared. It's hard to leave food and drinks for a celebration. After all, most people don't care much about the origin and content of the celebration. They just want to find an excuse to eat and drink to reward their stomachs. A celebration without food and drinks is like a cake without cream. But the people downstairs didn't seem to think so. They were still very excited. John Hung looked for a while, and then turned his eyes a little further away. He saw the dam in the distance, and the black line on the sea farther away. He also saw the black line when he first came here. John Hung always felt that something was waiting for his call. There were two small black spots hunched over on the wave-breaking dam. They should be fishermen. They put down their fishing rods, and suddenly jumped off the dam. Diving from such a high distance is still quite dangerous. Not to mention the reefs below. If it is windy and rough, a big wave might sweep people away. However, the other people on the embankment seemed to be used to it. No one reacted to the two people diving, and they continued to do their own things. Everything in this town is full of abnormal weirdness. The church bells rang, indicating that it was 7 p.m. The sun had completely set, leaving only a little afterglow. John Hung put down the curtain in his hand. He was not really hungry. It would be fine if he didn't have dinner. However, considering what was going to happen in the evening, he needed to make some preparations in advance. The most important thing was to get a few weapons. After all, he was almost in a state of preparation. John Hung went out and knocked on the door opposite. "Who?" A vigilant voice came from inside. "I am an outsider like you. Do you want to go out for dinner together?" He was answered by silence. The people in the room seemed to be thinking about this proposal. After a moment, he opened the door. Chapter 723. I just watched you eat. Although the guy living next door agreed to John Hung's proposal to have dinner together, he was still full of vigilance and kept a certain distance from John Hung. John Hung did not force him. At least the two of them had introduced each other's names and made a simple self-introduction, which was considered a considerable improvement. John Hung already knew that the guy next to him was called Fabricot. He was very young, only 17 years old this year, and was traveling in New England. According to him, he was mainly visiting natural scenery, visiting ancient sites, and studying his family genealogy. He originally planned to take a train directly from Newburyport to Arkham, but the ticket seller in Newburyport provided him with a more economical travel plan. That is to take the bus here for a transfer. But Fabricot didn't expect that the evening bus to Arkham was cancelled, so he had to stay here tonight. During the conversation, John Hung also learned that Fabricot arrived much earlier than him. He took the 10 o'clock bus from Newburyport and had been wandering here for a long time, so he should have collected a lot of information. Perhaps this can also explain why he seems so panicked and alert now. This unlucky child probably heard or saw something he shouldn't have heard or seen. But when John Hung asked about this, he immediately shut up and stopped talking. John Hung knew that this was because the two had just met and had not yet reached a level of trust. In addition, although John Hung could also sense the gloom and weirdness of this town, he did not feel too depressed or scared. Instead, Fabricot beside him was very disgusted and uneasy. In his words, he did not want to stay here for a moment and wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly away. The two walked out of the hostel. Although the nearby buildings still looked dirty, they were already quite good considering the dilapidated level of the entire town. There were grocery stores, pharmacies, fish wholesale markets, refinery offices and restaurants, and a river in the center, which together formed the center of the town. But I don't know if it's because they're off work or because they're preparing for the evening celebration. Most of the shops are closed, but the restaurant is still open. There are two people inside, a man and a woman. The man has a thin face, a hunched back, and his eyes look dull. John Hung stared at him for a while and found that he didn't blink. If 173 from the SCP Foundation met him, he would probably just cry in the corner. The woman on the other side has a flat nose and wears a rustic dress. She is bending over to wipe the table, although she may be exposed. Considering her dignity, no man is willing to take advantage of her. In particular, Zhang Heng noticed that Fabricot beside him began to feel uneasy again. Although neither of them had obvious deformities, they were both on the verge of deformity. According to what the old man said before, as they grow older, they are likely to become old people. It can be seen that if there is a choice, Fabricot would not want to enter this restaurant. But in the end, he chose the latter between starvation and visual pollution. He tried not to look at the faces of the two people and focused his eyes on the menu at the counter. After discovering that the food inside was mainly canned food and ham, he was not disappointed, but relieved. Obviously, he didn't trust the people in the town, so he was quite skeptical about the food they provided. A can of food with biscuits and a bowl of vegetable soup was enough for him. Then he made way and asked Zhang Heng, "What do you want to eat?" Zhang Heng said, "I don't have any money, and I'm not that hungry. I just watch you eat." Fabricot stood there for a while, hesitating, and finally sighed. "Forget it. I treat you." Zhang Heng was not polite, and said to the man with dull eyes, "Just give me one too." After Fabricot paid, the woman with a flat nose went into the kitchen. Zhang Heng and Fabricot found a place away from the counter, and sat down. The latter couldn't help but ask after a while, "You knocked on my door, and asked me to come out for dinner. But you didn't bring any money with you?" Zhang Heng hummed, dragged his chin, and looked at the restaurant with interest. It was obviously decorated to welcome the evening's celebration. Fabricot frowned, feeling unhappy. "Are you taking me for a fool? I said I'm not really hungry. Just eat by yourself." Zhang Heng turned around. "You insisted on treating me. I'm just being polite. It's not too late for you to ask the kitchen staff to cancel my portion now. This is too embarrassing." "Wait, you said that because you knew I wouldn't do that, right? If you feel embarrassed, I can ask for you." Zhang Heng stood up while saying this. "Are you bluffing?" Zhang Heng did not answer, but smiled and turned to walk towards the kitchen. When he was about to reach the door, Fabricot finally spoke again. "Okay, let's stop here. It's not much anyway." But Zhang Heng did not stop after hearing this, but really walked into the kitchen. At this time, Fabricot felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was taught since childhood that everyone will have difficulties, and if you have the ability, you can and should help. Moreover, as he said, this meal will not cost much anyway, even for a young man who is traveling on a budget. It is really nothing. So he also stood up from his seat and rushed into the kitchen. The man sitting behind the counter looked at the two without saying anything or stopping them. The sanitary conditions in the kitchen were not as bad as Fabricot had imagined, although there was still the lingering fishy smell, and the walls were covered with mold. There were at least no rats or cockroaches. Zhang Heng was talking to the woman with the flat nose, but he was interrupted by Fabricot. No, don't listen to him. Just prepare dinner as before." However, the woman with the flat nose was also a little slow to react, as if she didn't understand what he was saying, and looked at Fabricot in confusion. So Fabricot had to hold up 2 fingers again. Two servings of food. Just then he noticed that Zhang Heng took down the chef's knife hanging on the wall, and took 2 at a time, hiding them in his clothes, and made a gesture to him to keep quiet. Fabricot's eyes almost fell out of his eyes. He immediately realized that someone sneaked into the kitchen not to be angry with him, but to steal knives. This behavior is certainly not worth promoting. But Fabricot hesitated, but did not say anything. His heart was beating fast, and he followed Zhang Heng out of the kitchen. Chapter 724. Don't worry. Fabricot waited for the woman with a flat nose to bring the food to the table, and then turned away, and immediately lowered his voice and asked, "What are you doing?" "I took 2 chef knives. Didn't you see it?" Zhang Heng ate the canned food slowly. "I know you are stealing knives. But the question is why you are stealing knives." Fabricot looked nervous, secretly glanced at the man and woman with dull eyes, and then said to Zhang Heng, "Hey, I think you'd better put the knives back before they find them. I don't want to cause trouble. I just want to spend this night quietly and leave this damn place quickly." "Really? What is it? Do you think you can spend this night peacefully?" Fabricot immediately became alert again after hearing this. "Do you know anything?" "What do you know?" Zhang Heng asked back. "How about this? Let's exchange what we know. I don't know anything, Fabricot said almost reflexively, and then added, I'm just a traveler passing by here. Whatever you want. Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. Something is going to happen here tonight. You'd better make some preparations. What preparations? Can you use a knife? No. I don't want to sneak into the kitchen like you. It doesn't matter. We can find you something else. Zhang Heng had already finished the canned food, but he didn't want to explain this question. He asked Fabricot, How long will you eat? Fabricot looked at the vegetable soup and canned food that he had barely touched, gritted his teeth and swallowed them whole, then grabbed the biscuits. Let's go! He didn't want to stay here any longer, because the ugly man and woman made him feel uneasy, and because he didn't know when Zhang Heng's theft of the knife would be exposed. It was like a bomb that he didn't know when it would explode, making him nervous. So the two left the restaurant and returned to the street. Fabricot took 2 deep breaths, but unfortunately, the lingering fishy smell in the air did not make him feel better, and after walking a few steps, Fabricot suddenly became suspicious and said, Have you ever had that feeling of being stared at? There is no doubt that someone is watching us. Or rather, the people in the town have been watching us all the time, Zhang Heng said lightly. Fabricot turned his head, but did not see anyone following him. Moreover, during the time they were eating, there were fewer people on the street. The people who were still busy preparing for the celebration disappeared in the blink of an eye, just like employees who had reached the end of their working hours. However, in those airtight buildings, in the darkness behind the doors and curtains, Fabricot instinctively sensed that something was lying there and peeping at them. At this time, the last ray of afterglow had disappeared, and the incandescent lights on the roadside lit up. But the light was very weak, only illuminating a short distance away, and under the dim light, the whole town looked even more strange and mysterious. I think we'd better go back to the hostel, Fabricot suggested. When I was in Newburyport, I heard people say that it was not safe here at night. Strangers often disappeared here, and there were some strange noises at night. They advised me not to go out after dark. Don't worry. Our friends probably don't plan to take action yet, Zhang Heng said. He took the lead and walked to the grocery store. Fabricot could only follow helplessly, and at the same time, he couldn't help complaining. What's there to see here? It's closed. Zhang Heng didn't comment, leaned on the glass of the door, and looked inside. After confirming that there was no one inside, he pulled out a chef's knife from under his clothes, easily broke the glass with the handle of the knife, and then reached in and turned the door handle. You? Fabricot's eyes widened. He originally thought that stealing a chef's knife was enough, but he didn't expect Zhang Heng to have plans to rob the grocery store. He could barely pretend not to see the former, but the latter had obviously exceeded his bottom line. He didn't want to become someone's accomplice in crime for no reason. So when Zhang Heng opened the door and motioned him to go in, he not only didn't go in, but took a few steps back. You're crazy. I don't think so. Zhang Heng shook his head. I know exactly what I'm doing now. But you? From the moment I met you, you looked like you were at a loss. You were afraid of what you heard or saw, but refused to believe it. If you heard what I heard, you would do the same as me. Fabricot immediately realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. This sentence was equivalent to admitting that he did hear something. So he quickly said, That's it. It's time to separate. I think it's better for us to go our separate ways. Whether you want to steal a knife or rob a grocery store, it's your own business. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. After he said that, he turned around and took 2 steps, then stopped. If you are caught by the people in the town, you have to tell them that it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Heng blinked his eyes when he heard this. The people in the town have been secretly observing us, but no one has come out until now. Do you think they will care about this kind of thing? Fabricot was stunned when he heard this. I don't know. This is just our feeling after all. I don't want to get into any trouble. Your wish can only come true if you are not in any trouble yourself. I don't know what you are talking about. I want to go back, and I suggest you don't stay outside for too long. Fabricot obviously didn't want to argue with Zhang Heng anymore. He ended the conversation with this sentence and turned to walk hurriedly towards the hostel. Zhang Heng watched him walk into the hostel door, stood under the street light for another half a minute, and then turned and walked into the grocery store. He looted. The grocery store was not just for Fabricot to find weapons. In fact, Zhang Heng himself also had needs. Although he took 2 chef knives from the restaurant, only 2 knives were obviously not enough to deal with all the situations that might arise tonight. John Hung found flashlights, candles, ropes, fishing lines, whiskey. In addition, the biggest surprise was that he got a rifle and 2 revolvers, as well as several bullets. John Hung found a large backpack and stuffed everything he thought was useful into it. Chapter 725 Midnight is coming. John Hung returned from the grocery store with a full bag and walked through the lobby of the Gilman Hotel with his backpack on his back. The surly-looking male waiter didn't say a word, as if he didn't see the backpack behind him, even though the tip of the rifle had already stuck out of it for a long time. John Hung walked up the dilapidated stairs to the guest room on the top floor. The wooden boards creaked under his feet, as if protesting against the sudden increase in weight on him. The lights in the corridor were not much better than those outside, although they were still on. The range of light they could illuminate was really limited, and the shadows cast on the walls looked scary. John Hung noticed that someone was walking in Fabricat's room opposite. From the steps, he could tell how irritated the young stranger was. But after a while, he sat down again and seemed to take a book out of his luggage. John Hung heard the sound of papers being flipped. Fabricat seemed to want to calm himself down in this way. So John Hung did not stand in the corridor any longer, but stretched out his hand and pushed open his door. After returning to his residence, John Hung did not rest, but began to sort out the things he brought back. He tried to make a few Molotov cocktails using the method taught to him by the Finnish guerrillas during the Soviet-Finnish War. Of course, he used those bottles, but the pure whiskey was not strong and difficult to ignite. John Hung waited for some high-purity whiskey through distillation, and added tinder in the middle as a fuse. Then he loaded all 3 guns with bullets and tied a hook to the front of the rope, so that it could be used to climb the wall. At the end, John Hung also picked up the fishing line. Soon, the room was full of fishing lines. The fishing lines were very thin, and could not be seen without careful observation under the existing dim light, let alone in the darkness after turning off the lights. Only John Hung knew the location of the fishing lines. He did not expect these fishing lines to kill people. After all, their sharpness and toughness were limited. As long as they could block the uninvited guests who might appear, it would be fine, especially to make the other party think that there was no fishing line in the house, so that the other party's actions would naturally be hindered. John Hung paid special attention to the locations of several doors and windows, leaving himself an escape route and blocking other places with fishing lines. After doing all this, he used a chair to hold the door handle, and then laid down on the bed. He did not fall asleep, firstly because he could not tell whether this was a dream or somewhere else, and secondly because he was not sleepy. So he lay there to check the 4 Shadows series props. John Hung could not tell why. After coming to this place, he could clearly feel that the power contained in the Shadow set had recovered to a certain extent, but it was different from the feeling when he used it before. John Hung took out his favorite moment of Shadow and thought about the crow in his heart. However, he could not see the crow in the darkness the next moment. John Hung tried to use the remaining foot of Shadow, but there was no result. John Hung was about to try the key of Shadow again, but then his ears moved. There was a creaking sound coming from the stairs and corridor, which meant that someone was coming upstairs, and it was not a new tenant or a waiter of the hostel. In addition to the fact that the only bus that connected to the outside world was not running tonight, it was also because the newcomer deliberately walked very lightly. This means that the other party came up secretly and didn't want to be known. John Hung had spent a lot of time distilling whiskey and setting traps. It was past 12 o'clock in the evening, and most people must have gone to bed. As if to confirm his speculation, the next moment the old light in John Hung's room suddenly went out of work, and the room fell into darkness. This was not because its service life had finally expired, and it had finally reached the day of glorious retirement, but because someone cut off the power switch. John Hung knew that the fun was about to begin. The townspeople kept saying that there would be a celebration in the evening, but until now there was still no one on the street outside the house. Those guys had been busy preparing for so long. It didn't make sense for them to go home and sleep in the end. But John Hung was not in a hurry. He lay on the bed without moving, wanting to see what the guy in the corridor was going to do first. Unexpectedly, the other party first went to room 428 of Fabricat across the street, and stayed in front of the door for a while, probably trying to listen to the movement inside, and then heard the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. Fabricat was obviously not without any defense. His previous anxious attitude had already explained a lot of problems. Although he did not agree with Zhang Heng's plan to arm himself, he seemed to have made some preparations after returning. The person outside the door tried to open the door with a key for a while but failed. So he went around to the next room. The rooms in Gilman Hostel are very interesting. Take the one Zhang Heng lives in as an example. Although it is just a single room, it has a main door and 2 side doors. The 2 side doors are connected to the rooms on the left and right respectively. Zhang Heng estimated that the 428 opposites should be similar. The intruder obviously wanted to find another way after finding that the main door was blocked. But he worked hard for a long time and tried both side doors, but still couldn't find a way to enter room 428. Zhang Heng originally thought that the guy would temporarily give up room 428 and sneak into his room. But to his surprise, the sound in the corridor actually faded away, and the person seemed to go back downstairs. After that, Zhang Heng heard footsteps in room 428. Fabricant was obviously not asleep. The poor young man was probably scared at this time. But he didn't let himself immerse in fear. He knew that the opportunity was rare. Since the other party had decided to attack him, he would definitely not give up so easily. Staying in the room would be a dead end. He must use this gap in the middle to escape. Fabricant didn't dare to go out and escape down the stairs, as this would be like walking into a trap. So he first thought of the window. Unlike Zhang Heng's house, his room faced a dilapidated patio, and some low and abandoned brick buildings surrounding the patio. To the west was a rural swamp. The window was too high from the ground. Fabricant wanted to jump to the roof of a brick building, but he estimated that he couldn't jump to the nearest brick building at this distance. But he might be able to jump after walking through 2 more rooms. So he tried the side door on the south side first, and found that the door was stuck behind something. In view of this situation, he could only turn to the north. At this time, the creepy footsteps came from the stairs again, and Fabricant's hair stood up. Soon, there was a fierce knock on his door. The person seemed to have given up pretending and decided to force him directly. Just as Fabricant was shaking all over because of fear, Zhang Heng, who was next door, showed a strange look on his face, because no one had come to see him until now. It seemed that those guys outside had forgotten him. Chapter 726. The celebration begins, with the corridor on the top floor as the boundary. Fabricant on one side of the corridor is experiencing the most bizarre and terrifying thing in his life, while Zhang Heng on the other side is not disturbed by anyone. The footsteps outside the door are getting louder and louder, accompanied by some hoarse conversations. Zhang Heng now knows a lot of foreign languages, but he still can't understand what those guys are saying. In fact, their language is just a few syllables with strange pronunciations that are constantly repeated. But the noise is getting louder and louder. Some people are carrying heavy objects to hit the door, and some people want to block Fabricant from the side door. Zhang Heng can already guess the expression on the face of the poor foreign traveler at this time, especially when Fabricant heard the main door of room 428, where he lived, being hit, and the sound of a key being inserted into the lock of the room he was going to. He knew he was surrounded. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair, but the consciousness of survival made him continue to hit the side door. Fortunately, this side door was not locked. He knocked the door open without much effort, and then inserted the bolt at the last moment before the main door was opened by the key. After doing all this, Fabricant heard a terrifying running sound and rushed into room 428 where he was before. If he stayed there, he would probably have been caught. But even now, he didn't have much time left. Fabricant stuck his head out of the window and saw the roof under the moonlight. The slope there looked a bit steep, but Fabricant knew he had no other choice. He could only muster up the courage to jump. But when he leaned half of his body out of the window, he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. He saw dark shadows suddenly emerge from the abandoned brick and stone buildings below. And Fabricant finally understood why he could see so few people in the town. If the 2 guys in the restaurant were just ugly, then these things below were complete monsters. They had gray-green skin and white bellies, but there was no hair on their skin. But instead, they were scales like fish. And even more terrifying was their heads. Huge eyes that never closed, protruding eye sockets, and gills on both sides of their necks that bulged and closed. They fluttered and jumped in the moonlight, waving their webbed limbs, as if they were dancing an absurd dance. Fabricant was almost frightened by the scene in front of him, and fell out of the window. Fortunately, when his head sank and he loosened his hands, someone grabbed him from behind and dragged him back to the room. But Fabricot was not happy at all. And the fear in his heart reached its peak. He turned his head, and saw that the person who dragged him back was none other than the grumpy male waiter at the front desk, who was now looking at him with a cold and ruthless look. But the next moment, Fabricot heard the sound of a door opening in the distance. Immediately afterwards, Winchester's gunshots rang out. In this dull and mysterious atmosphere, the gunshots sounded inexplicably intimate, especially mixed with roars and screams. But soon everything returned to calm. Fabricot's heart sank. Just when he thought that the guy living next door was also controlled by the residents of the town, the door of his room was opened. John Hung smashed the butt of his gun on the head of the male waiter who tried to rush up, making him completely quiet down. And then he took another half step forward. Seeing this, Fabricot also subconsciously stepped back until his back was against the wall. It seems that there are quite a lot of them. If you stay here any longer, even I can't save you, John Hung said. Fabricot woke up from his dream and quickly stood up from the ground, saying in surprise, "Where did you get your gun?" "I borrowed it from the grocery store," John Hung said, paused and asked, "How is your side? Can I go through the window?" "No. There are monsters all over the place." Fabricot regretted not robbing the grocery store with John Hung. As he spoke, he moved a little further away from the window. "What about the street? What do you think?" John Hung asked back. Although the townspeople did not knock on his door, John Hung did not continue to lie on the bed and let Fabricot be taken away. In addition to the fact that the two of them were the only two outsiders in the town, Fabricot was also the only person who could tell him what happened in the town. Moreover, John Hung would not be so naive as to think that if the people in the town did not look for him now, they would never come to look for him. After all, the old man he met before did everything he could to get him to stay in the Gilman Hotel, and even paid $1 for it. It was impossible that the other party just wanted him to watch the show up close. What should we do then? Fabricot was dumbfounded. It was definitely not possible to stay here. Although John Hung had a gun, they were only two people after all. And the enemy they had to deal with was a whole town. In addition to those ugly residents, the monsters that usually hid in the house during the day had now all run out. "Go south," John Hung said. He took a quick look when he went out. Although there were people on the street, the number was relatively small, and there were many buildings that could slightly cover their whereabouts. As he spoke, he returned to the corridor, and Fabricot followed closely behind him. The two of them walked all the way to the end of the corridor. At this time, footsteps sounded from the stairs, which also indicated that a new wave of people were coming up. John Hung handed the homemade wall climbing hook to Fabricot. "Do you know how to use it?" "That's about right." The latter took the climbing hook and said nervously, "Go to the roof of the building opposite, and I will meet you later." John Hung raised the rifle in his hand and aimed at the stairs. He didn't say anything nonsense. When the first figure showed up, he pulled the trigger decisively, and the bullet hit the target's head accurately. A string of blood splashed on the wall. After that, John Hung skillfully ejected the shell, loaded the gun, and hit the second person's chest. Not only did he not retreat, but he walked forward while shooting until he was only 3 steps away from the stairs. He looked down and found that the gunshots and the death of his companions could not stop those guys. More black shadows were rushing upstairs because the stairs were no longer crowded. Some of them even jumped up directly along the outside of the handrail. A half-human, half-fish frog thing jumped over the corpse and pounced on John Hung. But John Hung's eyes did not show any panic. It was not until the other party almost fell in front of him that he threw out the Molotov cocktail that had just been lit. Chapter 727 Swamp. The flames instantly engulfed the half-man, half-fish frog monster with a piercing scream, burning on its body, and also slightly blocked the footsteps of the people behind it. John Hung took advantage of this rare gap to put the shotgun back into his backpack and turned to run to the other end of the corridor. There, Fabricot had hooked the windowsill with a claw hook, and he climbed out, holding the rope with both hands, and slowly walked down the wall. During this time, he looked up and saw John Hung also flipped out from inside. The latter moved quickly and climbed to his position without the help of a rope. John Hung glanced at the group of monsters below who were calling their companions with strange syllables, and said to the hesitant Fabricot, "You'd better hurry up, because if the situation is critical, I won't wait for you on purpose." After John Hung said this, he moved his body slightly, changed the position of the backpack, and put it on his chest. Then he bent his calves and exerted force. directly past the group of monsters below, and landed accurately on the roof opposite. The backpack helped him to relieve a lot of strength. Of course, there are also disadvantages. Zhang Heng then checked the 2 Molotov cocktails on the side, and found that one of them was broken even with some protection. After hearing this, Fabricot did not dare to delay any longer. He did not have the explosive power and balance as Zhang Heng. But fortunately, he still had the rope to use. He tried to grab the rope and imitate Zhang Heng, using his feet to push the wall away. After trying 3 times and feeling that he had enough strength, he let go of the rope in his hand when he swung out next time. In the end, Fabricot also successfully landed on the roof. But he was not as relaxed as Zhang Heng when he landed. He landed on his back. And his luck was not very good. He landed in a place that had been in disrepair for a long time. As a result, the place could not withstand such a large impact and was smashed into a hole. Seeing that Fabricot was about to fall into the house through the freshly made hole, fortunately Zhang Heng, who was standing by, was quick-witted and grabbed him and pulled him out. "Thank you," Fabricot said in shock. Zhang Heng simply said, "Follow me." The shadows that had originally gathered in front of the Gilman hostel turned to this side after hearing the call of their companions. At the same time, the guys in the hostel seemed to have crossed the line of fire created by Zhang Heng and stuck their heads out of the window. Some of them couldn't wait to try to jump onto the roof. As a result, 2 of them succeeded, but unfortunately one of them fell into the hole that Fabricot had smashed, and the other one was kicked off the roof by Zhang Heng right after he jumped down and landed unsteadily. This way, Zhang Heng quickly scanned the area and moved towards the rural swamp. In addition to the fact that there were fewer people there, the terrain there was more complicated. But before reaching there, they had to pass through a small area of buildings in the middle. "It seems that there are more and more of them," Fabricot shouted in panic as he ran. He also saw a figure wearing a golden crown in the crowd, who came from the church before. Fabricot felt an indescribable discomfort in his heart. He almost immediately looked away and followed Zhang Heng to jump to the next roof. However, no matter where they ran, they could see those ugly monsters. Moreover, they could not stay on the roof forever, because soon the gap between the 2 buildings would not allow them to jump anymore. So he saw Zhang Heng change direction and jump down from the roof. And there were 5 half-man, half-merman monsters there, and Fabricot's heart was in his throat. But then he saw Zhang Heng land directly on one of the monsters, stabbing a chef's knife into the other's head, killing him with a clean and neat blow. After that, because it took time to take out the rifle from the backpack and the other 4 monsters had already pounced on him, Zhang Heng pulled out 2 revolvers from his waist instead. His gun-drawing speed was enhanced in the western dungeon, and now his movements were even faster, from drawing the gun to shooting in less than a second. So the 4 monsters followed their companions without any surprise. If there were no pursuers approaching Fabricot, he would have screamed at this moment. When he first saw those monsters in the hostel, he had a strong premonition that he could not match them, and he just wanted to turn around and run away. He never thought that there was someone who could face these monsters head-on, and he seemed to be at ease. Zhang Heng killed 5 monsters, as if he had not spent much effort. "Come down." Zhang Heng put away his revolver, then walked to the first corpse, pulled out his chef's knife, and rubbed the blood on the body. Fabricot climbed down from the roof and asked, "What should we do next?" Unconsciously, he had changed from being wary and distrustful of Zhang Heng to seeking his advice on everything he did. Fabricot himself did not realize that he had become dependent on Zhang Heng. As long as Zhang Heng said something, as long as it was not too extreme, he would do it without thinking. Unfortunately, Zhang Heng didn't have time to ask him about the town, so the 2 of them continued to run towards the country swamp. It must be admitted that Zhang Heng's chosen route was quite skillful. They didn't encounter a large group of monsters along the way. The few scattered monsters were basically solved by Zhang Heng as soon as they met, and Fabricot just had to run wildly, because he was keen on traveling and exploring. His physical fitness was relatively good among his peers, but compared with those half-human, half-fish frog monsters, he didn't show this advantage at all. Fabricot could feel that there were more and more pursuers behind him. The strange voices that did not belong to any human language, the increasingly strong fishy smell, and the slapping sound of flippers hitting the ground, all reminded him that the enemy was getting closer and closer. But the good news was that they were finally about to run out of the building and reach the edge of the swamp. Zhang Heng used up the last homemade Molotov cocktail in his hand, slowing down the pace of the pursuers again, and the weeds and bushes in the swamp could continue to provide them with cover. After rushing into the swamp, Fabricot followed Zhang Heng's example and lowered his body, trying to hide himself behind the bushes. However, not long after they ran out, those strange noises rang out again, accompanied by the rustling sound of the weeds being trampled, which meant that the monsters had not given up their search and followed them into the swamp. What was even worse was that the distance between the two sides was closing faster than when they were in the city. Chapter 728 Necklace. Go in this direction. Don't look back. And you can hide in a suitable place, Zhang Heng said to Fabricot. What about you? Fabricot asked back. I lead them away and come back to find you later. It's not that Zhang Heng suddenly became possessed by Bethune. His soul was sublimated, and he developed the excellent qualities of international friends who were selfless and dedicated to others. It was mainly because he underestimated the tracking ability of those monsters in the swamp. If the two of them continued to run like this, they would definitely be killed in the end. If he throws away Fabricot, Zhang Heng has a good chance of escaping alone. But his purpose tonight is not to escape, but to investigate what is happening to him, which means that he needs to understand what is happening in the town first. So he will try to save Fabricot unless it is absolutely necessary. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he handed a revolver to Fabricot. This gun is for your self-defense. But remember to try not to shoot. Otherwise I may not be able to save you. Fabricot was not stupid, and he immediately understood what Zhang Heng meant. Although the pistol could protect him to a certain extent, the sound of the gunshot would expose his position. If he was surrounded by most monsters, Zhang Heng would not trap himself in order to save him. Having said that, the pistol still gave Fabricot some sense of security. When facing fear beyond common sense, the technological crystallization of human civilization can bring a little comfort, especially if he is blocked by those monsters. Without a gun, he will definitely die. But with a gun, he can still take a gamble. The footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. Zhang Heng simply said a few words to Fabricot, and they separated. Fabricot continued to move forward, while Zhang Heng chose another direction. He deliberately increased his footsteps when he moved, causing the weeds around him to shake. The monsters following behind almost immediately discovered the movement here. Zhang Heng was like a torch lit in the dark night, attracting nearby moths to fly here continuously. Of course, there was also good news. Fabricot, the burden, was thrown away. After that, Zhang Heng's movements became more flexible and convenient. He quickened his pace and ran towards the field ridge in front, where there were two houses. It was a pipe dream to rely on the thin door panels and mud structures to block them. But as a commanding height nearby, it was very suitable for a small blocking battle. Yes, although Zhang Heng's action goal was to escape, he didn't want to keep running like this. It was never his style to just take a beating without fighting back. And if he didn't cause some trouble for those guys, they would only get tighter. Zhang Heng reached into his backpack while running, pulled out a box of bullets, and finished loading his rifle. At this time, he was less than 200 yards away from the two small mud houses. Zhang Heng could already see their broken windows filled with cloth strips, the dark open doors, and the garbage in the yard. The broken shells and oyster shells indicated that no one had lived here for a long time. Zhang Heng jumped over a small mud puddle and was about to approach one of the houses. But at this moment, something strange happened. A figure suddenly jumped out of the bushes on his left. The other party seemed to have been ambushed here for a long time, because the distance between the two was very close. His huge protruding eyeballs almost stuck to Zhang Heng's cheeks. Zhang Heng did not have time to make sufficient preparations. Fortunately, the strong smell of the sea on the other party betrayed him to a certain extent. Although Zhang Heng was thrown to the ground, he successfully blocked the other party's neck with a rifle. However, Zhang Heng realized that the body structure of that thing was a little different from that of ordinary people. It used the gills on both sides of its neck to breathe. This blockage did not affect him much. Of course, the guy was not very comfortable. He pushed the gun barrel with his hands and kicked his feet. In addition, a gold jewelry with strange patterns engraved on his neck fell to the ground during the struggle. Before Zhang Heng had time to take a closer look at the necklace, he saw another figure rushing out of a mud house. It looked like a nearby farmer, but the tendency of monsterization was not so obvious. At best, it was similar to the man and woman in the restaurant. But if he rushed in front of him, it would definitely delay more time. So Zhang Heng decisively pulled the trigger while wrestling with the guy in front of him. He seized the moment when the muzzle of the gun was just leaning towards the farmer opposite, and the bullet ejected from the barrel and hit the target's thigh. Although it was not fatal, as long as the opponent was no longer in the way, it would be considered as achieving the goal. After firing the shot, John Hung let go of his hand and took out a chef's knife from his backpack. When the monster turned around, he stabbed it into its eye socket. The latter grinned and used the last strength to spit out a few unclear syllables from his throat. Forget it. I don't understand what you were saying at all. John Hung picked up the rifle again while speaking, and after a moment's hesitation, he picked up the necklace and put it in his pocket. John Hung always thought that this thing was made of gold, but after a closer look, there was something different. The necklace exuded a strange luster of a slightly lighter color, as if someone had mixed some other unknown metal into it. Since this was not the time to dwell on such things, John Hung only took a quick look. Then he stepped over the wailing farmer and came to the two earthen houses. After confirming that there was no one hiding inside, he climbed onto the roof of one of the houses. Then he saw a spectacular and mysterious scene. Countless half-human, half-fish frog-like monsters were jumping forward in the countryside swamp, just like dolphins jumping out of the water. But their appearance looked far worse than dolphins. Seeing dolphins on the sea is always a pleasure, but seeing these ugly monsters here, ordinary people would probably just pee their pants in fear. John Hung didn't dwell too much on the scene in front of him. He quickly turned his eyes and looked for those figures wearing golden crowns and wrapped in robes in the crowd. John Hung noticed these weirdly dressed guys when he was running away. They were the priests he saw in the church when he first arrived in the town. They seemed to play the role of organizer and commander among the monsters, and their status was higher than that of ordinary monsters. Therefore, John Hung wanted to kill these guys the most. However, he didn't have much time left, and the first wave of monsters would soon surge to his position. John Hung raised the rifle in his hand and aimed at one of the figures with the help of the moonlight. After a gunshot, one of the figures wearing a golden crown shook, fell to the ground, and never stood up again. John Hung had no time to reflect on the results of the battle. Then he turned the muzzle of the gun again, and the second bullet took away another sacrifice. But he missed the third shot, not only because the distance was relatively far, but also because the other party saw the experience of his two companions, became alert, and dodged quickly. Of course, this is mainly because the filter lens is not on John now. Otherwise, even if that guy is on guard, John Hung is sure to take him away. But now John Hung knows that he has no chance to shoot again, and he looks at the guy wearing the golden crown. He kills the two monsters in the front and jumps down from the earth house. Chapter 729, Reunion. John Hung 2 shots did have a certain effect, at least slowing down the speed of the two monsters. After losing their commander, they were obviously not used to it. Although they were still rushing over here, their speed slowed down a bit. This was also human nature. Although they were monsters, they were not completely brainless zombies. After seeing how John Hung killed so many people before, and the death of the sacrifice, and the farmer lying on the roadside, who was shot in the leg and kept wailing, they would have some concerns in their hearts. As for the people led by the third priest, John Hung was not too worried because they were far away. After he shot the target, he put the rifle back into his backpack and quickly left the two farmhouses. John Hung did not immediately meet up with Fabricot, but circled around for a long time to make sure that the monsters behind him were all gone, and then turned his head to where Fabricot was. After such a long time, John Hung didn't know where Fabricot had gone. He didn't even know if Fabricot had been caught. If the latter was really so unlucky, he couldn't do anything. After all, he had done everything he could. John Hung could only grope along the agreed direction. At the same time, he also noticed that the monsters behind him had not given up the search. But now the two sides were far away, and the scope of this swamp was also very wide. Even with the manpower of those monsters, it would be difficult to search in a short time. In addition, John Hung consciously led them to another direction. Now he only needs to be careful and have a lot of time to move. So he finally had time to listen to the young traveler's personal account of what he had seen and heard in the past half day. Of course, the premise is that John Hung must find Fabricot first. In addition, John Hung also took this opportunity to check the necklace he had picked up halfway. He had not had time to take a closer look before because he was busy fighting. He only found that its material was a bit strange. What he could confirm was that it should be made of the same material as the golden crowns worn by the priests. but the workmanship of the latter seemed to be more complicated and exquisite. In comparison, this necklace was much simpler. Although there were reliefs on it, they were just some very abstract symbols. Among them, John Hung could barely recognize only water, ocean, and fish. Apart from that, the necklace would bring a cool feeling when it was close to the skin. If it were summer, it would probably be quite comfortable to wear. Of course, like its owner, this necklace also exudes an indescribable evil and weirdness. Like a rattlesnake hiding under a stone slab. John Hung confirmed that he could not read any more information from it. So he stuffed it into the backpack behind him and continued to look for Fabricot. The dilapidated spire of the church stood in the darkness in the distance. And on the other hand, was the huge shadow of the breakwater, with some figures standing vaguely on it. At first, John Hung thought they were standing on tiptoe there to look for him and Fabricot. But after watching for a while, he found that it seemed not to be the case. They seemed to be facing the sea with their backs to John Hung. Or more precisely, the Black Reef. They were looking forward to something. At the same time, John Hung noticed that the disgusting smell mixed in the wind from the sea was getting stronger. At first, John Hung even thought that there were enemies approaching. But then he realized that it was the wind itself. John Hung had a hunch that something else would happen at the Black Reef. And it seemed to be related to him. However, the most urgent task was to find Fabricot first and figure out what happened in the town before deciding on the next move. John Hung crouched down, trying to hide himself behind the weeds, while keeping an eye on the noise coming from all directions. He spent about an hour, turning on his pocket flashlight from time to time, trying to identify the footprints left on the mud. When he went downstairs with the young traveler to eat, John Hung deliberately chose some muddy sections of the road, from which he could see the shoe prints left by Fabricot. In the end, John Hung found the young traveler based on the shoe prints. Fabricot was hiding beside an abandoned railway track. When John Hung first saw him, he thought he was dead, because his body was motionless. He looked like a corpse. But when John Hung approached, he found that Fabricot's breathing was still stable. He was just scared and fainted. John Hung shook his body and woke Fabricot from the nightmare. When the latter opened his eyes, he almost screamed subconsciously. But fortunately, John Hung's action was fast enough to cover his mouth before he could make a sound. When he saw the appearance of the person in front of him clearly, Fabricot was surprised and happy. "You are back? Well, why are you sleeping here?" John Hung asked. "And you deviated from the route we agreed on before. After we separated, I ran in the direction you said at first. But then I encountered a group of monsters. In order to avoid them, I had to change my route slightly. I wanted to go back. But then I encountered another group of monsters. I had to hide in the railway tunnel temporarily. What I didn't expect was that they actually jumped over my head one by one." As if recalling the horrific scene, Fabricot's face showed horror again. "Oh my God! They were so close to me. So close that I could see the scales on their bodies. I was so scared that I fainted. I didn't expect that I could still see you. If any of them looked down at that time, I would be finished. It seems that you are lucky." Hearing this, John Hung also sat down next to Fabricot. "Now, can you tell me about the town?" "Of course. Sorry. Please forgive me for being cautious before, because the story that happened here is too absurd." And, at this point, Fabricot hesitated again. "Do you know that there are only 2 buses connecting with the outside world? I came here on the morning bus. I didn't see you on the bus at that time. I don't know where you came from. People in Newburyport said that no other outsiders would come here normally. I came from Markham." John Hung lied calmly. "I was ordered to investigate what happened here." "Ah, you are an agent? No wonder you are so good." Fabricot suddenly realized what he said. And then a trace of regret appeared on his face. "So the higher-ups have also noticed the abnormality here." "Yes, there are already many legends about this place. But I really didn't expect those legends to be true. I should have told you everything I know earlier." Mr. Agent. Chapter 730. What Fabricot Saw and Heard. Fabricot calmed down a little. Although his pitiful reason and common sense were completely destroyed when he stood in front of the window and saw those half-human, half-fish-frog monsters. Fortunately, his mind did not fall into confusion. That is why he was able to describe to John Hung what he saw and heard that day. According to the young foreign traveler, he originally wanted to transfer here and take the 8 p.m. bus to Arkham, because this route was usually empty and the ticket price was very cheap, which was still very attractive to a budget traveler like him. Of course, Another reason was that he was also very curious about this place. Because I have heard many legends about Newburyport, such as the disgusting ugliness of the townspeople, the gloomy and oppressive atmosphere, and the disappearances that happen from time to time. All of this is quite attractive to young people, especially when Fabricot saw the golden crown in the museum. He was deeply fascinated by the strangeness and evil that it exuded that humans could not imagine. Is the golden crown you are talking about made of this material? Zhang Heng took out the necklace he picked up from his bag. Yes, that's right. Fabricot shouted almost immediately after seeing the necklace. And then he shuddered and wanted to look away. But the necklace seemed to contain some magic, which was obviously full of evil, but also fascinating. Fortunately, Zhang Heng did not take out the necklace for too long. Just waved it in front of the young stranger's face, and put it away again. Fabricot breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, I took the 10 o'clock bus the next morning and came here. Although I had done a lot of research before coming here, and had a certain psychological preparation, I must admit that the weirdness and dead atmosphere here still exceeded my imagination. I mean, can you believe that before 1846, this place was full of people and prosperous? People said that a great plague took the lives of more than half of the people in the town, combined with the strange looks of the people in the town. It seems reasonable if it was the influence of an unknown evil disease. Fabricot paused here. Anyway, I've already taken the bus here, and if I want to leave, I have to take the evening bus. So I decided to use this time to walk around the town and satisfy my curiosity to see if I can hear more stories about this place. But as you can see, the people here are not very friendly to outsiders, and no one wants to talk to me. In fact, I don't really want to communicate with them, whether it's their weird looks or the fishy smell on their bodies. I feel uncomfortable. But fortunately, I found a clerk in the grocery store. He is not a local, but was transferred here by the headquarters to work. He told me some things to note here, such as not going out at night and staying away from churches. The Freemasonry that was originally here has now been replaced by another mysterious sect. Their priests seem to be thinking about some weird rituals. The people in the town like water very much. They will compete in swimming from time to time. You don't want to know how they move in the water. By the way, there are 4 most famous families in this town. The Marsh family that runs a refinery, the Waite family, the Gilman family, and the Elliott family. But few people see them go out. Finally, the guy at the grocery store heard that I wanted to find out more anecdotes. So he recommended me an old man named Zadok? Alan. He is a poor old drunkard who lives alone. He is over 90 years old. He is usually very tight-lipped and a little nervous. But once he gets drunk, he will start talking nonsense. It is said that many legends here come from his mouth. Did you find him? Zhang Heng asked. Yes, although it took me a lot of effort. And I had to try my best to get rid of others. Because the guy at the grocery store told me in Zadok, it's best not to let the people in the town see us when we meet. I used a bottle of wine to lead him to a ruin, where we had a precious one-on-one communication opportunity. Fabricot said with a look of horror and regret on his face. But now I hope I have never heard those horror stories from him. What story? Everything started on a small island in the South Pacific. At that time, bad things happened at the same time. A boat of good fishermen was killed by a privateer during the War of 1812. 3 ships of the Gilman family were lost. Only the ship of the Marsh family was still on the sea. But it was not going well. They couldn't catch any fish. The captain of one of the ships was named Obed. He heard about the island. The natives there wore gold-like ornaments, and there were endless fish there. So Captain Obed led his men to find the island. At first, they just tried to exchange some gold ornaments with the natives on the island. But later Obed found out the source of the gold from the chief. The chief told him that the people on the island would hold ceremonies from time to time and use the young people in the tribe to trade. And the gold and fish were the rewards given to them by those things. And then those things went a step further and persuaded the people on the island to reproduce with them. The children they gave birth to were human-like at first. But as they grew older, they would become more and more like those things and eventually live underwater forever. Are you referring to those half-human, half-fish frog creatures? Zhang Heng frowned. Yes, those are the ones that do business with that tribe. But not all children will become that way. And the time of transformation is also different. Some are born like that, while others can maintain their human appearance until they are 70 or 80 years old. Or they will never be able to complete the final transformation. Zhang Heng did not comment. In short, Captain Obed found out what happened on the island and brought back a gift from the chief. A small gadget made of a lead block or something else. And a corresponding ritual. According to the chief, throw the lead block into a place where there are fish. And with the ritual, you can find those things living under the water. Captain Obed didn't use it at first. He just put it aside and continued to trade with the tribes on the island in exchange for the gold-like things in their hands. He opened a refinery in the town and secretly processed those things and made a lot of money. But in 1938, when Obed led his people to the island again, he found that the tribe was gone. They were wiped out by people from other islands. There were some mysterious amulets everywhere on the island. This was extremely bad news for Captain Obed. Chapter 731. The answer is revealed. The refinery's business suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse, and the town's economy also began to deteriorate. Captain Old thought of the lead block. So he told the townspeople that he had a way to bring back gold and fish. At first, some people opposed it, especially a person who had been to the island with him. But later all the opponents were squeezed out. So Captain Old was finally able to start restoring the refinery's business. But in 46, things got a little out of control. Too many people disappeared in the town. And many people saw those half-man, half-mermaid monsters crawling out of the water. So some people, including the city committee, began to want to resist. They contacted everywhere and gathered a large number of people. In the end, Obed and the 23 people who followed him were in prison. But before they could be tried, one night, countless black shadows crawled onto the shore from the water. The square, the church, and the ridges were full of gunfire and screams, which lasted until dawn, and half of the people in the town disappeared. Obed and the 23 men walked out of the prison. He led the remaining half of the group and announced that a plague had hit the area, causing widespread death. Yes, the plague was their excuse to cover it all up. Since then, they had lost control and finally slid into the abyss of sin. Everything began to rot and die, especially when the first batch of children grew up and began to show differences. More and more people became ugly, and those monsters crawled in the dark attics and basements. There were fewer and fewer normal people in the town. Until today. Fabricat's voice was trembling. When I first heard these things, I was comforting myself that this was just old Alan's drunken nonsense. But after saying this, he suddenly grabbed my shoulder and told me that it was coming and it was too late. It was too late. After saying this, I saw him rushing to the distant breakwater and jumping off it. Did anyone see him talking to you? John Hung asked. I don't know. I was too panicked at that time. I should have saved him. Normal people should have saved him. Or at least confirmed whether he was dead. I mean, he was stimulated because of me after all. Although I thought he had mental problems at the time. I didn't. I just stood there, feeling like something was strangling my throat. When I realized that everything was irreversible, I turned around and ran back to the square, wanting to take the 8 o'clock bus to Arkham. But the driver suddenly told me that there would be a celebration in the evening and the bus would be suspended for a day. Then I met you in the Gilman Hotel. Then do you know what it is that old Alan mentioned? No. I have no idea at all. I tell you everything I know, Fabricat said. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes tonight, I wouldn't have believed that there were such bizarre and terrifying things in the world. I swear, this incident tonight has brought me more excitement than any strange thing I have encountered in my life. If we are lucky enough to leave this place safely, I will never come back. After that, he looked at John Hung with expectant eyes. We can leave, right? John Hung did not answer in a hurry. He turned back to look in the direction of the breakwater. The shadows on it were still standing there, motionless. After that, John Hung turned back and said to Fabricat, You didn't tell me the truth. What do you mean? Fabricat was stunned. Under the current situation, I can't hide anything. Otherwise, I would be playing with my life. John Hung did not answer this question, but said, I'm just curious why you went to such great lengths to put on such a show. Just for me to see? Fabricat's face remained stunned. You didn't come here by bus, John Hung said. In fact, the bus never left here. I checked its wheels and the dirt on them. Judging from the degree of drying, it has not moved for at least 10 hours. The same problem applies to the grocery store. Judging from the dust on the counter, I don't think it has been open in the past week. And you said you chatted with the employee there in the afternoon. And there are also those abandoned houses. Is there anything wrong with the housing? Fabricat asked. Some of them collapsed due to disrepair. But some, especially those on the coast, were blown up by humans. They are obviously different from natural collapses. And I saw traces of tank tracks in some places in the town. You found so many things in just a short time? Fabricant was surprised. My observation skills are better than you think, Zhang Heng said. So what time is it now? When I first came here, I asked the first person who spoke to me, and he said it was July 15th, 1927. The newspaper held by the front desk clerk at the Gilman Hotel was from a year ago. But the magazine on the table was also from July 15th. You seem to have been hinting to me in this way that today is July 15th. Why? What's so special about this day? No matter what day it is today, everything you experienced really happened. By the way, does this bring back any memories for you? The young stranger asked back. Let's forget about the word games, Zhang Heng said. Did the young man in your story escape from here in the end? Did he escape? The young stranger said to himself. I think he did. Otherwise the military wouldn't have intervened. The tank tracks on the ground and the old houses that were blown up are what happened afterwards. Fabricant finally stopped pretending after hearing this, and retracted the surprised expression on his face, saying in admiration, Your reasoning and observation skills are not just a little better than you said. But you are wrong about one thing. Please advise me. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. I am that young man. And that young man is indeed me. Or the me I once was. Interesting. As you said before, usually people will never come back here after experiencing such things. That's true. But do you remember our self-introduction when we first met? I said that in addition to enjoying the natural scenery and visiting ancient sites, I was also studying the family genealogy. Do you have the blood of this place? Zhang Heng suddenly realized. Were you born here and left as soon as you were born? That's why you know nothing about this. To be more precise, it's my great-grandmother. She is from the Marsh family and the illegitimate daughter of Captain Obed Marsh. Chapter 732 Choice. This makes sense now. Zhang Heng nodded. It's the same question as before. Why did you show me this day? Fabricant still didn't answer directly this time, but just blinked. Someone wants to see you. Who? Your most loyal servant and follower. I don't remember any servants and followers I have, Zhang Heng said. There are many things you don't remember. But it doesn't matter. Take your time. One day you will remember everything, Fabricant said. We can help you. What's the price? What? In the story you told me, everyone who deals with you has to pay a price. This is true for the natives of the South Pacific Island and the residents of this town. No. 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 You are different from them. Fabricant shook his head and said, We don't want to get anything from you. Rather than saying this is help, it's our duty. You are quite considerate. Just like the waiters at Hadaleo, Zhang Heng said. After that, he ignored the puzzled expression on Fabricant's face and stood up from the ground. Although the fishy smell in the sea breeze was much stronger than before, it could not completely cover up the smell of those half-human, half-fish frog monsters. Zhang Heng could sense that someone was approaching this side quickly, and there were quite a few of them, coming from 4 directions, just blocking his escape route. Zhang Heng pulled out the Winchester behind him, pointed at Fabricant, and warned, Since you like to stay in the pit, you'd better stay in the pit honestly. The latter held out his hand, indicating that he would not move. So Zhang Heng looked at the breakwater in the distance again. He knew that the person that Fabricant wanted him to meet was probably behind the breakwater. Or more precisely, on the black reef behind the breakwater. It must be admitted that there was still a certain attraction for Zhang Heng, because although Fabricant lied about the time before, he was quite honest about other issues. Zhang Heng knew that if he wanted to investigate his life experience, he should be able to gain a lot by meeting the guy on the reef. But at the same time, Zhang Heng had to be alert. These guys deliberately wanted him to remember something. It was impossible that they were just trying to help others. Besides, apart from the memories before the age of 6, Zhang Heng still remembered clearly what happened afterwards. From elementary school to college, he had not experienced amnesia until he was involved in this game. His daily life was similar to that of ordinary people. Before the age of 6, he was too young to do anything. So where did the memory that Fabricant wanted him to recall come from? This was also the first time that Zhang Heng realized that perhaps it might not be a good thing for him to try so hard to get closer to the final answer. But now was not the time to think about such things. Zhang Heng hesitated, and finally did not choose the direction of the breakwater. but continued to move forward along the abandoned railway. If he wanted to leave the town, it was most convenient to go along the railway. Anyway, there were enemies everywhere, so it didn't matter where he went. And there was no problem of being guessed. But the bad news was that he didn't have many rifle bullets. Not because he took less, but because there was only one box in the grocery store. There were about 40 bullets in the revolver. But these bullets were obviously not enough for the number of residents or monsters in the town. Fortunately, he still had a chef's knife on him. John Hung had just walked out less than 20 steps when he ran into the first team that arrived. There were 7 people, 2 of whom had not yet completely transformed. They were the man and woman he had bumped into in the restaurant before. John Hung did not hold back and fired first. The bullet accurately exploded the head of a monster. And then, he pulled out a revolver from his waist with his other hand and killed another monster. The 2 bullets hit almost the same position, and it was difficult for John Hung to miss at such a close distance. The fall of these 2 men marked the beginning of the battle, and also slightly affected the speed of other companions, allowing John Hung to complete the ejection and loading of the rifle. In the bushes, Winchester kept roaring, and the fire from the muzzle briefly illuminated John Hung's face in the dark. With 3 guns in hand, he could maintain a certain firepower suppression, especially with his rapid-fire skills. No monster could get close to half a meter in front of him. Therefore, the problem was that when his ammunition began to be scarce, the first thing to run out was the rifle bullets, which were not much left. And then his revolver bullets were also running out, although they were not used up yet. John Hung had already consciously controlled the consumption of ammunition in advance, and drew out the chef's knife to fight, and only used bullets to rescue when it was absolutely necessary. With the previous wave of bullets, he barely managed to pass through the most dense and dangerous encirclement. But the crisis was not resolved, because the number of those monsters was too large. They were almost half of the people in the town before, and they continued to multiply and grow. They usually hid in the house and in the dark, but tonight they all ran out. The excitement was probably more than 46 years ago, and they only had one goal tonight. John Hung had thrown away the backpack that was in the way, including the Winchester that had no bullets, to keep light and better mobility. At the same time, as the activity intensified, his heart rate began to rise. However, even in the face of the dangerous environment, John Hung still noticed the abnormal movement of the 4 shadow suits on his body. There seemed to be a voice whispering in John Hung's ear. Although John Hung could not understand the other party's language, he could understand the meaning of the other party's words. It seemed that he was asked to make a choice between the 4 props. John Hung hesitated and finally chose the prop he got from the winged man in Guanghu. He grabbed the prop, but the next moment the prop suddenly split into 2. At the same time, a black shadow rushed out from the crack and merged into the shadow behind John Hung. John Hung didn't feel anything abnormal physically, but the next moment, when he was thinking about the crow in his mind, a pair of black wings emerged from his back. The wings were more than 5 meters long when spread out, and they had no substance, but were made purely of shadows, just like the wings of the winged man who fought with him that night. But John Hung's wings looked darker and bigger, making him look a bit like a fallen angel in the movie. However, John Hung knew that he was not as cool as a fallen angel, who could fly wherever he wanted. When the wings were spread out, he also learned the duration of the effect, which was only 12 seconds, and could only be used once a day, which was similar to the mechanized proxy ability of Shin Dongxing's figurine. Chapter 733 Wings. Under the astonished gazes of those half-human, half-fish frog monsters, John Hung's body soared into the air, with huge black wings spread out behind him, and at the same time, feather-like shadows fell from the sky. This was also John Hung's first experience of flying in the air. Of course, the experience of flying in an airplane does not count. This time, he flew into the air without the help of external objects. But his current situation was different from that of birds. In his consciousness, he could feel the existence of wings, but he could not actually control them through muscles. John Hung was also trying to figure out how to flap his wings. This also made him look a little stumbling. John Hung didn't even dare to fly too high from the ground. He just got away from the height that the monsters could jump to, and then flew out of the encirclement. Under the moonlight, a black shadow was passing through the wasteland. At the same time, the monsters were looking up at the same time. They had obviously prepared for all this tonight for a long time, like a carefully rehearsed stage play. But the changes that happened at the moment were indeed beyond their plan. No one thought that John Hung could fly directly. 12 seconds is a short time. John Hung calculated the time in his mind, and finally found a way to lower his altitude and land on the ground in the last second. But he did not master the speed and strength of landing. One arm landed first, and then the whole person flew out and rolled on the ground for several circles. John Hung did not even bother to check his injuries. He got up and continued to run forward. Although he jumped over most of the enemies with the help of the flying distance, there were still many scattered monsters nearby. His wings would not work for a while, and John Hung was not sure he could escape. After all, he was not as familiar with this place as the natives who had lived there for decades or even longer. But at this moment, he heard a series of rapid syllables, which were uttered by a priest wearing a golden crown. John Hung was not sure if the other party was the one who survived his gun, because although there were not many priests in this group of monsters, there were still many, definitely more than 3. Then more and more monsters repeated the strange syllables and stopped at the same time, just like a marching army heard the order. John Hung was not affected at all, but he kept looking back while running. He did not see any further action from those guys, and it seemed that they were just going to stand there and watch him leave. So John Hung ran for a while and gradually slowed down his pace. And at this moment, he heard another sound in his ears. If the voices of those half-human, half-fish frog monsters were just hoarse and uncomfortable, then the malice contained in this deep voice would probably drive a normal person with a sound mind completely crazy just by hearing it. It seemed to come from the depths of hell. However, John Hung himself had little emotion left, so he didn't react much. But he roughly guessed that the sound should be made by something on the Black Reef. Unfortunately, its figure was blocked by the breakwater, and John Hung couldn't see its appearance. At the same time, the white smoke reappeared beside John Hung. Judging from the smell, it was the cigar that the bartender mixed for him. John Hung knew it was time to leave. He finally looked at the low and dilapidated buildings and ruins in the town in the distance, and looked at the half-topped spire bathed in the moonlight, and then let the white smoke wrap his body. "You stayed longer than I thought." The bartender glanced at the wall clock in the lounge, and said to John Hung, who had opened his eyes, "How was it? Did the assessment go well? I don't know whether it was smooth or not." John Hung seemed to have thought of something when he said this, and suddenly closed his mouth, and then asked, "How long has it been?" The bartender didn't care much when she heard this. She has never been a person who likes to explore other people's secrets. From this point of view, her game point waiter seems to be doing a good job, except for her pursuit and persistence in game points. "You've been here for about half a minute. Now that you're awake, come and settle the bill." "How much?" John Hung wasn't too surprised, although he felt like he had been in that strange town for almost half a day. After experiencing the baptism of the dungeon, he had become accustomed to the change of time. But that place didn't look like a dungeon. His props and attribute panels, including the starfish on his wrist, were all invisible. If anything, it looked more like something like a dream. 100 game points. Is it so expensive? John Hung frowned. Compared to what you get, this amount of money is nothing. The bartender raised her eyebrows, walked to the bar, and returned all the props John Hung had deposited there. "But I don't have so many points," John Hung said. "That's impossible. Aren't you the first in the proxy war rankings now?" The bartender was surprised. "But there are no points to earn in the proxy war dungeon." John Hung said truthfully that he could have gotten 400 points for the yogurt incident, but later he used props to offset it. After returning from the western dungeon, he basically used all the points he got to pay off his debts. Now he has about 30 points left. "Yes, you used all your points to recast the knife." The bartender held her chin. "What should I do? I still have 29 game points now. If possible, I will return the remaining points to you after the next dungeon," John Hung said. "If it was someone else, it would definitely not work, because I don't know if he can survive the next round of dungeons, and I don't know if he can earn enough points in the next dungeon. But considering that we have had so many pleasant cooperations, I may be able to make an exception and let you pay on credit once. But it won't happen again," the bartender said, showing a rare human touch. However, John Hung didn't seem to appreciate it. His expression changed. "You always collected money before providing services before. Do you mean I should reject you this time?" "That's not the case. But you did act differently this time. You seem to support me taking the test." John Hung thought of something and looked into the bartender's eyes. The latter raised her lips. "Are you doubting me?" Why? Did anything else happen in the previous test? John Hung could not read any information from the bartender's bright and cunning eyes, and finally said, "Nothing. Maybe just a coincidence." Chapter 734 Nanako Mukai. John Hung did two things in one go tonight. First, he solved the kidnapping case at Yogurt. And then he took the shadow set test. The former went smoothly. Although he didn't get any points, he got the corresponding equivalent in the end. For John Hung, this night was not in vain. As for the grudge between Yogurt and 1810, and the love-hate relationship between Yogurt and Shin Dongxing, these had nothing to do with him. And the shadow set test afterwards. The amount of information was relatively large. John Hung actually still hasn't figured out what's going on. According to his previous analysis, he should have entered the shadow suit test after inhaling the white smoke. But the result may be due to some reasons of his own. He returned to the strange town he dreamed of before. But this time he basically investigated the reasons for the decline of the town. But then John Hung noticed Fabricot's attitude. And this was the first time he doubted whether to continue investigating his life experience. In the end, he did not choose to go to the Black Reef and meet the creatures there. Although Fabricot called that guy his most loyal servant and follower. John Hung had experienced that when a person tries his best, and even spends a huge price to hope that you do something, it often means that there are unfavorable factors in this matter. From the first time he came to this town, John Hung instinctively felt that this place had some connection with him. If nothing unexpected happened, the guy on the Black Reef should be the leader of those half-man, half-fish frog monsters. If Fabricot didn't lie, and that guy was really his servant and follower, then who was he? What about the shadow suit? If he just returned to his dream, why did the shadow suit still appear on him? And what about the last choice? Has he passed the shadow suit test now? But strictly speaking, if tonight's dream was related to his body, and the shadow suit failed to test him, then what are his extra wings? And what is the relationship between the bartender and this matter? Did she know that the ceremony would have an accident? By analogy, could she also be one of the insiders who knew John Hung's life experience? What is her relationship with the old man in Tang's suit? Do they know each other? If so, it is not a coincidence that the old man in Tang's suit asked him to come to the game point where the bartender is. There are many problems. But John Hung is not too anxious. After coming out of the bar, he found a hotel and booked a business room. He slept from morning to afternoon. Although the mysterious and depressing atmosphere in the town did not affect him too much, it took a lot of effort for him to fight all the way from Gilman into the rural swamp. After returning to the real world, John Hung didn't want to think about it anymore. So he just slept for a long time. The quality of his sleep was quite high, and he was not interrupted in the middle. And he didn't have any strange dreams. John Hung opened his eyes and looked at the starfish in his hand. The time was 4:20 in the afternoon. John Hung went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then turned on the computer on the desk and continued to organize the information at hand. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Fabricot never mentioned the name of the town from beginning to end. But he did mention that he was traveling in New England. New England is not in the UK, but refers to the 6 states in the northeastern United States. They are Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. Newburyport is a city in the northeast of Massachusetts. John Hung had 2 copies before, both in the United States, so he still has some impression of this place. But the name Arkham is a little unfamiliar. Of course, people who are familiar with American comics know that there is an Arkham Asylum in Gotham City, where there are many talented people, and everyone is very friendly. However, there seems to be no such place name in reality. In order to verify this, John Hung specially found an electronic map. Sure enough, he didn't find this place on it. So did Fabricot lie about this? John Hung didn't rush to draw a conclusion. He searched for July 15th, 1927, a date that Fabricot and the people in the town were very concerned about. But the result was still not ideal. Even the plague in 1946 didn't help him find the place he wanted. John Hung frowned. At this time, his mobile phone vibrated. John Hung picked it up and took a look. He found that it was a message from Chen Huadong. There were only 4 words. Come to help quickly. He also sent him a location message. John Hung looked at the location. It was on a commercial pedestrian street, not too far from where he was. John Hung didn't want to be tense all the time. He had been dealing with supernatural things recently, and he needed daily life to help him relax. So he turned off the computer. went downstairs to check out, and took a taxi to where Chen Huadong was. The latter was waiting for him in front of the street, scratching his head, and there was a girl next to him. The girl was not tall, only about 1.5 meters tall, looked very petite, dyed her hair silver, and dressed in a two-dimensional style. Her bangs were slightly curled up, making her look a little sleepy. Zhang Heng remembered that Hayes Asuka said that she had a schoolmate who loved anime and was also an exchange student here. She wanted to find someone to practice Chinese. So Zhang Heng recommended Chen Huadong, who had been struggling with why he didn't have a girl, to promote international friendship. However, Zhang Heng gave the contact information sent by Hayes Asuka to Chen Huadong directly after receiving it, and he didn't ask how the two contacted and communicated afterwards. Therefore, this was also the first time Zhang Heng saw the real person. It must be admitted that Chen Huadong luck this time was really good. This girl's appearance was almost on par with Hayes Asuka, although she might be slightly inferior in terms of pure facial features. She had a cute attribute. Many boys were peeking at her along the way, and it was rare that she had the same hobby as Chen Huadong. No wonder Chen Huadong was so enthusiastic about learning Japanese during this period. You're finally here. Chen Huadong's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Heng. Well, what do you guys need? We're just about to go to the bookstore. Nanako. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced you yet. Chen Huadong spoke in broken Japanese. Nanako. This is Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng. This is Nanako Makachi. Nanako Makachi extended her hand generously. I heard Senior Asuka talk about Zhang-san almost 3 times a day, and she's been complaining to you recently about why you don't contact her. You're a big admirer of her. Chapter 735 Looking for a Book. Zhang Heng and Nanako Makachi shook hands, and then Chen Huadong explained the reason for asking Zhang Heng to help. When the two were shopping, Nanako Makachi suddenly asked to go to the bookstore and said that she wanted to find a few Chinese books to practice reading, but she couldn't remember the names and could only roughly describe the contents of the books. Unfortunately, Chen Huadong's Japanese was completely half-baked, and it was difficult to guess what book Nanako Makachi wanted even with some guessing and gestures. So he could only ask Zhang Heng, who spoke better Japanese, to help. Help a brother once, and I treat you to a meal later. What to eat? How about wontons? Chen Huadong looked at Zhang Heng's expression, who looked non-committal. So Chen Huadong had to change his words and gritted his teeth and said, the most popular seafood barbecue in the food court. Okay. Zhang Heng nodded. I've spent a lot of money on this. Chen Huadong said. Your service must be more thoughtful. Well, not too thoughtful. Otherwise I will be outdone by you. Oh no. I'm starting to think it's not a wise move to ask you to come. You already have Shinsisi and Hayes Asuka. And there's a rich woman Han Lu. You won't snatch Nanako from me again. Right? As he spoke, he looked at someone with suspicion. Remember? I want to eat 6 oysters. Zhang Heng just said. No way. Chen Huadong's face changed when he heard it. 1 oyster is 18. And you eat 6 of them, which is more than 100. And that thing doesn't take up any space in your stomach. Are you going to eat grilled fish? Grilled shrimp? And octopus later? Can't you eat some grilled buns? Grilled eggplants? Etc. Which are economical and affordable. Even if you eat some grilled skewers, chicken wings, etc. It would be fine. Seafood barbecue. What can I eat if I don't eat seafood? Zhang Heng ignored the shocked Chen Huadong and said lightly. What are you talking about? It seems delicious. Nanako Makachi on the side asked curiously. Although she was trying hard to learn Chinese, her vocabulary was very limited. She could only barely understand fish, shrimp, and chicken wings. She looked at Zhang Heng and Chen Huadong, who was facing a great enemy. The hair on her head also swayed, which made her look even more cute. Chen Huadong witnessed this scene and immediately felt a sense of satisfaction that Ah Wei was dead. Oysters, grilled shrimps, octopus, it doesn't matter anymore. He couldn't help but sigh in his half-baked anime-style Japanese. Nanako. Angel. Zhang Heng. Devil. Huh? Nanako Makachi was suddenly praised and showed a hint of shyness. Zhang Heng on the other side also said, Tell me what book you want. Really? Then I trouble you. Senior. Then the 3 of them walked into the bookstore, and Nanako Mukai described the general contents of the book to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng first asked the clerk based on the contents. But most of the clerks in the bookstore had never read it, so he could only look for it in the corresponding area. John Hung would flip through the waistband and introduction, which is the fastest way. But many waistbands these days are written randomly, which makes people suspect that the person who wrote the waistband has never read the original content. Or they have read the original content, but deliberately hinted in the direction that the public likes in order to sell well. But you buy it home and find that the content and the waistband are completely two different books. This situation is quite common. Even though Chen Huadong was helping, it took the three of them almost an hour to find the books that Nanako Mikachi wanted. Now there was only one book left, a collection of poems written by a Spanish author. Nanako Mikachi was a little embarrassed. Why don't we just forget about the remaining book? It has already wasted a lot of your time. It doesn't matter. We are free anyway. Right? Chen Huadong looked at John Hung. For the future seafood barbecue, John Hung must support Chen Huadong at this time. Hearing this, he said, "Well, I just want to buy a few books to read myself, so I just help you read them, Mr. Chen." "Thank you." Nanako Mikachi smiled at Chen Huadong. She was not stupid. Of course, she knew that John Hung was willing to take the time to come here because of Chen Huadong. "Ah, it's nothing. Don't be polite to me. I'm your Chinese teacher." Chen Huadong scratched his head. He had to admit that John Hung was still very helpful this time. He first listened to Nanako Mikachi's talk and then translated it into Chinese to tell him. In this way, the three of them could find it together, which was the most efficient. John Hung played the role of wingman perfectly, never showing off. Basically, he would hint to Chen Huadong about any book he found, and let Chen Huadong give it to Nanako Mikachi. Chen Huadong's anxious heart finally calmed down. And when Nanako Mikachi wasn't paying attention, he secretly gave John Hung a thumbs up. John Hung responded with a sixth gesture. So Chen Huadong had tears in his eyes, feeling both pain and happiness. There was only one book left, and John Hung pointed to a bookshelf he had walked by before. Chen Huadong immediately understood and ran over there to pretend to touch it. John Hung casually took a poetry collection and translated it for Nanako Mikachi to confirm. Of course, the latter shook her head. So John Hung put the poetry collection back on the shelf. But at this moment, he paused because he saw another book on the bookshelf. Books that shouldn't be here. Of course, there are cases where someone puts things randomly in the bookstore. But John Hung had roughly looked at the books on the bookshelf before and didn't notice the existence of this book at the time. This is nothing for ordinary people. But with his observation skills, the probability of this happening is not high. In other words, this book should have been put here just now. John Hung was about to take out the book, but the next moment a hand took the book first. "Oh, it was left here. It seems you were very free recently." John Hung knew who the person was when he heard the voice. He turned around and saw the old face of the old man in Tang's suit. "I guess this is the advantage of being your own boss. Although the pressure is great, at least you have more freedom in time and can go wherever you want." The latter shrugged, glanced at Nanako Mikachi beside him, and asked with interest, "Are you dating? Do you have a new girlfriend?" "No, I'm just helping a friend," John Hung replied. "That's good. Old people always miss the past. I still prefer the girl named Hayes Osaka. Van Mainan is not bad either. As for Shinsisi, you know I don't like the woman behind her very much. But I have to admit that you have a good eye for girlfriends," the old man in the Tang suit said as he calmly tucked the book under his arm. Chapter 736 Guardian Angel. Just as John Hung was talking to the old man in Tang suit, Chen Huadong also came over with a collection of poems. He was stunned when he saw the old man in Tang suit, but the latter greeted him warmly. "You must be Chen Huadong. Nice to meet you." "Oh, I'm glad to meet you too," Chen Huadong said in a daze. He was a little confused about the current situation. He felt that he should not know the old man in Tang suit. But when someone can call out your name and greet you, most people will choose to agree first. Moreover, the old man in Tang suit seemed to have chatted with John Hung before, and he seemed to be his elder or teacher. Chen Huadong responded while looking at John Hung, but the latter did not seem to have any intention of explaining. Instead, he said to Chen Huadong, "All the books have been found. There should be nothing for me to do here. I will leave first." "Okay. Go ahead if you have something to do." Chen Huadong did not figure out the relationship between the old man in Tang suit and John Hung until the end. But this did not prevent him from seeing that the two should have something to talk about. So he nodded. The old man in tang suit went to the counter to pay for the books in his hand. In addition to the book under his arm, he also bought a brochure on self-driving tours and a book on cat behavior, making it unclear whether he planned to travel next or stay at home and raise cats. John Hung went downstairs and walked out of the bookstore. Half a minute later, the old man in tang suit came downstairs with the packed books. I remember there is a delicious yogurt ice cream here. Do you want one? The old man in tang suit certainly did not appear in the bookstore to treat John Hung to ice cream. The two did not meet frequently. Only 4 times so far. Although sometimes the two seemed to meet by chance. It turned out that each time the other appeared, there was a purpose. The first time was an agent invitation. The second time was to join forces to solve Moresby. And the third time was to avoid a conflict between him and the goddess of justice. And this time was of course no exception. But John Hung was not in a hurry. He was waiting for the old man in the tang suit to speak first. The two then came to a popular yogurt ice cream shop. The old man in the tang suit bought 2 large yogurt ice creams and asked to add all the ingredients that could be added. Then he handed one to John Hung. I know there are some misunderstandings between us. You can't trust me 100%. This is normal. The kings in ancient times couldn't trust their direct blood relatives. Not to mention modern society. Everyone has their own little secrets. You should know that I saw the name of the book. Even if you take the book away, I can still buy it in the bookstore. John Hung took the ice cream and finally spoke. Of course. Of course. They printed many copies. In various languages. Various publishers. Millions of copies. I can't buy them all. And you can find them online. The old man in the tang suit nodded. In fact, all I can do is give you advice from the perspective of a partner and old friend. Try to stay away from these books. Interesting. I thought you would want me to investigate further. Why do you say that? The little gift you gave me, on the surface, is a plug-in to help me extend my gaming time. But in fact it is also related to my body. You know that as time goes by, some changes will occur in my body. Right? The old man in the tang suit sighed. You know that many things are not right or wrong. But the results may vary greatly depending on when things happen. So all of this is actually related to timing. If you like a girl and fall in love with her too early, you may not be able to go to the end. If you fall in love with her too late, she may have married someone. This is the importance of timing. Are you worried that I will cooperate with others after knowing my life story? No. 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 I'm not worried about that. What I mean is, I'm not the only one who's paying attention to you. And not everyone likes you. So in order to protect you, I have to cooperate with some guys I don't like too much. Including letting you join this game. So that you can get the natural protection of the rules. Except for the night when you and Justicia faced each other. In theory, no one else can directly attack you now. Of course. Except their agents. Which is why I have been reminding you to be careful of other agents. As you can see, in the general direction, those guys and I may be consistent. We don't want you to get into trouble. But in the details, we will also have some differences. Such as when to let you know everything. You mentioned cooperation just now. Who are the partners? The bartenders at the game point? John Hung asked. Sorry. I can't give you a list because I am a reputable partner. I swore not to reveal their names. Even if I found out that my other partners were doing something behind my back. The old man in the tang suit spread his hands, looking very helpless, and said sincerely, I know you have always suspected that I was behind all this. But the fact is that when the truth is revealed, you will be shocked to find that I am the only one who has always stood by you. As I said before, I am like your little guardian angel. Why? Are you doing charity now? Of course not. Everyone in this world has something they want. And I am no exception. The old man in the tang suit scooped a spoonful of yogurt into his mouth. It's just that my request will not harm your interests. I help you and you help me. This is a win-win situation. A perfect cooperation. I said so from the first day we became partners. And I have always done so. So you are telling me not to investigate further? You are an adult, and have the right to make your own choices. I am just telling you that what you are looking for may not be as good as you expect. No matter what decision you make, I will support you with both hands. Even if you ask me to give you the book now, I will do it immediately. The old man in tang suit scooped too much ice cream every time and ate it on his beard, making him look a little funny. Oh, by the way, I don't think I have congratulated you on winning the first place in the first round of the proxy war. What's the point? You don't care about the outcome of this anyway. Right? Who said that? Of course I care. You represent my interests. I can read news about proxy wars every day. The old man in the tang suit said. I am sincerely happy for you. Really. The reward for the final winner is something that even the gods would envy. As he spoke, he patted Zhang Heng on the shoulder. Good luck, my old friend. Chapter 737 The Twilight of the Empire. Zhang Heng naturally didn't believe the old man in the tang suit. But the timing of the book's appearance was indeed a big problem. So Zhang Heng temporarily put the matter aside. Recently, he has spent most of his energy on how to get familiar with and control the pair of shadow wings behind him. Of course, in order to avoid scaring passers-by to have a heart attack, Zhang Heng put the practice time on the time stop. It's a pity that there are only 12 seconds a day. But after 2 weeks of training and exploration, Zhang Heng has basically mastered the use of the wings, and will not land on his face again. During the last practice, he climbed up to the 405-meter-high radio and television station, looked at the city below, took a deep breath, and took a step. Then his body began to fall continuously under the influence of gravity, and the speed became faster and faster. When he was only 100 meters away from the ground, Zhang Heng closed his eyes and thought about the crow in his heart. Then a pair of shadow-shaped wings opened behind him, helping him to slow down his fall, and after a moment, took him to the residential building in the distance. Zhang Heng timed it, and finally landed on the roof of a building. As his toes stepped on the concrete floor of the rooftop, the wings behind him folded and disappeared. The whole landing process was very smooth. Of course, Zhang Heng guessed that if he was more skilled, he might be able to make more complex movements in the air to avoid some ground attacks or adapt to some extreme natural environments. But for now, being able to open the wings and land smoothly when falling in danger is already a preliminary achievement of the goal, which means that he will no longer be in danger of falling to death in the future. In addition, this pair of wings also adds an option for him to escape from trouble, since the use of Moment of Shadow and Wall of Evil Thoughts has been exhausted. Although Zhang Heng has more and more game props, he has no props to escape from trouble in critical moments, although he has never encountered any danger that he cannot solve. But now with this pair of wings, his safety is indeed guaranteed. And it must be admitted that flying has always been a dream of mankind. As early as in ancient times, there were murals about flying. At the same time, this desire runs through many civilizations. Whether it is Western mythology or Eastern fantasy novels, there are gods, demons and monsters with wings on their backs. Although with the development of technology, people invented hot air balloons and airplanes that could take people up to the sky. But this was completely different from flying freely. Even though it was only 12 seconds, Zhang Heng did have the same flying ability as a bird in these 12 seconds. He could overlook everything under his feet from above the city, free from the constraints of the earth, and look at the familiar scenes from a completely different perspective. So everything became fresh. Unfortunately, 12 seconds was not enough for him to fly to the clouds. Otherwise Zhang Heng could have reached out and touched the dark clouds. After the proxy war started, a big problem was that the interval between dungeons was shortened. Previously, the dungeon trip was once a month. But now there was a proxy war dungeon in between. Although the physical condition would be restored to the state before entering the dungeon after the dungeon was finished, the mental fatigue would not be eliminated. Fortunately, Zhang Heng did not have a big problem in this regard. And with an extra 24 hours, his rest interval was actually twice as long as other players. Therefore, 2 weeks after the previous proxy war dungeon ended, Zhang Heng returned to the game point and started the next round of the normal dungeon game. Before that, he had learned that Shinsi's score in the first round of the proxy war was 325 points. This score was certainly not low, but it was not too high either, especially after the top leaders of the 3 major guilds began to exert their strength. They were basically sure to participate in the next round of the game. But now they were only in the top 60 on the list, and they were still declining. Zhang Heng didn't know whether it was because Shinsi was holding back or for some other reason. He had only seen Shinsi take action once, which was the yogurt incident that night. The little balance probably had a similar ability to soul attack, and when Shinsi used it, it was as if his words were in sync. Zhang Heng estimated that it should be a B-level item. In addition, as the agent of Justitia, Shinsi should have other abilities. Of course, Shinsi's attack method has limitations. That is, it can only be used against enemies with evil attributes. She failed to intercept Shin Dongxing that night. Of course, she is a very good decision maker. If her team members are there, she still has a way to maximize the ability of each team member. The current ranking does not mean her true strength. In addition, Zhang Heng finally gave up the first place and was overtaken by the third place. The opponent has obviously entered the second Agent War copy. Zhang Heng doesn't care about this. Anyway, according to the bartender, the rewards for 1st to 50th place are the same. So he continued to play his normal dungeon game step by step. However, Zhang Heng was a little worried about Fan Meinan. She had no news since the proxy war started, and she had not replied to Zhang Heng's message until now. The last time they met was in McDonald's. At that time, Fan Meinan's condition was not very good. She looked thinner and rejected Zhang Heng's offer to help. I asked about the situation over there for you about the knife. The bartender's voice came from his ear. At the earliest, you can get it in 4 days. At the slowest, a week, and it should be able to catch up with your next proxy war copy. Yes, thank you very much. Zhang Heng took out the alarm clock from the booth. There were less than 10 minutes left until midnight. Fan Meinan's matter had to be put aside for the time being. Zhang Heng had to concentrate on the next copy. After he set the time, he lay down on the booth, waiting for the familiar dizziness to come as usual. Player identity verification in progress. Verification passed. The 9th round of copies are being randomly drawn for player number 07958. Drawing completed. The current copy is Sunset of the Empire Nevra founded the Antonine dynasty. Trajan expanded the territory. Hadrian improved the bureaucracy. Antoninus filled the treasury. And Aurelius wrote Meditations. But no matter how glorious it is, it will eventually come to an end. Where should the empire go now? Mission goal: survive for 80 days. Mode: single player. Time flow: 480. 1 hour in the real world is equal to 20 days in this game. After 80 days, the player is forced to return to the real world. Friendly reminder: the game will officially start in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. Chapter 738. This is Rome. Although the background information did not mention any time information, when Zhang Heng heard the 5 names, he knew where he came this time. Ancient Rome. Or more precisely, the Roman Empire era. The origin of all glorious stories often comes from a legend, and ancient Rome is no exception. Numitor and Emilio are a pair of brothers, and their father is the king of the Latins. When the king died, he divided his inheritance into 2 and let his 2 sons choose. Numitor chose the throne, while Emilio chose the countless treasures brought back from Troy by his ancestors. So one of the brothers became a king, and the other became rich enough to rival a country. However, Amulius, who had a lot of wealth, was obviously not willing to live under the rule of his elder brother. So he used his wealth to secretly bribe the ministers and the army, and successfully usurped the throne. He exiled his elder brother Numitor, and killed Numitor's son. However, due to his daughter's plea, he finally showed mercy, and did not kill his elder brother's daughter Sylvia, but made Sylvia a Vestal virgin. The Vestal virgins were priestesses, who served the sacred fire goddess Vesta. They had to remain chaste, and stay away from men, because of their sacred duties. In this way, Sylvia would not have offspring. But no one expected that the god of war Mars would suddenly get involved. He fell in love with Sylvia and failed to control his lower body, causing Sylvia to become pregnant with twins. Amurius was furious when he heard the news, but he did not dare to offend the god of war Mars, so he could only imprison Sylvia. After she gave birth, he put the 2 babies in a basket and threw them into the river, hoping that they would die naturally. However, the river eventually brought the basket to the shore, where a she-wolf came to feed them, and a woodpecker also helped them find food, which eventually allowed them to survive until a passing shepherd adopted them as his sons and named them Mulus and Remus. Just like all other great legends, there is always a turning point before a hero becomes a hero, a force that pushes him to pull out the sword in the stone. The same is true for Mulus. The 2 brothers grew up quickly, and then an accident happened. Remus was involved in a conflict between shepherds and was captured by the king. It was also at this time that Mulus learned about his life experience. He gathered many people who hated and were dissatisfied with Amulius and launched an uprising, eventually killing Amulius and saving his brother. But when everything was settled, the 2 of them did not inherit the throne, but chose to return the kingdom to their exiled grandfather Numitor, and then built a new city where the shepherd found the bamboo basket. However, in the process of building the city, The two brothers had disagreements, which led to a war. Mulus finally won the war and killed Remus, and the new city was named after his life character. This is the origin of the name of Rome, the capital of ancient Rome. This story certainly sounds very bloody and superstitious to later generations, but there are many similar stories in the Xia dynasty, such as Liu Bang beheading the white snake, Laozi passing Hanga Pass and purple air coming from the east, etc. And basically the earlier the time, the more mythological elements are mixed. In the words of the author of History of Rome, they are not based on reliable historical materials, but I suggest that we neither confirm nor deny them. In short, with the establishment of Rome by Mulus, Rome entered the monarchy era, which was around 753 BC. Subsequently, Rome embarked on the road of expansion. In 509 BC, with the overthrow of Tarquin the Younger, the last king of the Etruscan dynasty, by the Senate, Rome officially entered the Republican era. Of course, the process was not smooth sailing. Rome was isolated by its neighbors. However, after 3 Macedonian wars, Rome controlled the whole of Greece. The subsequent Syrian war allowed it to control West Asia. Then Caesar came on the scene. After defeating his political enemies and 2 allies, he concentrated all power in one person and became the emperor in the true sense, but was assassinated later. Then his adopted son Octavian came on the scene. After defeating his political enemies and 2 allies, yes, you read it right, the pattern is the same. He established the principal government, and Rome officially entered the imperial era. During the Antonine dynasty, the Roman Empire entered its heyday, welcoming 5 wise rulers in succession. The 5 people Zhang Hung had heard about in the background introduction before. They were collectively known as the 5 wise emperors. Especially the period from the reign of Nevis to Antonine was also known as the Golden Age of Rome. At this time, Rome was strong in military power, politically stable, with a vast territory and unprecedented prosperity. However, when Aurelius came to power, Rome had actually begun to decline. Barbarian invasions, frequent border wars, and a plague that swept the country. The dual factors of population reduction, reduced tax revenue and increased military expenditures brought about a financial crisis. Fortunately, Rome still had the Emperor Aurelius. This part-time philosopher emperor was very diligent throughout his life. He dealt with the nobles in the Senate while fighting wars in the south and the north. He also had to fight civil wars and suppress rebellions while fighting against barbarians. Even so, he still found time to write a philosophical masterpiece such as Meditations. However, with the death of Aurelius, the Roman Empire did decline from prosperity, and no longer had the prosperity of the Golden Age. His son Commodus was also the last emperor of the Antonine dynasty. As for the East and West Rome after that, it was another story. Zhang Hung roughly estimated the time he was in, which should be the end of the 2nd century AD, although Rome had begun to decline at this time, and the empire would fall into a long period of civil strife after Commodus' death. As of now, 1/5 of the world's population is still under the rule of the Roman Empire, which has a territory spanning thousands of miles and is a veritable great empire. In fact, Zhang Hung was quite interested in this trip to Rome. After all, ancient Roman civilization, as an important source of Western civilization, has had an impact on all aspects of later generations. Unfortunately, most later generations can only learn about it from movies, TV shows and literary works. Zhang Hung had the opportunity to personally travel through this ancient and vast empire through this dungeon. Of course, this main quest also reminded him from the side that this trip to Rome might not be too easy. So far, he has received 2 survival quests, one for novice survival on a deserted island, and the other for the Soviet-Finnish war dungeon. Survival quests are simple. Even if you do nothing, you just need to survive until the end of the dungeon. However, they are also troublesome, because it often means that just staying alive is not easy. Chapter 739 Arena and Death Row Prisoner. The darkness receded like a tide. Before Zhang Hung opened his eyes, he heard deafening cheers and screams. The sound came from above his head, mixed with the roar of wild beasts. But the roar was very close to him, probably less than 1 meter away. Even Zhang Hung, who was always calm, was startled. What is the concept of 1 meter? For wild beasts like lions and tigers, it is a pounce, and it will come in an instant. If Zhang Hung is prepared, he may be able to dodge it. But considering that he does not know the specific location of the beast now, And as the countdown of 5 seconds ends, it will take some time for Zhang Heng's eyes to recover. Although this time is not much. Any delay at this time is fatal. If the situation was really as he imagined, this could be considered an open kill with an infinite mortality rate. And logically speaking, a dungeon, especially a normal dungeon, should not have such a dangerous opening even if it is based on survival. The next moment, Zhang Heng regained his vision. The first thing that came into view was the lion in front of him. The previous cheers seemed to have stimulated it, making it stand up and growl. It seemed that it wanted to attack Zhang Heng, but it couldn't get out of the cage that held it. Zhang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. And then he found himself standing in a dark and smelly room. The cheers continued to come from above his head, and there was another person next to him, holding a ceramic bowl of raw meat, looking at the lion in the cage with fear. Judging from his clothes, he should be a slave, wearing a short-sleeved long shirt and a pair of slippers. And Zhang Heng found that he was dressed similarly. Before Zhang Heng had time to say hello to the buddy next to him, a man with a whip rushed in, waving the whip in his hand and shouting something. Zhang Heng had to be thankful that he had spent a long time learning languages in the Black Sail instance, including Latin, which was the official common language of ancient Rome. Of course, after all, there was a gap of more than 1,000 years, and there were still many differences in pronunciation and ending intonation. For example, the ancient Romans would pronounce A and E separately, and their C sounded very much like K, and there were also many ups and downs in it. Zhang Heng felt like listening to a dialect, and basically had to guess to hear that the other party was questioning why they hadn't finished feeding Kunta. Needless to say, Kunta was the name of the lion in the cage in front of him. So Zhang Heng took the bowl of meat from his companion and poured it into the cage to feed Kunta. The lion named Kunta finally stopped roaring after eating the meat. However, the guy who looked like an overseer didn't seem satisfied. He roared again and pretended to hit someone. Zhang Heng's companion immediately shrank his head and hurriedly ran out of the house. Zhang Heng followed him and asked after he left the overseer, "Hey, what's your name?" The other party seemed to not understand. So Zhang Heng repeated it again. "Can you speak Latin?" This time the guy finally understood, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "I'm Vero. What about you?" "My name is Zhang Heng." Zhang Heng also made a simple self-introduction, paused and said, "Please slow down when you speak. My Latin is not very good." Okay. Zhang Heng. "It's nice to meet you." "No. It should be said that it's unfortunate to meet you here." Vero laughed bitterly. "Are we in the arena now?" "Yes. To be more precise, we are now underground in the arena." "Oh. No wonder we can hear these cheers. What are the people up there cheering for?" "Don't you know? They are executing death row prisoners. I used to sit there and cheer with them." Vero's face was gloomy when he talked about the past. "But now? Are the Romans executing death row prisoners in the arena?" Zhang Heng asked. "Yes. This is a tradition. They will sentence the death row prisoners to wild beasts. And then those unlucky guys will be brought here. By the way, let's talk while walking. Partita asked us to clean up the mess. If we delay the gladiator show later, we will be whipped again." Zhang Heng noticed that Vero's eyes flashed with fear when he talked about the gladiator show. But now was not the time to ask about such things. He followed behind him, and the two of them quickly passed through the tunnel with oil lamps and came to the ground. The arena they were in was not very big, and it was obviously not the famous Roman Colosseum in later generations. But there were several levels of stands, with about 6,000 or 7,000 seats. Almost all the seats were full, which was the source of the cheers and screams before. The audience shouted to kill him. Kill him! Everyone's face was full of excitement, as if they were watching a big show. And one of the two protagonists of this big show had his throat bitten off, and the leopard used its claws to dig open his stomach and began to tear his internal organs. The blood gathered into a stream under his body. His whole face was bloody. His nose and eyes were gone, and his facial bones were clearly visible. The other death row inmate was still alive, but he was completely frightened after witnessing the scene. He was now slumped on the other side of the arena. It was obvious that he had lived a good life before being caught. All the fat on his body was shaking together. He watched the cheetah eating in horror. The arena deliberately did not feed the cheetah for a period of time before the execution to increase the cheetah's aggressiveness and the entertainment of the performance. Although the audience in the stands had just witnessed the death of a person, They were obviously not satisfied because the fat man on the other side was still alive. So they began to urge the trainers. Seeing this, the two trainers used long poles to poke the leopard, interrupting its eating and forcing it to the other death row inmate. Seeing this, the fat man wanted to stand up and run, but probably because his legs were weak, he failed to stand up after 2 attempts. Instead, it caused a burst of laughter, and a happy atmosphere filled the stands. Finally, the fat man stood up, but unfortunately, the leopard was not far away from him at this time. The fat man turned around and started to run away, but the speed of the two sides was not comparable at all. The fat man's escape stimulated the cheetah, which almost jumped onto the fat man's back. John Hung didn't think it was meaningful to watch the scene afterwards. Chapter 740 Wonderful Performance. After the trainer put the leopard back into the cage after a full meal, it was the turn of the two slaves, John Hung and Vero, to clean up and sort out the mess. The two pushed the cart to the arena. According to Vero, it was not the first time he saw an execution, but he was still sitting in the stands at that time. Although it was only the civilian area at the top, he did not feel any blood or discomfort. In fact, he was as excited as the audience on the stage now. Being in such an environment, he would naturally be infected by the fanatical atmosphere around him. His adrenaline soared, and his heartbeat accelerated, just like enjoying a great play. And the arena would indeed stage some plays from time to time. In addition to feeding the death row prisoners to wild beasts, another form of punishment is to have the death row prisoners participate in stage plays. These stage plays are basically various myths or historical events. For example, Icarus, who installed candle wings on himself and eventually died because he flew too close to the sun and his wings melted. In order to perform this story, the arena would put candle wings on a death row prisoner, and then find a way to launch him out. Watching him fall to the ground after drawing a parabola, his brain exploded, and blood even splashed outside the emperor's box. In addition, there were prisoners who played Prometheus and performed in public, having their hearts eaten by eagles. It must be admitted that the Romans were still very entertaining in terms of the background of the time. They could play a lot of tricks with a death penalty. Of course, from today's perspective, many of them were extremely cruel and bloody, especially during the years when Nero was emperor. Even from the perspective of people at that time, some performances were too heavy. But at least for this performance, the audience in the stands were obviously quite satisfied. But when Vero stood in the arena, he didn't feel so great, especially when he saw the two corpses in front of him that were no longer human. He almost vomited his breakfast. On the contrary, John Hung's expression did not change. He had seen so many dead people after experiencing the Soviet-Finnish War and Black Sail that it was difficult for them to cause any shock to him. In addition, in terms of weirdness and horror, the scene before him was far better than what he saw in the basement of the alien copy. Not to mention that depressing town full of monsters. John Hung knew that Vero could not be counted on. After all, his hands were shaking even when he was feeding the lions. So John Hung said to Vero, "You push the cart and follow me." After that, John Hung used the hook in his hand to hook up the corpses on the ground, dragged them one by one onto the cart, and even picked up a paw that was taken away by a leopard and only half of it was left. During this period, several carriages also drove into the arena and circled around the arena. Slaves wearing crowns and wreaths threw bread and copper coins to the stands, a bit like the halftime show of modern sports events. Some spectators in the stands stood up to receive gifts, while others took this opportunity to walk to the fountain to drink water or chat with friends around them. According to Vero, the gladiator show should begin next. It was also the highlight of the entire show that day. However, the two of them could not see it. It did not take too much time to collect the bodies. Soon John Hung and Vero were asked to go back to the underground to continue their work. John Hung finally had the opportunity to check his character panel at the beginning of the new copy. What he was most concerned about now was where his props were. You know, before this game, he also chose the props he wanted to bring according to the convention. But he did not expect that he would start the game empty-handed this time. Name, John Hung. Gender, male. Age, 20. Player ID, 07958. Number of game rounds experienced, 8. Current game points, 0. Possessions, Infinite Bricks B. Plague Bone Bow B. Death Illusion C. White Horse Crown C. Filter Lens D. Arrow of Paris D. Lucky Rabbit Foot E. Hunter's Blessing F. Oath Ring F. Marble Soda F. Due to the game background. All props in this round of the game are stored in the Red Nose Blacksmith shop at the beginning of the game, and players can retrieve them with the command Vulcan, Mastered Skills, Sword Skills LV4, Sailing LV3, Shooting LV3, Language Proficiency LV2, 8 languages reach the level of daily communication, Lego Assembly LV2, Archery LV2, Wilderness Survival LV2, Car Driving Skills LV2, Modification and Repair LV2, Astronaut LV2, Geek LV2, Criminal Investigation LV2, Makeup LV2, Cowboy LV2, Piano LV1, Skiing LV1, Rock Climbing LV1, Herbalism LV1. Evaluation. This player inherits some of the power of shadows and has incredible knife skills. As an opponent, you don't want him to touch any knives in the battle. At the same time, he is a Lego master, a gun master, a skilled cowboy, with excellent criminal investigation and camouflage abilities, slightly higher than the luck value and enemy encounter rate of ordinary people. He is the messenger of plague, riding a white horse, and has excellent sailing experience. He is good at using bows and arrows, can drive cars, airplanes, spacecraft and other vehicles, and can adapt to the wild environment. He has a rich skill reserve, strong combat effectiveness, and keeps his oath. It is rare among players. Zhang Heng did not bring water-melted metal and Betty Shell in this dungeon, because these two items were not used very often in the previous dungeons. Instead, he brought his newly acquired Death Illusion and Marbled Soda. In addition, Shadow Key also lost its last use as he passed the test inexplicably. Compared with the previous round, his skills have also changed to some extent. First, his shooting skills have finally been upgraded to level 3. This is also the third skill above level 3 that he has. In addition, the level 2 cowboy skills are also obtained by him in the Western Dungeon. And the last level 1 herbal medicine is what he learned by himself in the Alien Dungeon. Although the Proxy War Dungeon is not intended to help players improve their skills or obtain props, Zhang Heng played the game for a long time. So while hunting down the remnants of the alien race to earn points, he also took the time to learn something new. Of course, he had a basic understanding of the above, and Zhang Heng's focus was mainly on the small line of words under the possession. After discovering that his props were not lost, Zhang Heng was relieved. He could understand the arrangement of the dungeon. After all, he started the game as a slave this time. And according to Roman law, the slave's things were also the master's things. Other things were easy to say. If the cool shape of the crown of the white horse was discovered by others, it would definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. After Zhang Heng looked at his character panel, he turned his head and found that Vero was standing there in a daze not far away, with a gloomy face. Chapter 741 Slaves. Zhang Heng had heard some tragic stories about Roman slaves before. In fact, the background of the era of Black Sail was when the slave trade was booming. At that time, Zhang Heng led the Jackdaw to attack many slave ships. He saw a ship full of black slaves crowded in the cabin, people next to each other, like livestock to be slaughtered, and the cabin was full of urine and sweat. With the help of Larry, Zhang Heng usually selected the strongest warriors from these blacks after the hijacking and absorbed them into the pirate group, while the rest were released to some small islands. The hidden supply points established based on these people played an important role in Zhang Heng's dealings and battles with the Royal Navy after leaving Nassau. Zhang Heng even got the title of the Liberator of the New World. He didn't expect that he would become a slave one day. And they were slaves in the 2nd century AD. This was a real slave society. The social pyramid structure of Rome was basically aristocrats, commoners, foreigners and slaves from top to bottom. In a sense, the slaves at the bottom could not even be called people, but only production or entertainment tools. The gladiatorial performances that were going on above their heads were just like this. The gladiators fought each other and exchanged their blood and lives for the cheers of the audience. "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Heng said to Vero. "What?" The latter was stunned for a moment, then reacted. "Oh, I was wondering when it would be our turn to perform there." "Will it be our turn?" Zhang Heng was a little surprised. Judging from their current jobs, they were basically just doing odd jobs in the arena. Especially Vero. The latter was not thin, but he was very timid and couldn't even feed the beasts. If he went to the arena, Zhang Heng doubted that he would not last even 3 seconds. Of course not now. We don't know anything right now. We just make a fool of ourselves if we go up there. No one wants to see our poor performance. But, Vero lowered his voice. I got a message. There will be another batch of German barbarians coming tomorrow. Then we will go to the gladiator school to train with them. After saying that, Vero looked at Zhang Heng. But he didn't see the panic he expected on the latter's face. So he was stunned for a moment and added, You don't have anything to say. What am I going to say? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. We are about to be sent to the gladiator training camp. People say that life there is worse than death. They will torture us and whip us constantly. Many people will die during training. And those who survive will have to take the test. Those who pass the test will become gladiators and die in the performance. If you are so worried about your life, why don't you just not pass the final test? Zhang Heng said. That's the problem. Slaves who fail the test will be sold to mines or villages to make up for the losses. Do you know how people there treat slaves? They will make you work all the time. Just like animals. Until the day you die. You will never be free. Vero said in despair. It shouldn't be like this. Chickpea promised me. Who is Chickpea? A slave trader. I have some friendship with him. After I became a slave, he told me that I would be bought by the nobles in the city. I would run a business. As long as the buyer invested a sum of money in me, I could make them generate more money. So when I run the business, I would become a free man again. Vero clenched his fists, full of reluctance and pain. Why is it like this? Why was I sold here? I don't belong here. Maybe it's because you've maintained your figure well? Zhang Heng said. Were you a businessman before? You look more like a soldier in armor. But I've never learned to fight. Vero said. This is ridiculous. I can obviously use my business ability to bring more wealth. But they want me to go to the gladiator school to suffer. This is a waste of pearls. Hee hee. If what you said is true, maybe you should talk to the owner of this place. Zhang Heng suggested. I tried it. I told the supervisor about my situation and asked him to tell the owner here. Vero said. Then what? Then, there has been no news until now. Vero put down the rag in his hand and hesitated. Maybe I should go directly to the master. What do you think? Zhang Heng did not rush to answer this question, but asked. You said you were a businessman before. Why were you sold? Don't mention it. Vero sighed. I used to sell antiques. This business has been done since my father's time. Our family made a lot of money from it. But later I was obsessed with it. I heard from a friend that the flax business in Egypt was very good. So I discussed with a noble there to grow flax in partnership. He provided the land, and I provided the money. After weaving the cloth, we would sell it to Rome. As a result, my friend was robbed as soon as he set out. He lost both his people and his money. What's worse is that I had signed a contract with the other party before. If he didn't get the money within the specified time, I would need to pay him a large amount of liquidated damages. I tried my best, but still couldn't get enough money. So not only did I lose all my property, but I also became a slave myself. Well, it's a sad story, Zhang Heng said. At this time, there was another deafening cheer. It should be that the gladiatorial performance was at its best, which aroused the emotions of the audience in the stands. Vero also made up his mind at this time. Tomorrow, when those Germanic barbarians are escorted here, everyone will be summoned. At that time, the master should also show up. I can find him at that time and ask him for business. If everything goes well, I can leave here. Really? Then I wish you good luck, Zhang Heng said. Sorry, I can't help you, Vero said awkwardly. He just described the gladiator school as horrible. But he was about to jump out of this quagmire, leaving Zhang Heng there. Although the two of them didn't have much friendship. They had only known each other for half a day, so they couldn't be called friends, or even acquaintances. However, after the previous conversation, the relationship between the two did become closer. However, Vero was now in a difficult situation and couldn't save himself. So he didn't care about Zhang Heng, his companion. It doesn't matter. Just remember to tell me when you are free, Zhang Heng said. After listening to Vero's story, he didn't think the other party's action would succeed tomorrow. However, he also knew that Vero had just seen hope, and it would be difficult for anyone to convince him to give up the idea of escaping from the gladiator school. Chapter 742. Where are you from? Perhaps because they were about to be sent to the gladiator school to become gladiators, the work assigned to the two was not too heavy. And John Hung did not feel the cruel oppression of the evil slave society for the time being. After finishing the work at hand, the supervisor did not appear again, and assigned them new work, as if they had forgotten about them. So Zhang Hung and Vero, the two new slaves without any self-awareness, naturally started to fish. John Hung took the initiative to communicate with Vero, hoping to get as much useful information as possible from him. After all, his knowledge of ancient Rome was limited to some well-known historical figures and events. Vero was different from ordinary slaves. Before becoming a slave, he was a legitimate Roman citizen and a businessman. He was well informed. Moreover, unlike his burly figure, he was very friendly. At the same time, perhaps because he felt that he was somewhat indebted for what happened just now, he basically answered every question. Considering their current situation, John Hung first asked Vero about slaves, because from Vero's previous words, it can be heard that although slaves are at the bottom of Roman society, the fate of different slaves seems to be quite different. Of course, Vero patiently explained. For example, staying in the city is usually much better than being sold to the countryside. Because the city is relatively wealthy, the living conditions of slaves will be better. And some nobles need to consider their own face and show their kindness. Most people will not exploit slaves too much. Your job is basically to take care of the master and mistress, do cleaning and so on. There is not much hard work, but it is miserable in the countryside. Vero licked his slightly dry lips and continued. Sold to the countryside, either to farm or work in the mines. The food and living conditions are not good, because the masters there will try to make you work more. They don't care about your living conditions. The more you work and the less you eat, the more they earn. And women are even worse off. They may be asked to keep giving birth. Each child is a sum of money. Whether you keep it for work or sell it, it is a good choice. Then what about the investment you mentioned? John Hung then asked again. Oh, this is the best fate for a slave like me who has a certain talent. You can ask the master to invest a sum of money and open your own shop. As long as you can bring a steady stream of income to the master, your status will naturally become higher and higher. You don't have to serve the master like other people. If you are lucky, you can eventually get freedom. Because in order to motivate the enthusiasm of slaves, many masters will set a sum. After earning so much money, you will become a Roman citizen again. Sounds good, John Hung said. Vero hesitated, then added, actually, being a gladiator can barely be considered a way out. If you can pass the test and become a gladiator, your status will be slightly higher than that of an ordinary slave. And if you can win enough games in the arena, you can also gain freedom. But that's too difficult. Many people who have fought on the battlefield and have superb fighting skills can't live to see that day, let alone us. By the way, where are you from? I've never seen someone like you before. I come from the Han Empire in the East, John Hung said. He was not lying. In the 2nd century AD, which was roughly the Eastern Han dynasty in history, the Han dynasty and the Roman Empire were the two most powerful superpowers in the world. As a result, many idle people on the internet were very keen to discuss who would win in a fight between the Han dynasty and Rome. And they kept quarreling with each other. Unfortunately, until now, although the Roman cup was unearthed in the Xia dynasty, the archaeological community has not reached a unified answer as to whether Rome and the Han dynasty had contact and the degree of contact, let alone who would win in a fight. On the contrary, the more such topics that can be discussed in the void, the more enduring they are, because neither side can convince the other. As expected, Vero was also a little confused when he heard about the Han Empire. He didn't know where it was. Then how did you come to Rome and become a slave? I wanted to see what was in the West, so I planned a trip. As a result, I met robbers when I arrived in Persia. And then I was sold to slave traders, and finally went to Rome. John Hung made up a lie that was not easy to be exposed. Then you are too unfortunate, my Eastern friend. Vero mourned for John Hung for 3 seconds. In his opinion, John Hung's temperament and well-maintained skin of modern people all prove that John Hung was a nobleman in the Han Empire he mentioned. And it was probably a nobleman of extraordinary status. As a result, I don't know what's wrong with this guy's brain. He has a good life as a corrupt and decadent ruling class, but he insists on pursuing poetry and distant places. Now, he plunges into the arms of robbers. Not only has he been reduced from a noble to a slave, he can't go back to his hometown, and it seems that he will lose his life in Rome. However, Vero didn't feel sad for John Hung for a few seconds. Thinking of his own miserable experience, he was not much better. So his mood became depressed again. However, with this connection, he felt that his relationship with John Hung was closer. Both of them had a good life. But they suddenly fell into slavery due to misfortune. In this regard, they have a lot in common. Vero couldn't help but pat his chest and said, "Don't worry. If I regain my freedom and make money in the future, I will redeem you from the arena and let you return home." "Thank you very much," John Hung said politely, and didn't take Vero's promise to heart. Since he knew that slaves were at the bottom of Roman society, he would definitely not be a slave forever. Fortunately, although Rome was in the stage of slave society, the society was not completely without mobility. According to Vero, slaves could obtain the status of Roman citizens through hard work, and even have a higher status than foreigners. Similarly, civilians could also become nobles. Of course, the difficulty coefficient of this matter is definitely much more difficult than going from slaves to civilians. John Hung didn't need to think so much at this stage. He just needed to get rid of his slave status first. The two chatted for a while until dinner. To be fair, the dinner was not bad, but the richness was definitely not comparable to that of later generations. In addition to beans, there was porridge. But what was rare was that there was meat and crab in the porridge. But Vero was not happy when he saw this, and whispered to John Hung, "It seems that they really intend to let us enter the gladiator school." Chapter 743 New Germans. Early the next morning, John Hung saw the Germans sitting in the prison cart. The Germans at that time were not as promising as their descendants in later generations, and they were all over Europe. In the eyes of the Romans, the Germans at that time were still barbarians, a general term for the barbarian tribes on the right bank of the Rhine. However, the war between them and the Romans had a long history, and the first conflict between the two sides can be traced back to 113 BC. Two Germanic tribes crossed the Danube to sneak attack the Roman town, intending to make a quick buck and leave. But they were beaten by the Roman legion stationed there. In terms of individual combat effectiveness, the burly Germans undoubtedly had the advantage. But the Romans were more disciplined and better equipped. And the Roman classical linear tactics were very good, and many tactical ideas were even absorbed by modern linear tactics. Therefore, the Germanic people who valued personal bravery suffered a great loss. But the Germanic people's heart to move south has never died. There were border conflicts and frictions for a long time afterwards, especially in the 1st century, when Wei Qing and Huitziobing drove the Huns westward, which caused disasters to Europe. The Germanic people became sandwiched in the middle, and could only speed up their pace of moving south. When Aurelius was still alive, he had been dealing with the invasion of the Germanic people. The two sides fought a lot of tug-of-war, and after hundreds of years of fighting and learning, those barbarians made great progress. At the same time, they also accumulated a lot of experience in dealing with the Roman legions, and their production technology was also improved, making them more and more difficult to deal with. However, John Hung knew that the war between the two sides would soon end. He had learned from Vero that the current time was 180 AD. The former Emperor Aurelius had just died of illness on the front line, and his son Commodus succeeded him. Commodus had no interest in the war with the Germans. If nothing unexpected happened, he would sign a truce agreement with the German leaders in the near future, in exchange for a truce between the two sides by providing subsidies to the German tribes every year. Considering the distance between the front line and the capital, the two sides might have signed a treaty now. But the news had not yet been sent back, so the Germans in front of them might also be the last batch of prisoners of war. It was obvious that they had not had a very pleasant journey, as invaders from the north. Their image in the hearts of the Romans could be imagined. Some people even threw stones at them along the way. But these Germans were not afraid, but laughed back loudly. One of the most burly men turned his head and said disdainfully to his companions, "A bunch of women." In short, they came to the gladiator school in such a hostile atmosphere. After the slave trader in charge of escorting and the school director counted the heads, they began to discuss the final price. They quickly agreed on the price of the others and settled on 3,000 sesterces per person. But the two sides seemed to have a big disagreement on the last person, the most burly guy. The school director wanted to buy it for 5,000 sesterces, but the slave trader insisted on 10,000 sesterces, because they were far away and both sides spoke very fast. John Hung couldn't hear clearly, so he asked Vero, "What are they talking about?" "Well," the slave trader said, that the man fought very bravely and caused a lot of trouble to our army. Many people died at his hands. And he was physically strong. With a little training, he would become a girl killer. The noble ladies in Rome would be fascinated by him. And he could make the masters here rich, Varro explained. At the same time, he began to worry about his future. These Germans are all prisoners of war. They all look very powerful. The average gladiator is only 2,000 sesterces. Although I sold myself for 2,500. That's because I have the ability to manage. They each sell for 3,000. And there is also the guy who wants 10,000. We are not their opponents. Zhang Heng did not comment on this. He has not been completely idle since last night. At least, he has explored the area around where he lives. I don't know if it is because he does not think the two of them are a threat. The gladiator school does not strictly guard them. As long as he does not go out, he can basically go anywhere. As for the slaves who have become gladiators, they seem to be freer and can even walk out of the gate to have fun. This seems to be different from the gladiator school Zhang Heng imagined. With his skills and his newly acquired shadow power, it is not difficult to escape from here at night. The difficult part is what to do afterwards. As the only Han Chinese who went deep into the enemy's rear of the Roman Empire, his appearance is still quite recognizable. Moreover, he has no Roman citizenship and can only be a runaway slave. His life in Rome will be quite troublesome. Therefore, after a little thought, Zhang Heng gave up the idea of escaping. Instead of hiding incognito, it is better to get a free man's identity in the gladiator school. Varro was afraid of becoming a gladiator. But Zhang Heng was not worried. He had level 4 sword skills. In terms of combat experience, the group of arrogant Germans combined might not be as good as him. In fact, Zhang Heng's real attention was not on those new barbarians. In order to smoothly accept this batch of slave prisoners and avoid any chaos, the gladiator school also dispatched some people, including 6 gladiators and 2 trainers. What attracted Zhang Heng's attention was not those muscular gladiators, but one of the Persian trainers. He didn't look very impressive. He was short and old. The kind of person who would be easily overlooked in a crowd. If it weren't for his light blue eyes, he would be just like the Romans you can see everywhere on the street. Zhang Heng can basically get a lot of useful information with just a glance. But Zhang Heng found that he couldn't see anything from this old Persian trainer. The head of the training school and the slave trader argued for a while, and the two sides finally negotiated a price. Considering the previous result that the Germanic man's price of 3,000 sesterces was quite good, the slave trader gave in and sold the man to 7,000 sesterces. Both sides were quite satisfied, except for the people being sold. The most burly German seemed to feel that the price was somewhat insulting to him, and he cursed in dissatisfaction, causing his companions around him to laugh. These people were warriors from various tribes. After being captured by the Romans, they had no intention of living. They were not afraid of being sold to the gladiator school, but were in the mood to make a fuss. It was obvious that they did not take the Romans around them seriously. Chapter 744, Total Victory. Remove the shackles from them, the school director said. Are you sure? The slave trader hesitated. They are not ordinary people, and they are not honest at all. Don't we need to call for more people? If we can't even deal with them, then there is no need for us to open a school. It is better to close it as soon as possible, the school director said indifferently. The slave trader finally stopped hesitating after hearing this, and opened the wooden door of the prison car. The German prisoners of war walked down from the car one by one. The most burly man squinted his eyes and looked at the school director, then moved his wrists and ankles as if no one was around. The slave trader turned his eyes to the school director on the other side. The latter said, "Hurry up. Don't dawdle." So the slave trader took out the key on his body and opened the chains on the Germans. He deliberately left the most burly man for last. But an accident still happened when he walked over to open the other shackles. The next second the other immediately grabbed his neck and lifted him up from the ground with just one hand. The slave trader struggled desperately, kicked his legs randomly, and stretched out his hand in vain to pry open the German's hand. But his counterattack seemed soft and powerless in the eyes of the other. His face was flushed, and he could feel the oxygen disappearing from his body bit by bit. However, neither the 2 trainers nor the 6 gladiators reacted. Just when the slave trader's consciousness became increasingly blurred, and he thought he was going to die here, the burly German suddenly let go of his hand. The slave trader's body fell back to the ground. His toes touched the ground first, but then his calves softened, and he knelt down in front of the burly German. The head of the gladiator school snorted coldly. It seems that you are not stupid enough yet. Really? I think he makes sense, said the burly German proudly. You should prepare more people to deal with Bach. What is worse than barbarism is stupidity. Your name is Bach? The head of the school said coldly. Give this idiot named Bach a training sword. Let's see how much weight he has. After that, he said to Bach, you'd better be half as good as your mouth and prove that you are worthy of the 7,000 sesterces. Habitus, play with him. The gladiator named Habitus smiled and walked out of the crowd. He threw a wooden sword for training at the feet of the German and said, if you feel pain, remember to beg for mercy. I will try to be gentle. Habitus did not choose to continue the verbal battle with the German. He drew out his training sword and weighed it in his hand. The one standing in front of you is the Gaul Habitus, from the Victor Arena. Before he finished his self-introduction, Bach on the opposite side had already drawn his sword. If anyone really thinks that these Germans are as stupid and honest as they look, then they are totally wrong. In fact, these guys are quite cunning like barbarians. Bach noticed that Habitus looked a little relaxed when he introduced himself. So he attacked without hesitation. He moved quickly, and his body was as agile as a leopard. He came to Habitus with a big stride. He swung the wooden sword in his hand, bringing a gust of wind. However, Habitus on the other side did not panic when he saw this. He had no defense before, but he easily avoided Bach's sneak attack with just a turn of his body. And then he gently hooked Bach's left leg with his toes. The latter was unable to stop in time, and with the power of rushing forward, he was hooked and staggered. The strong German lost his balance and fell to the ground, almost eating a mouthful of sand. You Germans may talk big, but your bodies are honest. You're too polite to kneel down as soon as you meet, Habitus teased. This time it was the turn of the gladiators to burst into laughter. Poor guy. If it was in the arena, Habitus would have stabbed the big fool in the back with his sword. So these Germans are just superficial. The disdainful words of the gladiators obviously aroused Bach's blood. Come again! The Germanic man seemed unwilling to give up, and he screamed and got ready again. This time he seemed much more cautious, and he obviously knew that the small gladiator in front of him was not easy to deal with. His opponent, Habitus, still had that indifferent and smiling look. Bach attacked first, and the Germanic man was finally able to use all his skills. Although his swordsmanship was not very methodical, it was fierce and ruthless, which could maximize his strength advantage. In addition, most people would be afraid before the battle when facing his terrifying momentum, and could only use half of their strength. However, Habitus was not among them. He dodged left and right, trying to avoid the German's frontal attack, and then kept using some tricks to harass his opponent. As a result, Bach became more and more angry, roaring but unable to do anything to the annoying guy in front of him. Bach felt like a lion performing in a circus, with claws and teeth, but every move became a laughing stock. Finally, he couldn't help but roared, "Let's do it together!" The remaining Germans looked at each other, but they didn't make any moves. The person in charge of the other school spoke first. Give them the training swords. 6 gladiators and 6 German prisoners of war. Just one-on-one. No more and no less. The 2 trainers even gave instructions on the movements to help the gladiators improve their fighting skills. And this action completely angered the Germans. However, with Bach's previous experience, the other 5 Germans did not dare to underestimate the enemy at this time, and they all put on their full spirits. However, some things cannot be solved by correcting their attitudes. Although these German prisoners of war have used all their strength, the result of the battle is still overwhelming. The gladiators won a complete victory. The 6 Germans, including Bach, were all beaten to the ground. The school leader spoke again at this time. It's good to be confident, but if you are only at this level, don't brag all the time. Don't think that you are a master just because you have killed a few people and have a little military merit. The gladiators in front of you have experienced more brutal battles than you. They are real men. Compared with them, you are nothing. Chapter 745 The Master of the Training Ground. It seems that those Germans are nothing special. After witnessing the previous conflict, Vero seemed to have changed his mind. On the contrary, Zhang Heng held a different opinion. You can't say that. In terms of strength, the gladiators are indeed stronger. But don't forget that those Germans were brought back from the front line. They were exhausted from the journey, and their physical and mental conditions were not at their best. When they arrived here, They only had 40% to 50% of their strength. And it seems that the gladiator school intended to give them a warning. Although they only brought 6 gladiators to greet them. They seemed to be indifferent to them. But I dare say that even if these 6 people are not the best gladiators in the school, they must be above the average level. In short, these Germans were tricked by the school. After experiencing such an incident, they will build up awe for the school. And at the same time, they will work harder in the subsequent training to wash away today's shame. After Zhang Heng finished speaking, he found that Vero was staring at him blankly. What? Vero hesitated and said with some sympathy. In your Han Empire, the political struggle between nobles must be very cruel. Otherwise, why can you associate so many things from one thing? Just like the elders of the Senate. The two of them didn't watch the excitement for long. With the arrival of the group of Germans, the new batch of slaves purchased by the gladiator school had arrived. So the person in charge of the gladiator school summoned everyone to the training ground. There were about 40 to 50 people in total. In addition to the 6 Germans, there were Gauls, Parthans, Sami, and Zhang Heng, a Han Chinese from the Far East. Some of them were prisoners of war. Some were slaves. And some were civilians, who volunteered to become gladiators and impoverished Roman nobles. Just looking at the origins of these people, it seemed like a small international exchange meeting. Everyone stood together in a mess, whispering to each other, and everyone had a different look on their faces. Zhang Heng noticed that Vero's face was excited, because today was the day for their group of prospective gladiators to start school. According to convention, the owner of the gladiator school would definitely show up. By then, Vero will be able to sell his business talent to the other party. If everything goes well, he will not need to stay here any longer and can walk on the street again and breathe the air of freedom. Of course, his freedom is limited, but it is much better than becoming a gladiator and fighting in the arena, or farming and mining in the countryside. Vero also glanced at Zhang Heng beside him. The latter did not have any fear or trepidation on his face. Instead, he looked very interested, as if he was visiting a tour. Vero could not help but secretly admire the young nobleman of the Han Empire for his broad mind. Finally, just when everyone was getting impatient standing under the scorching sun, the real protagonist finally appeared. He was a middle-aged Roman who looked somewhat wealthy. He was wearing a short-sleeved long coat, which was the most common on the streets of Rome. A blanket-like cape was draped over his shoulders, with different lengths on the left and right. The left part passed under his arm, wrapped around his chest and neck, and then tucked into his waist. One of his hands was dragging a piece of cloth, and the other hand was empty. An emerald ring on it was very conspicuous. Zhang Heng learned from Vero that not everyone could wear this most distinctive Roman robe. Slaves, foreigners, and even freed slaves could only wear the inner robe and could not casually wear the outer cloak. Beside the middle-aged Roman, there were 2 young and beautiful female slaves. One of them carefully supported him, and the other held up a sunshade for him from behind. The 3 of them appeared directly on the second-floor balcony of the building in front of the training ground. The trainer waved the whip in his hand, and the people on the training ground finally quieted down a little. Then the person in charge of the school bowed to the middle-aged Roman. "Master, everyone is here. Then let's start." The middle-aged Roman obviously did not do this for the first time. He nodded and sat on a chair in the middle of the balcony, as if he was an emperor sitting on the throne, overlooking the people under his feet. His name is Marcus. He runs the second-largest gladiator school in Rome. He has more than 400 gladiators under his command. The arena outside, the theater next to the arena, and the 3 gladiator training grounds and lounges are all his assets. In a sense, he was like an emperor here. This was obviously not the first time that Marcus had done this. He waved to the school director, who immediately shouted to the gladiators in front of him, "Take off your clothes." Everyone looked at each other, and only when the trainer raised the whip again did they start to take off their shirts reluctantly, revealing their muscular bodies. Vero originally thought that those unruly Germans would make trouble at this time, but he didn't expect that they only hesitated for a moment and actually took off their clothes. At this point, Vero had to admire Zhang Heng's previous speculation of showing off his power. Everyone took off their shirts one after another, but the trainers didn't seem satisfied, so the people on the training ground had to continue taking off their shirts until only a loincloth was left. The middle-aged Roman finally expressed satisfaction. He stood up and looked at them one by one, muttering, "Very good, very good. This time those greedy slave traders finally found some pretty good goods for me." The person in charge of the school also said, "These guys should be able to make up for the manpower we lost before. But their prices are not cheap either." The middle-aged Roman's eyes flickered. "Where's the German who cost me 7,000 sesterces?" The trainer gestured to Bach, who walked out of the crowd with some dissatisfaction. "Come closer. Let me take a good look," Macross called. Bach could only take 2 more steps forward and came downstairs. Do you think he can compare to Cisnates?" Macross asked the school director. "This is a bit difficult. Cisnates is the 3-time annual champion of the Victor Arena. No one can beat him. When he first came, it took 4 good players to defeat him. Although this might make Macross unhappy, the school director thought about it and decided to tell the truth. Otherwise, if Bach's future growth does not meet expectations, he and the trainer will be in trouble. Although Bach's potential is not bad, there is still a big gap between him and Cisnates." Chapter 746. Everyone loves Cisnates. Everyone loves Cisnates. Women scream for him. Men cheer for him. That guy is an absolute legend. I still remember the final curtain call. The arena Victor was packed and tickets were hard to come by. His name was floating in the sky over Rome. And he appeared in the spotlight, with his golden hair flying, like the incarnation of the god of war Mars. He fought 1 against 6. And every time he struck a sword, an enemy fell down, and the remaining opponents could only tremble under his majesty. Macross was so excited that he couldn't help dancing. The school director had to remind the middle-aged Roman, who was immersed in beautiful memories. "But my master, no matter how great a hero is, he will grow old one day. And Cisnates is no exception. I don't deny that he was indeed an extremely good gladiator when he was young. And even, he could be said to be the best gladiator in Rome. But after he became famous, alcohol and sex began to drain his body. And we arranged too many fights for him in order to sell tickets, which exceeded his body's recovery speed. As he got older, his strength declined greatly. There was no problem with the first 2 championships. But for the 3rd championship, we did do some tricks in the battle arrangement. And the last curtain call performance? We all know that the 6 opponents were just in name only." "Enough," Macross said dissatisfiedly. "Damn it. Of course I know what the truth is. I don't need you to remind me. Remember your identity." "Gabby." "Sorry, my master." The school director immediately knelt on the ground. "I don't care about the real strength of Cisnates, as long as he can make money for me. Since Cisnates retired, my business has not been as good as before. We are not the only gladiator school in this city. Isaiah, that old bastard, dreams of riding on my neck. I heard that he bought a very powerful Thracian from somewhere. That guy has won 11 or 12 games in a row. Now those ladies and young ladies have gone to see that stinky Thracian. We need to find a way to reverse the disadvantage." Marcus said. "I do my best." No, this is not the answer I want." "I say it again," Macross said almost word by word. "I need the next Cisnates. Now! I don't care what means you use, whether it's training or magic. Make this damn dramatic man the next Cisnates for me." After saying this, the middle-aged Roman angrily sat down in the chair, his chest heaving constantly, not getting the answer he wanted, making him look a little angry. One of the 2 slave girls beside him rubbed his chest, and the other poured wine for him. But he waved his hand and threw the wine glass to the ground, and the bloody wine splashed everywhere. After being interrupted like this, Marcus had no desire to review it anymore, and said to the school leader, "Let's stop here today. I have invested in this group of new people as you said. This is a lot of money. Do you know how I accumulated my current wealth? Because I never make a loss. So I give you 50 days. Gabby, 50 days later when I ask you the same question again. For your own good. I hope I can get the answer I want." "Yes, my master." The school director knelt on the ground. When Macross stood up again, with the help of the slave girl, and was about to leave, a strange voice suddenly sounded. Can you give me some time?" "Master? I have a few words to say to you. It won't take too long." Macross turned his head and saw Vero walking out of the crowd. He frowned and said, "Boy, you'd better have a better reason. Because I'm in a bad mood." Vero's scalp tingled when he heard this. He knew that Macross was in a bad mood. But Macross didn't care much about the prospective gladiators. He would only come to see him on the first day of school. After that, he would probably have to wait until the day of the assessment to see him again. "Please allow me to introduce myself first," Vero gritted his teeth. Marcruz raised his chin. Go ahead. I am Vero, an antique dealer from Mule Street. Vero paused here, expecting to see a similar expression of surprise on Marcula's face. However, the latter just casually said, Then what? It seems that he has never heard of Vero's name. Vero was a little disappointed, but he quickly calmed down and continued. I think your people may have made a mistake when they bought me. I have excellent business talents, especially in the antique business. My father is a very famous antique dealer, and so am I. I just heard you say that you hope to make more money, so I think I am the talent you need. As long as you can invest some money in me, I can use my talents. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Marcruz. Let me ask you a question. Val, if you can really make money like you claim, why are you standing here? The slaves laughed, and Valro's face turned red. This is an accident. I invested in a business other than antiques. And then my partner unfortunately encountered thieves, and I had to pay a large sum of money. This all makes sense. Marcruz nodded. Everything is explained? Valro said puzzledly. Nothing. I know your situation. I will find someone to verify what you said. But before that, focus on the matter at hand. Do me a favor and train well. Okay. Val? Actually, my name is Valo. Besides, everyone in Neal Street knows my story, and you can ask anyone about it. It's very simple. Are you teaching me how to do things? Val? Marcus frowned, rubbed the emerald ring with his index finger, and said impatiently, No, master. Vero lowered his head. Very good. Just like I said. I already know what you said. Someone will inform you when there is a result. Just do your own thing and wait patiently. After saying that, Marcus ignored Vero, and his figure disappeared from the balcony. And until then, the kneeling school director stood up from the ground. He first glanced at Vero, and his eyes were a little strange, as if he was looking at a roasted suckling pig on a rack, mixed with a hint of sympathy. Vero was also somewhat puzzled. He felt that although his adventure did not immediately bring an investment, he basically got the desired result, if nothing unexpected happened. His days in the gladiator school had already entered the countdown. As long as Marcus was not stupid, he would quickly get him out of here after finding out his identity, and let him do what he was best at. Therefore, when he returned to the team, he excitedly said to Zhang Heng, I succeeded. However, Zhang Heng did not mean to congratulate him. He just said, If life in the countryside is really as bad as you said, I think you'd better consider taking the next training seriously. Chapter 747A Road. What? Are you jealous of me? Wero opened his eyes wide. Hey, if it's because you're staying to receive training, and I be leaving soon, I can understand how you feel now, my Eastern friend, and I won't blame you for it. If that's the case, it's simple, Zhang Heng said. What does this mean? Because I really can't imagine there are other reasons for you not to be happy that a friend is about to escape from suffering, Vero said. Zhang Heng sighed. My dear Roman friend, have you never had even the slightest doubt that you are in this situation not by chance or accident? Vero was stunned when he heard this. But before he could say anything else, a whip came towards the two of them. Zhang Heng stood there motionless, not even blinking, while Vero was frightened enough that he subconsciously dodged backwards and ended up bumping into a Parthian behind him. However, the whip only hit Zhang Heng's face and was still a few centimeters away from Zhang Heng's cheek. Why? Did you leave an antique with me? The Parthian asked maliciously. Vero was still a little confused, not knowing why the other parties suddenly came to trouble him when they had no grudges against him. But when he saw the equally hostile eyes around him, he was not stupid enough and immediately realized that something was wrong. Whether Zhang Heng was jealous or not was another matter, but his previous words successfully aroused the jealousy of other slaves. In the eyes of these people, Vero was undoubtedly a deserter, while others were still training hard for the assessment. He didn't have to worry about it. He would be able to go out and do his business leisurely soon. Although he realized this, Vero didn't regret it, because he had never thought about staying in the gladiator school for a long time. He was not the same kind of person as those guys around him who were on the edge of a knife. And this was probably why he preferred to stay with Zhang Heng, a downtrodden nobleman of the Han Empire, because although the latter came from the mysterious and distant East, he still had a lot in common with him. Fortunately, the conflict between him and the Parthians did not escalate, because more and more trainers whipped their whips, The school director changed his previous respectful appearance in front of Marcos, and put on a serious expression, and said coldly, "Stand still. You idiots. Stop whispering. And listen carefully to what I am going to say next. Because I will only say it once." Speaking of this, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Hengmore. He didn't pay much attention to this young man, with a rather exotic appearance before. He couldn't even remember when he bought the other party. He only had a few scattered memories. As if he bought it when he bought those Sammy people. This was a bit strange to him. Because it was not accidental that he became the head of the gladiator school. It was inseparable from his serious and careful work. Especially when selecting the prospective gladiators. He basically picked them one by one to ensure that every penny was spent on the blade. It was rare for someone to forget about something after buying it. But this also indirectly showed that there was nothing worth noting about the young man in front of him. Although Marcus has been urging Gabby to find a successor to Cisneros. Because the gladiators of this era are in some sense very similar to the pop idols of later generations. Considering that gladiatorial performances are the most popular form of entertainment in this era. This does not seem surprising. This is probably the earliest prototype of the fan economy. Excellent gladiators can greatly increase the attendance of the arena and bring some unexpected additional benefits. But this does not mean that the gladiator school only needs to consider quality when selecting talents. And can ignore quantity. This is also easy to understand. Just like when you form a team, the star player is always the most dazzling star on the court. However, if you want a team to function normally, you need more ordinary players who perform their duties. Considering the high risk of the gladiator profession itself, the consumption and demand for personnel are undoubtedly huge. Therefore, while the gladiator school is working hard to create a trump card, it also needs to replenish a lot of ordinary blood. And Zhang Heng is undoubtedly a part of the ordinary blood. But the other party was calm and composed when facing the whip just now, and did not dodge, which surprised Gabby. But he didn't dwell on this matter too much. And now his heart was far from being as calm as it seemed on the surface. It was simply an impossible task to train the next Cisneros in 50 days. The level of the newcomers in front of him might be good, and Bach was also a talent that could be cultivated. But he was still far from Cisneros, although the latter's fame spread throughout Rome. It was due to the support of the gladiator school. But the audience in the stands were not fools, and were not so easy to fool. Cisneros was indeed the strongest gladiator of the same period, with a natural fighting sense and excellent fighting skills. Even if his physical fitness declined greatly in the later period, he could still make up for it with rich experience, which was difficult for outsiders to see. In addition, he had a handsome face, and even the queen couldn't help but be obsessed with him, and even secretly recruited him into the palace once. At that time, Aurelius was still fighting outside, and no one knew what happened that night, which also added a rich and colorful stroke to the many legends of Cisneros. Cisneros was trained by Gabby, so he knew very well that Bach could not do what Cisneros could do, not only in terms of skills, but also in Cisneros' unique charm and chic and handsome fighting style. However, Gabby has no way out now. No one knows Macruz better than him. Although he has become a free man now due to his contributions over the years, Gabby still insists on calling Macruz his master, because he has seen Macruz's methods. And you definitely don't want to be the enemy of this man. Gabby could only try his best. He turned his attention back to the present matter, and said in a deep voice, "I know. You had all kinds of experiences and stories before coming here. You were slaves, prisoners of war, debtors, men who wanted to earn money to support their families, or simply looking for excitement. But let's be honest. I don't care at all. Since you are here, you all have reasons to become gladiators. You'd better work hard to achieve it, and pass the assessment in 50 days. Don't have any luck." When he said this, Gabby's eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept across Vero. Because you only have this one way. Chapter 748. Does it hurt? As you know, there are many types of gladiators, such as sword fighters, shield fighters, net fighters, pursuers, etc., each of which is different. Although the type of gladiator you will become is determined by the school. You can first tell the school what type of gladiator you want to become based on the weapons and fighting methods you are good at. I will fully consider your opinions when making the final ranking. Please note that this is something you need to be cautious about, because it will determine your future development direction. It does not mean that once selected, it cannot be changed at all. But it will mean that a lot of your previous training will be in vain, which means that you will start later than others. And accordingly, the chance of passing the final assessment will be lower. So, the best way is to think clearly about what you want to do and what your strengths are from the beginning. If you have any doubts or unclear points, you can ask the trainers present. Each of them has his or her own areas of expertise and fighting style. They may be retired gladiators, thieves, warriors, assassins, or others. In short, each of them has something worth learning from you. And how much you can learn depends on your own ability. You don't need to tell us the answer right away, because we will first conduct a week of basic training. Gabby looked around at everyone while talking, and found that some people were not listening attentively, and sneered. Of course, I believe that some of you have already thought about this answer before coming here, or have your own fighting habits. This is good. But there is one thing. What you are used to may not necessarily be right. I have seen a net fighter. He chose to become a net fighter because he was a fisherman before. He was most familiar with fishing nets and harpoons. So he naturally thought that he should be a net fighter. However, no matter how much he trained, he always lost more than he won. So after he almost lost his life, he finally decided to try to switch to a shield warrior. And then he won 7 consecutive games. As I said, use this week to think carefully about which type you are suitable for. Don't regret it at the last moment of your life. It will be too late. Gabby paused here. Only a real man can pass the final assessment and become a glorious gladiator. Don't get me wrong. I'm not thinking about your lives. I just don't want your blood to eventually taint this arena full of history and legends. Remember that before you, many great names were born here. Compared with him, you are not even as good as shit now. If some of you are lucky enough to walk on it one day, all you have to do is not let your poor performance bring shame to those names. Of course, if you are good enough, this arena will naturally give you the rewards you deserve. Money, honor, fame, endless women, and the freedom you have longed for. Although the practice of making promises has a long history, and there is not much difference between 2,000 years ago and 2,000 years later, it is undeniable that when hearing this sentence, many slaves still couldn't help but feel their hearts beating, secretly clench their fists, and breathe harder. Yes, that's right. These things are there, and whether you can catch them depends on your own ability. Becoming a dry skeleton or a new legend. Your fate is up to you. But before that, you must pass the test and become a gladiator. At this point, Gabby's lecture finally came to an end. He pointed to the southwest corner of the training ground and said, "First class, do you see those wooden pillars? Each of you will take one and run around the training ground 50 times. Now?" Someone couldn't help asking. "But it's already lunchtime. Shouldn't we eat lunch before training?" Good question. The answer is yes. It's now. You heard every word I said clearly. Congratulations. It proves that your ears are not deaf, Gabby said lightly, then raised his chin. Does anyone have any other questions? He waited for 2 seconds and saw that no one spoke, and nodded. Very good. Let's start. Hearing this, everyone walked towards the place where the wooden pillars were placed. Those wooden pillars were not small, and the weight was estimated to be not easy. Each one was at least 60 to 70 kilograms. It was not easy to carry them, let alone carry them while running. Bach also turned around and followed his German comrades to pick up wood. But he had just taken a step when Gabby added, No, you are different from them. You have to carry 2 pieces of wood." Bach was furious when he heard this. Facing this behavior that was obviously aimed at him, he almost couldn't control his temper. Bach felt that Gabby was deliberately making things difficult for him in revenge for his previous disobedience. Especially just now. Gabby's attitude in front of Mark Ross clearly showed that he didn't think much of Bach and felt that he couldn't compare with the previous Isnatus. This was also a humiliation for Bach, who was always brave and good at fighting. The new hatred and old hatred made him want to beat up the annoying guy in front of him. But fortunately, Bach's reason did not completely disappear. He knew that he was now on someone else's territory. He had to lower his head and look at the trainers holding whips around Gabby. In the end, this German man chose not to suffer a loss and stared at the wooden pillar that was carrying him. So in the end, only Vero was left standing there. He looked a little embarrassed. That? Me? Do I have to do it too? What do you think? Gabby asked. As long as you don't leave here, you'd better obey the rules here. Otherwise this is the result. He grabbed the whip from a trainer and whipped Vero's chest. The former antique dealer screamed and fell to the side. covering his bloody chest. Gabby squatted in front of him, ignoring his cry of pain, and asked slowly, "Does it hurt?" Vero nodded repeatedly. "If it hurts, please do me a favor and don't give me another reason to beat you." "Okay," Gabby sighed. "Now, what do you think you should do? Do you want me to find someone to help you check your injuries? Or start the training you should have started a long time ago?" I go carry the wood now," Vero said with tears in his eyes. "Very good. It seems that you are beginning to integrate into the life here. Very good. I hope that when the last day comes, you can also pass the final assessment smoothly." "Really?" Gabby patted Val's shoulder. Chapter 749, Assigning Occupations. Carrying wood was just the beginning. Afterwards, everyone conducted sprint training, weightlifting training, movement training, and some one-on-one basic exercises, until the sun was about to set and everyone was exhausted. Gabby finally announced that the first day of training had come to an end. Some of the reserve gladiators, who had reached their limits, shook their bodies after hearing this, and then fell directly to the ground, not wanting to move even a little finger. Among them was Vero. When Vero looked at Zhang Heng, he found that although the latter was also sweating and steaming, his breathing was still very steady. Sweat flowed down his chest, and under the afterglow of the setting sun, it seemed as if he was coated with a layer of gold. Zhang Heng's muscles looked a little special. His body was not as strong as those big guys, which was why most people easily overlooked him when they saw him for the first time. However, every muscle under the clothes was well proportioned, and put together like a precision instrument. He stretched out a hand to Vero. "You better get up quickly. Otherwise you will be hungry. Don't expect those guys to be kind enough to leave us food." Vero looked around and realized that most people on the training ground had left. Those who were too tired to move were carried away by their companions. "Thank you." Vero took another deep breath, grabbed Zhang Heng's hand, and stood up from the ground. "The good news is, if everything goes well, I won't have to participate in this damn training tomorrow. By the way, what did you mean when you said I didn't doubt my fate? Before I answer your question, why don't you answer one of mine first?" Zhang Heng said. "Will your slave trader friend do business at a loss?" "Of course not. Chickpea is a recognized smart man, and he has many connections. Even if he is not the most shrewd slave trader, he is not far behind," Vero said. "I remember you told me that the price of a normal gladiator slave was only 2,000 sesterces, and you sold it to Chickpea for 2,500 sesterces because you have a talent for business. Then Chickpea sold you to the gladiator school." "Yes. What do you want to say?" "So, there are two possibilities. Either Chickpea did not lose money and sold you to the gladiator school at a price higher than 2,500 sesterces. But in this case the school should know your value very well, and would not have sent you here from the beginning. Or," Zhang Heng paused, "he sold you here at a normal or even lower price. And as you said, he did not lose money. So there must be someone behind the scenes to help him pay for it. And this means, my Roman friend, it is not a coincidence that you were sold here. And what's worse is that since the other party did such a thing, they will definitely not forget that you can leave here through your business talent. So there is reason to believe that the other party has been prepared for this. Finally, judging from Marcos's attitude towards you before, I think he is probably one of the insiders." Vero was confused by Zhang Heng's analysis. He subconsciously opened his mouth to refute him, but he didn't know where to start. Finally, he just said, "You don't know me at all, nor do you know what happened to me. You haven't even been to Rome before, so I think you shouldn't speculate about things you don't know. I just need to finish my last meal here and have a good sleep. I can leave this damn place as soon as I open my eyes the next morning, and I will never come back. So don't tell me conspiracies over and over again. This world is not as dark as you think. We should be kind." "You make sense." Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "What?" Vero didn't hear Zhang Heng's words clearly. "We should be kind. This sentence makes a lot of sense. Are you laughing at me?" Vero was a little suspicious. "No. I admire those who are willing to look at the world with a kind eye. Besides, my Roman friend, if we don't go to eat again, I'm afraid we won't even get soup," Zhang Heng said helplessly. "Oh, then go quickly. Don't worry. My previous promise is still valid. When I regain my freedom, I will find a way to get you out of here." "Thank you. But for now, I want to stay here for a while." A week passed in the blink of an eye. The life of a prospective gladiator was very simple. There were only 3 things every day. That is, training, training, and training. Repeated basic exercises are so boring that they make people doubt their lives. At the same time, every time after training, there is a feeling that all the strength in the body has been drained. However, no one dared to be lazy, because even though the training plan had been made, Gabby would still be there in person every day. It was obvious that Gabby attached great importance to this group of newcomers. Some people secretly asked the guys who had passed the assessment and became official gladiators. According to those guys, although their training was also very hard at that time, it was not so hard. So this was probably Gabby's extra care for this group of newcomers, especially the German Buck, who was almost played by Gabby. His training volume was the largest among all the others, often twice that of others. Although he was physically strong and powerful, he could not withstand this kind of training. He was tortured to the point of cursing every time. But Gabby still did not show any satisfaction on his face. In fact, as time went by, his expression became more and more serious. And today was the day to announce the results of the assignment. As early as the night before, everyone had told Gabby the type of gladiator they wanted to be trained into. Of course, the final result was still decided by the gladiator school. While they were sweating in the training field, the trainers were also silently observing them, looking for the appropriate training direction. Arius. Gabby's eyes swept across the faces of the crowd and called out the first name. The slave whose name was called walked out of the crowd. Chaser, Gabby said. A glimmer of joy flashed across Arius's eyes. This was exactly the profession he wanted. Chaser's opponents were usually net fighters. When fighting, they would wear helmets with a very smooth design on the top of the helmet, leaving only 2 observation holes to help them get rid of the control of the fishing net. The fighting style took into account agility and defense, which could maximize his advantages. Kalundiga. Gabby didn't stop for long and called out the second person's name. Tlatcher. Chapter 750 Advantages and Disadvantages. Gabby's roll call continued, and most people had been assigned a profession. The result was that some were happy and some were sad. After all, the purpose of the gladiator school was to present wonderful performances to the audience. And it was also necessary to consider the gaps in each profession and the number of people already available. So some people were assigned to professions they didn't really want to go to. Gabby told them that if they finally passed the assessment and became a gladiator, and survived 5 performances, if they still didn't like their profession, they could come to him to change it again. But Gabby also warned some of them that they needed to give their all before that and not be passive. Otherwise, they may not live to see the day when they changed their profession. Zhang Heng. Gabby finally called Zhang Heng's name. Double Blade Warrior. Zhang Heng nodded to show that he heard it. As the name suggests, a double blade warrior is a gladiator who fights with 2 swords. The only defensive equipment on his body is a helmet. In other words, this is a purely offensive profession. Although gladiators don't wear heavy armor, most of them still have a shield in their hands. In comparison, the dual blade warrior is a purely offensive profession. Like the net fighter, the winning rate in the arena is not high, but the death rate is not low. However, this is the profession that best suits Zhang Heng to fully exert his combat power. However, Zhang Heng's first choice is not the dual blade warrior, but the pursuer. The reason is very simple. Because the opponents of the pursuer are mostly net fighters, and net fighters are generally recognized as easier to bully in the arena. In addition, the pursuer is equipped with a shield, which is also more convenient for paddling. Yes, although Zhang Heng intends to get a free man status in the arena, he does not intend to let go and fight seriously, because being a star in any era comes at a price. Take Cisneros as an example. He is the ace of the gladiator school and the champion of the Victor Arena for 3 consecutive years. Although Marcus finally couldn't stand the pressure from the audience in the stands and gave him the promised freedom, he had been desperately trying to squeeze out the last bit of value from Cisneros before that, because Marcus knew very well that it would take a long time for the next Cisneros to appear. As a result, some gladiators of the same period as Cisneros had already been freed. But Cisneros was still fighting in the arena with his deteriorating body. Of course, Marculus also made a lot of promises to Cisneros in the later period, including increasing his share of the remuneration for each performance, finding more beautiful female slaves to serve him, etc. Therefore, it cannot be said that Marculus forced Cisneros to fight. But it must be admitted that Cincinnatus was indeed a little burdened by his fame. Otherwise, he would have left the arena long ago. To Zhang Heng, the gladiator school was just like a driving school. He would pass the exam and leave. He had no interest in becoming the next Cincinnatus, or the new cash cow of Marquez. He didn't necessarily have to make money by being a gladiator. It was enough to quietly become a free man. Therefore, he didn't perform very well in the 7 days of basic training. But everything has its pros and cons. Because he had always been low-key, Gabby had a little impression of him on the first day because of the whip incident. But he didn't pay attention to him anymore. As a result, he was naturally classified as a group that was not favored. When the profession of chaser was already overcrowded, Gabby casually threw Zhang Heng into the group of double-blade warriors. In fact, Gabby had a good impression of this serious Oriental man in training. It seemed that he was worried that Zhang Heng would have wild thoughts. And he deliberately added, "This is only temporary. When I find a suitable candidate, we will let you switch to chaser." There is no doubt that this sentence is a blank check. Gabby's eyes finally fell on Vero, announcing the fate of the former antique dealer. Vero, the net fighter. Compared to a few days ago, Vero now looked very haggard. Since he recommended himself to the owner here, the things he expected did not happen. A whole week passed. He opened his eyes with expectation every morning. But only hard training greeted him. He seemed to be completely forgotten. Marcellus never came to the training ground again, and did not send anyone around to pick him up. So gradually, Vero could not help but start to doubt whether he could leave here. Especially after a long time. He would always think back to Zhang Heng's words that day. He wanted to convince himself that it was just a wild guess without any evidence. But he really couldn't answer that question directly. Until today. He finally couldn't bear it anymore. After listening to his grouping, he didn't care too much whether it was suitable for him, but said to Gabby in an almost pleading tone, "You are the master's most trusted person. Can you help me ask about my matter? I have been waiting for 7 days. Maybe the master is too busy and forgot it. You just need to mention it a little bit. Just mention it." Gabby frowned upon hearing this. He had long noticed that Vero had been absent-minded in his training these days. He had been lazy in almost every possible way. It was obvious that although his body was still here, his heart had already flown elsewhere. Vero had even begun to think about where to buy antiques, and how to find old customers to make money. In Gabby's opinion, choosing a career for Vero was a waste of time, because it seemed that the latter would not be able to pass the assessment in 43 days. His fate would be to be sold to the countryside, and work non-stop until he died. For someone who had given up on himself, Gabby was too lazy to worry about him anymore. But seeing Vero's pitiful appearance, he also felt a little compassion and warned him for the last time. "Like I told you on the first day, since you are standing here, do what you should do. You have told your master about your situation as you wish. If you don't receive a reply, then there is no reply. Don't make trouble for yourself or for me. Otherwise the whip in my hand is not for decoration." But Vero wanted to say something else, but was impatiently stopped by Gabby. "No buts. You know I have the right to decide whether a gladiator is qualified or not. I can send you to the mines right now," Gabby said coldly with a gloomy face. Vero seemed to be frightened by Gabby's last threat. Crying, although he seemed very unwilling, he had to shut up. Since it came to this point, Gabby simply said it all. "I only spent 300 sesterces to buy you. Even if I resell you to the countryside, I won't lose money. You should be glad that you still have the opportunity to participate in the assessment in 43 days. Yes, becoming a gladiator means you may die. But at least you can die like a man in the arena, instead of dying like a beast in the field or in the deep and dark mine." Chapter 751 The Story of Vero. After these 7 days, Zhang Heng had a certain understanding of the basic training of gladiators. Generally speaking, no matter what kind of training method is used, it is to strengthen strength, agility, and endurance. In addition, some basic movement steps are also taught. Zhang Heng is not too satisfied with the current course content. Of course, considering that he is now in the 2nd century AD, he did not expect the training methods here to be very scientific. But in addition to getting the status of a free man, he did hope to use this time to learn something useful. After all, he is now in the Roman Empire, the heyday of gladiator performances. This most important entertainment activity for the Roman people has disappeared in later generations because it is too bloody and cruel. But it is undeniable that it did create a group of heroes and legends at that time. Of course, because Zhang Heng's swordsmanship has reached level 4, plus the combat experience accumulated from more than a dozen copies. Even if Spartacus is resurrected, he is unlikely to be his opponent. But this does not mean that his combat skills are so perfect that there is no room for improvement. For example, in the battle between Habitus and Bach that he had seen before, Habitus was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. But he used his agile footwork to play with Bach, who only had brute force. And the latter was so angry that he screamed. Zhang Heng was quite interested in his dance-like movement. Zhang Heng's own body movements were also agile, which were trained in the wind and waves. It was restraining Habitus. If he faced Habitus, Habitus would probably not be able to hold out for 3 moves. But this was because the two sides had different training time and combat experience, not purely physical suppression. If he could get Habitus's training method, it might be a good supplement for Zhang Heng. But soon Zhang Heng found that this matter was not as simple as he thought. After the occupational division, everyone was assigned to a corresponding trainer. But most of the time, they still conducted basic training together. In addition, the trainer would also develop targeted training according to the characteristics of each person. However, whether in basic training or targeted training, Zhang Heng did not find the steps of Habitus. He also consulted his trainer about this issue. The trainer told Zhang Heng that according to the employment contract, the trainer needs to help the gladiator school train gladiators and complete the prescribed training courses. But some trainers also have some hidden skills that they will not teach publicly. If you want to learn these things, you have to use other means. The most common and simple way is to give gifts. For those who are slaves, such as Zhang Heng, there is no chance for the reserve gladiators. However, the formal gladiators, even if they are still slaves, can get some rewards for every victory, usually gifts and bounties from the audience. In order to stimulate the gladiators to fight more bravely, the gladiator school will take out a part of it and give it to the gladiators. Gladiators can enjoy themselves with this money. And of course they can also use it to improve themselves. Find out the likes and dislikes of the target trainer. Buy gifts that suit him and give them to him, so as to bring the two sides closer. Some people simply sign a long-term cooperation agreement and give a part of their prizes to a certain trainer, so that the trainer will become his exclusive trainer, responsible for formulating training plans for him, watching every battle of his, finding deficiencies from it, and constantly improving his martial arts. However, this kind of treatment is usually only enjoyed by star gladiators. After listening to this, Zhang Heng knew that he didn't have to worry about the pace for the time being, because the food and accommodation of the reserve gladiators and the official gladiators were not together, and it was difficult for him to meet Habitus at ordinary times. Even if he met him, Habitus would not easily reveal his eating skills to him without sufficient benefits. Fortunately, Habitus couldn't run away for a while, so Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. Now that he knew the direction, he could wait until he passed the assessment and became a formal gladiator. In comparison, Vero looked more worrying. Ever since Gabby told him the price of buying Vero, the latter was like being struck by lightning. Looking distraught, at this point, no matter how optimistic he was, he could no longer deceive himself and had to painfully accept Zhang Heng's previous analysis. He fell into this situation today not just because of bad luck and failed investment, but because someone was attacking him. The person who attacked him not only swallowed up all his property, but also did not intend to let him go. After the training, Valo didn't even go to eat. He went straight back to his place, lying straight on the bed, staring at the ceiling, as if he was a corpse waiting to be buried. Zhang Heng finished dinner alone, and when he came back, he brought a piece of bread to Valo and threw it on his chest. Eat something. You need to replenish your energy. Otherwise you won't be able to cope with tomorrow's training. However, Valo seemed to have not heard him and remained motionless. Zhang Heng frowned. Even if not for yourself, at least think about your wife. Didn't you always say that she loves you very much and will wait for you to make a comeback? Think about it from another angle. Becoming a gladiator is not a bad thing. When the audience likes you enough, even Marcus will have to give you freedom. Vero smiled bitterly. Didn't you ask me before? Who asked me to invest in the Egyptian linen business? It was my wife. If you are right, it was my wife and my best friend who teamed up to deceive me. Oh, this is quite unexpected. I can only say that I am sorry. I am the dumbest idiot in the world. Am I not? Vero said in annoyance. I should have discovered it long ago. There were signs of this a year ago. The two of them were too frequent in their interactions, and there were many unusual details. The slave who helped in the store also reminded me. But I whipped him because he was gossiping. I am really stupid in this kind of thing. Usually the other party will be the last to discover it. Zhang Heng comforted her. Why did things turn out like this? I was obviously the one who loved her more. I have never done anything wrong to her since we got married. I bought her everything she wanted, including jewelry and silk, no matter how expensive they were. I was even willing to die for her. Vero cried bitterly as he spoke. Chapter 752 Suggestions. Vero spent about half an hour telling the whole story, including how his wife and best friend tricked him into investing all his money in the Egyptian linen business, and how they tricked him into signing the fatal contract. And then he became a slave and was sold to the gladiator school. Vero didn't shut up until the other people in the same room came back one after another, but he still couldn't help crying on the bed. As a result, Bach and the group of Germans who had been with him walked in from outside. They seemed to have adapted to their current life. Although Bach once felt that Gabby was targeting him, he was not a complete fool. Although his training volume was twice that of others, Gabby also found more than one trainer for him. Moreover, those trainers, entrusted by Gabby, not only made a special improvement plan for him, but two of them were willing to teach him their best skills for free. In connection with the previous conversation between Gabby and Mark Cruz, this was obviously not an act of playing tricks on him. But Gabby had made up his mind to make him the next Cisneros, and he was willing to use the favors he had accumulated for many years. However, Bach still felt somewhat dissatisfied. He didn't know what Cisneros was, or what glorious history he had. He was not willing to be the next Cisneros. He wanted to be Bach, the unique Bach. He had now accepted the fact that he was a gladiator. What he had to do next was to kill all the opponents in front of him and become a new legend in this arena. The group of Germans seemed to be talking about some pleasant topics, perhaps about the past in their hometown, or about the enemy's head being chopped off in that battle. In short, everyone seemed very happy. However, when they walked into the house, they heard an annoying cry. What? One of the Germans said. Bach and the others burst into laughter. Give this poor man some space. He just experienced the worst day of his life. Zhang Heng said. The worst day of his life? Bach sneered, walked out of the crowd, and walked in front of Zhang Heng. Let me tell you what a bad day is. When I was 9 years old, my father was killed by the Romans, just because he was fishing by the river. An arrow flew from nowhere and pierced his eye socket. On the same day, my brother was stabbed in the heart by a spear on the battlefield, and my mother was dragged away in front of me. I still don't know where they sold her. I was the only one in the family who escaped because I hid under the bed. But I didn't cry that day, because tears only make people weak. That's a woman's thing. So, please tell your friends that if he cries again, we don't mind treating him the same way as a woman. At this moment, the aura exuded by Bach was intimidating. Several other people living in the same room could not help but shrink to the side. Bach was recognized as the best in this class, the successor of Cisneros, and Gabby's key training target. His temper was as famous as his brute force. However, what surprised Bach was that the foreign oriental man in front of him did not show any fear on his face after seeing him angry. He still leaned on the wooden pillar and tilted his head to look at him. This isn't a competition to see who's more miserable than him. Even if you're living a worse life than him, that's no reason for you to deprive him of his right to be sad. Zhang Heng said calmly. The moment he said this, the room suddenly became quiet. All eyes were focused on Zhang Heng and Bach. This was the first time that someone in the same class dared to provoke Bach, the German bull. Are you determined to stand up for this crybaby? Bach's face darkened. Before my fist lands on your face, I strongly suggest that you reconsider your position. It was not the first day that Bach was upset with Vero. This guy was not honest from the beginning. He stopped Marcus, who was about to leave, and wanted to leave the training ground. In Bach's opinion, he was just an opportunistic villain. He did not take the training seriously afterwards. It was irritating to see his cowardly look. Not to mention that he was crying loudly now. It was hard to imagine that such a weak, cowardly and incompetent person was sleeping under the same roof with him. However, because the training had been very intense recently, he did not have the energy to cause trouble for Vero. Until tonight, when Vero was caught crying in bed by him. The dissatisfaction accumulated in Bach's heart also broke out. As for Zhang Heng, Bach didn't have much bad feelings towards him. Nor did he have any impression of him. This Oriental man had been very low-key these days. Neither lazy nor outstanding. But John Hung's toughness today surprised him a little. I'm just stating the facts. John Hung shrugged. Since we are all slaves now, we may have to compete on the same field in the future. Even if we don't want to unite together, there is no need to hurt each other. Who would compete on the same field with that waste? He may not even be able to survive the final assessment. Maybe Gabby will sell him to the countryside in a few days. Bach sneered. Never underestimate a person's potential. The question is when he wakes up. John Hung touched his chin. As he spoke, he glanced at Vero. But the latter's eyes were empty. Like a walking corpse. So you are going to take care of this mess? Oh, it depends on whether you are willing to accept my advice, John Hung said. Bach stopped talking after hearing this, and clenched his fist. But before he made a move, John Hung said again, Wait a minute. Why? Have you changed your mind? No. If we have to fight, I suggest we go to the training ground, where there is more space. And, John Hung paused, you can ask your companions to guard the entrance of the training ground and prevent others from coming in. Why? Don't you want others to see you being beaten to a pulp? Believe me, this is for your own good, John Hung said. If you still want to do something. The successor of Cisnatus. Bach did not answer immediately after hearing this. He stared into John Hung's eyes and said after a while, Okay, just because you dare to challenge me. You are brave and a man. I agree to your request. And no matter who wins or loses, I will not bother this sissy again. Anyway, he will not have a good life for many days. Very good. Then we have a deal, John Hung said. Chapter 753 You win. John Hung and the group of Germans returned to the training ground. The sun had already set, and Bach lit the oil lamp, while the remaining Germans guarded the entrance to the training ground to ensure that the two would not be disturbed. What weapon do you want? Bach raised his chin at John Hung. Just give me a training sword, John Hung said. What about armor? No need. Bach threw the training sword to John Hung and warned. Let me make it clear first. I will not show mercy just because I admire you. You'd better be prepared to be beaten by me. Well, I can only say that things are unpredictable. John Hung took the training sword and weighed it in his hand. The training swords in the gladiator school are all made of wood. Much shorter than the katana, but a bit like the bronze swords of the spring and autumn period. According to the saying that an inch longer is an inch stronger, an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. It is probably to make the gladiatorial performance look more exciting. Bach saw that John Hung only took the training sword, so he didn't want to take advantage of it. So he also took a training sword. Where's your shield? This time it was John Hung who asked. If you don't want it, I don't want it either, Bach said proudly. It's up to you. You can get it anytime if you need it. Bach was finally irritated by John Hung's words. Don't think you're so great just because I think highly of you. I've changed my mind. I'm going to keep you out of bed for a week. Really? Then you have to work harder. John Hung still looked unhurried, raised his eyebrows and replied. The next moment, the angry Bach rushed over and swung the training sword in his hand. As a result, he encountered the same scene as 7 days ago. John Hung didn't know how to easily dodge his slash, and then took advantage of the fact that his forward force had not disappeared and his feet were not stable, and slapped his back with the training sword in his hand. After a snap, Bach's body flew out and rolled on the ground. However, the German rolled over and immediately turned up from the ground. And when he looked at John Hung again, his eyes finally changed. In the eyes of others, this was Bach's old problem coming back. He underestimated the enemy and rushed forward. He was caught by someone who didn't have time to change his movements. He was thrown out by someone else's strength. This was a very tricky way of fighting. But Bach himself knew very well that the exclusive training plan that Gabby and the trainer had made for him was to try to correct the problems he had in previous battles. He was different now than he was a week ago, although he was still not necessarily a match for Habitus. If the opponent used the same move again, he would not fall down in embarrassment. Moreover, John Hung's movements looked very similar to Habitus's. Both of them were agile. But in fact, the difference between the two was quite large, especially John Hung's shot, which completely broke Bach's body balance, which was the real reason why he fell to the ground. Is this guy really a master as he boasted? But why couldn't he see it in the previous training? Bach was a little confused, with doubts in his heart. He attacked again, but after only 2 moves, he was hit by Zhang Heng's sword in the chest again. Zhang Heng didn't use much force. Basically just tapped his left chest. When he was at the Shaoshan dojo before, he would teach the children there to practice swordsmanship when he had time. And he had fought many similar competitions. And he was very measured in his attacks. But Bok was still scared and broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that if the opponent had a real weapon in his hand, he would probably have been ripped open by now. On the other hand, Zhang Heng did not continue to attack while Bok was surprised and distracted. Instead, he put away his training sword and took 2 steps back, asking very gracefully, "Do you need a shield now?" Bok felt a burning pain on his face when he heard this. But he knew in his heart that it was still unclear whether he could defend against Zhang Heng's attack with a shield. But he really couldn't fight without a shield. Bok was just impulsive, but not stupid. He took down a small round shield and held it in his left hand. He didn't attack again, but took a defensive position for the first time, as if he was facing a great enemy. The Germans guarding the gate also saw the result of the previous fight between the 2 men. They all put away their smiles and held their breath involuntarily. Bok was a famous warrior in their tribe. In order to avenge his dead relatives, he had killed many Roman soldiers and a centurion over the years. It was a bit surprising that he lost to Habitus before. But now a week has passed, and they have also found out about Habitus's background and know that they were tricked by Gabi. Even in the official gladiators, Habitus was very famous. Although he could not be regarded as a trump card like Cisnatus, he was also a second-level quasi-trump card. He had many girls who were secretly in love with him. Bok could accept losing to him after a long journey and not knowing the details of his opponent. But Zhang Heng is a completely different situation. They all entered the gladiator school together. One side is the rising star, the successor of Cisnatus, while the other side has always been unknown and was assigned to the unpopular profession of double swordsman. It stands to reason that there is no suspense about the outcome of the 2 people. And from the previous fight between the 2 sides, there is indeed no suspense about the outcome. Bok was at a disadvantage throughout the whole process, and had almost no ability to fight back. Although he now got the shield, he didn't attack for a long time, and it was known that his confidence in himself had begun to waver. Bok didn't move, so Zhang Heng started to move. He swung out the training sword in his hand, and with his steps, each sword attack was in a position that made Bok uncomfortable. Bok had to use the shield and training sword in his hand to parry in turn, and barely blocked Zhang Heng round after round of attacks. His forehead was already covered with sweat, and his ears were filled with the crackling sound of the wooden shield and training sword. Bok knew that he couldn't retreat anymore. Otherwise the opponent's momentum would become stronger and stronger, and he himself would soon be forced into the corner of the training ground. At this time, he threw all distracting thoughts behind his head, made up his mind, and finally swung out the wooden sword in his hand despite the risk of being stabbed. This was the first time he had sounded the horn of counterattack, and Bok did not expect any results. As long as he could force Zhang Heng away and let him take a breath, he would be considered successful. But what he did not expect was that with a snap, when he looked up again, he saw Zhang Heng retreat half a step, and the wooden sword in his hand had been knocked out and fell on the open space beside him. "You win." Zhang Heng blinked at Bok, who looked confused. "Congratulations." Chapter 754, An Excellent Sword. After Zhang Heng finished his congratulations, the field fell into silence, and then cheers broke out at the entrance of the training ground. Bok's companions, the 5 Germans, cheered loudly. If someone had told them before this competition that they would be excited about Bok's victory, they probably wouldn't have believed it, because in their opinion, Bok's victory was a matter of course. But after witnessing this arduous battle with their own eyes, they would never have such an idea again, especially after seeing Bok go through a hard fight. But he never gave up, and stubbornly resisted the opponent's violent attacks again and again, and finally found the enemy's flaws, and won with one blow. Nothing can make people more excited than this way of winning. Bok is like the cockroach hero in the hot-blooded comics, who can never be killed. This spirit not only inspired himself, but also infected the people around him. But the hero himself did not seem to be as excited as his companions. When the cheers rang out, Bok was still in a daze. Seeing Bok's expression, Zhang Heng had to add, "Excellent strike. You found my only weakness." Considering the situation at that time, this strike was very bold. Especially the timing was very good. which was completely beyond my expectation. If it was earlier or later, you would have lost the battle just now. I found your weakness? Bok was skeptical, mainly because he was suppressed too badly by Zhang Heng before, and there was no possibility of winning at all. That strike was a complete struggle, but in the end, he won inexplicably. Considering Zhang Heng's previous insignificant performance in the training camp, it was hard for Bok not to suspect that the other party was deliberately letting him win. Isn't it? Zhang Heng's sincere question made Bok begin to doubt whether he was really lucky. After all, the situation was very critical at that time. Bok didn't have time to think too much, and he just instinctively swung the sword. Maybe Mars suddenly favored him at that moment, allowing him to win this thrilling competition. Looking at his companion's ecstatic expression, Bok couldn't say the next sentence. You should join them to celebrate. Zhang Heng stretched out his hand. Bok hesitated for a moment, but finally handed over the training sword and small round shield in his hand, which also meant that he accepted this final result. Zhang Heng put these things back to their original places, along with the wooden sword that fell on the ground. Since Bok said that no matter whether he won or lost this battle, Vero's affairs would be written off, Zhang Heng naturally didn't care about winning or losing. According to his original plan, he wanted to quietly become a free man in the gladiator school, and losing would be more appropriate than winning. Therefore, this battle was the best result he was looking for. Although he lost, from the way those Germans looked at him, Zhang Heng knew that he didn't have to worry about the armistice agreement being invalid, because in the final analysis, the gladiator school was a place where fists were valued. Zhang Heng showed his muscles, and naturally won respect. In Zhang Heng's opinion, Bok's troubles were the easiest to solve, but Vero's side was more up to him. Zhang Heng's impression of Vero was not bad. After all, Vero was the first person he met in the copy. Vero was a Roman citizen before he became a slave. Zhang Heng's understanding of Rome, in addition to the history he had learned before, was basically learned from Vero. Although many things were not useful now, this copy took a full year and a half, including the extra 24 hours. Zhang Heng couldn't stay in the gladiator school all the time. He had to go out after all, and these things would come in handy at that time. As for Vero himself, he was quite strange. Perhaps because the family business was passed down from his father. He was quite skilled in antique appraisal and trading, but he was not as cunning as most businessmen. According to him, his daily work was quite simple, which was to go from street to collect antiques, and then sell them in the store, and most of them were regular customers. His simple character also laid the groundwork for being deceived later, losing all his family wealth and becoming a slave. After learning the truth, Vero looked so sad that he didn't even notice the battle between Zhang Heng and Bok. When Zhang Heng came back, he stopped crying, but he completely closed himself off, lost all hope, and there was only numbness in his eyes. In the next 2 weeks, although he still trained, ate, and slept as usual, everyone could see that he had completely given up the assessment that was getting closer and closer, and also gave up his life. In this case, the only way left was to be sold to the countryside. Gabby was indeed considering letting Vero go to the mine. With the latter's attitude, it would be meaningless to delay it any further. However, Bok found him at this time and asked Gabby to give Vero a little more time. Not too much. Just 3 days. Gabby was a little surprised, because as far as he knew, Bok and Vero were not very familiar with each other, and he didn't expect the German to plead for Vero. However, Gabby did not reject Bok, because Bok's act of releasing goodwill would undoubtedly bring him closer to others and make him the legitimate leader of this group. Although gladiators are competitors, it does not mean that there is no friendship. Especially sometimes they will play together. Although a lone wolf is strong, it will be easier if there is help from a wolf pack. Gabby was a little curious about how Bok's muscular head thought of such a thing, but he had other things to worry about now, so he didn't think much about it. Vero's stay or departure was just a trivial matter. As time went by, more than 20 days had passed unknowingly, and the deadline given by Markless was getting closer and closer. Bok's training was going as planned, but that's why the problem is serious. Because Gabby knows very well that Bok will never be able to reach the level of cisnates if he trains according to the normal plan. Even if he makes some changes in the battle arrangement and finds some gladiators with more reputation than strength to be Bok's opponents to build momentum for him, the lie will be exposed one day. The higher you praise him, the more painful it will be when he falls. If he is unlucky, Bok may even lose his life. and the loss of the gladiator school will be even greater. Gabby even considered replacing him with a famous gladiator, such as Habitus, who has always been popular, has a good winning rate, and a pleasing fighting style. Although his potential is not as good as Bach, his strength is above Bach. Perhaps Habitus can take over for a while to give Bach more room to grow. Gabby was so absorbed in his thoughts that he even forgot that Bach was still standing in front of him. It was not until the latter showed an impatient look on his face that Gabby nodded. Okay. Then give him another 3 days. Chapter 755 Extra Training. Bach certainly didn't care about Vero's life or death. The reason why he was willing to ask Gabby for mercy was because of Zhang Heng. Since that hard-fought victory, Bach began to pay more and more attention to this Oriental man whom he had never paid attention to before, and even secretly observed Zhang Heng from time to time during training. The result made him even more confused. Zhang Heng did not slack off in training and seemed to be quite serious, but in terms of performance, he was just below average. Gabby classified him as good attitude but limited talent. It's not accidental that he was in this group. Of course, Zhang Heng's Oriental appearance is still quite rare, which can be used as a selling point. Therefore, Gabby is prepared to relax the requirements appropriately in the final assessment. 3 days is not a long time, especially for someone who has just suffered a major blow. This time is far from enough for Vero to cheer up. But as Bach said before, everyone on the training ground has his own story behind him. Everyone who enters the gladiator school has their own reasons. Although it is wrong to compare misery, life is sometimes so cruel. You can't change what has happened. All you can do is try to grasp the present. However, as of now, Vero has no chance to seize the moment, and the former antique dealer intends to give up on himself. And Zhang Heng did not do anything else. These extra 3 days were a friendship, and he fought for Vero's last chance. But if Vero himself did not have the desire to survive, then no matter how hard others tried, it would be in vain. Although it was a pity, it seemed that Vero would have to spend the rest of his life in the dark and gloomy mine. But what Zhang Heng did not expect was that a small accident happened on the afternoon of the 3rd day. There was a gladiator show in the arena. Because there were not enough people to serve, Gabby transferred Vero, who had no hope of passing the assessment anyway, to help, and told Vero that he would not need to train anymore. Gabby had completely given up on Vero. It happened that the agreed time had come. A new batch of slaves would come to work in the mine the day after tomorrow. Gabby planned to send Vero away at that time. When Vero heard the news, there was still no expression on his face. He did not struggle or resist. His heart was completely dead. He did whatever Gabby said. He put down the training sword in his hand and followed the supervisor to the arena. The opponent who was training with him showed a hint of joy on his face. He was also unlucky. When he was training with Valo, he was in the same group, and the result was similar to chopping with stakes. Now he changed his trainer and immediately felt the pressure. Zhang Heng watched Gabby disappear at the entrance of the training ground. He didn't know if this would be the last time he saw the former antique dealer. On the other side, Bach was also peeking at Zhang Heng as usual, but was seen by Gabby. The latter snorted in dissatisfaction. He clapped his hands and asked everyone to stop what they were doing. Then he announced a new news. From today on, everyone's training volume will be doubled. This statement immediately caused an uproar, because the training of these prospective gladiators was already very hard, even harder than the previous ones. And if it was doubled, they would not even have time to sleep or eat. Not to mention the assessment. Even if they could make it to the assessment was uncertain. Zhang Heng also frowned when he heard this. He could see that Gabby was really a little anxious. Although there was no scientific training in this era, but as a tool for the gladiator school to make money, the gladiator school would normally pay attention to the maintenance of the gladiators. There is an upper limit to both the amount of training and the frequency of performances. In addition, the gladiator school will keep the gladiators in good condition through massage and bathing, as well as strict diet control. For example, Zhang Heng and his friends basically eat whole wheat food after entering the school. In addition, the school will let them take ground bone powder to enhance bone strength and toughness. Gabby announced that the training intensity would be increased, and it would be doubled directly. The physical damage to the trainees would be very serious. It might be effective in the short term, but it would not be cost effective in the long run. But Gabby couldn't care so much now, because he just had a chat with Habitus, and the result was not optimistic. The Gauls were very cunning, and they got the news in advance from somewhere. They knew that Gabby was worried about the successor of Cisnatus. So the lion asked for more money from the gladiator school. Not just as an emergency consumable. Habitus was a veteran gladiator, and he knew how this business worked. And there were all kinds of twists and turns. Gabby asked him to stand up to Bach until he grew up. And then in order to squeeze out the value of him and recover the cost of investing in him before, Gabby would definitely arrange a duel between him and Bach, so that Bach could step on him to get the upper hand. Nothing can be more eye-catching than such an opening, which can arouse the audience's interest in Bach. Gabby's calculations were good. The only problem here was that Habitus did not want to make wedding clothes for Bach. If Habitus was a slave, Gabby could have ignored his opinion and made him obey orders directly. Although under normal circumstances, the gladiator school would not force star gladiators to do too many things they were unwilling to do. But it happened to be a special moment now. The only bad thing was that Habitus was different from Bach and Zhang Heng. He was a free man. Moreover, he was not a free man who was liberated from slavery, but a Roman citizen. Just like Varro before, he became a gladiator for money and the love of women. Although he signed a contract with the gladiator school, requiring him to perform for at least a certain number of years after completing training. This was only a formal restriction. And what Gabby discussed with him was precisely something that could not be put on the table. All gladiator schools have unspoken rules when arranging duels. And they have to consider topicality, newcomers, etc. But the audience does not want to see something that is carefully arranged. And such things cannot be written into the contract. Of course, Habitus' contract had not been fulfilled yet, and he did not want to make things too awkward with the gladiator school. But it seemed unlikely that he would sacrifice his own interests to cooperate with the gladiator school. Moreover, Gabby was also skeptical about whether Habitus could hold on until Bach grew up. So the two sides parted ways unhappily in the initial negotiation. Gabby had no other better way, and could only turn around and continue to squeeze Bach's potential. Bach was still young anyway, although he looked a little rough. He was only 18 years old. Even if he had any hidden illness, it would not break out immediately. The others were completely unlucky. In order to prevent Bach from feeling that he was the only one being targeted, Gabby simply asked everyone to practice more together. Chapter 756. Thank you. As expected, no one could complete the extra training on the first day, until the sun went down and it was past mealtime. Everyone was starving, and the fastest person only completed 1/3 of the extra training. Zhang Heng was still paddling, maintaining a medium progress, and Bach was the worst. His training volume was originally the highest among everyone, so naturally he increased the most after doubling it. Now he looked like he had been fished out of the water, staring at Gabby not far away with his eyes wide open. Gabby seemed to not feel Bach's anger and resentment. He looked at the trainers walking around in the crowd without saying a word, urging those who wanted to take a break to continue training. Finally, one person couldn't stand it anymore, threw away the training sword in his hand, and shouted, "I want to eat! I want to eat! Even if we have to train more, we have to eat first." His words also won the approval of most people present. But there were not many people who responded to him. Only 3 or 5. Although the rest of the people didn't speak, the expressions on their faces also showed that they agreed with this sentence from the bottom of their hearts. Gabby walked up to the guy who threw away the training sword and said coldly, "Pick up your weapon." If it was normal, the person who threw the sword would not dare to disobey Gabby's order. But now, perhaps because he felt that his request was reasonable, or perhaps because he felt that so many people were supporting him, the guy who threw the sword was a little braver than usual, and did not bend down to pick up his training sword. "Very good. If you don't want to train, you don't have to train. Let's go to the mine with a guy named Varro the day after tomorrow," Gabby said. The sword thrower was shocked when he heard this. He suddenly realized what a stupid thing he had done. The life and death and fate of these slaves were in Gabby's hands. It was just a matter of a word from him. Without Marcus, Gabby was the biggest king here. But it was too late for him to beg for mercy. Gabby seemed to be determined to make him a negative example. After saying this, 2 trainers came forward, one on the left and one on the right, holding the sword thrower and dragging him out of the training ground. The latter struggled and screamed, "You can't do this to me. Let me be a gladiator. I can make more money." "Do I look like I'm in need of gladiators?" Gabby said indifferently. The reason why he made such a decision was not only to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and let others train well, but also to a large extent because he was in a bad mood at the moment. It's okay that Habitus is unwilling to obey his orders. After all, Habitus is also an old man in the gladiator school and a celebrity in the arena. But what about this kid in front of him? He dared to threaten him with his own value. Such a person can be obtained as long as he is willing to spend money. In the end, no one in this group is irreplaceable except Bach. The sword thrower was about to be dragged out of the training ground. But unexpectedly, the next moment, the two trainers suddenly stopped. Gabby frowned. And the sword thrower was happy, thinking that Gabby had changed his mind. But unexpectedly, the next moment, Gabby's eyes passed him and fell on another figure behind him. "Why did you come back?" Gabby asked. "The show is over. I'm back to train," Vero answered. He looked much different now. He shaved off the beard that he hadn't shaved for several weeks, and his hair was cut short. He looked much more energetic. The most important thing was that there was finally life in his eyes. He was no longer indifferent to everything. It was obvious that he was in a hurry when doing these things. There were still a few cuts on his cheeks from shaving. "Didn't I tell you that you don't have to come back?" Gabby was indifferent, as if he hadn't noticed the changes in Vero. "You also said that you would give me 3 days, and the third day hasn't ended yet." Vero was not afraid, but said calmly, "Interesting." Gabby was not angry after hearing this, and paused. "I am a man of my words. In this case, I will keep you until sunrise tomorrow. But I just doubled the training volume. Those who fail to complete it will be sent to the mines." "I won't be sent to the mines," Vero said firmly. "I think we will know the answer to this question soon." Gabby raised his chin. "Go back to training." The sword thrower seemed to see hope when he heard it, and hurriedly said, "I know I was wrong. Let me continue to train. I promise to work harder than anyone else." "No. I have someone to replace you now. You are even less valuable. I hope you like the air in the mine." Gabby waved his hand and asked the trainer to drag the man away. On the other side, Zhang Heng whispered to Vero, who was carrying the wooden pole, "Welcome back." "Thank you." The latter also said sincerely that he just didn't care about anything before. But it didn't mean that he didn't know what happened in the outside world. Vero knew that Zhang Heng had a fight with Bach because of him, and Gabby was willing to give him 3 more days, which was obviously related to Zhang Heng. "You are a true friend. If I can get through that level tomorrow morning, I will definitely repay you in the future," Vero added later. Zhang Heng was actually quite curious about what happened to Vero. Why did he rekindle his fighting spirit after going to the arena when he had given up on himself before? It couldn't be because he was moved by the heroic performance of the gladiators after watching them? However, this was not the time to chat. The two of them only exchanged a few simple words and attracted Gabby's attention. So Zhang Heng wisely shut up. It was not until 2 or 3 in the morning that some people finished their training one after another, and Zhang Heng was also among them. Gabby was not completely inhumane. He even asked the cook to leave some food for them, but it was already cold. However, no one had the energy to complain at this time. They ate and went to bed to rest. In the end, only Vero and his trainer were left on the training ground. Vero's body was almost at its limit at this time, but he still gritted his teeth and did not give up. He even fainted once in the middle of the training. But after getting up, he said nothing and threw himself into training again. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Zhang Heng came to the training ground and found Gabby had already arrived. He was talking to Vero's trainer. After a while, he snorted coldly. "I don't know what you are insisting on, kid. Even if you finish all the training before sunrise, a new day of training will start after sunrise. What are you going to use to hold on?" "Hatred." Vero wiped the sweat from his forehead. Something was burning in his eyes. No power can be stronger than hatred. Right. Chapter 757, Who will be the first to draw lots? Continuous high-intensity training will gradually make people lose the ability to think. And most people have even forgotten how long they have been here. Zhang Heng and his team now only have necessary physiological activities, such as eating and sleeping in their daily lives except for training. And the latter two are always in a state of deficiency. No matter how much food they eat, they will soon be hungry. And no matter how many hours they sleep, their whole body will still be sore the next day. In addition to the unlucky guy who threw away the training sore before, 7 people could not stand the cruel pressure and chose or were forced to quit. 4 of them were Roman citizens who chose to terminate their contracts with the gladiator school amicably and go home to find another way out. While the remaining 3 slaves were not so lucky and were taken to mining the next day. What surprised Gabby was that Vero, who he had the least hope for, actually survived. Although the latter completed the first day of training before sunrise, he had no time to eat or rest, and had to devote himself to a new round of training. In Gabi's opinion, there was little hope that he could persist the next day. But what he didn't expect was that Vero miraculously survived. Although Zhang Heng helped him secretly bring water and bread during the period, it was obviously his own willpower that was the real decisive factor. This made Gabi admire him a little. For an excellent gladiator, fighting skills are important, but a firm will is also indispensable. Bach is very good in this aspect. He has the most training among all people, but he has never complained except for blowing his beard and glaring. However, Gabi did not give Vero any backdoor because of his admiration. After all, Vero is not a potential newcomer like Bach who is worth investing heavily. It is his own luck that he can survive this level. It is no loss if he cannot survive the gladiator school. Anyway, the mine is always short of people. So far, Vero's luck seems to be good. After the most difficult first day, and the even more difficult second day, he won himself 3 hours of sleep and eating time, allowing his body to replenish its physical strength. So on the third day his speed increased a little bit, and in return, he also got more rest time. But his good luck ran out on the 5th day, when he sprained his ankle during training. Gabi didn't say anything about it, but just asked him to continue training. So Vero dragged an injured foot that day, and almost failed to complete the training task. What's worse is that his ankle swelled more severely on the second day due to the previous intense exercise, which also made his movements even slower. Although Valo finally completed the task before the next sunrise, he was already filled with despair because he knew how bad his current condition was. This could not be made up purely by mental strength. With his current physical strength and injuries, it was impossible for him to complete a new round of training. But fortunately, he saw Zhang Heng again. The latter made a simple ankle brace with bark and cloth strips, threw it in front of him, and said, "Put it on." Before, Wei Jianong, who was in Zhang Heng dormitory, liked playing basketball the most. However, he always sprained his foot when playing basketball, so he bought a protective gear to wear on his foot for easy recovery. Of course, the protective gear company did not include delivery for Roman customers in the 2nd century AD. Fortunately, Zhang Heng roughly knew the principle and structure, so he made one according to the instructions. Under Zhang Heng guidance, Vero put on the protective gear, ate some bread and water, and finally barely survived this most dangerous day. His bad luck seemed to have finally ended after this. Although his sprain looked a bit scary before, it did not hurt the bones. After wearing the protective gear, he began to get better and recovered until he recovered as usual. Vero also gradually caught up with the progress of the main force, and got more time to eat and rest. When the time came to the 49th day, Gabi cancelled all training for the first time, gathered everyone together, and his eyes swept over the faces in front of him. Now the number of this batch of prospective gladiators has been reduced from 43 at the beginning of the training camp to 30. And 13 people have withdrawn actively or passively for various reasons. Among them, the loss of free men is the largest. After all, this period Gabi suddenly doubled the training volume without any warning, reaching a stage that ordinary people can hardly bear. And there is more than one gladiator school in Rome. Even if people who still want to engage in this profession have a choice, there is no need to hang on a tree. So by the 49th day, there were only 2 free men left, and the other 28 were all slaves. This result was basically in line with Gabi's expectations. And the next step was the final highlight: gladiator assessment. Although there has been an elimination rate of nearly 1/3 so far, it is not certain that all the remaining 30 people will become gladiators. Although some gladiator schools in the city will consider the cost of training and purchasing slaves and choose relatively loose assessment standards. In the spirit of being responsible to the audience, Gabi has never relaxed the requirements in the past 20 years as the head of the school. Only excellent gladiators can give the audience the most exciting performance. It is precisely because of this principle that the attendance rate of the Victor Arena has remained high. Of course, because of Marcus's request. This assessment has another different meaning. Congratulations. You have completed the first part of the training, Gabi said. But don't be happy too early, because only by passing the final assessment can you become a real gladiator. For those who fail the assessment, needless to say, you also know what fate awaits you. Gabi paused, taking in the expressions on everyone's faces, and then continued, Relax. The test is very simple. Not as complicated as your previous training programs. Gladiators are born to fight. So there is only one criterion for evaluating a gladiator. That is, whether you can win. Everyone was not afraid when they heard this, but instead showed an expression of eagerness to try. They have been training hard for such a long time, and it is finally time to show the results of their training. Very good. Keep this excitement. I believe you have all asked about the assessment method before. After the draw, two people will fight each other. The winner will pass the assessment, and the loser will be judged by me based on their performance. However, this time we decided to change the assessment method. Gabby changed the subject, and the training ground suddenly became quiet. The joy on everyone's faces that they could finally get rid of this devilish training disappeared. Instead, everyone felt that something was wrong. Gabby continued to speak slowly. In order to help you better understand what a gladiatorial performance is and the gap between you and the official gladiators, your opponents in this assessment will be official gladiators selected from the school, and the battle arrangement will still be by drawing lots. Now, who will be the first to draw lots? Chapter 758 Battle Arrangement. The supposed fight between novices turned into a battle between official gladiators. After hearing this bad news, most people's faces changed. Of course, there were also people who didn't care, such as Bach. He walked directly to the place where the lot was drawn, picked up a wooden sign at random, and handed it to the trainer next to him. The latter looked at the name on the wooden sign and read, Bach, fight posthumous. Then he wrote Bach's name on the other side of the wooden sign to record the battle arrangement for this round. Bach grinned. Tell that guy to wash up and wait for me. After that, he walked down the lottery table, and before leaving the stage, he did not forget to look at Zhang Heng again. Gabby also noticed that Bach often peeked at Zhang Heng during this period. He also knew that Bach had a fight with Zhang Heng and Bach won, but the specific details were not clear, so it was difficult for him to understand why Bach cared so much about Zhang Heng, and even made Gabby doubt Bach's sexual orientation for a while. Bach's drawing of the first lot was a start for everyone. The devilish training during this period also allowed Gabby to successfully establish his own prestige. Since the assessment has been decided by him, everyone can only follow the new rules. Although not everyone is as talented as Bach, who doesn't even take the official gladiator seriously. But after all, in addition to winning the direct assessment, the loser may also be judged as qualified by Gabby because of his outstanding performance. As long as you can work hard to show yourself, there is still hope to pass the assessment. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the opponent you draw. The best opponent is the one who has just become an official gladiator. The gap between the two sides is not big, so there will be a fight in this battle. Or those gladiators, who are not famous, and have more defeats, are also the soft persimmons that everyone likes. The worst thing is of course to run into those veteran gladiators, who are already famous, and have rich combat experience. Such battles are often over in a short moment. Once they find your flaws, you basically have no chance to fight back in the next round. In this way, you can't show any training results, and the possibility of passing the assessment will naturally become very low. Zhang Heng still waited until half of the people drew lots before going on stage. In the eyes of others, his luck was not too good. He drew an old gladiator named Galba. Galba, 37 years old this year, is considered old among gladiators. But on the other hand, it is impossible for him to be able to mix in the arena at this age. At this age, even if his physical fitness was good before, it has declined greatly now, and basically relies on experience to support him. Looking at Gabra's past record, he is very stable. He has no chance of winning against masters, but he can rely on his experience to deal with them for a while, and will not lose too badly. However, this kind of person is the legendary rookie killer. The biggest shortcoming of rookies is experience. Whether it is the control of the battle rhythm or the ability to respond to emergencies, these are not things that trainers can teach. They need to rely on fighting to accumulate experience. And Gabra is a gladiator who has nothing but experience. However, he didn't know what kind of monster he was about to encounter. Apart from other aspects, even Galba, who was most proud of his combat experience, was no match for Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng didn't care much about the result of his draw. It didn't matter who he drew. He glanced at the name on it, and handed the wooden sign to the trainer, and left the stage. In contrast, Vero on the other side, was much more nervous. His level was originally at the bottom among the same group of people, even if he fought against the same group of reserve gladiators. His chances of winning were not great. Now that his opponent had changed to a formal gladiator, he was naturally more nervous. After all, he had worked so hard for so long and had endured such a long and difficult time. If he fell at the last moment, all his previous suffering would be in vain. Vero took a deep breath and waited until most people knew who his final test opponent was before he walked up to the lottery table and drew a wooden sign with his trembling right hand. When he saw the name on it, he was completely stunned, and then his face turned pale, and his right hand shook even more violently. And that was not the end. He actually threw away the wooden sign and ran to the side to vomit, vomiting the undigested breakfast in his stomach. The trainer picked up the wooden sign on the ground and looked at Vero with a trace of sympathy. But he still announced the result of the draw according to the rules. Vero, opponent is Habitus. As soon as he said this, the others were also in an uproar, and their eyes were involuntarily focused on Gabby. Isn't this a bit too much? It's okay to arrange a formal gladiator as an opponent, but putting Habitus, the school's ace, in it is completely bullying. No wonder Vero was so irritated that he vomited. Before, Bach was defeated in one move against Habitus. If it was someone else, the result would probably be even worse. Don't look at me, Gabby said indifferently. Habitus wanted to come. Is this the truth? It can only be said that part of it is true. Habitus did tell Gabby that he wanted to join this assessment and become an evaluator, but he specified that he wanted to be an opponent of Bach, because he realized that the school's attention to Bach was higher than that of him as the current ace. Habitus felt that his position was challenged, so he planned to teach Bach a lesson again and tell Gabby who is more worthy of investment. But Gabby told Habitus that the final assessment was a lottery system, to ensure fairness, and that there would be no predetermined opponents. Of course, the main reason was that Gabby did not think that Bach was ready to fight Habitus again after 49 days of training. Habitus thought that the matter was over, but he did not expect that Gabby would throw his name into the lottery jar just to disgust him and warn him. As a result, when he was about to find a place to have a good drink, Gabby sent someone to tell him that he had to prepare for the training assessment tomorrow, and his opponent was a rookie named Vero. Habitus was furious when he heard the news. On the other side, as the last person drew the name of the opponent, the final test draw was finally over. Depending on the opponent, everyone's mood was different. Gabby clapped his hands again, attracting everyone's attention. The test will start tomorrow morning, and the master will come to check your training results. I hope you can perform well. You can ask your trainer for information about the opponent when the battle begins. I hope you are all ready, and don't let the master down. Chapter 759, Do you want to hear the truth? Gabby had a lot of things to do, and after arranging the list of tomorrow's matches, he hurriedly left the training ground. The rest of the people crowded in front of the trainer and asked about their opponents. After getting the news, they quickly turned around and asked people with similar styles to be sparring partners to simulate tomorrow's match. Only Vero sat on the ground, motionless. He looked a little lonely, but most people could understand his frustration this time, because his luck was really bad. He had Habitus as his opponent. The gap between the two sides was too big. This was destined to be a one-sided beating, and Vero's chance of passing the assessment was naturally infinitely close to zero. At this time, Zhang Heng also asked the trainer for information about Galba, including his odds of winning or losing, fighting style, etc. The trainer had a good impression of Zhang Heng and reminded him what he should pay attention to when fighting with an old fox like Galba. Zhang Heng expressed his gratitude and walked to Vero's side. Vero knew who was coming without looking back and said, "Don't worry. I haven't given up on myself yet. You asked me what happened before that made me decide to become a gladiator. Are you willing to tell me now?" Zhang Heng sat down next to Vero. "That afternoon. The afternoon I went to the arena to help. I saw him." Vero clenched his fists. "Who? My best friend? Or my best friend?" Vero laughed at himself. "I trusted him very much, and gave him all the money for the flax investment, and asked him to take it to Egypt. But later they said he was robbed on the road, and both the man and the money were gone. They did send the body back, and there was nothing wrong with the height and body shape, but the face was scratched. He's back? Yes, and he was with my wife. They sat in the stands together, enjoying the gladiatorial show. They probably didn't notice me. After all, I didn't pay attention to the slaves below when I went to watch the gladiatorial show before. The other party's arrogant behavior also surprised Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng originally thought that Vero's friend would leave Rome forever after faking his death and move to another place with Vero's property. In this way, there would be no evidence for this matter. But he didn't expect the guy to dare to come back and live with Vero's wife openly. Can you sue him and get your property back? Zhang Heng asked. Vero shook his head. The Basilica of Julia only accepts lawsuits from Roman citizens, not slaves. Besides, I don't have the money to hire a lawyer now. They can also find all kinds of excuses, such as he really encountered robbers, but he escaped by luck. But someone else's body was mistakenly sent back as his. After all, I really signed the contract at the beginning. No matter what the reason, I did breach the contract. Compared to when Zhang Heng first met him, Vero is now much calmer. Otherwise, why would someone say that suffering is the best university? But Vero's problem is that he is just too unlucky. After being betrayed by his wife and best friend, and losing his personal freedom, he finally pulled himself together and survived a period of devilish training that was impossible to survive. When he looked up, he found Habitus blocking his way. Vero hesitated, but still asked, "What do you think my chances are against Habitus? Do you want to hear the truth?" Of course. Not even 1%. Zhang Heng told the truth. He is in the golden age of a gladiator. His physical fitness, fighting skills, and fighting experience are all far superior to yours. This gap cannot be made up by willpower. Even after intensive training, Bach has little chance of winning against him. What about you? Vero asked. Zhang Heng smiled and did not answer the question. Instead, he said, "But your goal is not to beat him. As long as you can pass tomorrow's test, it will be fine. As you said, his physical fitness, fighting skills, and fighting experience are all better than mine. Tomorrow's battle will be one-sided. How can I pass the test?" Vero smiled bitterly. "I don't know how long I can last under his hands. 10 rounds. You may overestimate yourself." "My friend," Zhang Heng said tactfully. "Besides, it's meaningless to just defend or run away even if you can prolong the round. The audience has a bad impression of runners. If a gladiator always runs away, then once he loses and fails to see the wonderful performance, the angry audience will shout to kill him. At this time, the organizer of the duel performance will also follow public opinion and execute the loser. Therefore, even an experienced gladiator like Galba will fight hard when he encounters an opponent he knows he cannot defeat. Even if he cannot win, he will cut 2 lines on his opponent to show his professionalism. The key to passing the test is not the number of rounds, but whether you can cause some trouble to Habitus." "I cause trouble to Habitus? What trouble? Will my blood splash on his sword?" "It has to be a bigger problem than this," Zhang Heng said. "If it was someone else, I wouldn't be able to help you. But we've seen Habitus take action before, so maybe I can give you some advice on this issue." "Really?" Vero said in surprise. And when he looked at Zhang Heng again, it was as if he was looking at the incarnation of Jupiter on Earth. The latter had saved him more than once, from giving him a 3-day extension to making protective gear for him, and now telling him that there might be a way to get some advantage from Habitus. "Don't be too happy too soon. I'm not sure. After all, it depends on your performance and Habitus' attitude towards you." Zhang Heng paused and continued. "It stands to reason that he shouldn't participate in this entry-level assessment for gladiators. We don't know why he is on the list now, but if I have to guess, I think he may have some small conflicts with Gabby. After all, Bach's rise directly threatens him. Gabby may take this opportunity to hit him, so Habitus is probably not in a good mood. In addition, he is a very proud person, so your chance has come. I can play his role and practice with you. We have a whole day. If you can do what I say, you can probably cause him some trouble. Of course, even if everything goes well, you only have about 40% chance. That's enough. 40% is better than 10%. Vero gritted his teeth and said, "From the moment I was sold here, I only had one way left. Desperately, I need to get out of here. And I will definitely get out of here." "Very good. I tell you what to do." Chapter 760. It's your turn. After 49 days, Marcus appeared on the balcony on the 2nd floor again. This time, he was accompanied by 2 female slaves, a Persian and a Parthian, who helped him sit in the chair. But Marcus didn't seem to be happy, because the attendance of the arena had dropped again in the past 2 months. He had to increase the number of appearances of Habitus, which slightly saved the audience, But the greedy habitus also took the opportunity to ask him for more share, and the promise of training him as the school's trump card. On the other hand, Macruz also heard the news from the front line. It was said that the new emperor of the empire, Commodus, seemed to have no intention of taking over the business left by his father, Aurelius, and was preparing to make peace with the Germans. This was not good news for Macruz, because prisoners of war were also a very important part of his gladiators. Especially high-level gladiators were often selected from prisoners of war, and he was now busy looking for Cisne's successor. Macruz could only put all his hopes on Bach. In addition, according to tradition, a grand gladiator show will be held when a new emperor ascends the throne. In order to win the favor of the people, this show is free and is held at the Flavian Amphitheater, the largest arena in the entire Roman Empire. It was built with royal funds and 80,000 slaves. It took 8 years to build and can accommodate up to 90,000 spectators. Considering the era in which it is located, it has to be said that this arena is a miracle in the history of architecture. However, the arena alone is obviously not enough without gladiators, who are the highlight of the show. Although the royal family also has a gladiator school, it is not large enough to support a grand performance. This requires people from several gladiator schools in the private sector. Of course, it is not free. After all, gladiators are well-known expensive consumables. However, because this performance is used to win the hearts of the people and does not have any income, the organizers have to bear the cost. Of course, asking for money from nobles and His Majesty the Emperor is not as easy as asking for money from ordinary people. If he asked for less, Marculus would suffer a great loss. If he asked for more, he might offend some important person or the emperor himself, and he would not be able to stay in Rome anymore. Therefore, Marculus would usually choose to take a small loss, which would not only make him a favor, but also save him from too much blood. But no matter what, it was a troublesome matter. Marculus came to inspect the goods with all these messy worries and dissatisfaction with the new emperor. He spent a lot of money on these slaves, and he had to know whether the money was worth it. The order of the battle was also drawn by lot. Gabi bowed respectfully to Marcus and began to organize this assessment. The battle rules were similar to those of the usual gladiator performances, except that wooden weapons were used. In a one-on-one confrontation, each gladiator could only use one weapon. A sneak attack from behind would be despised by the audience. Once one party conceded defeat, the other party could no longer attack. In addition, there would be a trainer acting as a referee. After confirming that everyone understood the rules, Gabi began to call out names. The first pair to come on stage was a free gladiator named Griff. He was lucky. His opponent was a young man who had just become a gladiator for half a year. He was a little younger than him and had little combat experience. But in the end, the young gladiator won. However, the two fought for a long time, and it was a back-and-forth battle. In the end, Griff was caught by the opponent, and the battle ended. Gabi commented, "He was not focused enough. It was okay for a while before, but he had more distractions later. He was not decisive enough in attacking and was restrained. Caution is a good thing, but sometimes the situation on the field requires you to make a decision quickly. Even if it is a wrong decision, it is probably better than indecision." Griff looked a little frustrated when he heard this. He knew that what Gabi said was true, because he was a newcomer, and this was the final test that determined his fate. He would inevitably think too much. Sometimes when he saw the opponent's flaws, he would hesitate whether it was a trap, thus missing many opportunities. But Gabi paused, perhaps because he could fight with his opponent for so long, and finally uttered those two words. Past. Griff's expression suddenly changed from worry to joy. Gabi didn't say anything else and asked him to stay in the house on the west side. Following Griff was a slave named Gelada. His opponent was a famous gladiator with 3 years of combat experience. If Griff was cautious, Gelada's performance was like facing a formidable enemy. The opponent couldn't help but take a few steps back as soon as he moved. Gabi frowned at his fear of fighting. Fortunately, Gelada soon realized that his previous action was a big loss. But then he made another big mistake. In order to make up for his previous poor performance, he actually changed his defensive position and started to attack with clumsy hands and feet. His opponent was quick to detect the flaws in his attack and dodged Gelada's attack neatly. He then placed his training sword on Gelada's neck. The whole process didn't take much effort, and he easily won the battle. Gelada's face turned pale. He looked at Gabi with an almost pleading look. But Gabi was unmoved and said in an emotionless voice, Bad battle choice. Rough and reckless. And less capable of responding to situations than a pig. Unqualified. Go to the East House. Please give me another chance for my hard training. I was not prepared this time. Next time. I will never make this mistake again. Gelada pleaded. He knew what the East House meant. Especially since he was not a free man like Griff. If he failed the test, he would have to go mining. But death never gives you a second chance. Kid, Gabby said coldly. Then he winked and two trainers dragged Gelada, who was almost collapsed on the ground, away. On the second floor, Mark Rouse said nothing from beginning to end, eating a fig peeled for him by the slave girl next to him. He had no great interest in the previous battles, and among all the people below, the only one he really cared about was Bach, because now it was the deadline he had agreed with Gabby, and he wanted to see how Gabby trained Cisneda's successor. But Bach's battle was scheduled very late, so Mark Rouse could only wait patiently. After Gelada was dragged down, Gabby spoke again. John Hung. Gubra. It's your turn. Chapter 761 Evergreen Tree of Victor Arena. John Hung walked out of the crowd, and took the wooden weapon handed over by the trainer. The eyes of everyone present were immediately focused on him. Although everyone had experienced a terrifying high-intensity training for 49 days, they had made significant improvements compared to when they first came to the gladiator school. But judging from the results of the first 2 rounds of battles, the newcomers were still not as good as those official gladiators. If Griff was a narrow defeat, then Gelada was a miserable defeat. At present, the newcomers were behind 0-2. In addition, after seeing Gelada's end, the atmosphere on the newcomer's side became more tense. In the upcoming battle, John Hung is still the underdog. Apart from fighting with Bach, he has hardly left any special impression on others. His performance in training is just average among the newcomers, and he is not very impressive. On the other hand, his opponent, Galba, is a veteran gladiator. Not only is he old, but he is also very experienced. He became a gladiator at the age of 28. And then, he worked for 9 years. Considering that the average age of gladiators is only 25. Galba's career can definitely be called a miracle. His situation is a bit similar to Vero. He became a gladiator to pay off his debts. He had already achieved this in the 3rd year of becoming a gladiator. After that, he retired for half a year, but returned to the arena for personal reasons half a year later, and has been doing it ever since. In the past 9 years, he has witnessed the rise and fall of countless heroes, and has also witnessed the legend of Cisnedas. As for himself, he does not have many battle examples to be passed down. But with his diligent work attitude and long standby time, he has accumulated a group of regular audiences. He himself is also known as the Evergreen of Victor Arena. In addition, when will Galba die or retire has always been one of the hot topics in Victor Arena. Some people even opened a bet for this. Galba and John Hung went on stage together. He smiled at John Hung in a friendly way, and John Hung returned the greeting politely. Galba was a little surprised. He had seen the performance of the 2 newcomers before, and he himself was a newcomer. He knew the importance of the final assessment for newcomers, and it was inevitable to be nervous. However, he could not see any emotion that a newcomer should have in John Hung's eyes. In fact, he could not see anything in John Hung's eyes. The latter's eyes were as deep and calm as the night sky. Galba didn't have time to think too much, because the trainer who acted as the referee had already made a gesture to start the fight. John Hung did not make the same mistake as Gelada, who retreated before the fight, nor did he take a defensive stance like Griff. Instead, he took the initiative to approach Galba at the beginning of the fight. But he did not rush to attack. When he was about to approach Galba's attack range, he stopped and turned to a defensive posture. Gabby nodded secretly when he saw this. This is the best choice for a clear-headed rookie gladiator. Although gladiatorial performance is a fight, its essential attribute is still entertainment performance. An excellent gladiator should not only pursue victory, but also consider the audience's preferences, and even go a step further and use the audience's preferences to create conditions for his own victory. On the surface, John Hung and Griff adopted the same fighting strategy, both of which were to defend first and play steadily. But don't underestimate the 2 steps he took before, which brought completely different feelings to the audience. The former was suspected of passive fighting, but the latter kicked the tricky ball to the opponent. As the most experienced gladiator in Victor Arena, Galba realized that he had to attack first. So he didn't hesitate. gave up the plan of waiting to see Zhang Heng's strength, and attacked directly. Compared with the newcomers, this group of official gladiators who served as assessment opponents actually had disadvantages. That is, they knew their opponents far less than their opponents knew them, which was also very normal. Newcomers, except for rising stars like Bach, were basically not very famous, and there was no previous battle record to check. Gabriel didn't know Zhang Heng's fighting style, his strengths, weaknesses, until the moment before the fight, so he was very cautious at the beginning, and his attacks were mainly probing. As an opponent, Zhang Heng also responded with the standard moves taught by the trainer. Although there was nothing too eye-catching, he didn't make any mistakes. So after the probing failed, Gabriel began to gradually increase his aggressiveness, trying to force Zhang Heng to reveal his flaws through high-pressure attacks. This is also the method used by veteran gladiators to deal with newcomers. Many newcomers can handle the moves well when they are separated, but once they are combined, the time for thinking becomes shorter, and they start to get flustered. At this time, experienced gladiators can let their survival instincts take over their bodies, but newcomers can't. Moreover, Zhang Heng's profession is a double-blade warrior, which is not a profession known for its defense. Of course, Galba, as a fish helmet fighter, is not a profession good at attacking. Their weapon is only a short sword. But the fish helmet fighter will be equipped with a half-human high rectangular shield, which is a profession with strong defense. Moreover, with Galba's rich combat experience, a short sword was enough for him to teach the young man in front of him a lesson. Sure enough, when he began to put pressure on him, Zhang Heng also gave up his defensive position and started to attack him. So far, the fight between the two was not exciting. Marcus on the second floor was so excited that he didn't even bother to eat figs. But Gabby nodded secretly. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the doorway. In Gabby's eyes, Zhang Heng has not made any mistakes so far. He has always remained calm and clear-headed in the face of various situations. This is an extremely rare advantage. Don't underestimate this point. For newcomers, this kind of thing sounds easier than it is easier. Griff and Galata are the best examples. Compared with the two, Zhang Heng's opponent is Galba, a living fossil in the arena with more combat experience. But Zhang Heng did not completely fall into Galba's combat rhythm. Gabby began to have a little interest in this oriental man whom he had not paid much attention to before. So he also recalled the scene when the two met for the first time. He seemed to have frightened this oriental man with a whip. But the other party seemed to know how long the whip was, and did not even blink. A gladiator with extremely excellent psychological quality? It's normal that I didn't find it before. It seems that I can look forward to it a little. Chapter 762 Another Surprise. Unconsciously, Gabby also raised his evaluation of Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng's current performance was enough to pass the final assessment. But Gabby did not stop. In addition to the stalemate, the final assessment usually allowed the two sides to decide the winner. In addition, Gabby also wanted to see how far Zhang Heng could go. So he stood aside and said nothing, watching the situation. It was not the first time that Galba was surprised. Zhang Heng gave up defense under his pressure, which did not surprise him. But the boldness of the opponent's attack was beyond Galba's expectations. Zhang Heng's moves were not very strange, and his strength and speed were just average. But in this offensive battle, Galba still fell behind. The reason is very simple. Because Zhang Heng has two swords while Galba only has one. Although the double swordsman is considered a profession with a relatively high mortality rate among gladiators, it is not without advantages. Giving up defense also brings super strong offensive ability to the double swordsman. Once Zhang Heng starts to attack, Galba has to devote more energy to defense, and his own attack frequency will slow down accordingly. Of course, Galba is not too anxious, because the strength of the fish helmet fighter is not in offense, but in defense. The half-man high shield can cover all the vital points as long as it is erected in front of the body, coupled with a helmet on the head. The defensive fish helmet fighter is like an airtight wall. Of course, the fish helmet fighter is not invincible in the arena. There are only a few types of gladiator professions, and each has been studied thoroughly. Zhang Heng's current mobile fighting method is the standard method to deal with fish helmet fighters. The rectangular shield carried by the latter can certainly provide super strong defense capabilities, but it will also reduce the flexibility of fish helmet fighters. Zhang Heng is now circling around Galba. The two of them have switched roles. It is Zhang Heng who starts to test the attack. while Galba stares at his opponent through the gap in the helmet. As John Hung moves, he keeps turning his body to ensure that the big shield can face the opponent every time. So far, although Galba has not gained any advantage, he is still very confident because he has experienced many fierce battles and is naturally adept at dealing with such situations. But then again, John Hung's steadiness is indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. But Galba firmly believes that he will be the final winner of this battle. Many people look down on Galba because of his age, and naturally think that Galba's various physical functions have declined, which is not wrong. But strictly speaking, Galba's strength, speed and agility have declined, but his endurance attribute has increased instead of decreased. In addition, his physical strength distribution is more reasonable now. If John Hung wants to rely on his youth to wear him down, it will be exactly what Galba wants. However, John Hung on the other side seemed to have not realized this yet. He was still trying to circle around Galba, trying to attack Galba from all angles and directions. But he was blocked by the opponent's turtle shell. Galba huddled behind the rectangular shield. Of course, in order not to passively fight, he would also take the time to attack John Hung. However, Galba was very cunning, and would not fall for the flaws that John Hung deliberately exposed to lure him. He would always leave after one strike, never lingering in the fight, and instead took advantage of John Hung's reckless advance to hit his arm. The trainer who was acting as a referee on the side judged that if this sword was a real sword, the wound caused should not be too deep, so he did not end the fight. But this sword also made Gibra, who was rewarded, more confident that there was nothing wrong with his strategy. He looked at John Hung as if to say, "Boy, you are still a little naive to fight me." Sure enough. Is this the end? Gabby, who was watching the fight on the side, also thought so. However, John Hung himself still had no expression on his face. He estimated that he had performed well enough and should be able to end the fight. Of course, some skills were also needed in the final stage. After all, John Hung's plan was to pass the assessment in a low profile. Compared to his previous slacking, he finally showed some solid skills in this battle, which made Gabi's impression of John Hung change from a mediocre talent to a young gladiator with average physical fitness, but a calm mind and certain training value. This was enough. And this was also the impression John Hung wanted to leave on others. He didn't want to be a star gladiator like Bach, but he also had to find a reasonable explanation for his ability to defeat his opponents in the arena in the future. The degree of this is not so easy to grasp, but it is not too difficult for John Hung. Yes, when all the new gladiators were racking their brains to think about how to pass the assessment, John Hung was thinking about how to win as low-key and reasonable as possible. So far, he has done well. Even Gabi, the knowledgeable person in charge of the gladiator school, was fooled by fear and did not suspect that John Hung deliberately concealed his strength. He probably would not have thought that someone would dare to hide his strength in the final assessment. But there were also people who had not been fooled by him. For example, Bach, who had fought with John Hung before, now kept his eyes wide open throughout the fight, not blinking, for fear of missing any details. Seeing John Hung pretending to move his left and right hands in slow motion, Bach couldn't help but curl his lips. Where was the torrential attack when you hit me? And when Bach saw that John Hung was accidentally chopped on the arm by Galba, he almost couldn't help but shout out, "If you can be chopped like this, how could I not even touch you from beginning to end the night?" Galba's level is good among all the gladiators. But that's all. Bach put himself in John Hung's role, and estimated that Galba would only last until now. Either admit defeat or wait to be cut in half. John Hung had been suppressing him from the beginning to the end. And now someone was forcing a 50-50 match here, which was filled with a sense of conspiracy. So Bach watched it more carefully. He had replayed the battle between the two of them that night countless times in his mind. But he still couldn't confirm whether John Hung intended to give in, or it was just an accident. Today's battle might answer this question that has troubled him for many days. However, there was another person who was watching the fight intently in the corner. He was the old Persian trainer John Hung met on his first day at the gladiator school. He was not responsible for training newcomers. So strictly speaking, this was only the second time the two met. The old trainer seemed to be very interested in John Hung for some reason. Of course, because his position was relatively remote. Even John Hung did not notice him. Besides, this small sitcom was almost coming to an end. John Hung began to finish it. After his left arm was injured, he changed his previous fighting style and became more aggressive. Seeing this, Galba was secretly delighted. Did the fish finally take the bait? Gabby also made the same judgment, thinking that Zhang Heng was beginning to lose his patience. Only a voice in Bok's heart was roaring. Here he comes. He is finally coming. Then he saw Zhang Heng gave up attacking Galba's other vital parts and focused on Galba's eyes. Galba was also frightened at first. But he was a fish helmet fighter and had a protective helmet on his head. He didn't think that the wooden sword in Zhang Heng's hand could hurt him. But soon he realized that something was wrong. Zhang Heng didn't expect the wooden sword to be able to penetrate through the tiny gap and hurt his eyes, but to use this method to block his sight. The helmet that is almost completely sealed can effectively protect his head, but it will also cause him to have a visual blind spot to a certain extent. This is also a big reason why Gebra has to follow Zhang Heng in circles. Zhang Heng now takes the initiative to get close to him and block his eyes with a wooden sword, making him lose Zhang Heng's figure. Gebra can only judge Zhang Heng's position based on the sound and the opponent's location a second ago. However, Gebra is still not panicked, because similar tactics have been used before. Until now, he still felt that as long as he defended well, he would not give the other party any chance. In fact, Galba also quickly judged Zhang Heng's intention, and the latter's real attack point was his left waist. Got you. A gleam of light flashed in Galba's eyes, and this time, he did not dodge defense. Instead, he took the initiative to open his own gate, and the training sword in his right hand had been ready for a long time. He actually arrived first, and before Zhang Heng's weapon hit his left waist, he stabbed Zhang Heng's neck first. This was not a lose-lose situation. In Galba's calculation, his sword would arrive first, and it was indeed the case. However, he did not expect that the goddess of luck would favor Zhang Heng at this moment. Seeing that he was about to fail, the latter made a final struggle with his other hand and gave up blocking his sight. Instead, he stabbed at his helmet. As a result, the sword happened to be inserted into the observation hole left in front of his helmet, and farther away. Bok almost slammed the table and cursed. Surprise! Another surprise! Can't you come up with something new? Chapter 763 excited Bok. The helmet of the fish helmet fighter is designed to protect the fish helmet fighter's head. It is very airtight, just like a tin can. The overall weight is even about 4 kilograms. There is only an observation hole at the position of the eyes, so that the fish helmet fighter can see the outside. However, the observation hole itself is also very small. In addition, the person in the helmet is not made of wood and can move. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for a weapon to be inserted into the observation hole. This requires keen observation and extremely precise control of strength. And from Zhang Heng's previous fight with Gebra, he obviously does not have this ability. So the only explanation for this scene is accident. The trainer, who was the referee, checked again and confirmed that Zhang Heng's training sword had pierced Gebra's eyes first. So he announced that Zhang Heng was the final winner of this battle. After a moment of silence, the newcomers cheered. Although Griff, who was the first to walk on the stage, also passed the test, he still lost that round of battle. Therefore, it was not until Zhang Heng that the newcomers won for the first time. Moreover, Galba was not an unknown person, but a famous gladiator in the Victor Arena, which was a great encouragement to the newcomers. Galba also took off his helmet at this time. Although he shook his head regretfully, he was not too angry. At his age, he had seen all kinds of strange things in the arena. Although losing to a newcomer would definitely not be a good look. Fortunately, this was not a formal gladiatorial performance. And until now, he did not think there was anything wrong with the strategy he had adopted before. In the end, he lost because of luck. He did not think there was anything unacceptable about this low-probability event that might not happen once in hundreds of battles. After the battle, he immediately congratulated Zhang Heng. Congratulations. The next time we fight will probably be in the arena. I'm looking forward to that day. Zhang Heng replied, then looked at Gabby, who nodded to him. You're qualified. Go to the West Room and wait. Although luck played a big role in Zhang Heng's victory, Gabby was still quite satisfied with Zhang Heng's performance, and added for the first time, you played well. Keep working hard. Zhang Heng returned the 2 training swords to the trainer, walked off the stage, and saw Bok and his group of German brothers in the crowd with wide eyes and shortness of breath. They were also the only ones who had the honor of witnessing 2 accidents. No matter how dumb they were, they knew what happened in the previous fight. One incident might be considered an accident, and consecutive incidents did not mean there was no possibility of accidents. But it was obvious that the human factor was greater. Moreover, although the process and results of the two battles were different, the reversal method was exactly the same. If this was not intentional, then Bach did not know what else could be considered intentional. Bach clenched his fists secretly when he saw Zhang Heng walk into the hut on the west side. He knew that there was still a big gap between him and Zhang Heng. Although he could defeat Galba, he definitely couldn't use such a dramatic method. Bach had lost before. For example, he lost to Habitus when he just entered the gladiator school. But he later realized that this was Gabby deliberately hitting him and giving him a blow when he was weak. Bach admitted that Habitus was very strong, but he didn't think that he was much stronger than him. Moreover, in a real life and death fight, without the messy rules and referees in the arena, Bach didn't think that Habitus would be the one who survived in the end. But Zhang Heng was the first person who made Bach realize how big the gap between him and his opponent was. No matter what the rules were, what the location was, at least now Bach didn't think he could beat Zhang Heng. And he smelled a familiar smell from Zhang Heng's actions. It was like a beast encountering another beast in the jungle. Although Bach knew nothing about Zhang Heng's life experience, he was sure that the latter, like him, was a survivor of the battlefield. And the war Zhang Heng experienced was more cruel and magnificent. Bach, who had experienced a cruel childhood, always believed that only blood and fire could create a real man. According to his standard, Zhang Heng is undoubtedly the most manly man there is. Of course, Bach was not discouraged. Instead, the German now felt full of energy. He had no rivals among the newcomers of the same period before, and was the focus of training in the gladiator school. However, he fell from a warrior to a captive, and then became a gladiator, which was equivalent to suddenly losing his life goal. Now Zhang Heng's appearance just filled this gap for him. So Bach felt his blood boiling. Zhang Heng, accidentally, after winning the battle, he did not stay for too long and walked into the small house on the west side. This was originally a place to store weapons. Now there was no one else except Griff. The latter had just passed the test and was still excited. He was walking around in the house and greeted Zhang Heng enthusiastically when he saw him come in. "Did you pass it too?" Zhang Heng nodded, and then found a place to sit there. He and Griff were not very familiar with each other, so the two did not talk much. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, the third person who passed the test finally came in, also with a happy face. Then the fourth person, the fifth person. As more and more people finished the test, there were fewer and fewer people left on the training ground. Those who can enter the west room are undoubtedly lucky, while those in the east room are not so lucky. After a while, Bach also walked in from the outside. He was probably the least surprising person to enter the west room. But when his tall and burly figure appeared outside the door, it still caused a burst of exclamations. The main reason was that he appeared too quickly. Not long after the previous person entered the door, Bach appeared outside the door. This means that he didn't spend much time to win the battle. And you have to know that his opponent is a formal gladiator. Bach's energetic and outstanding performance also made Gabby, who had been worried, feel relieved. From the smile on Markla's mouth on the second floor, it can be seen that he is very satisfied with Gabby's training during this period. He was even the first to stand up and cheer when Bach knocked his opponent to the ground. However, the German did not look in his direction, nor did he wait for the trainer, who was the referee, to announce the result. He walked to the house on the west side. This move was undoubtedly rude. But Mark Luz, who had always been strict with his subordinates, was unprecedentedly not angry. He even stopped Gabby from trying to stop Bach and smiled with narrowed eyes. "It's okay. It's okay. Ace should have a bit of an ace's temper. Who do you think is more suitable for his opening match?" Gabby had to remind him. "Master, the assessment is not over yet." Mark Luz also knew that he was a little too anxious, so he nodded and sat back in his chair. "Then let's talk about it after the assessment is over." Chapter 764 Oath. Bach's battle order was originally relatively late, and there were only 3 people who had not participated in the assessment after him, including Vero. Vero was not really ranked last. The fact that he had not yet come on stage was unplanned. The main reason was that his opponent Habitus had not arrived, so Vero could only wait on the side, which was a bit embarrassing. But fortunately, Habitus did not stand him up in the end. After all, Mark Luz was there today. Even if Habitus was dissatisfied with Gabby's arrangement, he had to give Mark Luz some face. Therefore, Although he was late, he finally showed up at the training ground. Seeing that his opponent was a nobody whom he had never heard of, Habitus had no intention of changing clothes. He picked up a training sword and said to Vero, "Come on. Hurry up. I have to go to the bathhouse later. I hope you can let me sweat a little before taking a bath." Vero didn't say anything after hearing this. He lowered his head, picked up his trident and fishing net, walked to the stage, and recalled Zhang Heng's previous instructions to him and the special training yesterday. Now, whether he can pass the assessment depends on this one move. The west hut where Zhang Heng was located had no windows, so he could not see the outside. In fact, even if there were windows, Zhang Heng would not go to see it. He had already taught Vero everything he could, and the rest depended on Vero's performance and luck. Yes, unlike Zhang Heng's deliberate creation of accidents, Vero really needed some luck to pass the test. There was no other way. Mainly because the gap between the two was too big. As Zhang Heng said before, no matter whether Habitus would underestimate the enemy, Vero had no chance of winning. All he could do was to cause some trouble to Habitus, and then it would depend on Gabi's intention. The battle strategy Zhang Heng formulated for Vero was also very simple. Zhang Heng asked Vero to try to restore the scene of the previous fight between Bach and Habitus no matter what method he used. He taught Vero a total of 4 moves, all of which were to dismantle Habitus's move against Bach and possible subsequent changes. Zhang Heng analyzed Habitus's personality in detail to Vero. His attacking movements are usually very ornamental, which is why his popularity has always been high. When he fights, he will subconsciously pursue an attack effect that embarrasses his opponent. But everything has its pros and cons, which also makes Habitus's seemingly chic fighting style traceable. It had been about 10 minutes since Bach entered the house on the west side, and no one came in since then. So many people thought that the 11 people left in this room were the ones who finally passed the test, because they were all graduates from the same batch. Compared to the old gladiators in the gladiator school, there was still a certain degree of affection between them. At this moment, no matter whether they were familiar or not, they were trying to introduce themselves to others, especially Bach, who was surrounded by people all the time. Because of his outstanding strength, he had already become the leader of this group of newcomers. In the future, whether as teammates or opponents, it was better to have friendship than not. As if to confirm their guess, Gabi appeared outside the door not long after. The latter still had a stern look on his face. "Everyone, don't keep your master waiting for too long. If you have talked enough, come out and swear. Only after you swear can you be considered a real gladiator." He did not enter the door after he finished speaking and turned back to the training ground. Zhang Heng frowned. So it seems that Vero's plan failed in the end? Of course, when Zhang Heng helped Vero make this plan, he knew that the possibility of failure was higher than success. Logically speaking, this result was not surprising, which can also be seen from the faces of other people in the room. But Zhang Heng still felt a little regretful. After all, it was not easy for Vero to hold on until now. He was only one step away. If it weren't for Bach, he wouldn't be so unlucky to meet Habitus. At least, he had a chance to show himself fairly. However, when Zhang Heng followed everyone out of the house, he unexpectedly saw Vero on the training ground. The former antique dealer was being examined by a school doctor to confirm whether he had broken ribs. When he saw Zhang Heng, Vero grinned. Zhang Heng knew that this meant that the battle plan they had discussed before finally took effect, and Gabi decided to keep Vero. "Okay, stop dithering," Gabi said. "Let's hurry up." When he said this, he didn't know what he thought of, but he smiled for the first time. But it flashed at the corner of his mouth. At this time, the people who had just passed the assessment, including Vero, stood in a row on the training ground. Compared with the 50 people who had just entered the gladiator school, there were only 12 people left on the training ground. Less than a quarter, and the elimination rate was cruel. Others either took the initiative to terminate the contract with the gladiator school or were taken to the mine to work day and night. The qualified candidates for this period are here, my respected master. Gabi bowed towards the second floor. Mark Rosa's eyes basically stayed on Bach, and he did not hide the joy on his face. He nodded and said, "Yes, you did a good job. I really did not make a mistake in handing over the gladiator school to you. Let them start the oath." The newcomers had recited the oath last night, but some of them were destined not to use it. Soon, a mixed oath sounded on the training ground. "I swear whether it is burning in the fire, or the sword, blood spilled on the battlefield. We will fight to the last moment. For the glory of Victor Arena. For the dignity of the gladiators. We will fight like real warriors. And dedicate our souls and bodies to our master. Marcos. When they finished the last sentence, the trainers around picked up a piece of red-hot iron and branded a Latin letter V on their arms, representing the Victor Arena. At the same time, a female slave came in from outside with a two-handled long-necked wine bottle, and Marcus, who had been sitting on the chair before, stood up at this time, took the wine glass from the hand of the female slave beside him, raised it and said, "Welcome, welcome everyone to join my gladiator school. It is well known that I am an extremely generous person. As long as you can bring victory to me and the arena, then I will definitely not be stingy with money or women. In order to celebrate your passing the assessment, I have prepared fine wine for you. When you return to the room, there is another gift waiting for you. So don't be polite. Have a carnival, my warriors. And if you want more, then remember to bring me more victories. Finally, may the goddess of vengeance Nemesis always favor you." After saying this, Marcus left the balcony with the help of the two female slaves beside him. Chapter 765 The Hot Baths That Take Rome by Storm. After Marcos left, Gabby explained some more things to note about gladiators, and then left in a hurry to discuss the opening match with Marcos. Bach performed well in the final assessment, allowing Gabby to pass successfully and even get praise from Marcos. But Gabby was not too happy, but frowned slightly. He has been in charge of Bach's training, so he knows Bach's true level very well. He always thinks that it is not a good thing to push Bach to the front now. In Gabby's original plan, Bach will have to undergo at least half a year of special training before he can barely become the face of the Victor Arena. It is not a good thing to push him out too early. But Marcos obviously does not have such good patience, especially when he saw Bach's outstanding performance today. He probably thinks about how to make the latter a new cash cow as soon as possible. Gabby didn't know how to convince Marcus. The people in charge had left, and only a group of gladiators who had just passed the training were left on the training ground. And the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Although they still couldn't get rid of their slave status after becoming regular employees, their treatment was much better than before. First of all, the cruel training before was gone. Although the regular gladiators themselves had to train constantly to improve their fighting skills, the intensity would not be as terrifying as before. Otherwise, considering the maintenance and rehabilitation methods of this era, the gladiators would be worn out by the school after only a few rounds. In addition, the accommodation conditions of the group have improved a lot. Before, more than a dozen people were squeezed into one room, but the official gladiators were 4 people in one room. The snoring at night was much less. In addition, there were free massages and baths. The free gladiators could leave the school at any time. They could even stop attending the school training, as long as they could ensure that they could go on the field on time. For example, Griff said that his wife had just given birth to a son for him. He didn't even drink much wine, but left the school and hurried home to hug the child. In fact, except for the unmarried playboy like Habitus, many free gladiators trained in school and went home to sleep at night. The slaves did not have such good treatment, but it was said that after performing in the Victor Arena for more than a year, they could go out for a breath of fresh air from time to time as long as they asked Gabby for permission. In addition, Gabby also promised them that as long as they could win a certain number of games, they could regain their status as free men. Of course, the social status of freed slaves was still slightly lower than that of normal Roman citizens, but higher than that of foreigners in Rome. This was undoubtedly the most exciting thing. Although compared with other slave gladiators, they were relatively dignified and worshipped by many young ladies and ladies. No one wanted to be a slave forever, with their life and death decided by others and sold like goods. Zhang Heng and Vero did not drink too much and returned to their new residence. When they opened the door, they immediately saw what the gift was that Marcus had mentioned. 4 female slaves were sitting quietly in the room. They were naked, but there was no shameful expression on their young faces. Instead, they generously raised their chests, as if they were silently inviting the two. However, Zhang Heng and Vero did not react much. After so many rounds of dungeons, pure physical stimulation was no longer able to attract Zhang Heng. He did not reject such things, but it was difficult to get much happiness from sleeping with someone who had no feelings for him. Vero was married and had many slaves in his family. He was familiar with this kind of thing. But he was not thinking about it at the moment. He turned to Zhang Heng and said, I plan to take a bath in the school bathroom. We haven't taken a good bath in so many days. I feel like I'm going to stink. What about you? I go with you. Zhang Heng nodded. In addition to Caesar and gladiators, the most famous thing about ancient Rome is probably their unusual obsession with bathing. Since the first hot water bath equipment was invented by the wealthy merchant Gaius in the early 1st century BC, bathing has become popular throughout the Roman Empire at an unimaginable speed and has become a part of the daily life of the Romans. No matter men, women, young or old, nobles or slaves, they cannot refuse hot baths. However, even in the domus of the rich, few built separate bathrooms. The ancient Romans were more accustomed to bathing in public baths. There are hundreds of baths of all sizes in the whole city of Rome. Among them, the largest and most famous baths of Trajan can accommodate 3,000 people bathing at the same time. And the entrance fees of these baths are basically very cheap. Take the baths of Trajan as an example. It only takes 1 quadrant. 16 quadrants equals 1 sesterce to enter the door. And with this money, you can't even get half a bowl of thick vegetable soup outside. According to Varro, the baths of Trajan are like a small city, and people who enter for the first time may even get lost inside. However, Zhang Heng had no chance to see it for the time being. He and Varro were now going to the gladiator school's own bathhouse, which was built specifically for gladiators, and was not open to the public. The smoke column at the top of the bathhouse could be seen from a distance. In terms of building scale, it was naturally not as large as the bathhouse outside, but it had a lot of things it should have, such as the large pool opposite the entrance. It provided cold water, and you could swim in it. Along the porch around the small swimming pool was a small courtyard, which was a place similar to a gym. There were 2 pairs of gladiators wrestling inside, and the rest of the people were standing on the side watching. In addition, there was a man punching a flour bag, a bit like a boxer in later generations practicing with a sandbag. Zhang Heng and Varro didn't look at it for long, and walked straight through the courtyard to their destination. The 3 rooms behind the courtyard symbolized hot water bath, warm water bath, and cold water bath respectively. Varro quickly took off his clothes, leaving only a belt wrapped around his waist, which made him look a bit like Tarzan. Varro put his clothes in the cabinet beside him, then turned to Zhang Heng and said, Come on, my oriental friend. I bet you will love the feeling next. You'd better not say such confusing words to me when you're dressed like this. Zhang Heng said as he took off his clothes. The 2 of them walked into the smallest hot water bathroom on the left, one after the other. As soon as they opened the door, Zhang Heng felt a wave of heat. And in addition, there was steaming white water vapor, and the stone pillars of the bathroom were faintly visible in it. Chapter 766. Can you describe what she looks like? Perhaps only in the bathhouse, where everyone is equal, can Varro temporarily forget his slave status and recall his past life. Especially when he walked into the hot tub and let his body completely soak in the hot water. Every pore seemed to be stretched. Varro couldn't help but let out a sigh of satisfaction. He closed his eyes in the pool, but after waiting for a while, he didn't see Zhang Heng go into the water. So he opened his eyes again. Come on. It will be a little hot at first, but after you get familiar with it, you will feel that your fatigue has been taken away by this warm water. When I was still running an antique shop, I often invited old customers to come to the bathhouse to talk business while taking a bath. As Varro spoke, he seemed to recall something, with a nostalgic look on his face. But the pain from the bruise on his chest soon brought him back to reality. That was left in his battle with Habitus. Although Zhang Heng's plan for him was successful, it also angered Habitus. After that, the latter did not hold back and directly slashed his chest with a sword, gaining the physiological power of the battle. Fortunately, after the doctor's examination, it was confirmed that his ribs were not broken. Zhang Heng did not follow Varro's words, but pointed to a corridor on the south side and asked, Where does that lead to? Varro poked his head out and took a look and said, It should be the hot air room. The hot air room is similar to a modern sauna room. It is the hottest place in the whole bathhouse. The temperature can reach 60 degrees. A constant stream of hot air comes out from the gaps between the walls and the floor. If you don't wear sandals, you will easily get burned. Did you see anything suspicious when you came in? Zhang Heng then continued. What does suspicious things mean? Varro was a little confused. There were not many gladiators taking a bath in the bathroom at this time. Apart from Zhang Heng and Varro, There were only 2 other people taking a bath in the hot water bathroom. But Vero knew that John Hung was not asking about those 2 people. John Hung did not explain much. Seeing that the other 2 people were resting with their eyes closed, John Hung did not ask them and walked directly to the hot water bathroom. His observation ability has always been good, especially after experiencing the deductive method copy and living with Holmes. But this time was also the first time he doubted what he saw with his own eyes. Because just now, when Vero pushed the door, John Hung saw a woman disappear in the passage leading to the hot spring bath. According to Vero, the Roman baths had designed different routes for men and women, but not many people followed them. The famous politician and orator Cicero also satirized this phenomenon, lamenting that it was morally corrupt. But it still could not stop the enthusiasm of women to enter the baths with men. However, this kind of thing would not happen in the baths of the gladiator school, because according to the regulations, this is the place where gladiators and trainers bathe, and the female slaves working in the gladiator school will bathe in the baths outside. Therefore, it is impossible for John Hung to see any woman here. Moreover, the other party's dress is very strange, wearing a black robe, wrapping herself tightly, and it is obvious that she is not from the school. How did such a person pass the inspection of the gatekeeper guarding the bathhouse gate? And how did he pass through the swimming pool and the yard in front, and walk all the way in under the noses of the gladiators, who were wrestling and working out? John Hung couldn't imagine the possibility of this. If it were an ordinary person, he might have forgotten about it. But John Hung instinctively realized that the other party might be coming for him. So he did not walk into the hot tub like Vero, but walked towards the hot air passage where the black-robed woman disappeared. Are you going directly to the hot air room? Don't you want to get used to the hot tub first? Vero shouted behind him. Be careful not to faint from the heat. Thank you for reminding me. You can take a bath first. Don't worry about me. John Hung walked into the south corridor while talking. He could clearly feel the temperature around him rising as he walked in, compared with the heat waves coming out of the hot air bathroom. The steam in the hot water bathroom was nothing at all, and it even made people feel a little cool. This is a real sauna room, and its function is very similar to the previous fitness center. The ancient Romans seemed to believe that sweating could expel toxins and diseases from the body. So whether it was wrestling or this hot air bathroom, it was to make the bather sweat more. John Hung walked through the narrow corridor and entered the circular room, because the floor was too hot. Lying down here would soon get him burned. In order to allow people to rest, the craftsmen who built the bathhouse opened many niches in the middle of the wall. But on the other hand, these niches would also block the view of people outside. But fortunately John Hung could judge whether there was anyone in the niche from the legs stretched out. He walked to the first niche with someone in it, where a gladiator sat. The latter probably felt that he had steamed enough, and before John Hung walked in front of him, he stood up and left the niche and walked towards the hot water bathroom outside. When the 2 of them turned sideways, he also nodded slightly to John Hung as a greeting. John Hung also returned the greeting and then walked to the next place. However, the legs that stretched out from the alcove this time did not look like the target John Hung was looking for. They were a pair of skinny and shriveled legs, which also indicated that its owner was an old man. And John Hung didn't know why. Although he had never seen the face under the black robe, he seemed to be sure that it was a young woman. Why was that? John Hung frowned, always feeling that something was wrong, as if he had missed something. At this time, a somewhat old voice sounded. Did you drop anything here? John Hung took another half step forward and finally saw the person in the niche clearly. It was the old Persian trainer he met when he first entered the gladiator school. The latter was dressed the same as him, wearing only a corset, sitting in the niche, as if to blend into the stone wall behind. Since the other party had spoken, John Hung politely asked, Have you been sitting here before? I wonder if you have seen a woman in a black robe. According to common sense, if the black-robed woman really entered the hot tub, the people inside would definitely not ignore her. If someone hadn't seen her, they would probably ask him if he was dazzled. However, the old trainer in the alcove reacted strangely. He neither said he had seen her nor doubted John Hung's eyes. Instead, he said calmly, Can you describe her appearance? I can't see her face. What about other parts of her body? For example, what is she holding in her hand? Is there anything else on her besides the black robe? Chapter 767 God of Murder and Assassins. Although he only had a brief glimpse before, John Hung's observation ability still recorded some information points. especially after the old trainer reminded him. Zhang Heng also recalled more details. She seemed to be barefoot, with a dagger in her hand, and an eagle head carved on the handle of the dagger. In addition, she also had a bunch of keys strung together with rattan hanging around her waist. How many keys are there? The old trainer continued to ask. I didn't count. 3. No. It should be 4. Zhang Heng paused. Apart from the corridor connected to the hot tub outside. Is there any other way out? I often come here to take a bath. And as far as I know, there is no other way out. The old trainer replied. So you mean she just disappeared out of thin air? This time, the old trainer did not answer Zhang Heng's question, but spit out a somewhat unfamiliar name. Clois. Who is this? The black-robed woman you met. The old trainer said. According to your description, it should be Cleis herself. She is the god of murder and assassins, in charge of the delicate balance between all things, wandering between chaos and order. You are lucky. Cleis rarely appears in front of people. So few people in this world can see her. As for her appearance, it is better for you not to know it, because those who have seen her appearance are no longer in this world. Why haven't I heard of her name? Zhang Heng frowned. In order to confirm the identity of the old man in the tang suit, he had previously made up some knowledge of mythology, and had some understanding of the beliefs of the ancient Romans. The Romans worshipped the names of gods in a rather mixed way. Many of the ancient Roman gods came from Greek mythology. In addition, as the empire continued to expand, other beliefs also flowed in, such as Christianity of the Jews, some ancient religions of Egypt, and even the ancestors of the barbarians. However, the name of Cleis was not among them. Like I said, not many people can see her, the old trainer said, and looked at Zhang Heng meaningfully. However, contrary to his expectations, Zhang Heng showed neither awe nor suspicion when he heard this, but a thoughtful look. I remember. This is not the first time we have met. Huh? Considering the game background, there is basically a god hidden behind each copy. Zhang Heng did briefly doubt whether he had met the god in this copy until he remembered where he had seen him before. I saw her on a long-necked wine bottle, just when I was celebrating my official gladiator qualification. Zhang Heng said. Interesting. Has anyone been playing tricks like psychological suggestion in the 2nd century AD? Zhang Heng had used a similar trick once before, in the leaker's copy, where he used psychological suggestion to unconsciously implant the idea of going to the ski resort in Leia's mind. He didn't expect that now that the situation has changed, someone has used this trick on him, and the other party's approach is undoubtedly more covert and advanced. There is no such thing as Cleis. Right? The figure I glimpsed outside the door was you. Judging from your sweaty state, you should have just entered this room not long ago. I should have thought of it earlier, since this room has only one exit. Then excluding irrelevant people, the only person left is the answer. But simple psychological suggestion cannot make me hallucinate. There must be other auxiliary means. Zhang Heng lowered his head and thought again. Wine? You or your people tampered with my bottle of wine. Right? Zhang Heng recalled the slave girl holding the two-handled high-neck bottle at that time. The latter walked straight towards him. At that time, only he and Vero were standing there. Vero wanted to drink it, but soon another slave girl came to him with a new bottle of wine. So in the end, only Zhang Heng drank the wine in the bottle. At that time, he felt that the taste of the wine was a little strange, as if it was mixed with some herbs. However, it was also the first time for Zhang Heng to drink wine from the 2nd century AD, so he didn't think much about it at that time. But thinking about what happened to him later, Zhang Heng quickly found the root of the problem. The old Persian trainer listened quietly to Zhang Heng's analysis, and then he said, I was right. You are the one we are looking for. We? Oh, so you really have an accomplice. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. I prefer to call them companions, said the old Persian trainer. Also, I watched your final assessment, and I think you hid your strength in the battle. Right? You even deceived Gabby, who discovered Cisnatus and trained Cisnatus to become the trump card of Victor Arena against all odds. But he was wrong about you. I don't know what you're talking about. There is no witness or physical evidence for this kind of thing. Zhang Heng will definitely not admit it. Don't worry. I won't tell Gabby, the old Persian trainer said. You don't need to be so wary of us. We have no hostility towards you. Your tricks don't look like you have no hostility, Zhang Heng said. You have put in a lot of effort to make me believe what I saw. And you even made up a god of murder and assassins. I didn't lie to you. The old Persian trainer blinked. At least not in the matter of Cleus. She is indeed the god we worship. But you said, she is the god of murder and assassins. So we are killers and assassins. The old Persian trainer said. I come from an ancient and mysterious organization. Our history is longer than that of Rome. Thousands of years old. But during this period, we have always been low-key. I think we still have some common language in this regard. If you want to ask me why I am here, the reason is very simple. I have some friendship with Gabby. He invited me to train gladiators for him. But in fact, most of the time, I only need to be responsible for the training of Habitus alone. Did you teach Habitus how to move? Most of it. But he also made some improvements on this basis to adapt to the needs of gladiator performances. Then I suggest you continue to train him. Because I heard that he seems to want to be the trump card of Victor Arena. Zhang Heng said tactfully. You should focus on him instead of disturbing me. Chapter 768 Free Lunch. Habitus. He can't become the trump card of Victor Arena. The old Persian trainer shook his head and said. I told Gabby that his potential has been developed to the top. And now is his limit. Is his potential developed to the top? Or are you unwilling to develop it further? Zhang Heng asked. The old Persian trainer smiled slyly and asked. Is there any difference between the two? Oh, I knew it. It's not our fault. The old trainer said seriously. But I did miscalculate this time. We had agreed with him to get what we wanted. But he suddenly changed his mind afterwards. You want me to believe that Habitus broke the contract between himself and an ancient assassin organization. What? Does he think his life is too long? Although we are an assassin organization, we act with more principles than most people in the world who claim to be noble. We will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. And strictly speaking, there is no contract between us and Habitus. The old trainer said helplessly. I understand. You threw out the bait, making him believe that you can really help him improve his fighting skills. Then he took the bait and learned the steps from you. But he didn't intend to take the bait. It was a smart move. Then the question is, you chose me as a replacement for Habitus. Why do you believe that I will take the bait? What bait did you prepare for me? Because the hot air in the hot air bathroom was steaming. Zhang Heng was now covered in sweat. And the old Persian trainer opposite was in the same situation. The latter spoke. There is no bait this time. And I don't intend to use you as a replacement for Habitus. Because Habitus was not the most suitable candidate for us from the beginning. We just couldn't find anyone else suitable. So we had no choice but to choose him. What do you mean? Are you planning to get something for nothing? No. I want to invite you to join us. Not as a peripheral member of a cooperative relationship like Habitus. I mean to become a real core member. Or more precisely, we want to add you to the list of new core members to be my successor. Because as I said before, we are a very old organization with our own principles and traditions. We have very few core members. And we will only absorb new blood after the old people retire. And they need to pass the test. The old trainer paused. Don't rush to refuse. Tell me what you want most now. My freedom? If you can pass the test and become one of us, you will be free. The old trainer promised. What about my friend's freedom? The slave named Vero? I sympathize with his plight. And this is not a difficult matter for us. 30,000 sesterces? This time the old trainer hesitated. This, although we can take out this money, it is not in accordance with the rules. But I can agree to it first. If you really pass the test, I can personally provide you with funds. I didn't realize you're quite rich. And I want to join the Senate after I'm free. Zhang Heng made the last condition. The old trainer shook his head as soon as he heard this. This is impossible. Although our organization does have many powerful allies in politics. It's ridiculous to let a newly liberated slave become a senator. He suddenly paused when he said this. And suddenly realized. You don't really want to join the Senate. The previous conditions were just to see how powerful we are. If this is the case, you're probably going to be disappointed. As I said, we don't have many core members. And they are mostly civilians. They can't affect the daily operation of the Senate. That's a pity, Zhang Heng said. Because I can get freedom by my own strength. 30,000 sesterces sounds like a lot. But if I want to earn it, it's not impossible. Only the Senate seems to be a little interesting. But you can't do it. With your strength, you can indeed get freedom. But it will take at least 3 years. The old trainer said. Newcomers with average strength don't have many performance opportunities at the beginning. We can help you solve this problem. When the time is right, I can get you out of here together. In addition to the above conditions, I can also teach you how to fight. I know how to fight. Yes, but what you know is the fighting style of a warrior. I can teach you the fighting style of an assassin. We have turned killing into an art. We don't strike easily at ordinary times. But once we strike, we will take a life. The old trainer looked at John Hung. What do you think? The steps I taught Habitus are just the most basic entry-level stuff. The really powerful skills are only accessible to core members. I have to admit that John Hung was quite moved by the old trainer's last suggestion. So far, John Hung has gained a lot from the 9 rounds of the main story. Game props are secondary. Skills are the most valuable part, which only take a lot of time to learn. However, if John Hung only learns the fighting and training methods of gladiators in this round of dungeons, it will not improve much. After all, his sword skills have reached level 4, and he has accumulated enough combat experience in the 10-year dungeon of Black Sail. Now he can walk sideways in the arena. In comparison, the assassin's fighting skills are more valuable to him. As for the old trainer's words that it would take 3 years to get free, John Hung didn't take it too seriously. He admitted that he didn't expect it would take so long to get free from the arena at first. Of course, what the old trainer said was just a normal situation. In fact, there is also a special situation. That is, defeating an opponent who seems invincible, so that the audience in the entire arena cheers for you and unanimously demands that you be given freedom. At this time, even the owner of the gladiator school has no way to refuse, because the ancient Romans still attach great importance to public opinion, at least when they are in the stands. John Hung hid his strength before, not only because he didn't want to be a cash cow for Mark Rosenberg, but also to prepare for a quick escape through this method. Of course, if the old trainer had a way to get him out of the gladiator school, John Hung would not object. After all, he would not deliberately cause trouble for himself if there was an easy way. However, John Hung also knew one thing. There is no free lunch in this world. The old trainer obviously concealed some things from him, such as what exactly he was cooperating with Habitus before, why the two sides broke down in the talks. And the reason why the old trainer appeared here was probably not as simple as he said that he was invited by Gabby. And what the so-called test to become a core member was, John Hung did not ask, because he knew that asking would not yield any results. At least for now. Both sides had value to each other. And John Hung had another biggest advantage, which was that he did not have to think about the future. After all, this was just a dungeon world for him. Even if the extra time was taken into account, he would leave in a year and a half. This was also the reason why he took the gladiator oath so happily before. As long as it was not something that would bring immediate danger, he would agree to it first. So Zhang Hung asked, "What do you need me to do?" Chapter 769 Massage and Herbs. The old trainer opened his mouth and suddenly closed it again. Not long after that, John Hung also heard voices and faint footsteps coming from the corridor. A large group of gladiators came in from outside in 2s and 3s. They were probably just finishing training somewhere, and were still talking and laughing with each other. So the old trainer changed his words and said, "I will find you. Let's talk about it later." After saying that, he got down from the alcove and walked out of the hot bath. And John Hung steamed in it for a while, and returned to the hot bath. As a first-time steam bather, I have to admit that you lasted quite long, Vero said after seeing John Hung come out. The former antique dealer seemed to have recovered a lot of energy after soaking in the pool for a while, and stood up from the bathtub. "It's my turn next. I wait for you here," John Hung said. After Vero came out of the hot steam bath, the two went to the cold water bath next door. The bathing habits of the ancient Romans were very strange. They seemed to like the feeling of alternating hot and cold. But in fact, this way of bathing is likely to cause heart problems. In addition, staying in a cold and humid environment for a long time may also cause sailor syndrome and hearing loss. In comparison, women in ancient Rome were much better, and they hardly took cold baths. John Hung only tried it once, and didn't plan to take a bath like this. In addition, he also advised Vero not to take a bath like this in the future. The latter now obeyed John Hung's words, and nodded, and agreed immediately without asking why. The two of them ended their trip to the bathhouse with a massage. According to Vero, although the entrance fee to the bathhouse outside is very cheap, the services such as storing clothes, snacks, and massages are all charged separately. In contrast, The bathhouse of the gladiator school is free of charge in order to protect the valuable assets of the school owner. This is probably one of the few benefits of being a gladiator. When John Hung and Vero returned to their residence, the battle over there had already ended. The 4 slave girls had left the room, and the remaining 2 drunken gladiators were lying on the bed. Judging from the smiles on their lips, they should still be dreaming. Today is the day when all the newcomers pass the assessment. Gabby also knows that everyone has been suppressed for a long time during this period. So no training was arranged on this day, and everyone was allowed to have a carnival. However, Vero himself seemed very restrained. He just took a hot bath to recover his mental and physical fatigue, and then returned to the training ground and began to train spontaneously. He knew that he was lucky to pass the assessment this time, even without the problem of habitus. His skills were still ranked at the bottom among the newcomers. In order to successfully leave here and take revenge, he needed to further improve his fighting skills to survive in the next battle. As for John Hung, he took a nap and then wandered around the gladiator school until dark. After obtaining the official gladiator status, their range of activities has indeed expanded a lot. As long as they do not leave the gate of the gladiator school, they can basically go anywhere. John Hung first visited a few gladiators and learned more about the gladiator school and the personnel inside, especially the information of some trainers, to know what they are good at, in preparation for asking for advice later. John Hung paid special attention to the information related to the old Persian trainer, but the information collected so far is similar to what was said before. His name is Dadatus. He entered the gladiator school half a year ago. He trained a class of newcomers, and then took charge of habitus training. His origin is very mysterious. It is said that he has some relationship with Gabby. The two have known each other for many years. But other than that, people don't know much about him. Some gladiators have asked him for advice on training. Dadatus accepted all the questions, but his answers were not much different from those of other trainers. So gradually no one came to him. Afterwards, John Hung went to the medical room again. Almost every gladiator school is equipped with a medical room, so that gladiators with minor injuries can go on the field again after treatment and recuperation, greatly reducing the losses of the owner of this place. To be fair, the skills of these doctors in this era are still good. Take the gladiator school where John Hung is as an example. There are even retired imperial doctors working here. They are particularly good at dealing with trauma and bone injuries. They are even equipped with some copper or steel surgical tools, which are very similar to modern surgical instruments. However, there are no other effective anesthetics except alcohol and opium. And of course, there are no disinfection methods. In addition, they didn't have any good way to treat injuries to internal tissues and organs, so they could only let their patients slowly wait to die. When John Hung entered the room, he saw a doctor with half a white beard bandaging a gladiator with a leg injury. John Hung stood by the door and waited for a while. After the doctor finished the work at hand and reminded the injured gladiator patient of precautions, he finally looked up at John Hung. "Where are you injured?" "Let me see." "I'm not injured," John Hung said. The doctor frowned. "Then why did you come here?" "Oh, I want to ask you if you can buy herbs here?" John Hung explained his purpose. He used the remaining time in the alien copy to teach himself some knowledge of herbal medicine, just to deal with the current situation where medical care is not well developed in the copy that is too old. John Hung picked some commonly used herbs, such as anti-inflammatory and swelling, diarrhea and fever, and bruises. Most of them are distributed in the Mediterranean. But even so, he still spent a long time, even drawing and gesturing, to barely explain the appearance of those herbs. After hearing this, the doctor was skeptical. Fortunately, John Hung was lucky to meet a relatively open-minded doctor. In addition, some herbal medicines were popular in this era or even earlier. After all, apart from these surgeons, the mainstream treatment for internal diseases at that time was still herbal medicine and prayer. The doctor promised to help John Hung find it. If it was really effective, he would not charge John Hung money. Anyway, the cost of the treatment room was borne by the gladiator school. This was why he was willing to accept the invitation to be a doctor here. In addition to the generous remuneration, he could also get a lot of opportunities to verify his medical theories. It was not until the evening that John Hung returned to his residence. During this period, the old Persian trainer did not come to him again, as if he had forgotten him. Chapter 770 No More Fighting. It was unknown when the two gladiators in the same room woke up. Anyway, they were gone when John Hung returned to the room. It was not until it was completely dark that they walked into the room again, arm in arm, and they still smelled of alcohol. In fact, their choice was not difficult to understand. Although there were slave gladiators like Cisneus and Galba who were constantly freed in the gladiator school, only a small number of slave gladiators could be freed. More people died in the arena in the end. Although the death rate of gladiators has dropped significantly compared to BC, the average survival age of 25 years old can still explain a lot of problems. If you don't enjoy yourself in time, you may not have time to enjoy yourself tomorrow. Not to mention that they are only reveling for one day. After a while, Varro also came back from the training ground. He chatted with Zhang Heng briefly, and then went to bed. Late at night, the whole city of Rome was quiet from the hustle and bustle, except for a few domes and temples that were still lit with oil lamps. Most places were plunged into darkness. Zhang Heng also closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep, until someone pushed his body. Zhang Heng opened his eyes, and saw the face of the old Persian trainer, who was standing in front of his bed, and gestured to him to go out and talk. Then he walked out of the room first. Zhang Heng put on his sandals, and followed the old trainer, passing through the three people who were still sleeping in the room, and came to the yard outside. At least for now. The other party's previous story was not made up. Zhang Heng has experienced so many rounds of dungeons, many of which are full of dangers. This has also made him develop the habit of staying alert when sleeping. Generally speaking, the sound of someone or something moving will wake him up from his sleep. Of course, this ability may not be as useful as before in the gladiator dormitory where snoring is everywhere. But the fact that the old trainer can come to his bed unknowingly can also explain a lot of problems. If the other party had wanted to kill him, he would have been beheaded. So, is this the assassin's fighting style? Zhang Heng saw the old trainer turn into a small training ground in front, so he followed him. But when he entered the training ground, he did not see the old trainer inside. The training ground was no longer as lively as it was during the day, and the entire training ground was empty. But soon, Zhang Heng felt alert in his heart. Something was attacking him from behind. Although the opponent's movements were very light, and almost did not cause any airflow. However, Zhang Heng's rich combat experience still played a role at this time. He twisted his body, and avoided the attack at the last moment. He also saw clearly that the object attacking him was a small wooden dagger. The old trainer was also a little surprised to see Zhang Heng dodge the attack, including the silent arrival at Zhang Heng's bed and disappearance. He originally wanted to let Zhang Heng intuitively feel the power of the assassin in this way, but he didn't expect that he would overturn at the end. He knew that Zhang Heng had hidden his strength in the final assessment before, but he didn't expect the latter to hide so much strength. In addition, he is getting older, and his skills have indeed declined a lot compared to when he was young. No one can fight against the biggest enemy of time, whether it is an assassin or a gladiator. His physical fitness is indeed not as good as Wang Shi as he gets older. As a person who has been with death for many years, he can clearly feel the aging of his body, and he also increasingly understands what it feels like to be powerless. On the other side, Zhang Heng had already distanced himself from the old trainer. He looked around and was about to find a weapon, but he didn't expect that the old trainer would give up the attack the next moment and turn around and run out of the training ground. Zhang Heng didn't rush to chase him, but went to the room where weapons were stored. He could see that the old trainer had no ill will towards him, so he only took a wooden training sword. As a result, as soon as he stepped out of the door, another dagger stabbed at his throat. Pay attention to places that can block your vision. These are the best places for assassins to attack, the old trainer whispered. But this time Zhang Heng was prepared and blocked the dagger from the opposite side with the wooden sword in his hand. In fact, to be fair, the old trainer's attack was still very good. It was faster than the previous sneak attack from behind, with a more subtle angle, and it was still silent. But unfortunately, his opponent was Zhang Heng, whose sword skills had reached level 4. Once the latter had a sword in hand, even the best assassin in the world would find it difficult to break his defense. The old trainer still hit, and left without any lingering fight. This time he jumped directly onto a wall not far away. But Zhang Heng followed closely behind and climbed over the wall to enter the next courtyard. But just in this moment of delay, the old trainer disappeared from his sight again. However, Zhang Heng soon thought of something, raised the wooden sword in his hand, and took the stab from the sky. Everyone's eyes can be deceived. Learn to use the target's observation habits. The old trainer was like a ghost coming out of a shadow, light and ghostly. But then he stopped Zhang Heng's plan to pursue the victory, holding the earth wall beside him and said, "Wait, let me take a breath." So Zhang Heng also politely put away the training sword in his hand. The old trainer rested for a while and regained his strength. But he didn't seem to want to continue. He waved his hand a little bit and said, "No more fighting. Let's stop here." "Yeah." Zhang Heng felt a little regretful. Although the two sides only fought 3 moves, the old trainer adopted a fighting style that he had never seen before. It really broadened his horizons and made him gain something. But Dadatis had already hung up the card of exemption from fighting. And Zhang Heng was not easy to bully the old man. In fact, an excellent assassin generally will not assassinate the same target more than 3 times. If 3 times are unsuccessful, it means that Cleus does not want to take the target's life. At this time, as an assassin, no matter how generous the reward is, no matter how sufficient the reason is, you should choose to let go. The old trainer paused and said, "I have to admit that I underestimated you. Even if I were younger, I would not be sure to kill you with those 3 sneak attacks just now. But don't be too happy too soon. Top assassins will not have only one way to kill their targets." When Dadatis said this, Zhang Heng did not say anything. He was a little discouraged. The main reason was that according to the original plan, he should quietly use the wooden dagger to press against Zhang Heng back, and use a low voice to tell the other party that you are dead. Then he can be more convincing when talking about his glorious history. Chapter 771. Have you been to the market? The old trainer found a step in the yard and sat on it. Assassin is one of the oldest professions of mankind, because most of people's troubles are caused by people. If you solve the people who cause you troubles, you will solve your troubles. This is hard to refute, Zhang Heng said. Dadatis continued. No one knows who the first assassin was, because those who are good at this industry are nameless people. Once they become famous, they are basically not far from death. We are different from the dead soldiers. We pursue rewards. And the most important thing to get rewards is to survive first. Although there is no name in history, our figures are everywhere. For thousands of years, we have been hiding in the grass, committed to solving the troubles of ordinary people's lives, or serving emperors and generals, changing the direction of history with the daggers in our hands. Well, it sounds like you're quite busy. Of course, in the early days, the assassins basically fought on their own and didn't have much overlap. Everyone served different people, which certainly gave us unparalleled freedom. However, due to the lack of faith, we were always in a state of disunity. This situation lasted until about 1,000 years ago, when a retired senior received the oracle of Cleus and began to think of ways to integrate the power of the assassins together. So this is the origin of the Assassin's Brotherhood? Zhang Heng interrupted. The old trainer was stunned. What Assassin's Brotherhood? Sorry, I'm on Ubisoft. Please continue, Zhang Heng said. The old trainer frowned. He didn't understand what Ubisoft meant. However, considering that Zhang Heng came from the Far East, it was normal for the two sides to have some differences in communication, as long as it was not too important information. He didn't mean to dwell on it. That senior found the 6 most powerful assassins at the time and conveyed Kriya's intention to them. However, it was not smooth at the beginning because people who would do this job basically don't like to be constrained. But the senior told others that joining the organization would not have much impact on their daily lives. On the contrary, the organization could become a bridge for them to exchange intelligence, share resources, and help each other. The old trainer paused. Although assassins prefer to act alone, this does not mean that an assassin can do everything by himself. Accepting commissions requires middlemen. On the one hand, middlemen have rich connections and are convenient for finding target employers. On the other hand, it can allow assassins to avoid direct contact with employers. This is also to protect the safety of assassins. After all, assassination is not a glorious thing. There are also employers who want to solve this hidden danger together after solving the problem, so as to completely eliminate worries. And the assassin's early investigation of the target also requires the help of other people. These people may be street thieves, or they may be sociable nobles and merchants, so that they can approach different targets. In addition, assassins sometimes need some help during the evacuation phase. In short, any perfect assassination requires detailed investigation, countless rehearsals, and corresponding post-processing. After all, we are also human beings, not gods. Hee hee. This is probably a certain degree of craftsmanship, Zhang Heng said. To sum up, I believe you can also see the benefits of establishing an organization. It can concentrate the resources of the members to form an intelligence network, and finally serve the members of the organization. In addition, when a member of the organization is in danger, others can also provide assistance to him. After all, dealing with an assassin and provoking a group of assassins are two completely different concepts. It makes sense, but the question is, what benefits does this bring to the convener? You also said before that he had retired at that time. Why did he come back and spend so much effort to set up an organization that he could not use himself? Like I said, assassins have been a mess for thousands of years. The root cause is that they lack faith. A common goal can bring them together. This is what the original founder of the Balance Blade wanted to do. We believe in Cleus, the god of murder and assassins, who controls the delicate balance between all things. All we have to do is to maintain this balance for her through assassination. The old trainer looked into Zhang Heng's eyes and said seriously, balance is important, because only balance is the best state of all things, which can benefit everyone in the world, especially the lowest civilians and slaves. Of course, the Balance Blade pays attention to the interests of all classes. In principle, everyone is part of the world and together constitutes balance. But what we care about most is indeed the masses at the bottom. The reason is simple. Because they have the largest number of people. You want to benefit the slaves. Why don't you just liberate them? Zhang Heng asked. We free the slaves. Then what? The old trainer asked. Have you ever been to the market? Yes. The market is like a microcosm of the world, with all kinds of people. Blacksmiths, farmers, carpenters, tailors. Everyone is selling their own things. We all have things to sell and things to buy. And all of this together is balance. Now, if you take the farmers out of the market, what will happen? Tailors have no cloth. Taverns have no raw materials for brewing. Women can't buy food. The balance is broken, and everyone will suffer. The same is true for slaves. As I said, the blade of balance has existed for thousands of years. We have seen too many things. The rise and fall of countries, the replacement of dynasties, the prosperity and destruction of cities. And there are also enslaved people who successfully kill their enslavers. But after that, will the slaves be liberated as they claim? No. They just became a new group of slave owners. People at the bottom often fail to realize that no matter how society changes, the bottom will always exist. Just like you can't take farmers out of the market. This is part of the balance. So you tend to maintain the rule of the current rulers? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. No. We only maintain balance. The old trainer said. We believe that a stable ruling structure can maximize the benefits of all classes. But we also know that there is no eternal dynasty or rule in this world. Just as chaos is the only way before the establishment of a new order. We do not reject chaos. Then what is your position? Zhang Heng frowned. Let everything return to balance. The old trainer replied. If the nobles are too powerful, we will clip their wings. When the emperor's power is too great, we will find ways to limit the emperor's power. When meaningless riots occur among civilians and slaves, we will also assist the army to suppress the riots in the shortest possible time to avoid causing greater losses. When chaos comes, we will also help the true king ascend the throne and restore balance. Chapter 772. Then I still have to listen. Aren't you meddling too much? Zhang Heng asked. No. We are just doing minor repairs on the original buildings, which does not go against the general trend. Moreover, we do not seek fame or profit. We are people who live in the shadow of history. Even most people do not know our existence. This is why the Balance Blade can be passed down for thousands of years. In fact, most of the time we are just bystanders. And within the organization, we prefer to call ourselves repairmen. The old trainer said. Let's talk about Balance Blade. Balance Blade is composed of two parts. One part is the core members of the organization. For the first generation of Balance Blade, it is the convener plus the 6 strongest assassins in the world. A total of 7 people. The other part is people who have intersections with assassins or rely on assassins to make a living, including some intelligence dealers, a small number of nobles, and a large number of civilians at the bottom, slaves, as well as weapons dealers and doctors, etc. They are considered the peripheral personnel of Balance Blade. However, as Balance Blade developed, the numbers of these two groups of people changed. Although the organization encountered several very serious crises, it was still growing in general. However, most of the growth was in peripheral members. The number of core members was relatively stable and only experienced a few expansions. In addition, about 400 years ago, we also began to open up to other assassins, allowing them to exchange some intelligence and resources from the organization. Their status is basically equivalent to peripheral personnel, and the corresponding responsibilities are relatively limited. In their eyes, Balance Blade is just an organization that provides services to assassins in exchange for rewards. What about your core members? How many people are there now? This time, the old trainer did not answer every question. This is a higher-level secret. When you pass the test and take over from me as a candidate to become a member of the organization, you will naturally know it. The old trainer paused. You asked what you need to do after joining us. I can answer this question now. Just like what the original convener answered the 6 assassins, becoming a member of the Balance Blade will not affect your daily life in most cases. In theory, only when the priest receives the oracle from Creus will the Balance Blade summon members and intervene. So all your actions are basically based on the so-called oracle obtained by a priest? Congratulations. That sounds really reliable. Can I ask how often she gets an oracle? Mortals cannot guess the will of the gods, so no one can predict when the oracle will come, the old trainer said, thinking for a moment and added, but if you are asking about the past, then according to past experience, at most there have been 6 oracles in a month, and at least there have been oracles that appear only once every 40 years. Some members have not even received an oracle until they retire. I like the latter situation, Zhang Heng said, but I guess I don't have such good luck. Since you appear in the gladiator school to look for gladiators, it means that a new oracle has appeared. That's right. The old trainer nodded. Is your target Marcus? No. If it's him, you can solve it yourself. And there's no need to cooperate with Habitus. There are many targets that gladiators can contact, but the ones who give you a headache should be the bigwigs with high positions and power. Zhang Heng analyzed. Unfortunately, I can't tell you the name of the target at this stage, but I can tell you that your test is indeed related to this oracle. How about it? Do you want to become one of us? Dodotus asked. Zhang Heng shrugged. After hearing so many secrets about you, do I have a second choice? I know there are still many confusions in my heart, and I can't fully understand our philosophy. But as long as you are willing to open your eyes and observe the world around you carefully, you will feel that balance is everywhere. And as your teacher, I can teach you the way of balance. I don't think it's necessary to teach you the way of balance. You've explained it clearly before, Zhang Heng said. I already fully understand your style and philosophy. I mean the fighting skills. Oh, then I still want to listen. Dodotus was also a little speechless. He could see that Zhang Heng didn't agree with the idea of the Balance Blade in his heart, and he didn't have much respect for Cleus. This might be related to his origin from the East, which made him different from most Romans. In Rome, the worship of gods penetrated into every corner of life, and even foreign gods were very tolerant. The reason why Zhang Heng was willing to join the Balance Blade was purely for those assassin fighting skills. But now that Dodotus has lost Habitus, he can't find a better replacement. Moreover, in Dodotus' eyes, Zhang Heng is a natural assassin. He is different from Habitus, a defective product. He is simply the most perfect assassin template created by Creus himself. Calm, low-key, with excellent observation and analysis skills. From the 3 previous encounters, his physical fitness and reaction ability are also top-notch. He doesn't even need to be carefully crafted. Just a little polishing will make him shine. If such a talent cannot be absorbed into the Balance Blade, it will be a loss for the Balance Blade. In addition, Dodotus himself is also selfish. As he gets older, he can feel more and more powerless. So he really starts to put the search for an heir on the agenda. The 3 assassinations before failed, and he felt lost and unwilling. But he was actually a little happy besides the unwillingness and loss, because he once again confirmed that Zhang Heng was the person he wanted to find. But the old man was a little too enthusiastic now. He was like all those who are in unrequited love, comforting himself that feelings would come after cultivation. How the other party viewed the concept of the Balance Blade had nothing to do with Clois. Anyway, he would marry her first to occupy the position. There was a long way to go, and there was nothing wrong with being together. So he coughed and said, according to the plan, I should teach you about fighting first. But you are already very good at direct combat, so don't worry about that. I can teach you assassination skills later. I see that you seem to be very interested in Habitus's steps. So I will start with stealth, which is also one of the basic skills of an assassin. Chapter 773 Be prepared. Because this was the first teaching session between Dodotis and John Hung. It lasted quite a long time. It was not until the sky was about to turn pale that some diligent slaves had already gotten up from the ground and started to prepare breakfast. And then, they had to come to an end. But the two people on the training ground felt a little unsatisfied. The old trainer not only taught John Hung stealth skills as agreed, but also briefly introduced other combat skills of assassins. In this regard, Balance Blade did a good job, because those who joined Balance Blade were basically top assassins, and everyone had a unique skill, even if they were not willing to pass on their skills when they were young. When they got old, people like Dodotis would want to leave something behind. Assassins themselves are people hidden in the shadows of history. The more successful assassins are, the less likely their names will be passed down. But that is why everyone wants to prove that they have been here. Although Balance Blade may not have had similar ideas when it was first established, its existence has indeed played a great role in the preservation and development of the traditional craft of assassination. Dodotis knew what John Hung cared about, and took the initiative to tell him that there was a library in the secret base of Balance Blade, which only core members could enter. There were many ancient assassin skills and related deeds stored in it, most of which he had never seen, because everyone's energy was limited. But if there was one person who could learn all the skills in it, the old man thought it was probably John Hung, because the latter was the person with the best learning and understanding ability he had ever seen, with level 4 sword skills and many dungeon combat experiences as a foundation. Especially John Hung had visited all the big and small dojos and Kyoto dungeons at the end of the shogunate, learning the strengths of various schools, which made him more comfortable in contacting and learning new combat methods, which was incomparable to others. For John Hung, the old trainer was like opening a new door for him, allowing him to further enrich his arsenal, and at the same time get a glimpse of another combat style. And he did benefit a lot from it. Of course, understanding is one thing, and training is another. Take the stealth skills that Dodotis has given him now. For example, from understanding to mastering, and then to being able to use them skillfully. There is still a long way to go. Fortunately, John Hung has the most time. After the technical teaching was over, the old trainer did not rush to leave, and said, "With your skills and brains, I don't know how you ended up in the gladiator school, but from your previous performance, I can probably guess what you are thinking. You want to rely on the gladiator performance to quietly obtain the status of a free man, and then leave here. You know that it is not easy to get away from Markless if you perform too poorly or too well. You are very smart. But what if I ask you to show your strength?" John Hung raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry about getting out. We can help you and your friends leave here as soon as this is over. Do you want me to become more famous?" "Yes, because I'm going to send you to the gladiatorial show at the Flavian Amphitheater in 2 months. There's a show at the Flavian Amphitheater in 2 months? How did you know?" As I said before, the Balance Blade has its own intelligence network, and this matter is no longer a secret. The Senate was discussing this matter some time ago. They have received accurate information that the war between the Empire and the Germans is over, and the new emperor is returning to Rome with his army. The vanguard should arrive in 1.5 months at the earliest, and the coronation ceremony should be after that. At that time, the Flavian Amphitheater will hold a grand gladiatorial show. Not only those royal gladiators, but also other gladiator schools will select people to participate. The old trainer paused, and continued, "Although the subsidies are unlikely to be satisfactory, it is related to the honor of each school, and in order to give face to the Senate and the new emperor, everyone must send out their best lineup. The best gladiators in Rome will gather together to compete in front of 90,000 spectators. The winner will not only bring reputation to himself and his gladiator school, but also receive rewards from His Majesty the Emperor. I'm just a newcomer. Victor Arena won't choose me. Even if Gabby doesn't want Bach to appear so early. Don't we still have Habitus and other famous gladiators?" John Hung had just consulted other gladiators in the afternoon, and he knew a lot more about this industry than before. He knew that new gladiators usually had to wait for several months before they had the opportunity to perform on stage for the first time. Of course, potential new stars like Bach were another matter. In order to quickly gain profits from them, the gladiator school would push them out early and treat them as cash cows. They would also have to participate in performances much more frequently than ordinary gladiators. Don't worry about that. If you don't have any objections, we will arrange the rest for you, said the old trainer. I have no objection. You teach me fighting skills and I help you. This is fair, said Zhang Heng. Dada sighed secretly after hearing this. He certainly hoped that Zhang Heng would feel a sense of belonging to the balanced blade, rather than just looking at things from the perspective of a transaction. But he knew that such things could not be rushed. In the end, he just said, "Be prepared. Your first battle will come soon." Zhang Heng sneaked back to his residence before Vero and the other two gladiators woke up. No one except the old Persian trainer and himself knew what happened last night. After that, he devoted himself to daily training like other newcomers, in addition to the basic training that every gladiator needs to complete. Zhang Heng mainly practiced the things that the old trainer taught him in the targeted training. A week passed in a blink of an eye. Zhang Heng has basically started to learn how to sneak. Now, if he wants, he can reduce the sound of his footsteps by half. He tried to use what he had just learned to sneak into the kitchen and steal some bread without being discovered by the chef who was cooking behind his back. On the other hand, the first batch of matches was finally arranged. Gabby was ultimately unable to convince Mark Rouse, who was eager to make money, and could only hastily launch Bach, who had not yet been fully trained. However, he still gained some initiative in selecting players, and persuaded Mark Rouse not to arrange a quasi-ace player to compete with Bach right away. This would certainly sacrifice some of the audience's attention to Bach, but in exchange, it would increase the chances of winning. In addition, according to convention, Gabby also needs to select some cannon fodder from the newcomers. Chapter 774 First Battle Grouping. Bach. Opponent Rufus. As soon as Gabby finished speaking, there was a burst of surprise from the newcomers, and they couldn't help but whisper to each other. Gabby's appearance here today actually surprised many people, because although everyone present passed the final assessment and became a gladiator, it stands to reason that most gladiators would not appear so soon, and they still need to go through several months of training. Of course, some unlucky people who are not very optimistic may be pulled out early, and the risk of death for these people will be very high. But Bach is the strongest among the newcomers this year, so it is impossible for him to be abandoned so early. And you have to know that his opponent is Rufus. Rufus, known as the Black Scythe. Rufus's profession is a protector, which is a branch of the net fighter, but it is relatively rare. His weapons also include a trident and a fishing net. But in addition to this, he also has a metal sleeve and a full body armor. The sleeve covers the entire arm and can be used as a shield to block damage together with the armor, solving the defect of the net fighter's lack of protection. At the same time, the metal sleeve will also be equipped with a sickle-shaped blade, which can also be used as a weapon when necessary. Unlike the net fighter, the protector is a profession that no one wants to encounter. Moreover, Rufus himself is still the best among the protectors, although he is not as famous as Habitus. His popularity is almost equal to that of Galba. If you have to choose one of the two as an opponent, basically everyone who is not crazy will choose Galba, because Galba's fame is largely related to his age and the time he worked in the Victor Arena. But the name of the Black Scythe is earned by Rufus himself, and he is 26 years old this year, which is the golden age of a gladiator. He has 3 years of gladiator experience, and he has also served in the military. His body and mind are at their peak. In comparison, Bach was just a rookie who was stepping into the arena for the first time. No matter how talented he was, no matter how much Marcus was optimistic about him, it was still a bit too much for him to face a tough opponent like Black Scythe right away. If it weren't for the fact that Gabby had customized a lot of targeted training for Bach before, all the rookies would think that Bach had offended the head of the gladiator school, which was why the latter retaliated against him like this. However, Bach himself did not show any fear when he heard this, and snorted, "What, Black Scythe? It's bad luck for him to face me." Because Gabby had replaced the opponent of the final assessment with a formal gladiator, there was some friction between the newcomers and the old gladiators, and the atmosphere was not very friendly. As a representative of the newcomers, Bach naturally did not show any manners at this time. Not to mention that the Germans were not polite people. Black Scythe was much more stable, and did not make any provocative movements or words. But when he heard about the battle arrangement, a hint of joy flashed across his face, and the people around him also congratulated him. In their eyes, Black Scythe was lucky this time, and the opponent was not a difficult character, although they had heard some rumors about Bach, including how Marcus valued him and wanted him to be the successor of Cisneros. This could not change the fact that Bach was a newcomer. If Black Scythe couldn't even defeat a rookie who was playing for the first time, then he really had earned such a reputation in vain. On the other side, Gabby completely ignored the reactions and actions of the people below and continued to read out the battle arrangements. After a series of unfamiliar names were called, 2 more familiar names entered the ears of the newcomers. John Hung, Vero, Nezuka, Sulpakilu, 12-man free-for-all. If the newcomers were surprised to see Bach's name before, then now they looked at John Hung and Vero with sympathy. The 12-man free-for-all is a long-standing program in Victor Arena, and one of the most popular programs among the audience. The reason is simple. Because the 12-man free-for-all is lively and cruel enough. The specific rules are very simple. 12 people form teams of 2 and fight with another group of people. The winner will look for the next target. At the same time, 2 or more teams are not allowed to attack the same team. The team that is left at the end is the winner. This is not only a test of combat skills, but also requires a good understanding between partners. In addition, the round-robin battle requires sufficient endurance to support. The 2 teams that fight to the end often have many wounds on their bodies, and the subsequent fighting is more stimulating. Of course, there are also many techniques for arranging a 12-person melee. For example, a general gladiator school will arrange a relatively outstanding group to attract the audience's attention, and add a few less famous but relatively strong groups to ensure the viewing of the duel. Finally, in order to reduce the casualties of star gladiators and control costs, some newcomers and ordinary groups will be added. John Hung and Vero obviously played the last role. It was not surprising that Vero was named, because it was said that he did not last for a few moves in the hands of Habitus, and barely passed the test with a sudden burst of brilliant performance at the end. It was normal to be thrown into the 12-person melee. It was estimated that it was impossible to win. But if he could show some characteristics, perhaps the audience would not ask to kill him. John Hung's selection surprised the newcomers, because John Hung performed well in the final assessment, defeating the famous Galba. He was also one of the few newcomers who passed the test directly by defeating his opponent. In addition, his identity as an Oriental person should still have a certain training value. I don't know why he was also divided into the 12-person melee. Moreover, among the opponents they were facing was Nezuka, who was more famous than Rufus and had a much more brutal temperament, as evidenced by his nickname, Broken Bones. Nezuka was a frequent participant in the 12-man melee. Because of his brutality, wherever he went, there was always splashing blood and bones, which made him quite popular with the audience. And the arena also sold a lot of tickets thanks to him. So when Vero heard his name, he did feel a little nervous, especially when Nezuka deliberately looked in their direction and made a thumbs-down gesture, which often represented a signal of death in the arena. However, Vero soon noticed John Hung standing beside him. When he heard his name, John Hung's expression hardly changed, and he still looked nonchalant, thinking of how he had successfully caused trouble for Habitus with only 1 day's guidance from John Hung. Vero felt inexplicably more at ease. In any case, this was not the worst situation, at least compared to other people. He and John Hung were more familiar with each other, and they could have some tacit understanding when working together. However, compared to other groups, they were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Vero almost wanted to find a temple to ask why his luck was so bad recently. Chapter 775 Propaganda and Prayer. When the first rays of sunlight in the morning fell on the ivy on the balcony of the apartment, the city of Rome also opened her eyes. More and more people came out of their homes, especially the slaves and civilians with relatively low social status. They woke up the earliest and started a day of hard work for their livelihood. The clanging sound came from the workshop. It was the coppersmith beating the bottom of the pan. The noisy noise also woke up his neighbors next door. But everyone had long been accustomed to this kind of thing, and got up from the bed while cursing. The slave girl came down from the apartment building holding a clay pot, came to the huge pot by the wall, and poured the urine of the master in the clay pot into the larger pot. Not long after that, someone sent the collected urine to the laundry, and poured it into the large vat filled with dirty clothes. There, the laundry slaves who had been waiting for a long time would jump into the vat, and keep stepping on the dirty clothes soaked in urine with their feet. Because the laundry business was so good, the emperor even began to collect taxes specifically on urine. After pouring out the urine, the slave girl rubbed her eyes, and turned to go upstairs. But the next moment she bumped into a boy who had been squatting by the wall. causing the slave girl to not notice him before. So the slave girl hurriedly apologized. However, the boy did not answer her. At this moment, he was concentrating on drawing something on the wall. There were two little people. Judging from their weapons and armor, one should be a fish helmet fighter, and the other a protector. Their names were also marked below, Bach and Rufus. However, with just a few strokes, the image of the little man named Bach and the little man named Rufus came to life on the wall. Next to this graffiti, there is another line of large characters. The Victor Arena will present you with wonderful dual performances for 3 consecutive days from June 17th to 19th. In addition to the familiar dancers Habitus and Bonebreaker Nazica, there are also exciting duels between Black Scythe Rufus and the newcomer Bach, as well as exciting beast fighting performances. The arena is equipped with a sunshade, and the lower stands are sprayed with perfume. Every attendee can receive a small gift, which is your first choice for cooling off and relaxing. After the boy finished the last stroke, he stepped back to admire his masterpiece, with a satisfied look on his face. Then he finally noticed the slave girl standing on the side and looking over here. The sunlight fell on the latter's eyebrows, giving her a golden edge. So the boy also reached out and wiped the slave girl's face. Seeing the latter showing a hint of shyness, he whistled, laughed and ran to the next apartment wall with a dye and brush. He was not the only painter who promoted the new performances in the Circus Victor. In fact, there were many similar advertising painters in Rome, because such wall advertisements were almost everywhere at that time. In addition to the gladiator performances, there were also slogans from young girls to help lonely men solve their troubles. Bold love words between young lovers, harsh words from creditors, and accusations against unfaithful men. The walls of these residential and public buildings, and even the tombstones in the cemetery, were basically equivalent to billboards of that era, with complicated information on them. In addition, there were also some guys who walked the streets to distribute program sheets. Together, they completed the publicity work before the gladiatorial performances began. Audiences who are interested in watching can get all the information about a gladiatorial performance in advance. And then, it is a matter of whether to spend money. For the Roman people who are relatively short of entertainment activities, the attraction of gladiatorial performances is no less than S9. On the other hand, the gladiators who were selected for the battle were also making final preparations. Vero and Zhang Heng conducted some coordinated training. The previous 50 days special training was basically aimed at their individual battles. The part of double combat like this should be trained slowly later. This is why all the newcomers feel that they are unlucky. Apart from Nishika's group, even those groups with slightly weaker strength have basically been trained in coordinated combat, while Zhang Heng and Verazing have to start from scratch. Verazing also saw Nishika on the training ground. The latter looked stronger than Bach. His arms were almost as long as Verazing's thighs. He was full of muscles. His profession was hunter, which was similar to fish helmet fighter. They were all heavy armored gladiators equipped with swords and a huge rectangular shield, and half-body armor. Vero saw with his own eyes that Nishika used his rectangular shield to knock out a sparring idiot during training, and the latter broke 2 ribs. I finally know what broken bones mean. I don't want to face that guy in the arena, Vero said to Zhang Heng beside him. However, Nishika himself didn't seem to think so. When training on the same training ground, he always made 1 or 2 provocative moves towards Vero and Zhang Heng from time to time. However, seeing that someone on Bach's side was also provoking him, Vero's mood finally improved a little. This is actually a tradition of the gladiator school. The old people often teach the newcomers a lesson in the first fight. The night before the performance, the gladiators prayed as usual. The gladiator school did not force the gladiators to believe in a certain god, but most of them would choose to believe in Nemesis, the goddess of revenge. Of course, a few would believe in Victoria, the goddess of victory, or Mars, the god of war. Germans like Bach also had gods worshipped by their own tribes. However, Vero noticed that Zhang Heng did not pray. So he asked curiously, "In your East, don't you have gods to worship?" "Yes, but I don't really need them." Zhang Heng told the truth. In fact, he didn't mind worshipping Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance, but he was now a candidate for the core member of the Balance Blade. Even if he was not very interested in the concept of the Balance Blade, he still had to give some face to the boss, Cleus, the god of murder and assassins. And it would not be good to openly run to the camp of the competitor. "I like your sense of humor. I feel less nervous when I'm with you," Varro said, and respectfully put the amulet engraved with Nemesis into his pocket. I will protect your back in tomorrow's battle. You just need to protect your front. John Hung said. We will survive. Varro seemed to be cheering himself up, and said in a firm voice, Don't worry. We will win. Chapter 776 Gladiators. Although the retirement of Cisneros has brought a great impact on the Victor Arena, the scene of hard-to-get tickets and full stands in the past is no longer seen. But the foundation of the arena is still there, and Marculus runs the second-largest gladiator school in the whole city of Rome. In addition to Cisneros, there are also a group of less popular gladiators such as Habitus, Nausicaa, Rufus, etc., and a large number of strong backbone forces, which can also attract a considerable audience. Therefore, by the day of the performance, 2/3 of the seats in the stands of the arena had been sold. But Marculus was still a little dissatisfied. After expressing his welcome and respect to several nobles and their families who came to watch the show, he returned to his seat and frowned again. In addition to the problem of audience loss, Marculus was also worried about the gladiator show held by the royal family more than a month later. Putting aside the possible loss of property, he knew that there were other troubles waiting for him. The gladiator school he ran was currently the second largest gladiator school in Rome, but it was now entering a period of decline, and several competitors behind him were eyeing it covetously. Therefore, the performance more than a month later may have other meanings. It is not only the new emperor announcing the arrival of his rule, but also a reshuffle among the gladiator schools. Although Marcus now has a lot of cards in his hand, he is missing the most crucial one, the biggest trump card. According to the information he got, many gladiator schools had discovered very powerful newcomers. The retreat of Cisneros means that the gladiators have also entered a new era of heroes rising up and competing for supremacy. Usually, everyone is in their own territory. Now it is rare to get together. If any gladiator can stand out and take the final crown, then the new king will be born, and the gladiator school behind him will also become the biggest winner. This is also the reason why Marculus had been urging Gabi to find a successor to Cisneros, and even gave a death order. He knew that it would be safer for Bach to fight after training for a while, but he had already sensed the impending crisis. As a courageous businessman, he knew he had to take action. But in his heart, he didn't know whether Bach could defeat the opponents of other gladiator schools. Maybe he should talk to Habitus again and make some concessions. Just as Marculus was lost in thought, the performance below began. The first to appear was a small orchestra. They stood on a slowly rising platform in the center of the arena and played a march. Then a group of antelopes suddenly ran out of the gate on one side of the arena. They must have been frightened by the cheers from the audience and began to flee around the arena. One of them even wanted to jump onto the audience stand. But the arena obviously had corresponding safety measures. There was a 3-meter-high wall built below the bottom floor. And in addition, there were large nets fixed on the pillars. These nets could block wild beasts on the one hand, and on the other hand, they could keep the gladiators in the audience's sight at all times. Therefore, no one was afraid of the jumping antelopes. And some ladies even stood up and looked over curiously. Since the time of Caesar, animal performances have been part of gladiatorial performances, usually before gladiators fight. Unlike what is shown in most movies and TV shows, gladiators do not go down to fight these beasts head-on, which is the job of the gladiators. In addition to the execution of prisoners that Zhang Hung and Varro saw before, the arena will also arrange hunting and animal training performances, as well as some fights between beasts to entertain the audience. What everyone sees now is a hunting show between a hunter and an antelope, and a little later it will be a fight between a lion and a bear, and the winner of them will face the gladiator in the end. The arrangement of the whole performance is more and more exciting, and the audience's emotions are getting more and more tense, especially when the gladiator appears on the stage. It reaches a peak. Both men and women shout the gladiator's name together, watching him fight with the beast in front of him, dodging the claws again and again, and leaving scars on the prey with the weapon in his hand. And his opponent is becoming more and more manic. There is nothing more fascinating than looking directly into the eyes of the god of death, constantly mocking death and escaping from its hands. Women screamed wildly for him, and were willing to sacrifice themselves for him, which was no less than the most fanatical idol fans in later generations. Although the face behind the helmet was not handsome, and could even be called ugly, 3 long scars almost destroyed his left face, which were left by a cunning cheetah. However, in the eyes of women, there is nothing better than these scars as a love potion. At least at this moment in the arena. He is the dream lover of all women. Just as the poet Vinalis said, girls love his sword instead of his face. In the end, the experienced gladiator succeeded in killing the beast in front of him again. He stuck his sword into the ground in front of him, took off his armor, and enjoyed the cheers and songs of his victory. After him, it was the turn of the gladiators to appear on the stage. Zhang Heng and Vero were not among them. Their gladiatorial performance was put on the third day. The two did not even go to the arena. But there was a much-anticipated fight in the afternoon. Bach and Rufus. Black Scythe is a celebrity in the Victor Arena. In comparison, most people have only heard of Bach's name not long ago. He is an absolute rookie. However, this time the Victor Arena broke the norm and put him in the promotional advertisement, obviously attaching great importance to him. However, the audience is obviously more willing to believe in the Black Scythe, which has proven itself in the arena more than once. This can be clearly seen from the odds of both sides. Yes, gambling and competition have been inseparable since ancient times. In the arena, you can not only enjoy the gladiatorial performances, but also bet on the gladiators you like. On the other side, Vero was also asking Zhang Heng, who was training with him, who do you think is better? I haven't seen the skills of Black Scythe Rufus, but since Gabby arranged it this way, it means that he is optimistic about Bach. So if I bet, I will bet on Bach, Zhang Heng said. So Rufus will definitely lose. If Bach successfully completes all the training, it will be almost certain. But now Rufus still has a chance, Zhang Heng said, since he got the news from the old trainer that the Flavian Amphitheater will hold a gladiatorial show. Zhang Heng also knew why Mark Rose was so anxious. However, this gladiatorial show might be different from what he imagined. Chapter 777 Reversal. The two men in the center of the arena were panting heavily, their chests heaving. The battle had been going on for quite some time, and from the enthusiastic reactions of the audience in the stands, it could be seen that they were very satisfied with the fight. After just a few simple attempts, Bach and Rufus immediately fell into a tangle. Muscle against muscle, slash against slash. The sound of weapons and shields colliding constantly, blood and sweat flying. The whole arena was filled with male hormones. Rufus had to admit that he had underestimated the newcomer in front of him. Bach might still be a little rough in fighting skills, which is also a common problem for newcomers. But he was born with a sense of danger. Every time he set a trap, he was discovered by him at the last moment, and the cunning German would use his trap to deal with him in turn. The wound on Rufus' waist was the best proof. Bach's sword was very fierce and almost cut his bones. But after the referee stopped the fight for inspection, he announced that the fight could continue. Rufus was used to this. This was the fate of the gladiators. Unless they were injured and could no longer move or one side surrendered, the fight would continue. Rufus was used to fighting with injuries, but the wound on his waist did affect his subsequent actions, especially his dodging. Fortunately, Bach on the opposite side was not much better, as he had also stabbed his calf before. The two were now back on the same starting line. In the following battle, both sides deliberately took advantage of each other's weaknesses. Rufus forced Bach to put more weight on his injured leg, while Bach forced Rufus to twist his waist constantly. Blood flowed down Rufus and Bach's thighs to his ankles, and then dripped onto the ground of the arena. It was cruel and bloody, and the scene also excited the thousands of people present. However, this fanatical atmosphere did not affect Rufus. He was still trying to stare at his opponent. The expression on Bach's face made Bruce feel a little uncomfortable. Not only because this newcomer was not nervous, but most importantly, the way Bach looked at him was without any emotion, as if he was staring at a dead person. Rufus was a little puzzled. Some gladiators in the gladiator school would indeed have conflicts for various reasons. In order to attract more people, the arena would deliberately stir up some grudges. However, Bach had just arrived here not long ago and had been in close training before. Rufus didn't remember when he had provoked the Germans. But no matter what, he must win today's battle. Rufus said to Bach, "The game is over. Kid, I'm going to be serious next. If you don't want to die, remember to kneel down and surrender to me." Bach grinned and said, "So this is your last words?" The answer was the trident in Rufus's hand. The next moment, Rufus really did what he said before and began to press forward. Black Scythe used amazing willpower to overcome the pain caused by his waist injury. When both sides had reached their physical limits, he actually forced himself back to full condition. Then the battle situation began to change, and tilted towards Rufus. Not long after, Bach's left arm was also stabbed, and he dropped the round shield in his hand. Seeing this, the people who supported Rufus immediately stood up, and cheered one after another. In the audience, Marcus's face suddenly became very ugly. He looked at Gabby angrily. "What's the matter? Didn't you tell me that Rufus is the most suitable person to be Bach's opening opponent? In the end, I only saw him being beaten by Rufus. If he only has this strength, how can we support him as the successor of Cisnates? Did I spend so much money to buy such a waste?" Gabby's expression was also a little strange. He has been in charge of Bach's training, and Rufus was also brought up by him. He knows both of them very well. The reason for this arrangement has been carefully considered. It's not that Bach must win. But even if he loses, he shouldn't be so embarrassed. I don't know what happened, but I can assure you that Bach's strength is not limited to this. I don't know why it has become like this, what he is thinking, but it is not good for him to lose this duel deliberately. As the two were talking, the battle was gradually coming to an end. The situation on the field was becoming increasingly unfavorable for Bach. He lost his shield and became even more embarrassed. In contrast, Rufus became more and more courageous, and the fishing net in his hand was also ready to go. Finally, he waited for the moment when Bach's steps were completely scattered. Rufus seized the opponent's flaw and threw out the fishing net in his hand. However, at the moment when the fishing net slipped out of his hand, he felt uncomfortable for some reason. Then he saw Bach change his previous appearance of having nowhere to escape. The whole person turned into a cheetah, avoided the cover of the fishing net, and rushed directly into his arms. Rufus wanted to raise his arm guard, but he was a step too late. The next moment, Bach rushed to him and thrust the dagger into Rufus' neck, piercing his throat. The cheers from the stand suddenly stopped. The audience was stunned by the sudden turn. Blood gushed out of Rufus' mouth. His eyes were filled with fear and confusion. He opened his mouth to say something, but could only make a meaningless hoarse sound. But Bach knew what Rufus wanted to ask, and leaned close to his ear and said, "Are you curious about why I want to kill you? It's very simple. I checked your resume. 5 years ago, you participated in the war against us and must have slaughtered many of my people. So now it's like paying off your debt. Even if I can't kill you on the battlefield, we can still meet in the arena. Right?" Rufus' eyes flashed with regret. He didn't regret joining the army, but he regretted not knowing Bach in detail before. Otherwise, even if he would lose this battle, he could still save his life as long as he surrendered in time. The audience on the field did not know about the conversation between the two. After a short silence, they immediately burst into new cheers, except for the people who bet on Rufus, who held their heads in pain. Most of the rest were just watching the fun, seeing Bach's reversal and victory through wonderful performance. They immediately gave applause and screams to the Germans. As for Rufus, who fell in a pool of blood, it would not be long before no one would remember him. Mark Royce in the stands also breathed a sigh of relief. His heart was hanging in his stomach. Although Rufus's accidental death made him feel a little painful, he still cared more about Bach, the rising star. Besides, this was an arena, and it was normal for someone to die. Only Gabby seemed to have thought of something and frowned. He probably knew why Bach's performance was so terrible before. The German was obviously using this performance to paralyze Rufus, seeking the opportunity to kill him with one blow, not giving him the choice of begging for mercy or admitting defeat, and even deliberately selling several injuries. But he won the duel after all, and Gabby finally just warned Bach with his eyes. Chapter 778 12-Man Melee. The duel between Bach and Rufus became the most exciting part of the first day's performance, and many people talked about it with relish. The whole performance had blood, muscle collisions, unexpected reversals, and the death of a famous gladiator. Almost all the eye-catching elements were gathered together, so the name Bach began to spread to more people's ears. A very powerful newcomer appeared in the Victor Arena. Everyone on the streets was saying this. The initial plan of Marcus and Gabby was also achieved. Of course, the specific effect would not be known until Bach's second appearance. However, thanks to Tabach and the dead Rufus, the attendance rate of the arena actually increased slightly in the next 2 days. And soon, it was the third day. Zhang Heng and Vero returned to the underground of Victor Arena. In order to maximize the dramatic effect, many arenas have similar designs. The upper floor is a wooden floor covered with sand, and the lower floor is a bit like the backstage of a theater. There are armories, animal cages, and preparation rooms. When needed, special elevators can be used to transport people or beasts to the ground, making them look like they suddenly appeared from the ground. They worked here before they were trained, and now they are back to the starting point. Unfortunately, there is no mirror in the preparation room. All the gladiators participating in the 12-man melee are here now, and everyone has a different expression on their face. Some are silently wiping their weapons and adjusting their armor. Some are doing some weird pre-war rituals. And of course, there are some who are very relaxed, like Nezuko, who is talking and laughing with his partner next to him. This is his 9th time to participate in the 12-man melee. He won 7 of the previous 8 melees. The only one he lost was because he ran into Cisneros. Although Cisneros was about to retire, he still defeated Nezuko after a difficult battle. But now that Cisneros has retired, there are few people in the gladiator school who can cause trouble to Nezuko, especially when the list of the 12-man melee is released. Cisneros' odds are far ahead. If nothing unexpected happens, he will easily get his 8th victory. On the other side, Vero's old problem came back. He was holding a pottery jar and retching. The former antique dealer thought he was ready, but he still underestimated the huge pressure of stepping into the arena for the first time, especially now that the cheers above his head kept coming. It also reminded him of the 2 death row prisoners who were eaten by wild beasts that he had seen before. Seeing his weak performance, other gladiators showed disdain on their faces. Nishika even laughed directly. "Hey, kid, how did they let you pass the test? If the fight starts later, will you be scared to pee your pants?" Vero did not answer. Not only because he was a little afraid of Nishika, but also because a new round of vomiting came to his head. Zhang Heng handed Vero a bowl of water so that the former antique dealer could rinse his mouth after vomiting. "Sorry." Vero took the water and apologized to Zhang Heng. He knew that his performance was a bit embarrassing, and Zhang Heng was looked down upon by other gladiators. "I will adjust my condition before the battle. I promise." "Well, you can try to take a few deep breaths. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just treat it as a training," Zhang Heng said. Vero nodded. But before he could speak, Nezuko continued, "This is different from training. Training will not kill people, but real gladiatorial performances are life-threatening. And I will ensure that you can learn this truth from actual combat. This is a stage for heroes and warriors, while cowards and wastes will be buried here. Can't you just mind your own business?" Zhang Heng finally said. "If you really have nothing to do, think about how to beg for mercy later." Interesting. It's been a long time since a newcomer dared to talk to me in this tone. Nishika's eyes finally fell on Zhang Heng. "I'm not a decoration like Galba, relying on age to attract attention. Do you know why people around me don't dare to respond to me? Because they are afraid that I will go directly to them when the battle starts. Believe me, you don't want to know how I got the nickname of Broken Bone. I'd really like to see it," Zhang Heng said calmly. "I'm afraid you'd be worthy of the name by then." Nishika wanted to say something else, but at this time, there was a long cheer from above their heads, and everyone knew that the previous performance was over, and it was their turn to go on stage. "Oriental, you will regret what you said." Nishika looked at Zhang Heng deeply, put on his helmet, and stood up from where he was sitting. And Vero finally stopped vomiting, rinsed his mouth with clean water, got up with everyone, and hurried to the elevator. On the way, he passed an emergency treatment room and saw a gladiator receiving treatment there. His left arm was bent unnaturally, probably because the bone was broken. Seeing this, Vero quickly looked away and wiped the sweat off his face. The gladiator who was in charge of the previous performance was bowing to the audience and leaving the stage. Soon after, the cheers and applause became smaller, probably because the gladiator had left. So the slaves in charge of the elevator pushed the winch together, and the 12 gladiators standing on it were lifted up to the arena. The shouts and stamping of thousands of spectators soon drowned the entire arena. Perhaps only those who stood at the center of the sound wave could truly understand Vero's nervousness and fear, which felt like his eardrums were about to be broken. As usual, the 12 gladiators walked around the arena so that all the audience could see their faces. And then, they had some one-on-one warm-up exercises to show their fighting skills. Nishika was the most famous gladiator among the 12. When he appeared, at least half of the people were shouting his name. And Nishika also waved to the audience to thank them for their support. As for Zhang Heng and Vero, the 2 newcomers, they did not receive much attention. However, This made Vero's nervous nerves relax a lot, and he found a little feeling under Zhang Heng sparring, until the 3 referees also walked into the arena. Everyone knew that the moment of the decisive battle had arrived. Vero noticed that Nishika seemed to be approaching them intentionally, probably wanting to wait for the performance to start and get rid of their group of newcomers first. However, there were many people who had the same idea as him. Zhang Heng and Valo's group seemed to be the easiest persimmon to squeeze. As a result, after the battle started, Nishika failed to snatch the other group of people. According to the rules, he could only find another opponent. Chapter 779, this is considered a win. Vero didn't expect that he would become so popular one day. When the referee made a gesture to start the fight, at least 4 groups of people rushed towards him, almost frightening the former antique dealer's heart. But fortunately, only the closest group won the right to fight with him. Nasuka's face was also a little unhappy, because in his opinion, Zhang Heng and Valo were destined to not survive the first round, which meant that at least in this 12-person melee, he had no chance to teach the other party a lesson. But the battle had already begun, and his companions reminded him to be prepared to fight. The opponents they were facing were also strong, and if they were not careful, they might be defeated. Therefore, Nasuka could only turn his attention away from Zhang Heng and Vero. There was actually a strategy for the 12-man melee. It didn't mean that the faster you defeated your opponent, the better, because the strongest group of people would probably have to go through more rounds of battle and consume more energy. On the contrary, if you were lucky, you could go straight to the finals as long as you defeated your opponent in the first round. Of course, if the next round of opponents are not decided for a long time, the winner will have more time to adjust and rest. In addition, the loser can also obtain the qualification of resurrection by defeating other losers and challenge the final winner. In short, this is not a pure gladiatorial performance of strength. Everyone must formulate a corresponding fighting method according to their own strength, so that the fighting rhythm is as favorable as possible to themselves. And a little luck is needed to win the final victory. The group that was fighting Zhang Heng and Vero were not in a hurry. They just kept a certain amount of pressure on the two to avoid being judged as passive fighting by the referee. They did not press hard, and they were obviously determined to drag it out as long as possible. After all, Zhang Heng and Vero's group was recognized as the weakest group. The most important thing was that one of them was a double sword warrior and the other was a net fighter. They were both lightly equipped gladiators, and did not even have a shield. Therefore, the team that fought against them obviously felt that they had them in hand, and could end the battle at any time. Such an ideal opponent was not easy to find. If they were solved too quickly, they would have to fight hard again, and fight against other groups. Of course, Vero also felt that the other side was slacking off, which made him feel a little relieved. Although Zhang Heng said that their goal was to win in the end, Vero obviously didn't believe it. He felt that the more practical goal was to show their strength as much as possible in the first round of duel. Of course, they still had to fight for the first round victory, but there was a high probability that they would lose in the end. But this would at least increase their chances of survival. But what Vero didn't expect was that the 2 people on the opposite side were already slacking off tacitly. But Zhang Heng didn't have the intention to accept this kindness, and rushed over with his 2 swords. His speed was not very fast at the beginning, just like he was taking a walk. But as his steps became bigger and bigger, his speed also rose rapidly in a short period of time, just like stepping on some kind of drum beat. And his muscles also tightened up. The 2 people on the opposite side were stunned when they saw this. Like Valo, they didn't understand why Zhang Heng wanted to break the balance between the 2 sides. This was of no benefit to him at all. But as Zhang Heng approached, they both felt a strong sense of danger in their hearts. This was something that was impossible to happen. After all, Valo was also stunned for a while before reacting. He was quite considerate and rushed over immediately. However, there was still a short distance between him and Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was now 1 against 2, and he was just a newcomer with no reputation. Logically, he should not have such a strong sense of oppression. And the scene that happened next made Valo dumbfounded. Obviously, the 2 people on the opposite side had already sensed the danger and took a defensive posture. But it was useless. Zhang Heng knocked the weapon in one of them away with his first knife, and then kicked him to the ground. At this time, the second person had just raised his weapon, and Zhang Heng's other knife was already on his neck. He still hoped that his companion lying on the ground could struggle again. But unfortunately, the latter's situation was the same as his. He felt a chill behind his neck just as he climbed up halfway. Is this considered a win? John Hung asked the equally stunned referee. In fact, most of the audience in the stands didn't know what happened in the previous battle. Their attention was basically focused on Nishika's group. After all, Broken Bone was the most famous person on the field and the favorite to win. As for John Hung's side, the battle was dull, and none of them were famous. So naturally there were few followers. However, no one expected that John Hung and Vero's group would be the first to win the first round. And the whole process was amazingly fast. Just a blink of an eye. Even if people noticed this side, they only saw John Hung rushing up. And the battle was over the next moment. What happened in the meantime was confusing. Marcos was one of them. He and Gabby were discussing how to determine the list of players for the crucial gladiatorial show in more than a month. Broken Bone was among them. So the two were also focusing on Nezuka's performance. Morose really didn't even look at John Hung and Vero. Now he was also stunned and asked Gabby, what happened? The latter was responsible for the management of the entire gladiator school. Of course, he couldn't just stare at one person. He had developed the habit of keeping an eye on all directions. So he had been paying attention to the situation on the field. That's why he was staring at John Hung now. And John Hung happened to be looking at him. And their eyes met from a distance. Gabby snorted. I didn't expect that I would be wrong one day. What do you mean? Marcroy frowned. This Oriental man hid his strength in the previous training and assessment. Gabby explained that he hated surprises. There was an accident in the previous battle between Bach and Rufus. Although Bach still won in the end. He killed Rufus. The accident that happened to John Hung now was obviously bigger. Oh! Marcroy became interested after hearing this. He didn't have a deep impression of John Hung before. And he didn't pay much attention to this Oriental man. He even forgot how the latter performed when he passed the assessment. So he asked, how much strength did he hide? Can he be included in the list of players to be played in more than a month? Gabby pondered for a moment. Although Julius and Esclave are not well known, they are also powerful. Even Habitus can't kill them in a breath. Of course, this is also related to their unfamiliarity with their opponents and their carelessness. I don't know. It's hard to say now. Let's keep watching. Since he has decided to show his skills, he should be ready to win the final victory in this 12-man melee. Marcos remembered another thing. Slapped his thigh and said in annoyance, I should have promoted him earlier. After a pause, he asked again, who is better between him and Nasuka? I think we should know this question soon. Chapter 780 we should be the winners. Right? Although the scene in front of us happened too suddenly and seemed extremely unreal, the referee still ruled that John Hung and Vero won. The main reason was that there was really no dispute about the result. Julius and Esclave's necks were still in front of the blade. Their faces were embarrassed, and they didn't seem to have any power to fight back. However, because John Hung and Vero finished too quickly, no other opponents could match them for a while. But looking at the two of them, it seems that they don't need to rest much. Especially Vero, who basically just ran 2 meters, and the battle was over. He didn't even sweat, because the victory came too easily, and even made Vero feel unreal. It wasn't until John Hung took back the 2 swords and returned to his side that Vero woke up from his dream. We won. Yes, but only in the first round. John Hung answered. His expression seemed very calm, as if what happened just now was just a trivial matter. On the other side, Julius and Esclave seemed a little dejected. They lost too ugly, and did not show any strength at all, which was a big minus in the eyes of the audience, especially since they were not famous. After the melee, they might be asked to be killed by dissatisfied audiences. But fortunately, there will be a battle in the loser group later. And because they lost suddenly, they were not injured or consumed much. So they can still have some advantages in the loser group battle later. Of course, they will also need to fight with all their strength next. On the other side, Nishika also started to exert his strength. He had fought with his opponent before, and both sides knew each other well. The strength of the opponent's group was not weak, and they took the initiative to find Nishika. Nishika knew what the opponent was thinking. They left other soft persimmons alone, and picked the hardest stone instead. They had no intention of winning from the beginning. Obviously, they were implementing the loser group strategy, and they were prepared to cause as much damage to Nishika's group as possible before losing, and consume Nishika. It must be admitted that this plan at least sounds good. If everything goes well, Nishika, the biggest favorite, will pass the first round. but he will be injured and may be eliminated in the next battle. Or the two sides will face each other again in the final battle. So their chances of winning will increase. Of course, this strategy of deliberately falling into the loser group is also quite risky. First, losing means reducing the audience's love. In other words, it increases the risk of death. Therefore, star gladiators generally do not lose on purpose. Second, they may not be able to fight out of the loser group again. Another big problem is that plans don't always go as they expected. For example, now, Nausicaa suddenly exploded. He is different from other gladiators because he has enough strength. The big shield in his left hand can not only block, but also be used as an offensive weapon. If he hits you with the shield, you will be thrown out at best, or you may be directly broken. During the fight, the two opponents were also focusing on guarding against Nausicaa's move, but they still underestimated their opponents. Not only Nausicaa, but also Nausicaa's partner. The latter is not as famous as Nishika, or he is a little overshadowed by Nishika. But this does not mean that he can be ignored. In fact, the two partners have always cooperated well and complemented each other. Nishika is an offensive type, while his partner is a harassing type. When he is on the opposite side, he often finds that he has no choice and has to fight Nishika. Now their opponents are in such a situation. When they wanted to retreat, one of them was entangled. Then Nishika came and saw that the opponent was ready to prevent collision. Nishika cunningly put away the big shield and slashed the opponent's side with a sword. Although the opponent finally dodged it, it also forced the opponent to reveal a flaw. Then Nishika's partner attacked and cut the opponent's arm. The referee on the side didn't even raise his eyelids. It was similar to the situation in the fight with Bok Rufus. The sword didn't cut deep, although it looked like a lot of blood was shed. It was not fatal, so he would not take the initiative to stop the fight. Not long after, another person was also injured. Also slightly injured. The two realized what Nishika wanted to do. Broken Bones obviously saw their plan, so he used their own method to treat them. Not only did he want to defeat them, but he also wanted to consume them. In this way, when they fell into the loser group and could not win the next round, the situation would become very serious. The two remembered that Nishika was famous for his revenge. But now it was too late for them to regret it. It was completely difficult to get off the tiger. They couldn't win the fight. But if they surrendered with such a small injury, the audience would not be able to explain it. So the two had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight on. No matter what, they had to hold on for a while before admitting defeat. But at this moment, a sneer flashed in Nausicaa's eyes. And then he suddenly changed his previous fighting style of fighting and causing damage. He caught the next person off guard and hit him in the chest with his big shield. Nausicaa didn't hold back, and the unlucky guy was knocked out directly, and several bones on his body must have been broken. Seeing that the situation was not good, his partner hurriedly prepared to throw away his weapon and admit defeat. But he was entangled again at this critical moment. During this time of delay, Nishika attacked again, raised his sword and chopped off the target's arm. This cruel and bloody scene immediately caused cheers from the stands. There was a reason why Broken Bone was so popular. His cold and violent fighting style was the violent aesthetics of that era. However, Nishika, who was bathed in blood and raised his hands to the sky, found that the cheers from the crowd this time did not seem to be as loud as before. When he looked back, he found that Vero was standing aside, like a spectator admiring his heroic appearance. Nishika frowned, realizing that he might have helped Vero and Zhang Heng unintentionally by reducing a pair of competitors in the loser group. But the next moment, he saw the referee gesture, signaling him and his partner to go to Zhang Heng. Nishika was puzzled and said, "We should be in the winner group." The referee nodded in agreement. "There are only 2 of you left in the winner group." Nishika was shocked. He spent a little more time than usual to retaliate against his opponent, who had a trick. But it was not too long. The other side should only have 1 more round of fighting at most. But according to the referee, Zhang Heng and Vero's group had already completed 2 rounds of fighting, and they won both rounds. How is this possible? Nishika cast a puzzled look at Vero, only to find that the latter's face was no less puzzled than his. Chapter 781, the much-anticipated duel. Vero now really feels like a spectator, and he has the best seats in the inner court. Zhang Heng solved both battles by himself, and the process was very fast, compared with the first battle that ended in an instant. The opponent in the second battle was much more vigilant after finding that they had already won. But it was useless. Being cautious would not change anything when the gap in strength between the two sides was too large. This was because Zhang Heng let Valo go a little and let him move around a bit. Otherwise the latter would really be a spectator. Even so, the opponent did not last long. And then Vero found that he had won 2 consecutive victories, while the group of Nishika, the most popular in this 12-man melee, was still fighting with the opponent. After the unexpected victory in the first round, more and more spectators began to pay attention to the 2 gladiators in this group. Of course, strictly speaking, most people still paid attention to Zhang Heng. After finding that they still won the second round easily, the audience finally burst into exclamations and began to whisper to each other about Zhang Heng's background. This also made Marcos feel extremely painful. The gladiator school had no preparation for this. In the end, the curious audience found the answer from the battle schedule that was distributed before. And then the battle on Nezuka's side finally came to an end. His opponent was directly judged to be unable to fight again. This time, the audience also expressed understanding for the loser for the first time. They did not ask to kill the 2 seriously injured gladiators and let them be dragged away for treatment. The main reason is that everyone is eager to see what will happen between Nishika's group and Zhang Heng's group. The former is a star of the Victor Arena and has a large number of supporters, while the latter is a newcomer who is standing in the arena for the first time. No one has seen his gladiatorial performance before, and he is full of mystery. But that was just 5 minutes ago. After winning 2 games in a row, Zhang Heng finally gained his first batch of fans, and there were many women among them, especially some noble ladies, who seemed to be quite interested in this black-haired, black-eyed, exotic and calm oriental man. Moreover, Zhang Heng's new fans have begun to cheer for their favorite gladiators. Some of them are usually virtuous and gentle ladies on the street and at home, but now they are like a different person, rolling up their sleeves and constantly greeting Zhang Heng's opponent Nezuka with dirty words. Zhang Heng has also personally experienced how important gladiatorial performances are to the Romans. It is said that the popularity of Cisneus at his peak was 100 times crazier than it is now. No wonder Marcus attaches so much importance to finding the next Cisneus. Now the master of the gladiator school is also looking at Zhang Heng with great interest. He is different from Gabi. Many people say that he is a cold-blooded person who doesn't remember the past. But this is not true. Marcus is only cold-blooded and ruthless to people who have no use value. But he is always full of warmth to valuable assets that can bring him money, especially those gold mines with great value. Gabi may be unhappy because Zhang Heng concealed his strength before, but Marcus will not. Just like when he found out that his daughter was having an affair with Cisneus. He not only did not scold Cisneus, but pretended to be ignorant. People who don't know him would think that Marquez is a man of extraordinary temperament. But Gabi, who has been with Marquez for decades, knows a lot of things that others don't know. When Cisneus announced that he was ready to retire, and the gladiator school arranged a final battle for him, Marquez asked Gabi privately whether it was better to let Cisneus leave the arena safely with his legendary story intact, or to let him die in battle in the end, which would bring more topicality and benefits. Gabi felt a cold sweat on his back at that time. Cisneus has made a lot of contributions to the Victor Arena over the years, and has also made a lot of money for Marquez. But Marquez has no feelings for Cisneus at all. He still starts from benefits and value as always. This is Marcus, an absolute profit-first person. Because of this, he now likes Zhang Heng more and more. And there is a lot to be said about the latter's origin and mystery. Why didn't Marcus notice this before? It's very simple. Because the packaging of gladiatorial performances is just a means. And strength is the root of everything. Without strength, there will be no packaging. And with packaging and strength, a gladiatorial star is born. Marcus was still thinking about how to package Zhang Heng. But the battle on the other side had already begun. Nishika was surprised and delighted when he first saw valor in Zhang Heng. When the first round of matches was arranged, he thought he would never have a chance to teach these 2 arrogant newcomers a lesson. However, when he heard the referee say that they were the only 2 winning teams left, he realized that something was wrong. Nishika was not stupid. He quickly realized that the 2 rookies in front of him might have hidden their strength. Being able to win 2 games in such a short time itself said a lot. Even he couldn't do it. But Nishika was not afraid. He was still quite confident in his own strength. The combat experience he had accumulated over the years in Victor Arena was not comparable to the 2 people on the opposite side. Just as he was thinking about how to start, he didn't expect that Zhang Heng on the opposite side spoke first, asking, "Are you ready?" Ready for what? Nasuka asked subconsciously. However, Jong Hung did not answer again, but just said, "Don't worry. It will be over soon." After saying that, he started to move first. Nasuka didn't mind testing Jong Hung quality first, so he also raised the big shield in his left hand and took a defensive posture. This also became the decision he regretted most in this battle. Of course, what he didn't expect was that this was also the only decision he could make in this battle. The next moment, Jong Hung's figure appeared in front of Nishika. This time, Jong Hung used the sword drawing technique he learned in the copy of the end of the shogunate. He integrated the strength and spirit of his whole body into the sword technique and chopped it out without any tricks. However, when he chopped the shield with his sword, Nishika behind the shield felt that he was irresistible. Nezuko was shocked. You know, his strength was already very good. Even since Natus couldn't match him in this respect, the new Bok might be able to compete with him. Jong Hung should not be as strong as him. However, he didn't know why he seemed to be unable to play his advantage even though he had the upper hand in strength. And all this was just the beginning. Soon, Jong Hung's second knife came, followed by the third knife. The fourth knife. From beginning to end, Jong Hung only did one thing. That is to keep slashing at the shield in Nishika's hand. Nishika barely took the first blow. And then, he couldn't help but keep retreating. He made a lot of efforts and attempts, and even had to throw away the dagger in his hand. And the other hand came to help. However, no matter what he did, he felt like a small boat in a storm, unable to withstand the terrible pressure. And all his struggles were in vain. Nishika even doubted the power he was most proud of, until his hands became numb. His legs became weak, and he could no longer hold on and let go of the shield. Then he saw a flash of white light before his eyes. Nezuko had already decided to close his eyes and wait for death. But in the end, the seemingly unstoppable knife suddenly stopped moving and stopped less than a centimeter in front of his nose. Chapter 782 Overwhelming Victory. When Jong Hung rushed towards Nishika, Nishika's partner did not stay there to fight Jong Hung with Nishika. He made this choice not because he was suddenly scared, but based on a calm judgment of the situation at hand. In his opinion, even if Jong Hung hit his strength, he should not be much stronger than Nishika. So even if Nishika could not beat him, he should still be able to hold on for a while. So he chose to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the weakest Valo on the field, and then turn around and attack Jong Hung with Nishika. There was nothing wrong with this strategy. Vero was just as weak as he thought. As soon as he pressed hard, Vero started to panic. Net fighter was a profession with strong offense and weak defense. Once Vero lost momentum and turned to defense, he would give up his strengths and expose his weaknesses. In this way, he became more passive and could only retreat again and again, surrounded by danger. But at this moment, a familiar voice came to Vero's ears. "Don't be afraid. He is just bluffing. Just fight him freely. He may not be your opponent." Nishika's partner was shocked when he heard this, because he recognized that the voice came from Jong Hung. And since the other party was in the mood to instruct Vero here, it meant that the battle between him and Nishika was over. But all this happened too quickly. Nishika's partner did consider the possibility that Nishika could not defeat Jong Hung, but he did not expect that the battle would be a one-sided massacre. Nishika could not even hold on for a short while. And now he was fighting 1 against 2. He didn't agree with Jong Hung's statement that he might not be a match for Valo. But now that he knew Nishika had been defeated, his spirit was indeed greatly shocked. And with Jong Hung watching him from behind, he couldn't help but start to restrain his hands and feet. On the contrary, Valo, who was opposite him, suddenly became energetic after discovering that Jong Hung had killed Nishika and came back to instruct him. He might have felt that there was someone beside him to help him scout the battlefield. So Valo completely let go of his hands and feet, and perfectly demonstrated what he had learned in the training camp and the results of training during this period. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, Nishika's partner actually began to feel a little overwhelmed. He was at least a veteran gladiator. Although his talent was not outstanding, he never thought that he would be suppressed by a newcomer who had just entered the arena one day. Of course, the most important thing was that he still didn't understand why Nishika, who had always dominated the 12-man melee, was defeated so quickly. And how strong must Jong Hung be to defeat Nishika? This was the main reason why he could not focus on the current battle. However, even though he knew that even if he defeated Vero, he would have no hope of winning, he still did not give up immediately. This was the most basic professional quality of a mature gladiator. It was not until he was caught by Vero with a fishing net because of distraction that he finally threw away his weapon and gave up resistance. On the other side, the fight between the two teams in the loser group reached a white-hot stage. They tried their best to compete for the only resurrection spot, and the scene was a bit tragic for a while. In the end, although one of the teams barely won, the referee did not think they could continue to fight after checking their wounds. So the final winner of this 12-person melee was born. Listening to the thunderous cheers, Vero felt as if he was in a dream. He also contributed to this victory. It was the first time he defeated a strong opponent one-on-one, which greatly boosted his confidence. Of course, he also knew that most of the screams and cheers were for Zhang Heng beside him, accompanied by the curses of those who bet on Nishika. But in the end, these voices were overwhelmed by one voice. That is, Zhang Heng's name. There is no doubt that at this moment a new star is rising in the Victor Arena. Mark Cruz's mouth corners also rose, although he lost 2 stars who could sell tickets in the same gladiatorial show. Rufus and Nishika. Of course, strictly speaking, the latter's reputation was damaged, and he himself was fine. But in fact, people like Gabby who are knowledgeable know how ruthless Zhang Heng was. He used Nishika's most proud power to directly destroy Nishika from the spiritual level, because the process was too overwhelming. It was not easy for the latter to get out of this frustration. If things went wrong, his strength would decline significantly, and he would live in the shadow of this battle for the rest of his life. But even if this happened, Marcus would not feel too sad. The reason was simple. He discovered a new gold mine, which was not only enough to make up for the loss of Nishika, but also seemed to make a lot of money. So, who do you think is better? Marcus asked Gabby beside him with great interest. The latter knew that Marcus was not talking about Zhang Heng and Nishika, because this question was obvious. Nishika was no longer a disastrous defeat. Zhang Heng used this battle to fully prove that the two were not gladiators of the same weight class. So it was easy to guess who Marcus was asking about now. Although Gabby was quite dissatisfied with Zhang Heng's previous concealment of his strength, he thought about it and had to say, his strength is no worse than that of Cisnatus in his peak period. Marcus' eyes lit up when he heard this. But Gabby reminded him immediately, but he is more difficult to control than Cisnatus. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to completely control him. It doesn't matter. Your job is to continuously select talents for the school, and the rest can be left to me. Marcus didn't care when he heard this. The middle-aged Roman rubbed his emerald ring with his index finger and said proudly, everyone has weaknesses. Money, beauty, honor, freedom. The key to interacting with people is to understand what they want. You are not as good as me in this regard. How can I compare with you? My master. Gabby bowed respectfully. Wait until the performance. No. Bring him to see me after this fight is over. Marcro stood up after he finished speaking, obviously not intending to watch any more. His mind was now full of how to package Zhang Heng and push the latter to the new throne. The performances that followed were extremely boring to him, so he simply left. On the other side, the carnival was still going on. A female slave held a plate and walked around the arena. People threw their gifts for the gladiators into the plate. Most of the gifts were coins, and there were also some women's products full of love. Zhang Heng waved to the audience to thank him. He didn't know if it was his illusion. He always felt that there was a hostile look in the crowd towards him. However, when he looked at that place, he only saw a back that was wrapped tightly. Chapter 783, One of Our Own. Zhang Heng didn't expect Gabby to take him directly to Marcus's residence. The latter's domus is not in the gladiator school, but diagonally across the street, with a good location. The so-called domus refers to the mansion of the rich. Unlike the villas in modern society, domus looks more like a small fortress, shaped a bit like a shell, with almost no windows, and not like the kind of apartment with a balcony that civilians live in. Zhang Heng followed Gabby into the door, through the entrance hall, and came to the front hall. Although there were no windows, the light inside was good. This was because the front hall had no roof. This design not only allowed sunlight to shine down, but also collected rainwater. When it rains, the rain will flow out of the mouths of several statues on the edge of the roof and fall into a square rain pool. The rain pool can not only serve as a decoration, allowing the ripples to be reflected on the surrounding walls to add to the mood, but also connect to the underground water tank, which ensures that a domus can always have water. On the contrary, Civilians living in apartment buildings have to go out to the wells and fountains in the city to fetch water. John Hung didn't expect that Marcellus was actually standing in the front hall waiting for him. When he saw him, he immediately walked over enthusiastically and put his arm around his shoulders. This was a shocking move in the eyes of other Romans. The master came out to greet the slave in person and did something that only friends would do. What was even more rare was that there was no sign of reluctance on Marcellus's face, as if it was all natural and completely from the heart. Now he looked harmonious and friendly, and he was completely different from the one who sat on the second-floor balcony and looked down at the slaves at his feet. However, just when all this was going well, a cold snore destroyed the atmosphere of joy between the host and the guest. John Hung had already noticed the girl standing on the second floor. When he walked into the front hall, her face darkened. When Marcellus put his arm around John Hung's shoulders, the girl stomped her feet and turned back to the house. "Oh, that's my second daughter, Doma," Marcellus introduced. "Don't worry about it. I've been busy with the gladiator school and have no time to take care of her. So she has developed such a wild temper. Let's go to the reception room." Gabby seemed to be a little worried about Marcellus' safety and said, "Master, should we find a few more people?" "It doesn't matter." Marcellus waved his hand and said, "John Hung is one of us. Besides, with his skills, if he really wants to kill me, the people you find may not be able to stop him." Gabby bowed and said nothing more. Marcellus smiled and said, "Let's go to the reception room." Compared with the front hall, the light in the reception room is a little dim. But once the eyes adapt to this dim light, you can see the murals on the wall and the mosaic tiles under your feet, which are quite colorful. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is a large and imposing table, and the chair inlaid with gems behind the table. Marcellus is sitting on it now. He pointed to another stool opposite. So John Hung sat on it without any hesitation. "Interesting." I asked Gabby and other people who were responsible for contacting slave traders and checking goods, and they couldn't remember who bought you from that day, Marcellus said while looking at John Hung. "So?" John Hung raised his eyebrows. "So I guess this is a good thing, because it means that no one knows your past. We can do something about it to increase your appeal to the audience. Mystery is a good thing. It has a fatal attraction to women. But now you don't have enough mystery. I can ask people to release some ambiguous gossip, such as you are a prince of a country in the East, or a general who was plotted against and exiled to Rome, and then unfortunately became a slave and was sold to the arena. Every woman likes such a story, which can also inspire their sympathy." Marcellus talked eloquently, but when he was halfway through his speech, he found that John Hung didn't respond. So he slapped his head again. "Oh, didn't I tell you that I want you to be the new trump card of the Victor Arena? Do you know Cisnetus? When he was still in the gladiator school, he was the most popular and admired person in the whole of Rome. I can give you everything he once had. No, I can give you everything that exceeds what he has, and make you more famous than him." "And what do I have to pay?" John Hung asked. "Victory. Lots of victory. Endless victory." Marcellus leaned back. "I want nothing more from you except victory, my friend. Of course, we also need your cooperation in propaganda when necessary. I am your slave. You can just order me directly for this kind of thing. If it doesn't work, you can also threaten me with death." John Hung said. No. I don't treat you as a slave. You are different from those guys," Marcus said, taking out a bottle of wine and 2 glasses from under the table. "Everyone who knows me knows that I respect talents very much. As long as you have the ability, I will respect you. Moreover, I don't know why I felt that you were special the first time I saw you. I'm not talking about your appearance, but this feeling is more like soul. I like you. Really. And I think we can definitely do something big together. With your strength and my operation, the whole of Rome will be crazy about you." Marcus poured the wine into 2 cups and said enthusiastically, "Try it. This is Persian wine." After John Hung took the cup and drank it, he continued, "Now we are friends. You can tell me if you have any requests or needs. Beauties, fine wine, or anything else. As long as it is within my ability, I can satisfy you." Hearing this, John Hung put down the wine glass and said, "I want to go out for some fresh air." "No problem. You can leave the gladiator school at will. Just tell Gabby." Marcos nodded without hesitation. He was not worried about John Hung escaping. The latter had no relatives in Rome and had a very distinctive appearance. In addition, he was now famous, which made it even more difficult for him to escape. However, Zhang Heng did not want to leave for the time being. He mainly wanted to get back the things he had stored outside. As he became famous, there were also good things. At least it seemed that Marcos still wanted to maintain a relatively close relationship with him, which meant that the latter should not covet his things anymore. In addition, Zhang Heng had been bored in the gladiator school for so many days, and wanted to visit the ancient Roman city. Anything else? Marcos said considerately. Also, I don't want to date anyone, Zhang Heng said. Marcos gradually put away his smile after hearing this, and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Chapter 784 Private Conversation. Gladiators are the super idols of this era, so referring to the star idols of later generations. It is difficult to escape the entanglement of the capital and the rich. And the more disadvantageous point is that no matter how famous the gladiators are, they still can't get rid of their slave status, as long as someone offers a high enough price. The gladiator school will generally arrange a secret tryst between the gladiators and the generous lady. And when a man and a woman have a secret tryst, it is self-evident what will happen next. This was also an additional income for the gladiator school. But most gladiators would not be too resistant to this. In addition to not disobeying the orders of their masters, this also added a different color to their legendary stories, which were talked about with great relish. The most famous one was the story of Sergilus and Abia. The former was a very famous gladiator at the time, and the latter was the wife of a senator. Abia always dated Sergilus after his performances, and many people in Rome knew about this at the time. But no one expected that Abia would abandon her husband and family for Sergilus. The couple, tortured by love, finally eloped and left Rome together one night. Their story once became the favorite theme of bards. Marcus did not expect Zhang Heng to refuse such a harmless thing in his eyes, and it would cost him a lot of money. If it were someone else, his face would have been gloomy at this moment. But now the relationship between him and Zhang Heng is in the honeymoon period. Marcus didn't want to destroy the friendly atmosphere he had created with great effort because of this incident. So he thought for a while and said, I can help you reject some people you don't like. But there are some people, those who are powerful. Even I can't offend them. So I can't make you a promise in this regard. But I can promise you that from now on, until the performance of the Flavian Amphitheater begins, no one will come to disturb you. Flavian Amphitheater? Zhang Heng pretended not to know. Yes, that's right. I won't hide it from you. The war between us and the Germans has ended. Our new emperor will return from the battlefield. There will be a grand gladiatorial show to announce the beginning of his rule. Not only us, but also several famous gladiator schools in Rome will send people. I heard that there are many powerful masters in other gladiator schools. What do you think? Are you sure? Marcus looked at Zhang Heng expectantly. The reason why he was so patient and friendly was largely because of the upcoming gladiatorial show. This would be a reshuffle among the gladiator schools. The latter did not disappoint him, and nodded. Of course, I will win for you. Very good. Marcos was overjoyed when he heard that. The old Persian trainer on the other side also quietly left the gladiator school earlier, and no one paid attention to him. He came to a small market, passed through alleys with clothes-drying poles, and came to a wooden loggia, where a man was selling spices. His stall was filled with saffron, pepper, cloves, mint, and rosemary. The old Persian trainer squatted down and carefully picked out the flowers. But at this moment a sharp blade hit his back. Are you really as old as the rumors say, and have lost your basic judgment? A voice said in his ear. The old Persian trainer did not turn around and said lightly, Maybe, but you don't seem to be as strong as the rumors say. Otherwise you wouldn't have accepted the flowers handed over by the little girl at the intersection before. The visitor's face changed when he heard this. Did you do something to the flowers? No. You're just bluffing. Why do you think I came here? I'm here to make an antidote for you. The old Persian trainer said leisurely. You lied to me. Who would use spices to make an antidote? No. I just know you don't like things that taste bad. So I bought spices to make it taste better for you. The old Persian trainer said, as he put the mint in his hand into a small bottle. The person behind him hesitated for a moment, and finally took the small bottle and drank it all, and at the same time took back the dagger in his hand. Why aren't you in the arena? Isn't he your favorite student? Because I never watch a fight without suspense. You went to see his gladiatorial performance. How was it? He was very good. Wasn't he? The old Persian trainer clapped his hands and stood up from the ground. What assassins need more is concealment and patience. Finding the right opportunity to strike a fatal blow, rather than this kind of frontal fighting ability. The visitor was dissatisfied. He is more suitable to be a warrior, fighting on the battlefield. Besides, he has already become famous. If Marcus is not blind, he will train him as the trump card of the arena. By then, he will be used to the glorious days. Can he still endure loneliness and be willing to become a nameless person like us? You made the same mistake I made when I first met him, which was to underestimate him. Believe me, a man like him can never be bribed by Marcus, the old trainer said. As for the question of fighting style, you don't have to worry about it. I am teaching him the skills of assassins now. Oh, I see. The visitor chuckled. You said Marcus couldn't bribe him. Is it because you couldn't convince him to believe in Creus and accept our ideas? I'm working hard. This kind of thing always takes time. The old Persian trainer shrugged. Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened 200 years ago. When the organization got the oracle, they should have killed Octavian. Just like our people assassinated Caesar. But Octavian turned one of us against us. That traitor teamed up with Octavian and almost destroyed the balance blade. Many predecessors died because of this. This is the result of recruiting people with unsteady faith into the balance blade. The man paused. You know that other members of the organization will not agree to let someone who is not firm in his faith join. I feel sorry for what happened 200 years ago. But like I said, this kind of thing always takes a process. The old Persian trainer said leisurely. Process? Except for your old friend the faceless man. I don't think you can get support from others. And the environment is different from 200 years ago. Now we are surrounded by enemies. Then don't turn other people into our enemies. Why can't you just follow the previous plan and let Harbitus assist us? The visitor was a little angry. Because Harbitus will not cooperate with us. I am his trainer, and I know him much better than you do. He is the one you call the most likely to betray us. If we want the plan to go smoothly, we have no other choice. Chapter 785 Red Nose Blacksmith Shop. Zhang Heng didn't know that there was a disagreement within the balance blade on whether to accept him. Of course, he didn't care too much about this matter. Now he finally stood on the streets of ancient Rome, and could see with his own eyes what this ancient empire looked like. There are many similarities between ancient Rome and modern society, such as the amazing urban water supply and drainage system, and the outstanding contributions in architecture. Many people may not be able to imagine that in the 1st century AD, Rome already had the trouble of population explosion and insufficient land supply. In order to solve the housing problem, they had to build many high-rise buildings. The most famous one is a building called Xingfu Building. Zhang Heng can see it now because it is 10 stories high. This height is not considered short in the residential buildings of later generations. Therefore, it is hard to imagine how people living on the top floor go up and down every day without an elevator. It is like the Oriental Pearl TV Tower in Rome, standing in the center of the city. Of course, such a high Xingfu building is just an exception. In comparison, the apartment buildings where ordinary people live on the roadside are not so exaggerated. But they are generally 4 or 5 stories high, because each additional floor can collect a lot of rent. The apartment owners have a very strong enthusiasm for building buildings. But doing so naturally also has great safety hazards. Firstly, the stability of the building itself is definitely not as good as the reinforced concrete structure of later generations. Therefore, we often hear news of another building collapsing, and those buried can only blame themselves for their bad luck. In addition, there were no fire ladders in this era. Once a fire broke out, people living on high floors would suffer. Therefore, the gap between the rich and the poor in apartment buildings like this is also very obvious. The closer you live to the top, the poorer you are. On the contrary, the people on the bottom are often those with good economic conditions. In order to prevent greedy homeowners from continuing to build more buildings, the empire even had to enact corresponding laws to limit the height of buildings. In addition, once the building is high, the phenomenon of throwing objects from high places becomes more serious. When Zhang Heng was walking on the street, he saw someone dumping garbage directly from the top floor. But fortunately, with Zhang Heng's skills, he would not be hit by the garbage. In addition, Zhang Heng also met a group of kids who were taking classes on the roadside. In Rome, elementary schools are taught directly on the street, with people coming and going, dust rolling, and accompanied by the neighing of donkeys and the shouting of vendors. Here, Teachers will teach some basic dictation and arithmetic. After that, most children from ordinary families will start working to make money early. And only children of rich and noble families will continue to receive education. To be fair, the literacy rate in ancient Rome was still good, much higher than in previous times. Of course, even so, illiteracy was still the mainstream of society. John Hung asked two locals, and then continued walking along the street. Not long after, he came to the Probus Bridge. After crossing this bridge, he could reach the south of the Tiber River. The Tiber River is a river that passes through the city of Rome. Because of the high sediment content, the water of the Tiber River will also appear golden in the afternoon sun, which is a unique scenery, with the plane trees on both sides of the river bank. John Hung walked across the Probus Bridge, and finally saw the end of his journey. The red-nosed blacksmith shop was in the building on the south bank of the river. According to the prompt on the character panel, the game props he brought with him in this dungeon were stored there. John Hung walked into the blacksmith shop, and saw the blacksmith, who was making a dagger inside. The latter was a burly black man, who was concentrating on the work at hand. He didn't turn around when he heard the footsteps behind him. So John Hung tentatively said, "Vulcan." Vulcan is the god of fire in Roman mythology, the husband of Venus, and the password for players to retrieve items. However, when John Hung said this name, the black blacksmith did not respond. John Hung waited patiently for about 5 minutes. When the other party finished grinding the blade and stood up from his position, John Hung realized that the other party was very tall, estimated to be over 2.2 meters tall. A veritable giant. "You are finally here," the black blacksmith said. "2 months ago, someone deposited something with me and said that you could come to get it at any time. But I didn't expect to wait so long." As he spoke, he turned and walked into the inner room. And after a while, he came out with a package. John Hung knew that the package contained his stuff, because there was a logo of the game organizing committee on the package. But he followed the local customs, and used the most commonly used die in Rome. John Hung opened the package, took out a few props that could be used in this copy, and then put the remaining props back into the package, and asked the black blacksmith, "Do you also provide storage services here?" "Yes." The black blacksmith nodded. "But you have to pay 1 sesterce every 2 days. The price was not low. But John Hung had just made a fortune through the 12-man melee. Even if the bulk of the money was taken by the gladiator school, there was still some money left. He was finally not empty-handed. Upon hearing this, he immediately took out a gold coin from his pocket and threw it to the black blacksmith. "This is a deposit for 200 days. Please save it for me." The black blacksmith took the gold coin and showed a look of doubt on his face. "You don't know me, and this is your first time to come to my blacksmith shop. Why do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I will secretly sell your stuff?" "That's a good question," John Hung said. "But fortunately, I'm always very accurate in judging people." John Hung is certainly not the type who trusts others the first time he meets them. He doesn't trust the black blacksmith, but the game organizing committee. Since the game organizing committee has stored his personal props here, it means that the storage here is the safest. And John Hung is too lazy to change places. After paying the money, he left the red-nosed blacksmith shop. Now he has finally recovered all his strength, which also gives him more initiative. Next, John Hung was about to go to the temple to take a look, but he suddenly stopped, because he found that the people who were following him appeared again. John Hung thought that Marcus was worried that he would run away, so he sent people to follow him secretly. But now it seems that this is not the case, because John Hung noticed the bulge on their waists. It seems that they were not idle just now. I don't know where they got weapons. This means that once they find a suitable place, they will be ready to take action. And John Hung is now very valuable to Marcus. Marcus needs him to sell tickets to make money, and win the gladiatorial show in more than a month. Therefore, this group of people cannot be sent by Marcus. Chapter 786. Are you interested? John Hung did not stay there for long, and soon continued to walk forward, as if he did not notice the little tail behind him. He walked slowly along the bank of the Tiber River, neither fast nor slow, completely blending in with the crowd around him, and then turned right into the perfume shop street. As the name suggests, this street is full of perfume shops. The origin of perfume is earlier than most people think. It was probably used in ancient Egypt more than 3,000 years ago. Later, perfume was also popular in ancient Greece and ancient Rome. For example, The Victor Arena where Zhang Heng was located had an advertisement painted on the wall that clearly informed the audience that perfume would be sprayed on the lower stands. This was one of the means for the arena to attract audiences. In addition, the ancient Romans had many creative uses for perfume. For example, when building a house, some people would mix perfume into the mortar so that the sun would emit fragrance. Some people would apply perfume on slaves and horses to make them feel relaxed and happy wherever they passed. It was because of the ancient Romans' enthusiasm for perfume that the perfume shop's business has always been good. There are many people on the perfume shop street every day. So the people who were following Zhang Heng from behind were also like facing a great enemy, fearing that the target would slip away if they were not careful. But it turned out that they were overthinking. Zhang Heng neither quickened his pace nor hid from them. He remained in their sight until he crossed the perfume shop street and came to a group of apartments behind. Then it became much quieter. Zhang Heng walked into an alley with clothes-drying poles, on which colorful clothes were fluttering in the wind. The group of people who were following him looked at each other and felt that it was almost time to take action. So they drew their weapons, most of which were daggers. And there was also a short sword. 5 people in a row pushed aside the clothes drying on their heads and rushed into the alley in front of them. It was only a few blinks of an eye since Zhang Heng walked in, but they lost sight of him. Is this a ghost? The 5 people rubbed their eyes, and a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. They followed the target all the way and never lost him. But when they were about to take action, he disappeared. This was really hard to accept emotionally. Such a big living person just disappeared out of thin air. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. However, just when they were struggling to figure out how to report to their employer, a voice came from above their heads. Are you looking for me? Zhang Heng let go of his hand that was supporting the wall and jumped down from it, landing right on the back of the last person. The latter was kicked out by him and collided with the 4 companions in front of him. Zhang Heng took advantage of this time to pick up the dagger that the other party had dropped on the ground. And then, the 4 people in front of him turned around and helped their companions up. The confrontation between the 2 sides did not last long. The next moment, the 5 people rushed over without saying a word. So Zhang Heng did not waste words. He had already seen that these 5 people should be hooligans on the street. They often committed crimes. Such guys can only be beaten up to pry open their mouths. Fortunately, such a battle is almost not difficult for Zhang Heng. There is a reason why he chose this place as the place for the 2 sides to fight. In addition to the fact that this place is relatively remote and can make the opponent show his fangs, it is also because the width of this alley is very narrow, and it can only accommodate 2 people at most. And once the movement is larger, it will affect each other. Although there were 5 people on the opposite side, only 2 of them could face Zhang Heng at a time, and the 2 would fight each other. Zhang Heng stabbed with a sword. One wanted to dodge to the right, and the other wanted to dodge to the left. But in the end, neither of them could dodge. This group of people was just a mob, without any fighting skills, and they only relied on their ruthlessness to fight. Even Valo, who had only been trained for 50 days, could deal with 2 of them alone. And Zhang Heng took less than 3 minutes to completely subdue this group of hooligans. The so-called subduing means that when they were knocked to the ground again, no one dared to get up from the ground. Then Zhang Heng squatted in front of one of the guys, who looked like the leader, poked his face with his dagger, and asked, "Come on. Tell me who sent you here." "I can't tell you. Otherwise, I won't be able to stay in Rome anymore." The young man gritted his teeth and said, he was quite tough, judging from his appearance. He was probably not very old, only about 15 or 16 years old. "You should know that I will not be satisfied with this answer." Zhang Heng looked into the other person's eyes. Although Zhang Heng's tone was calm, the young gangster shuddered for some reason. But before he could speak, his companions wailed, Tell him. We didn't collect much money in total, and the share we got was only 7 denarii. There's no need to sacrifice your life for this money." The young gangster's face showed a hint of hesitation when he heard this. "I think your brother's words make sense. If I were you, I would accept his advice," Zhang Heng said, while pressing the dagger in his hand down a little more. "Anapu. It was the people from the Anapu arena who found us. They paid us to keep an eye on you and take action whenever you leave the arena. We didn't expect that we would have the opportunity on the first day," the young gangster whispered, his voice full of bitterness. "Did they ask you to kill me?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "That's not the case. Just make you unable to get out of bed for 2 months. Heh. John Hung understood that this was probably because of the gladiatorial performance in the Flavian Amphitheater more than a month later. John Hung was not completely ignorant of the gladiator school now. He knew that the UNAP Arena was the fourth largest gladiator school in Rome, and it was in direct competition with the gladiator school of Macruz. There had been a lot of friction between the two sides in recent years. However, John Hung did not expect the other party to act so quickly. He had just become famous, and then trouble came. It was only a few hours since he won the 12-man melee. Even if the UNAP Arena wanted to eliminate its competitors, it should have started with Habitus. John Hung tapped the hilt of the sword with his fingers while thinking about this matter. The 5 gangsters looked at John Hung nervously, and everyone's face was full of uneasiness, not knowing what fate awaited them. After a moment, John Hung stretched out a hand. Hand over the deposit you received. None of the 5 gangsters did it immediately, obviously reluctant to do so. They usually didn't have any proper jobs. And of course, they didn't have any source of income. It was not easy to make a fortune, although it was not much. It was a bit painful to hand it over in vain. Moreover, they had to consider how to explain to their employers after the failure. Seeing that the group of teenagers across from him didn't move, John Hung said again, "I've always been fair. You can choose between being unable to get out of bed for 2 months and giving me the deposit." Hearing this, the gang had to reluctantly take out the money. John Hung counted the amount, but didn't put the money into his pocket. Instead, he said, "Very good. I have a business that can make money now. I wonder if you are interested." Chapter 787, A Wise Choice. The gangsters looked at each other in bewilderment. Can they still play like this? After robbing them of their money, they use the money to hire their people? What is this? They are just using them for nothing without spending a single penny. But now they really need money to spend. In the end, the gangster who led the group reacted faster. They have already lost the money. If they don't agree, they won't get it back. It's better to listen to the other party's conditions first. So he said, "Do you want us to teach the people in the UNAP Arena a lesson?" "Oh, no. Don't worry. I won't make it difficult for you," John Hung said. "It has nothing to do with the UNAP Arena. I just want you to help me investigate something else." John Hung briefly introduced the former antique dealer, and then said, "Under normal circumstances, Vero was sold, and it was indeed a waste for him to be thrown into the gladiator school with his ability. Obviously, someone had informed Marculus in advance. Vero's wife and his friend are just civilians, and they should not be able to do this. I need your help to find out who is behind this. Friendly reminder, you can find a slave trader named Chickpea to find out. I will give you 10 denarii first, and the rest of the money will be given to you after the matter is completed. What do you think? If the cooperation this time is pleasant, I may find you next time." The leading thug looked at his companions. One of the 4 was hesitant, and the other 3 nodded to him. So the leading thug also nodded and said, "Okay. A wise choice. Come to the gladiator school to find me when you have news." John Hung counted out 10 silver coins, and returned them to the 5 thugs along with the dagger. John Hung always helped Vero whenever he could. For example, he guided Vero to pass the final assessment before. And when the 12 people were fighting, he chose to help Vero after he solved Nausicaa, instead of helping the latter solve his opponent himself, which was also to help Vero build up his confidence. Because if nothing unexpected happened, the two would not team up again. This time, the situation was similar. John Hung had always suspected that there was a mastermind behind Vero's incident, and it would not be easy for the latter to get free. However, at that time, both of them were still in the training camp, so John Hung did not say much. Since there was an opportunity now, he asked the 5 hooligans who ran into him to investigate. If all went well, at least the former antique dealer would know who his real enemy was. In addition, John Hung was also trying to train some people who could do things for him. After all, he was just an outsider to the city of Rome, and his ability to deal with all kinds of people was not as strong as that of the local snakes. Moreover, he was still a slave and had not been freed. Of course, according to Dodotus, Balance Blade has a group of excellent peripheral personnel, but John Hung is still in the testing period and cannot use those people. In addition, even if John Hung finally passes the test and really joins Balance Blade, he cannot fully trust Balance Blade. After all, he still has to form his own team. Not necessarily these 5 people, but he can start with 5 people. In short, Whether it is the gladiator school or balance blade, John Hung needs to keep a hand. After the attack, John Hung did not go to the temple again. Not because he was worried that the people in the Anap arena would attack him again, but because it was getting dark. So John Hung returned to the gladiator school. It seemed that Marcus was really optimistic about him. He not only agreed to his request, but also changed his residence. John Hung walked into the new room and found that the room was more than twice as big. And this time, he did not have to listen to other people snoring. In addition, there was a female slave in the room who served him specially. The latter could not only take care of his daily life, but also meet his needs in some aspects. However, John Hung was more used to living alone. However, considering that the girl might be punished after being driven away, John Hung didn't say anything in the end. After dark, he simply washed up and went to bed. This time, his senses were much sharper. When he opened his eyes, he saw Dadatis standing in front of the bed. The old trainer waved to him, and the two of them walked around the sleeping girl lying on the floor and came outside. In the previous week, Dadatis also came to John Hung several times, but it was always late at night. The old trainer seemed to not want to be seen by others. He and Habitus didn't seem to have such a problem before. How was it? Did you have a good afternoon? Dadatis asked. Did you find those people who attacked me? John Hung was a little surprised, because in his opinion, those thugs did not lie. You are only half right. They were indeed found by other arenas. I just gave them your basic information in advance. With your performance in the 12-man melee, anyone who is not stupid will attack you. The old trainer said leisurely. Very good. You asked Marcluse for the right to go out freely, and our next stage of training will be carried out outside. You've been practicing stealth for so long, and it's time to put it to use. Only actual combat can help you digest theoretical knowledge, Dadatis said. You need to get rid of the little tail behind you, and you can't take action like this time. It doesn't sound difficult. John Hung said that even if he didn't learn stealth, he could still get rid of the people following him with his speed. No. You don't understand what I mean. You need to stay around them without being discovered by them. This is the stealth of an assassin, the old trainer said. Are you serious? John Hung asked back. I am a foreigner. My appearance is hard to be ignored in the crowd. So this is the best exercise to show the stealth ability of an assassin. Dadatis' words made it difficult for John Hung to refute. The old trainer paused and continued. You are too skilled. So when there is a problem, you think about how to solve it with your own skills. This is not a problem in normal times, but it will hinder your progress on the road of assassins. If you want to become an outstanding assassin, you need to overcome this. Although Dadatis' tone was similar to usual, John Hung still heard a hint of hidden meaning and asked, Have you encountered any trouble recently? The organization does have some objections to recruiting you, but I'm not worried about this. The old trainer hesitated and decided to tell John Hung the truth. About 200 years ago, a traitor appeared in our organization and defected to the Roman Emperor Octavian at the time. With the help of Octavian, he also formed an assassin organization to assassinate members of the Balance Blade. I don't want to be seen getting close to you for this reason. In recent years, I have had to show up outside because of some things. Although I have done some disguises, I can't hide from the real masters. Chapter 788, Macru's Gift. So you have an opponent who is also an assassin organization? John Hung asked. Yes, and because it was founded by the traitor of Balance Blade. The organizational structure is very similar to Balance Blade. No, it should be said that except for the lack of priests, they are almost a replica of Balance Blade. And even the number of core members is the same as ours, the old trainer said helplessly. Although they have only a 200-year history, they have received support from the rulers at the time, and they have developed very quickly. They have always been against us. I should have told you these things after you passed the test and joined Balance Blade. But given the current situation, you may indeed meet them later, so I will give you an understanding in advance, Dadatis said. In short, for your safety, you'd better not discuss the Balance Blade in public at any time. Understood, John Hung said. Very good. Next I will teach you how to hide in the crowd, so that you know how to deal with the situation after going out, Dadatis said. In the next month or so, John Hung's life was very simple. The old trainer would come to him from time to time in the middle of the night to continue to teach him the assassin's fighting skills. And he would go out during the day and play hide-and-seek games with several other free sparring partners hired by the other gladiator schools. Because the old trainer had set a requirement for him not to take action, Zhang Heng had to spend a lot of effort in the beginning to deal with the people following him. As he himself said, his appearance was very special in Rome, and it was not easy for him to hide in the crowd. However, in addition to the stealth skills taught to him by Dodonis, Zhang Heng had another killer trick, which was his level 2 makeup technique. What surprised the old trainer was that Zhang Heng had learned it by himself. Under tremendous external pressure, he began to try to combine makeup and stealth to better help himself hide his body. In addition, Zhang Heng participated in 4 more gladiatorial performances, and won all 4 without exception, because each victory was very clean and neat. Coupled with Marculus's operation and packaging methods, his popularity was greatly improved in a short period of time. Now almost the entire city of Rome knows that a very powerful Oriental has come to the Victor Arena. Zhang Heng also got a nickname of Black Lightning. These days, he has received more than 100 love letters. Marculus was so happy to see that the arena, whose attendance rate had been declining since Cisnates, was full of people again. But soon, another thing replaced everyone's attention. That is, the new Roman Emperor Commodus finally returned from the front. The Antonine dynasty has experienced 5 wise kings since the Nerval. But interestingly, the first 4 of these 5 emperors had no heirs to inherit the throne. So they all chose to adopt sons with outstanding moral character and ability, and pass the throne to the adopted sons, until Aurelius had a son named Commodus. Strictly speaking, Commodus was not Aurelius's first son. Before Commodus, Aurelius had 4 sons. But unfortunately, the eldest child only lived to the age of 11. So Faustina gave birth to a pair of twins for Aurelius. The elder brother died at the age of 4, and the younger brother was Commodus. After that, Aurelius welcomed his 7th son, Marcus. Marcus was appointed as the heir at the age of 4, and died of illness at the age of 7. In the end, Commodus became Aurelius' only surviving son. This may sound a bit miserable, but considering that Aurelius' 4 predecessors eventually had no sons to succeed him, Aurelius' situation was not bad. Moreover, before his death, the philosopher emperor had already sensed that his end was coming, and began to train his only heir. When he went to war against the Germans, he took Commodus with him, personally taught Commodus how to handle government affairs and lead the army to fight, and sought military support for him. In addition, he arranged a marriage between Commodus and Crispina. The latter came from a famous Roman family. Her father had been consul twice, and had considerable influence in the Senate. In Aurelius's vision, Crispina would become the link between Commodus and the Senate, and this marriage would also help Commodus further consolidate his rule. However, Aurelius did not expect that his illness was more serious than he thought, and he was ultimately unable to teach Commodus for much longer. Commodus was only 19 years old when he died. And now, this young man, who should have just started his sophomore year in college, has taken over the scepter from his father, and become the new ruler of the entire Roman Empire, with his almost saintly father in front of him and the 4 previous masters. People are looking forward to how the new emperor will perform, especially when he returns to the center of power in the empire. Commodus did not disappoint his people. On the 2nd day after returning to Rome, he announced at the coronation ceremony that he would hold a grand gladiatorial show to reward the army and gain the support of the people. The young man, who had just turned 20, did not forget his father's teachings. Bread and circus performances were crucial to a king's rule, and his generous move immediately received cheers and support from the people. At the same time, the Senate, which was responsible for preparing the gladiatorial show, also began to take action. Relevant notices and documents were distributed to various gladiator schools, not only in Rome, but also in other cities. Gladiator schools also received invitations. There is no doubt that this will be a feast for all people to participate in the gladiator show. Look, this is a new weapon I asked someone to find for you. That afternoon, Marcus suddenly came to the door and brought a gift, which was 2 Persian swords. However, rather than swords, the shape is actually closer to knives, which can be regarded as the ancestors of Damascus knives in later generations. The 2 knives brought by Marcus are obviously much better than traditional standard weapons. Roman weapons of this era have begun to use a lot of iron and steel, but because it is difficult to control the carbon content, the quality of swords is generally poor. However, the 2 Persian swords that Marcus brought this time can indeed be called fine products. Not only are they sharp enough, But what is more rare is that they do not have the shortcomings of other sharp weapons. They are also very hard. The forging method is actually a bit like the method of samurai swords in later generations. High-carbon steel is wrapped around low-carbon steel, which can perfectly combine the advantages of both. I just don't know whether the caster came up with it by chance or really mastered some magical casting method. Zhang Heng is more inclined to the former. Otherwise, the quality of weapons in Rome can be improved. Chapter 789 New Mission. How is it? Mark Rose rubbed his hands and looked at Zhang Heng expectantly. The latter took the 2 Persian swords in his hands and tried them. Nodding. Not bad. As long as you like it. I'm counting on you this time, Mark Rose said. For the honor of Victor Arena, we must win the championship of this gladiatorial show. I will do my best, Zhang Heng said. Very good. I know you are the most reliable. Marcos patted Zhang Heng's shoulder with satisfaction. In addition to you, we also plan to send Bach, Habitus, Canero, Marquezan, Peril and Moreau to make up the 7 places. But of course, I am most optimistic about you. In addition, I asked Gabby to investigate the players in the other arenas and mark the key targets that need attention. Although the specific list will not be available until tomorrow. Oh, by the way, there is a dinner tonight. You need to attend. Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. I know. We have an agreement. But this time is different. The dinner will be held at Senator Dio's house. He is one of the most powerful people in the entire Senate. The most powerful people in the entire empire will be present, including our new emperor. They want to see what the warriors, who are going to appear tomorrow, look like before the gladiatorial performance begins. Not only you, but all gladiators must go. I will have someone send you new clothes in the afternoon. After saying that, Marcus turned and walked out of the house. But when he reached the door, he stopped again, paused and added, You'd better use the remaining time to take a bath and spray yourself with some perfume. Believe me, it's definitely not a bad thing to make yourself popular in front of these people. You are about to face the most powerful group of people in Rome. Zhang Heng's slave girl was quite diligent. As soon as Marcus left, she started preparing bathing supplies for Zhang Heng. However, she just opened the door with the wooden barrel in her arms. And the next moment, she couldn't help but yawning. And the wooden barrel in her hand fell to the ground. The slave girl was a little flustered and wanted to bend down to pick up the wooden barrel. But at this moment, a stronger sense of sleepiness came over her head. She couldn't resist this sleepiness. And finally she fell asleep on the ground with the wooden barrel in her arms. Zhang Heng looked at Dodotis, who came in from the door. A little surprised. You actually came to see me in broad daylight today? Don't worry. I'm very careful. No one saw me, the old trainer said. You have completed our previous agreement and entered the list of gladiatorial performances. I can tell you the next goal. If nothing unexpected happens, you should have received an invitation to the dinner tonight. This is a rare opportunity for you. We need you to approach someone at the dinner and leave a deep impression on him if possible. Who? Our Majesty. Commodus. Dodotis uttered a name. So your target is really the Roman Emperor? Zhang Heng did not show much shock when he heard this name. Perhaps because Commodus in history died of assassination. And Dodotis' appearance in the gladiator school itself can explain a lot of problems. Commodus was probably the most fond of gladiatorial performances among all the Roman emperors. And he also had a quirk. He was not satisfied with just watching in the stands. And he had to go on stage himself to be satisfied. In history, his final death was also quite unique. He was strangled to death in the bathtub by the gladiators. Maybe not. The old trainer's answer was ambiguous. We'd better be honest. Because if it's really Commodus, I'm afraid I have to quit the test, Zhang Heng said. Why? The old trainer asked seriously. I may be a foreigner, but I'm not stupid. I know what the consequences of assassinating a Roman emperor will be, Zhang Heng said lightly. The conditions you offer are not enough for me to take such a risk. Dodotis looked into Zhang Heng's eyes after hearing this. And after a moment, the old trainer gave in. Okay. I can assure you that your target this time is not Commodus. Who is that? Zhang Heng asked. You still want to hide it from me at this point? The old trainer hesitated for a long time this time. And finally spoke. Autolus, Commodus' most trusted advisor, also has some royal blood. But before he met Commodus, he was already very poor and spent his days in the market. But now, our friend seems to have turned over a new leaf. He and another young man named Klein are now Commodus's right-hand men and are inseparable from Commodus. If nothing unexpected happens, he may very well be the second person in the Empire in the future. Why do you want to assassinate him? This is an oracle from Cleus. Our responsibility is to execute it, not to ask why. The old trainer said. The plan is simple. Otreus has always been very secretive. He knows that his current position is envied by others. So he acts cautiously, and is always on guard against being assassinated. However, he always works for Commodus. And only Commodus knows his whereabouts. So you want me to get close to Commodus and get Otreus' whereabouts from him? Yes, that's right. The old trainer said. Commodus is different from other emperors. He seems to like to interact with the lower class. And he especially likes gladiators. You can use this to get close to him and gradually build friendship with him. Zhang Heng thought for a while and asked, if I help you solve this matter, it will be considered as passing the test. Will you not bother me again? Yes. Then you will become my successor and become a core member of the Balance Blade. As I said before, our management is actually very loose and free. Until the next oracle arrives, the members of the organization can do whatever they want. Until the next oracle arrives? Zhang Heng asked. The old trainer rolled his eyes. I know what you are thinking. You don't have to worry so much. You are not the only member of the Balance Blade. They won't always catch you and take advantage of you. Although there is no clear rule. Under normal circumstances, the same member will not perform 2 tasks in a row. But I can't guarantee it in the future. Zhang Heng was not too worried about the future. Anyway, he would be gone after the dungeon time. Even if the Balance Blade was 100 times more powerful, it would not be possible to break out of the dungeon and chase him across 2,000 years. In addition, Zhang Heng felt that the old man had taught him for so long with great effort. He didn't deserve any credit. But he had worked hard. He couldn't just eat grass without milking. He should repay the other parties teaching grace, and help the Balance Blade find the whereabouts of Ortolus. Therefore, Zhang Heng said, okay, I take care of this. Chapter 790 Satanilos. Zhang Heng had been to the Domus of Marculus. The decoration inside could be considered luxurious, but compared with Dio, it was not much different from the slums on the roadside. This is the gap between the nouveau riche and the real nobles. Marculus, who dominated everything in the gladiator school, had to smile everywhere when he came here. He was not qualified to go in for dinner, and could only wait in the front hall with his slaves. In addition to him, the masters of several other gladiator schools in Rome were also present. And there were also some gladiators, who came from other parts of the empire. The entire lobby was like a small human race exhibition. Zhang Heng, needless to say, was not tall enough among the gladiators. He was immediately submerged in the crowd when he stood in the corner. Bach was the strongest among the newcomers. But he was not very impressive here. Zhang Heng even saw a guy taller than the black blacksmith in the red-nosed blacksmith shop. He looked like a giant in mythology when he stood there. None of the gladiators were easy to deal with. Of course, they would not be honest when they got together, especially when they knew that the people present were their competitors tomorrow. Friction naturally increased. In addition, the owners of these gladiator schools were also divided into factions. First of all, those outside and inside Rome did not interact with each other. The inside party was obviously more powerful, so the outsiders spontaneously gathered together. In addition, there were also people in the city who were familiar with each other and had a tense relationship. For example, Statioli, the owner of the Anaparena, who wanted to teach Zhang Heng a lesson, and Marculus had a bad relationship. After the two met, they ridiculed each other. Statioli also bought a group of very powerful barbarians 3 months ago, and wanted to win a good place in the subsequent gladiatorial performances. He swept his eyes over Bach and others, his eyes full of disdain. But when he came to Zhang Heng, he paused and his expression became gloomy. Don't say I didn't warn you. Marcos, you better keep a few good hands in the school. Otherwise, if your people are killed by my people, I'm worried that no one will help you sell tickets next. And your Victor Arena will be finished. Marcos smiled and said, Stackily, you are still as stupid as ever. Why? Are you scared before the fight starts? You want me to tie my own hands and feet? Do you think I will fall for this? On the contrary, you should think about the future of the Anaparena after this performance. After saying that, Marcus turned around and said to Zhang Heng and others, Don't hold back when facing the people in the Anaparena. Just kill them if you can. Stackley snorted coldly when he heard that, and turned back to his gladiators and said viciously, "Did you hear what he said? If you don't want to die, kill them ruthlessly." In addition to old rivals like Marcus and Stackley who mock each other, there are naturally some who have a good relationship. For example, after Marcus and Stackley exchanged harsh words, he stood together with the owners of 2 small gladiator schools who had a good relationship with him, and exchanged the latest information. At the same time, a small riot broke out on the other side. A gladiator from an unknown gladiator school outside the city walked up to a bearded gladiator sitting on the steps and said, "Are you Satanilos?" The bearded gladiator didn't even raise his eyelids when he heard this, but just uttered one word lightly, "Get lost." However, the visitor did not leave because of this sentence, but took another half step forward and continued, "I heard that you are the most famous gladiator in Rome after Cisneus. But do you know how I feel about this matter?" Satanilos did not respond. He looked exhausted from drinking too much. That's because the people in the city have never seen what a real gladiator looks like. The gladiator school I'm in has a tour every year. We go to all parts of the country, fight with local gladiators, see all kinds of powerful guys, and constantly hone our martial arts. We are different from you. We are not toys for ladies and young ladies to play with, but real warriors," the visitor said proudly. It was obvious that his words were still approved by many gladiators from other places, which was normal. Although they were all gladiators, the gladiators in Rome were generally worth much more, had better living conditions, and had many admirers. The owners of various gladiator schools were willing to spend money on them. On the contrary, the gladiators outside the city, especially the gladiators who went on tour to various places, not only had more difficult conditions than those in the city, but also had worse reputations and gifts than those in the city. It would be abnormal if they didn't have any ideas. However, what made the visitor feel a little strange was that the foreign gladiators who supported him had all been born. But the people from the gladiator schools in the city did not say a word, and several gladiators who were closer moved their bodies and moved away from here. The gladiator named Satanilos finally raised his head at this time. "Then why did you come to the city?" "Of course, I came to teach you a lesson and let you know where the truly powerful masters are." Before the man finished speaking, he saw Satanilos, who looked half dead before, suddenly jumped up and came to him. The man was still alert to the movements of Satanilos' hands, but he didn't expect that Satanilos would hit him in the face the next moment. The man clearly heard the sound of his nose bridge breaking, and blood gushed out from the 2 black holes. At the same time, his body fell back and fell to the ground. Then Satanilos rode on him and raised his fist. The last scene in front of the visitor was Satanilos' grim smile. "Don't worry about your nose, because I can guarantee that you won't need it later," Satanilos said and punched the visitor in the face again, and the latter fainted. Satanilos did not stop, and continued to punch the foreign gladiator's head, until the head was completely smashed into a pool of mud. Satanilos raised his head again, tidied his hair with his bloody hands, and wiped the sweat off his face. But this action made his face look even more hideous. Afterwards, Satanilos dusted himself off and stood up from the ground. "Now, it's finally much quieter." He swept his eyes over the foreign gladiators present. "Does anyone else want to teach me a lesson on his behalf?" The foreign gladiators were silent after hearing this. Among them, the sturdy man who looked like a giant seemed to be ready to make a move, but his master made a prohibited gesture to him.